I'm Kakashi. It's now the 60th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, right around the time of the Chunin exams. We had just completed the mission in the Land of Waves when our Team 7 received notice. We would take part in the upcoming Chunin exams. I looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who were standing before me, all awaiting my words with unusually serious faces. My eyelids, which usually droop lazily, instinctively lifted a little. In my normally listless eyes, a flicker of pride shone through, much like an elder who sees children finally coming into their own. Well, Sakura, you're here too, I announced. That means you're officially eligible to apply for the Chunin exams now. Sakura appeared surprised by this. She had summoned her courage to join Naruto and Sasuke for the exams, but my words tangled her in confusion. Almost automatically, she questioned, "What do you mean?" With both hands in my pockets, I took in the three of them with a satisfied gaze and patiently explained, "Actually, the Chunin exams are originally meant for teams of 3. Only when all 3 members cooperate can you register." "What? Sensei, didn't you say before that it was up to us as individuals whether to take the exams? Were you tricking us all along?" Instantly, Naruto and the others erupted, voicing their complaints all at once. I turned my head to glance out the window and said, "If I told you earlier, Sasuke and Naruto would have dragged Sakura in, whether or not she was ready." Before I could finish, the bright sky suddenly dimmed, and a deep rumble resounded throughout. As an elite jonin, I immediately sensed something was wrong. I quickly ordered the 3 of them to stay alert where they were before leaping up onto the roof in just a few strides. What on earth is happening? Even someone as experienced as I couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, projected his calm, commanding voice throughout the village. "Everyone, stay calm and return to your homes at once. The AMBU Black Ops have been deployed, and the village is moving into a state of alert." I raised a hand and slid up my forehead protector, revealing the scarlet Sharingan eye. The tomo spun swiftly as I scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Overhead, a massive pitch-black screen was slowly materializing in the sky. This strange phenomenon wasn't limited to the Hidden Leaf. Other shinobi villages soon took notice as well. Ninjas from all sides sprang into action, and within moments, a tense atmosphere fell over the entire shinobi world. "Kakashi, have you discovered anything?" the 3rd Hokage asked me. "Third Lord, nothing unusual for now. Whatever has appeared shows no sign of life, nor is there any unfamiliar chakra in the vicinity," I replied with a respectful bow. The 3rd Hokage's brow was deeply furrowed as he stared intently at the black screen. At that moment, words began to appear across its surface. A system created by the most handsome being in the universe, Nan Feng, has descended upon the shinobi world. This system knows all about the past and can see into the future. It will present a tally of the 10 legendary figures in the shinobi world and bestow appropriate rewards. Every single consciousness in the shinobi world will be connected to this system's interactive function. Feel free to speak your mind. Before the villagers could react, a tremendous pressure suddenly swept over them all, suppressing everyone's chakra at once. The screen continued to display. To prevent any troublemakers, the system will temporarily suppress everyone's chakra. Please refrain from causing disturbances. This system is a great lover of peace. Next, scenes and words materialized on the screen. Shinobi World Legends. The ranking is not by order of strength, but simply by appearance. Through the firelight burning in the darkness, Kakashi Hatake. The 3rd Hokage asked in bewilderment, "Kakashi?" Equally perplexed, I replied, "Lord 3rd, I don't know what's happening either." Naruto burst out, unable to contain his excitement. "It's Kakashi-sensei." "Sakura, look. Sasuke scoffed. "Humph, don't embarrass yourself, dead last." Just then, Zabuza's voice came through. The copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, wielder the Sharingan. Naruto interjected in surprise. "Huh? Isn't that the guy we ran into on our last mission?" I too was caught off guard and turned to Zabuza, saying, "The rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist, Zabuza Momochi, the demon? You can see the screen too." Naruto piped up again, "Zabuza, weren't you and Haku already gone?" Inoki commented, "Looks like this screen wants everyone to speak their mind." The 3rd Hokage greeted the Tsuchikage, Lord 3rd Tsuchikage. Someone reminded them, "Please, elders, hold your discussions. Things are about to begin." Everyone understood at once. Whatever force could so effortlessly suppress the entire shinobi world's chakra and movements, no one dared act rashly. They had no choice now but to watch and wait. Then, the system spoke, its voice tinged with sorrow. "In the shinobi world, countless souls are doomed to misery. Many fall into darkness, and some abandon everything for revenge. Yet among them, there is only one who can stare directly into the darkness and still protect what he treasures, Konoha's brilliant ninja, Kakashi Hitaki. Excited shouts rose from the crowd. Kakashi-sensei. He's incredible. Others, more doubtful, murmured under their breath. The copy ninja, Kakashi? The screen continued to display the tragedy of Kakashi's life. Looking back over Kakashi's years, it seems he was always losing something. He lost his beloved father. He lost comrades he had trusted. He lost the teacher and mentor who guided him. He lost students he himself had trained. He even lost his favorite works. And in the end, he almost lost his only true friend. People began to murmur among themselves. So Kakashi has been through all that. This is the legendary copy ninja, the Sharingan wielder, Kakashi. Someone even joked, isn't this the god of bad luck himself? If you're close to him, it's only a matter of time before disaster finds you. Someone nearby quickly cut them off. Hey, you have a death wish or something? Don't joke about that. Unnoticed, Naruto and the others had already come to stand beside me. The usually rowdy Naruto had grown quiet, standing obediently next to Sasuke as he asked with concern, Kakashi-sensei, are you all right? The third Hokage also turned his gaze toward me. I pulled down my forehead protector to cover my Sharingan, putting on an air of nonchalance as I answered. What could happen to me? Who knows how much truth there's in what's on that screen or those stories? Just then, I seemed to hear Obito's voice, calling softly from afar, Kakashi. On the screen, names like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha appeared one by one. When Itsuchikage, Inoki, saw Madara's name, he was so rattled that he could barely form words. The system promptly jumped in to explain, no need to be shocked, everyone. I'm all-powerful. Bringing back people who have long since passed for a conversation is perfectly normal here. All of their identities are real. What? At that announcement, the crowd was plunged into turmoil, unable to remain calm even for a moment. The Kage from each village furrowed their brows one after another, their faces grave and serious. Konoha was tense, wary of Madara Uchiha, while the other villages were equally apprehensive about both Hashirama Senju and Madara. After all, those two had once subdued an entire era, their strength unchallenged and unmatched. Unlike the heavy tension among the village leaders, the ordinary shinobi below, after the brief shock, began to shout out loudly, Dad! Mom! In an instant, the barrage of comments from the system scrolled by so rapidly that the screen was packed tight, as if the whole world had turned into a massive reunion. Yet, the system paid no mind to any reaction from the ninja world. The black screen slowly began to show a new image, while the system's voice echoed once more. Kakashi, long hailed as a genius, truly lives up to the name. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 5, became a Chunin at 6, and was promoted to Jonin at 12. Due to certain special circumstances, his abilities were stagnant for a long time. But at his peak, Kakashi's power surpassed even the Kage, reaching what's known as the level of the 6 paths. Against a black screen, Kakashi's silhouette gradually emerged. He gripped a large sword, its blade thrust into the ground at an angle. Gathering power in his legs, he leapt gracefully, landing steadily atop the sword's hilt. His gaze was sharp, fixed intently on the distance. A female ninja from the village of the Hidden Mist gasped in admiration. Kakashi is so cool. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help his astonishment, exclaiming, Kakashi has reached the level of the 6 paths? The 6 paths? That reminds me of the very founder of the ninja world, the sage of 6 paths. Meitarumi echoed, I never imagined this young man would be so formidable. He truly stirs the heart. Hashirama Senju was amazed as well. Who would have thought that Konoha still hides such exceptional talent? Reikage retorted bitterly, damn it, why hasn't our Cloud Village produced someone like him? Kakashi-sensei is incredible. After a moment's silence, Naruto's eyes shimmered with admiration as he gazed at his teacher, his face full of reverence and awe. Sasuke stared intently at Kakashi's impressive form on the screen, his fists clenched, his expression clouded and conflicted. So choosing to learn from Kakashi really was the right decision. Someday, I'll defeat that man myself. When it came to Kakashi, nearly every ninja in the shinobi world knew at least a little about him. The information presented so far was entirely accurate. Even the higher-ups in each village were privy to certain secrets unknown to most. As word spread, more and more people began to accept the reality of that black screen. But that's not all. Kakashi is known by many titles. The most famous are Uchiha Kakashi and Hitaki 50/50. Uchiha Kakashi speaks for itself. A ninja from outside the Uchiha clan, yet able to unleash the full power of the Sharingan. Hitaki 50/50 refers to the fact that, across countless battles in his life, Kakashi has only ever truly lost 3 times. Frankly, that even includes losing the bell-catching exercise and being defeated by Mechanical Naruto. I can't help but feel a little helpless. What? The introduction stunned countless listeners. Only 3 defeats in a lifetime. In just a few short sentences, Kakashi's overwhelming strength was laid bare. His might was simply hard to fathom. Might Guy declared, "Kakashi, you really are my eternal rival. It looks like I've been slacking off lately. Time to warm up with 100 laps around the Leaf Village right now." "Wait for me, Guy-sensei," called Lee, rushing after him. Tobarama Senju observed, "Konoha's legacy endures. There are always new talents to carry on." Hashirama Senju greeted him. "Tobarama, you're here too." Tobarama replied calmly, "Life or death, all people, without exception, leave their mark on the world." Mara Uchiha, "I'm truly curious. How did an outsider manage to wield the Sharingan to such a degree of Inoki? Why are the ones from Konoha always so formidable?" "Hey, this is the student of the Yellow Flash? Looks like we're dealing with another tough opponent." Konoha Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kakashi, who still seemed a bit languid. Producing a pipe from somewhere, he took a gentle draw and said, "Kakashi, having a shinobi like you in Konoha is immensely reassuring to me. But remember, wherever the leaves dance, the will of fire continues on." "I understand, third," Kakashi replied as he gently reached out to calm the still, rowdy Naruto, giving a subtle nod. At the same time, Kakashi is an outstanding teacher. Of the students he led, 2 reached the 6 paths level, and the other became a Kage. In the end, Kakashi himself rose to become the 6th Hokage. Another piece of astonishing news. This is probably something that lies in the future. Issue the order. If anyone encounters Kakashi and is confident, they may attempt to eliminate him. But if they doubt their ability, withdraw immediately. Beyond Konoha, the order quickly spread to all the great ninja villages. Unknown student from Konoha's Ninja Academy. Do I still have a chance to join Kakashi-sensei's class? Naruto Uzumaki. No way, no way. Kakashi-sensei is my teacher now. Sasuke, he's my teacher too. Sakura. And mine. Tobarama Senju. Then, who is the Hokage now? Hiruzen Sarutobi. 2nd Hokage, it's me. Tobarama Senju. Monkey, well done. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thank you for your praise, 2nd Hokage. But sadly, Kakashi, once a student of the 4th Hokage, later the 6th, and mentor to the one who would become the 7th, such a person still met his end, dying after exhausting all his chakra. Zabuza. Humph. So the copy ninja Kakashi is nothing special after all. Once you're dead, you're nothing, just a corpse left behind. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei is going to die? No, I don't want Kakashi-sensei to die. Kakashi-sensei, please don't die. Sasuke. How embarrassing. Dead last. Stop crying. Kakashi-sensei's not dead. Kakashi. Sasuke is right. Naruto. I really appreciate your concern for your teacher, but I'm still very much alive. Naruto, huh? Oh, you're right. Heh. I'm so glad you're okay, Kakashi-sensei. Madarumi. Kakashi really is something. He has deep ties to all 3 Hokage. Inoki. Now there are just 4 Hokage left, and the 4th has already passed away. Clearly, this so-called system is revealing a lot about the future. Ding. Though I hesitate to interrupt everyone's lively discussion, this system must issue a reminder. Please pay attention. The Q&A function is now active. The system will randomly generate questions. Everyone in the ninja world is eligible to answer. Those who answer correctly will receive generous rewards. Special tip. There's no reward you can't imagine. The system can make it happen. Don't miss your chance. Join in eagerly. First question. In battle with whom did Kakashi die from chakra exhaustion? A. Orochimaru. B. Uchiha Itachi. C. Uchiha Obito. Answer correctly and your chakra will double. Answer incorrectly and it will be halved. Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi. Pain. Uchiha Obito. The 4 people named stood in separate corners, each wearing a look of surprise. Since it was a multiple-choice question, only one answer could be correct. Lowering their heads, they fell into thought, each one considering their own encounters with Kakashi. A. The Reikage I've heard of Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, but who are Pain and Uchiha Obito? Seeing Uchiha Obito appear on the screen, Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito was my comrade. He died back in the 3rd Great Ninja War. There's no way it could be him. At that moment, no one's feelings were more conflicted than Sasuke's. He wondered to himself, Kakashi-sensei is so powerful. Could even he be killed by that person? For a moment, Sasuke's gaze turned uncertain and lost. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru. Tobarama Senju. What's the matter, monkey? Do you know him? A. The Reikage, is this what they mean by a great teacher produces outstanding students? Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke up. Lord Second, Orochimaru was my student once, but he's long since betrayed the Leaf Village. Orochimaru smiled and said, Old man, I prepared a very special gift for you. Minato Namikaze looked at Kakashi, his voice tinged with emotion. Will Kakashi D? What a shame still. I can't believe Naruto's grown up so much already. Naruto stared at Minato in confusion. Huh? Mister, who are you? How do you know me? A nameless Konoha ninja quietly offered a reminder from the side. He's the fourth Hokage. Minato turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, don't you recognize me? I'm your father. Third Hokage, what is going on here? Kushina Uzumaki, unable to contain her excitement, called out as well. Naruto, my child, I am your mother. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who had frozen in shock. Letting out a quiet sigh, he turned to the third Hokage, gently ruffled Naruto's hair, and said softly, Naruto, they really are your parents. So Kakashi-sensei, you knew all along? Naruto pulled away from Kakashi's hand, tears welling in his eyes as he stared at him. Yes, I've always known. Choked with emotion, Naruto demanded, Grandpa Third, you knew my father was the fourth Hokage all this time. Why did you never tell me? I always thought it was my fault the fourth Hokage died. His question suddenly cast a heavy silence over everyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi was quiet for a moment, then turned his head away, replying simply, It was to protect you. Your father, as the fourth Hokage, had many enemies. If your identity was revealed, you could be in danger. Is that really true? Naruto wiped at his tears, asking in a low voice. It's the truth, Hiruzen nodded gravely. And so, rather innocently, Naruto accepted Hiruzen's explanation. Meanwhile, in the scrolling comments, Kushina, having gone so long without a reply from Naruto, became even more agitated. Even Minato, who was normally so gentle, showed a trace of anger. They had sacrificed themselves for the sake of the village, yet now their child didn't even recognize his own parents. To any parent, that was a pain almost impossible to bear. At last, Naruto turned to his parents and said, Dad, Mom, I'm doing really well. Grandpa Third looks after me, and every week I get to eat my favorite bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Hearing this, Kushina finally felt relieved. That's good. As long as you're happy, Naruto, that's all a mother can ask for. Minato, too, expressed his gratitude to Hiruzen. Thank you, Lord Third, for everything you've done for Naruto. Hiruzen replied, It's the least I could do. And so, after hearing that Naruto was living well and could even enjoy his beloved ramen, Minato and Kushina were able to set aside their lingering regrets for now. Long period of inactivity detected. The system will automatically select a respondent. Ding, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, please answer. Hiruzen Sarutobi, now called upon, paused for a moment to consider. Uchiha Itachi is unlikely to have taken part in this. Uchiha Obito has already sacrificed himself. Pain, a name scarcely heard in the shinobi world. Hiruzen Sarutobi had never come across it before, so it seemed Pain was an utterly inconspicuous figure. Well then, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, I choose a Orochimaru. Incorrect answer. 1. Sixth of your chakra has been deducted. Hiruzen instantly felt a surge of his once abundant chakra vanish, as if half of it had been wiped away in an instant. Even with his wealth of experience, he could barely keep his composure at that moment, falling into a brief state of disarray. In anger, Hiruzen shouted, Damn system, give me back my chakra. Insult detected. Hiruzen Sarutobi has berated the universe's second handsomest system. Penalty increased. A further 1/6 of her chakra has been deducted. No sooner had he spoken than Hiruzen's face grew even paler, twisting with frustration. What little chakra remained to him was now critically low after 2 swift reductions, a dire predicament made worse. All of this unfolded in real time on the system screen, laid bare before everyone in the shinobi world. A smirk crossed Day's face. Looks like today marks the end for the so-called doctor of the shinobi world. Oniki remarked, given Hiruzen Sarutobi's current state, he might as well relinquish his third Hokage title before long. Hit with consecutive penalties and sensing his chakra dwindling to almost nothing, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell into complete silence. Faced with the cold jeers around him, he uttered not a word. Tobarama Senju offered comfort. Don't worry, monkey. Since this system punishes as well as rewards, you still have a chance to earn it back. Upon hearing this, a glimmer returned to Hiruzen's eyes. With sincere gratitude, Hiruzen said, Thank you for the guidance, Lord Second. Hashirama Senju chimed in offhandedly. It's just half your chakra. Shouldn't be too big a deal, right? You should still be able to manage a few jutsu. Madara Uchiha let out a cold laugh. Hashirama, do you really think everyone can be like you? In this world, only I can rival you. Hashirama retorted, Madara, easy for you to say. Madara replied simply, Hashirama. Hiruzen Sarutobi's answer is incorrect. The next respondent will be selected at random. Ding. Selection complete. Uchiha Itachi, please answer. Oh, Mr. Itachi, it's your turn. If you were to lose half your chakra too, I doubt you'd be able to finish the mission, Kisame Hashigaki remarked, hefting Samehada and breaking the hush that had enveloped Itachi. Others might not know who Pain was, but Itachi Uchiha knew perfectly well. Orochimaru was clearly the wrong answer, and according to Kakashi, Uchiha Obito had already died, so he could not be the right choice. That left only one answer, and it couldn't be clearer. With serene composure, Itachi Uchiha responded, I choose C-Pain. Ding, congratulations, Uchiha Itachi. Correct answer. Chakra reward, doubled. In that instant, Itachi Uchiha felt a surge of chakra welling up inside him. The sense of strain that had burdened him faded, and even the chronic illness troubling his body seemed momentarily subdued. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sasuke's eyes remained locked on the screen, fixed on the name of Itachi Uchiha. Deep hatred burned within his gaze, so intense it was as if the force of his fury alone could erase that name from existence. After a while, an expression of helplessness swept over Sasuke's face. That man had grown even stronger. How long would it be, he wondered, before he could finally end Itachi's life with his own hands? The fourth Raikage, spoke up. Who exactly is this person called Pain? He was able to go head-to-head with Kakashi from Konoha, and in the end he pushed Kakashi to the brink of exhaustion and death. A ninja, this powerful shouldn't be an unknown, should he? Jiraiya explained. According to my investigation, Pain seems to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization. That alone speaks to the remarkable strength he must possess. Still, I don't understand why he chose to fight Kakashi. Inoki commented, Akatsuki, that's the group the rogue ninja Deidara joined, isn't it? Mei Terumi added, some intelligence from the Hidden Mist village suggests the Akatsuki operate almost like mercenaries, taking assignments for pay. With a sigh, Hashirama Senju remarked, he is indeed a formidable ninja. It's just, what a shame for the 6 Hokage. Everyone get ready. The video is about to start. The battle between Kakashi and Pain begins. Oh, in the village hidden by rain, a tall and slender man stood before the screen. Ripples of violet flickered across his eyes as he watched with keen interest. Conan, I won't fail, will I? Everything I do is for true peace, and that's why I have to succeed. Conan replied, yes. Everything we do is for the sake of real peace. The footage began in earnest. Collapsed buildings, flames raging unchecked, and ruins stretching as far as the eye can see. Everywhere, ninja were sent flying, crashing hard against the ground. All around, the chaos of an all-out battle was on full display. The camera slowly rose, and there, the stone faces carved in the mountainside, the Hokage Rock, made it unmistakably clear. This was the battlefield of the Hidden Leaf Village. Tobirama Senju asked, has Konoha really been invaded? Things look pretty dire. Has the village grown so weak that it can be overrun this easily? Hashirama Senju tried to reassure him. Tobirama, don't worry so much. The Leaf's ninja will surely give everything they have to protect the village. But Tobirama wasn't convinced. Big brother, you're always so naive. The enemy has already breached the village borders, and you still manage to stay calm. Jiraiya asked curiously, is Tsunade the current Hokage? Tsunade exclaimed in shock. What? That can't be. Orochimaru let out a cold snort. Oomph. Hashirama Senju sighed helplessly and advised, Tsunade, you really must stop wasting time on gambling. In the scene, Irika appears, the Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector on his head and a bold scar running down his nose. Braving explosions and rivers of fire, he struggles to rescue his comrades. Just as he carries an injured companion to safety, a mysterious ninja, dressed in a black cloak patterned with red clouds, appears before him without warning. The ninja's voice is icy as he demands, tell me now, where is the 9 Tails Jinchuriki? If you don't answer, I'll kill you. As he speaks, a black rod slips from his sleeve, its cold, menacing shine catching the light. All right, tell me. Though facing a deadly threat, Irika stands his ground. His gaze is unwavering, and he flatly refuses. I have nothing to tell you. Oh, is that so? Thick smoke billows around them, and from within, Pain's rippling purple eyes gleam with an eerie glow. In that case, you're of no use to me. Pain raises the black iron rod and thrusts it straight toward Irika's head. As Pain's full figure is revealed, shock ripples through the ninjas of the world. Naruto cries out, Irika-sensei, you can't die. Inoki exclaims, those eyes, could they be? Risen Thurtobi says, the eyes of the sage of 6 paths, the founder of the ninja world, the Rinnegan. Stands by grimly. With the Byakugan and Sharingan already causing enough trouble, now there's an even stronger eye technique, the Rinnegan. When did such a person appear in the ninja world, and with no one hearing a thing? Hashirama reflects. To see the new generation grow so strong, it's truly heartening. Tobirama fires back. Brother, the leaf is being invaded right now. Aren't you celebrating a little too soon? Hashirama admits, I suppose you're right. Madara Uchiha grunts dismissively. It's only the Rinnegan. No need to make such a fuss. Izuna Uchiha agrees. Exactly. My big brother is clearly the strongest. Ding. New question. Did Iruka survive? Answer correctly to win a random ninja technique. Answer incorrectly, and you'll lose one technique at random. If you wish to answer, please preface your response with my answer. Naruto, my answer, Iruka sensei didn't die. Congratulations, Uzumaki Naruto, correct answer. UNA, rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan. Minato Namikaze, son, that's the technique your dad invented. Naruto, dad, you're amazing. The scene continues. At the critical moment, Kakashi appeared just in time, catching the black rod that Pain had thrust toward Iruka. He fixed his only visible left eye on Pain with an unwavering gaze. He instructed Iruka to retreat, then snapped the black rod in his right hand with a forceful twist. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low, springing nimbly out of the way of Pain's flying kick. Each of his movements was swift and seamless. There was not the slightest hint of uncertainty. Earth style, earth wall. Kakashi's hands blurred through seals, and suddenly the ground rose before him, forming a wall of earth studded with 4 snarling dog heads, blocking off Pain's escape completely. Pain, unfazed by this sudden change, drew out another black rod from his sleeve and, with swift precision, pierced it through Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi twitched involuntarily from the pain, blood trickling down his arm. Even so, he refused to slow down. Gathering crackling lightning in his left hand, a fierce current swirling, he thrust it fearlessly toward Pain. Lightning blade. Pain's face remained cold and emotionless, those strange purple Rinnegan eyes gleaming eerily. A wave of dizziness swept over Kakashi, that same strange feeling that had plagued him before. Now, it made his movements sluggish, his lightning blade attack lost its speed, and his strike was plainly slower. Noticing Kakashi's sudden lethargy, Pain merely tilted his head aside, dodging the lightning blade with almost casual ease. The copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, what an honor it is to meet you. The lightning blade struck the earth wall, leaving countless cracks, spreading like a spider's web across its surface. Realizing his attack had failed, Kakashi wrenched the black rod from his shoulder and staggered back several steps. Anoki, what just happened? I felt my mind wander for an instant. Surely it's not just because I'm getting old? Madarumi, Lord Tsuchikage, you're not mistaken. I felt the same thing. Hiruzen Sarutobi, so did I. There was definitely something strange. I also experienced a brief spell of dizziness. With the affirmation from the village leaders, others in the crowd began to speak up about feeling the same. Leaf Chunin, I felt it too. Cloud Jonin, likewise. Stone Ninja, me too. The chorus of me too echoed around. Tobirama Senju, but all we're doing is watching through screen. His remark sent a shockwave across the entire shinobi world. Of course, that sensation had traveled straight through the screen. Anoki, could the Rinnegan really be this terrifying? Jiraiya, it is, after all, the I once said to belong to the Sage of 6 Paths, the legendary ancestor of all shinobi, Kakashi, and I'm supposed to fight an enemy this powerful. Where's the Nine Tails? Pain fixed Kakashi with a chilling stare, his voice utterly devoid of warmth as he repeated the question. What a foolish thing to ask. Kakashi ignored Pain's persistent questioning. Once again, he gathered the energy for Chidori and charged straight at Pain. Pain remained where he stood, watching Kakashi's rapid approach with unnerving calm. The Rinnegan in his eyes shimmered even more ominously, radiating a sense of uncanny power. In the very next instant, as Kakashi drew close, he was suddenly struck by an invisible force. Chidori still crackling in his hand, he was flung backward violently, crashing through the shattered remains of a ruined house. Naruto Uzumaki, what just happened? Why did Kakashi-sensei get tossed like that? That weird guy with the black rods sticking out of him didn't seem to do anything at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Is that some sort of ability that repels matter? But even so, how could it brush off a high-level S-rank jutsu like Chidori? Unless Shikaka Nara. He can repel anything that comes near him, including ninjutsu. In other words, all ninjutsu is useless against him. Ayo, that's what I was thinking too. The words all ninjutsu is useless weighed on the hearts of everyone in the ninja world, heavy as a boulder. Kisame Hashigaki. How in the world is anyone supposed to fight someone like that? He's terrifying. The last time I felt this kind of fear was because of that guy in the green leotard. Tobirama Senju. This power truly is most unusual, utterly terrifying. Buried under the debris, Kakashi struggled to push aside the wooden planks pressing against his head. With effort, he rose to his feet and once more faced Pain. His gaze locked on Pain, who stood perfectly unharmed. Kakashi felt a chill tighten inside him. What was that technique just now? It wasn't anything like a shockwave. Centered on him, everything within 10 meters was completely swept away. The ground, with Pain in its center, now formed a smooth, 10-meter, wide circle cleared of all debris. The earthen wall Kakashi created earlier had vanished without a trace. If that's the case, then how about this? Lightning style, lightning beast tracking Fong. Lightning surged around Kakashi's hands, condensing into a vibrant, crackling blue chakra. In the next heartbeat, a beast made entirely of lightning roared forth, trailing a brilliant arc of electricity as it lunged at Pain. The result was unmistakable. The moment the lightning beast reached Pain, it was instantly dispelled by an invisible force, dissolving into thin air. Though he half expected it, Kakashi couldn't hide the shock on his face. Even physical attacks and ninjutsu are reflected. Who exactly is this guy? Now, what should I do? Kakashi's mind raced, searching desperately for a solution. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted behind him, filling the air with dust. A massive figure landed at Kakashi's back, a mechanized entity clad in the same black robe as Pain, with identical eyes gleaming. It was the Azure Path. There's another one? Anoki. Impossible. Am I seeing this right? Another pair of Rinnegan eyes has appeared. Kisame Hashigaki. Here comes another one. This is terrifying. Honestly, I'm starting to admire this ninja called Kakashi. Kururare Kushimaru. Lucky for me, I died early and don't have to face an enemy like that. Hey. Are there really supposed to be two people in legend who possess the Rinnegan? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Hashirama Senju. Madara. Look, there's still remarkable shinobi in this era who are no less than we were. Madara Uchiha. And what of it, Hashirama? Look at Konoha now. Is this the village you believed would bring peace? Hashirama Senju. Madara. Naruto. Uzumaki. I believe in Kakashi-sensei. He won't go down so easily. Tobirama Senju. Kakashi, truly worthy of being the 6th Hokage in the future. He's an outstanding shinobi. It's just a pity he's up against someone with the Rinnegan. Jiraiya. Hearing the 2nd Hokage say that reminds me, if Kakashi is to become the 6th Hokage, but Tsunade is still the 5th even now. And the system clearly states Kakashi died from chakra exhaustion. Then was Kakashi revived in the future? Hiruzen Sarutobi. That's right, what's going on with that? It does seem a bit contradictory. Madarumi. I agree. It's a real shame if such a charming guy actually died. Anoki. No way. How could there be a jutsu that brings the dead back to life? If such a thing existed, wouldn't that mean everyone could live forever? Tobirama Senju. The current Suchikage is right. As everyone wrestled with this question, Uchiha Madara, who remained in the Pure Land, felt uneasy. To his knowledge, there was only one way the dead could ever be revived, the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. Obito, are you planning to betray me? Although Kakashi's death is regrettable, I would never sacrifice myself to save someone like Kakashi in this boring world. At that moment, beneath Obito's mask, his Sharingan spun rapidly, the tomo blurring into the shape of a pinwheel. Space began to warp around him, and his figure slowly faded from sight. It seems that Nagato needs to be watched even more closely. Inside Amigakure, Nagato stared at Konan, confusion writ on his face. Could it be that after killing Kakashi, I then sacrifice myself to bring him back? What sense does that make? Besides, peace hasn't been achieved. There's no way I die now. Ridiculous. The scene continued. The Azure Path gave Kakashi no time to react. It simply twisted off its own arm, and a barrage of missiles launched straight from the limb, arcing through the air directly toward Kakashi. A series of violent explosions rocked the area, billowing up thick, churning waves of smoke. But Kakashi was not so easily struck. Using the cover of smoke, he silently slipped behind the Azure Path. Channeling chakra into his lightning blade, he aimed directly at the back of Azure Path's head. To Kakashi's surprise, the Azure Path, which had been wholly focused on the front, suddenly crouched down as though it had foreseen the attack, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. In a fluid motion, it leaped lightly and returned to Pain's side. What's going on? Doubt clouded Kakashi's mind. As he looked up, his eyes met Pain's cold, unwavering stare from across the battlefield. So that's how it is. Naruto Uzumaki. What happened just now? That huge guy didn't even see Kakashi-sensei coming. So how did he manage to dodge Kakashi-sensei's attack? Right on time. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shikaku. Did you gather any valuable intel from this? Make a note of it. It may prove useful in the future. Shikakanara. Lord Third, I suspect the Rinnegan users can share what they see. That's how the bigger one was able to evade Kakashi's strike so quickly. Anoki. As expected from the strategist of the Leaf Village. You managed to deduce so much just from a single recording. Hey, what's the Hidden Cloud Intel Squad doing? Quick, jot everything down. Mabui. Understood, Lord Rakage. Deidara. Looks like the boss's powers aren't so secret anymore. Anoki. You insolent apprentice Deidara. Pain. It doesn't matter. Everything I do is to bring about peace. This is the will of a god. Naruto Uzumaki. You've hurt so many people. How can you call that peace? Hiden. Why not join Lord Jashin's faithful instead? Pain. Only by knowing pain can people truly understand the value of peace. The Azura Path turned to look at Kakashi, a strange smile creeping onto his face. The skin on his head began to writhe and shift rapidly. In a matter of seconds, 2 new faces appeared, one on each side of his head. Without warning, the Azura Path tore open his clothes, revealing 6 powerful arms that had sprouted beneath his garments. Kakashi froze, taken aback by the sight before him. The Azura Path had become a terrifying figure, now bearing 3 faces and 6 arms, a sight both shocking and intimidating. The Azura Path crouched slightly, and from his waist, a massive chainsaw swiftly unfolded, aimed squarely at Kakashi. The razor, sharp saw teeth caught the sunlight, reflecting a chilling gleam. Kakashi's expression tightened. He fixed his gaze on the 2 enemies before him, pondering their next move and bracing himself for attack. To face a foe of this magnitude was a daunting task. Even dealing with just one would be challenging enough. Now, however, the situation had grown dire. Kakashi knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a moment. Pain sprang into action. With only a subtle movement, he raised his hand and pointed directly at Kakashi. Universal pull. In an instant, an overwhelming force seized Kakashi, pulling him irresistibly toward the Azura Path and its waiting chainsaw. So that's it, this guy's ability is... As he was yanked through the air, Kakashi managed, with considerable effort, to fish out a length of chain from the pouch at his waist. He hurled it out, wrapping it tightly around a massive boulder nearby, managing to halt his flight in midair. Against these 2, I stand no chance alone. My only hope is to hang on until my comrades arrive, and to share what I've learned about their abilities, he thought to himself. But pain offered no respite. The pull intensified, relentless and all-consuming. Kakashi fought with everything he had, clinging desperately to the chain. But the pull was relentless. It ripped the chain from his grasp, drawing him straight into the path of the Azura Path's waiting chainsaw. Kakashi-sensei! Naruto's anguished shout rang out as he rushed to Kakashi's fallen side. Tears streamed from his eyes, and his face bore an expression of undisguised panic and fear. Kakashi watched as Naruto, sobbing uncontrollably, came running toward him. His first instinct was to turn away to avoid being seen like this. But when his gaze met Naruto's, his body stiffened slightly, and at last, he could not bring himself to move. He slowly raised his hand and gently ruffled Naruto's hair, speaking in a light, reassuring tone. It's all right, Naruto. Your teacher still has plenty of fight left. Something like this won't stop me so easily. Trust me, okay? A certain chunin from the Hidden Sand Village said, Kakashi has been run through the chest. There's no way he could survive, not even if the Sage of 6 Paths himself stepped in. So my answer is A. He's sacrificed himself. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, utterly foolish. Anoki added, what a fool. Meitarumi quipped, that's quite the talent. Raza said, don't call yourself a shinobi of the Sand Village anymore. You're bringing shame to our village. The Sand Shinobi protested, impossible. Kakashi was clearly, help. Kakashi, my answer is B, no sacrifice. Raza commented, how embarrassing. A burst of colorful light surged from the black screen, landing squarely on Kakashi and fusing into his body. Suddenly flooded with a torrent of knowledge, Kakashi sat down cross-legged, shut his eyes, and began carefully absorbing and sorting through the newly acquired information. Before long, Kakashi opened his eyes. He casually brushed aside his forehead protector, which always concealed his left eye. Now, instead of the familiar crimson iris, his gaze was composed of an ordinary, dark eye, just like anyone else's. Kakashi said, I suddenly feel so much lighter. So this is what it's like without the Sharingan. Honestly, I'm really touched. The Kakashi that had been pierced through suddenly lit up with sparks of lightning across his body. The next moment, he transformed into a silver arc of electricity and vanished from a spot. Upon witnessing this, even Pain's usually emotionless expression shifted just slightly. Lightning, nature chakra, surged rapidly along Azura Path's raised chainsaw, in an instant completely cloaking Azura Path in crackling lightning. Unable to move, Azura Path was left completely paralyzed. Pain's eyes flickered, as if noticing something amiss. Yet he didn't intervene to save Azura Path. He simply leapt quietly to the side. A certain Jonin from the Stone Village remarked, "Just as expected, it's the same old pattern and the same old style." A Chunin from the Mist Village said, "Seriously, Kakashi's a real headache." Choza Akimichi commented, "Before figuring out his enemy's abilities, Kakashi always uses substitution or clones. That's been his go to tactics since we first worked together. To this day, he's still the same. His methods are ever so clever." Tobarama Senju agreed. "This junior is truly remarkable. His battle strategies are unparalleled." Hashirama Senju laughed. "Little brother, it's rare for you to praise another shinobi like this. Seems our village really does have quite a few hidden gems." Uchihamadara spoke coldly. "Before absolute power, all petty tricks are meaningless." Senju Tobarama replied, "You're just relying on brute force, nothing more." Madara glanced at Tobarama dismissively. "Hashirama, if it weren't for you, I would have already sent this guy to reunite with Izuna." Tobarama's tone was flat. "Say whatever you want. I'm already dead anyway." Suddenly, two enormous hands crashed down from above, bringing with them a terrifying pressure as they struck towards Pain and the Azura Path with pinpoint accuracy. Pain sensed danger beforehand and leapt aside with swift precision, escaping harm. But the paralyzed Azura Path wasn't so fortunate. A heavy blow landed directly, tearing its body open and leaving all but incapable of further battle. "Good. That takes care of one," Madara remarked with satisfaction. Choza Akimichi and his son, Choji, brought the elite of their clan to reinforce Kakashi. Upon seeing the support arrive, Kakashi's true self slowly emerged from beneath the rubble. "It's wonderful to be able to conserve chakra. That helped a lot." Pain stared at the unscathed Kakashi, and a flicker of annoyance appeared on his face. No longer willing to be toyed with, he finally acted. For the first time, Pain launched an attack, moving directly against Kakashi and the others. The responding shinobi were fast and coordinated, showing the prowess of seasoned warriors. In the instant Pain moved, Sai's enlarged fists, shuriken, and wind-style jutsu assailed him from all directions, sealing off any escape route. Yet, Pain's face remained expressionless. He spoke with chilling indifference, Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted in an instant, flinging away every attack. A thick cloud of smoke mushroomed into the air with a resounding blast. "Damn it!" Choji shouted in frustration, hurling several kunai at Pain when he saw their attacks had failed. But such efforts were pointless. Pain simply tilted his head ever so slightly, dodging them effortlessly. What is that?" Choza stared at Pain's overwhelming power, unable to believe what he was witnessing. He just repelled every single attack. His ability is centered on himself, allowing him to either attract or repel objects. In other words, it's as if he's controlling gravity and repulsive force. However, it appears he can't use this technique continuously. There's always a brief interval before he can use it again. Hearing this, Choji Akimichi couldn't help but glance back outside. By now, all the Akimichi clan ninja who had rushed to support them lay sprawled on the ground, motionless, their fate uncertain. "We only have that opening to act. I have a plan, but I'll need your full cooperation." Time was running out, and the smoke from the smoke bombs was thinning fast. The three of them quickly discussed their tactics, ready to make their move at any moment. At this moment, the ninja world was so still it made it hard to breathe. Everyone was shaken by Pain's terrifying power. Ding! The system is now issuing a question. In this battle, among these three, who will sacrifice themselves? A. Kakashi Hitaki, Choza Akimichi, Choji Akimichi. B. Choza Akimichi, Choji Akimichi. C. Kakashi Hitaki. D. Kakashi Atak, Shoji Akimichi. Answer correctly for a surprising reward. Answer wrongly, and you'll face punishment. After the system posed the question, the room did not erupt into heated debate as one might expect. Instead, a heavy silence hung in the air. The tension was almost suffocating, and everyone felt the weight of what was to come. Instead, a heavy silence hung in the air. The tension was almost suffocating, and everyone felt the weight of what was to come. The power Pain had demonstrated in the video left everyone with a sense of looming threat. Even the Kage from every village realized how dire the situation was. If Pain had chosen to attack a village other than the Leaf, would they have any chance of resisting? Sakura. So that means Kakashi-sensei and the others weren't able to defeat Pain, and someone's going to die. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. No. He choked back tears, grief overwhelming his words. Deidara. So this is the power of our leader? Terrifying. Inoki. You traitor, Deidara. Deidara. Oh, give a rest, old man. You'd better watch out. Soon it could be a Wagakura's turn. Anoki. Deidara, you traitor. Kuratsuchi. Brother Deidara, the old man is getting on in years. Don't get him riled up again. Besides, I know I'm doing all right, but I'm not ready to take on the pressures of being such a kid just yet. Anoki. You too. Tobarama Senju. From my perspective, Konoha is facing real danger this time. This pain, his strength is far beyond that of ordinary shinobi. Hashirama Senju. Is that so? I don't think it's hopeless. We should still be able to defeat him, don't you think? Tobarama Senju. Please, big brother. Not everyone is gifted with power like yours. Jiraiya. Actually, this person called Pain was once my student. His original name was Yahiko. Nagato, Conan, what happened to you all? Why did Yahiko become this way? And what about the Rinnegan? Wasn't that Nagato's eye? Conan. Master Jiraiya, I'm sorry, but I can't answer that. When Pain's face was fully revealed on the screen, Jiraiya froze for a moment. Memories surged in, sweeping him back to the past, to those three children, gentle Conan, shy Nagato, and Yahiko, always looking out for his friends. Tsunade. So it really was those three kids. No wonder they looked so familiar to me. Orochimaru. Yes, I had the odd feeling I'd seen them before, too. No matter how Jiraiya called out for Nagato, Conan, or Yahiko, the three on the screen remained silent, giving no response. Within the Pure Land, Yahiko gazed at his own image on the screen, his expression clouded. Conan, Nagato, what exactly are you two doing? Ding, the system has detected an extended silence. A responder will be randomly selected. Selection complete. Deidara, you'll answer. Deidara, it's my turn? Simple enough. I'll answer. Sasori, wait, Deidara. We may have our differences, but I'll give you a friendly warning. There's no way that Kakashi survived. Deidara, yeah, I get it. I'm not stupid. With the boss's strength, there's no way those three are still alive. I pick A, all of them are dead. Checking the answer. Ding, incorrect answer. Penalty. No use of any clay explosives for 3 days. Deidara, no, my art gone. Sasori said, we should be careful with our words these days, or we might end up risking our lives. True eternal beauty is what art is all about. Deidara retorted, nonsense. True art is in the explosion itself. 1 minute later, if no one answers, the system will initiate a new round of random selection. Choza Akimichi declared, now the options we can rule out are A and D. Naruto jumped in, hey old man, it was only that guy Deidara who picked A and got it wrong. Why can't anyone choose D? Choza replied, it's simple. As long as I'm alive, I would never allow Choji to be sacrificed. Such simple yet resolute words echoed across the vast ninja world, leaving no one in doubt. His explanation was enough to show why option D was off the table. Kakashi spoke, I'll answer. My pick is C. Choza protested, Kakashi. Kakashi said gently, don't worry, Choza. My fate always pointed this way. I'm not sure what will happen in the end, but all I hope is that as long as one person is enough to be sacrificed, let it be me. Hashirama Senju, voice filled with warmth, said, look at that. This is the true spirit of the Leaf Village. Everyone is willing to protect the village, to guard the bond between us. The village is our home, and there's always something a home worth protecting. Madara Uchiha scoffed. Naive. Ridiculous. Checking the answers now. Congratulations to Kakashi for the correct answer. You have earned a Fragmented Reincarnation Scroll. Fragmented Reincarnation Scroll grants the power to revive a person for 1 day. Madara Uchiha erupted. What? Orochimaru, eyes gleaming with intrigue, muttered. This is a method worth delving into. As soon as the system's reward was revealed, everyone in the ninja world was swept up in shock and unease. Anoki, full of doubt, questioned, the dead coming back to life. Can something like that really be possible? Tobarama Senju murmured in awe. Unbelievable. A shine of infatuation flickered in Sasori's eyes. It's as if I can see immortal beauty itself. Reikage A pressed urgently. Kakashi, can you tell us whether this reincarnation scroll is real or not? Kakashi stared down at the scroll in his hands, his expression shadowed by uncertainty, sinking into a long silence. Revival. Who should I bring back? Beside him, Hiruzen Tsurutobi merely watched Kakashi and the scroll quietly, not uttering a word, though his eyes revealed a turmoil impossible to decipher. Just then, a cold, steely voice cut through the air. Out of nowhere, Danzo appeared in front of Kakashi, surrounded by several members of the Root Division. Reaching out, Danzo fixed Kakashi with a piercing gaze, his tone commanding. Kakashi, a scroll this precious should belong to the village. It must be used to strengthen our power. Startled out of his thoughts, Kakashi was about to respond, when Danzo's hand thrust forward, close enough to seize the scroll. What's your problem, old man? Kakashi-sensei won this fair and square. Why should you take it away from him? Naruto protested fiercely, making it very clear he didn't like this strange man with bandages wrapped around the left side of his face. He shoved Danzo's hand aside and stepped protectively in front of Kakashi. At that moment, the two elite root members behind Danzo instinctively moved forward, ready to act. It was a critical moment when Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. Danzo, Naruto is right. Kakashi earned that scroll on his own. The decision of how to use it is his to make. The village won't interfere. Since that's the case, Danzo, I suggest you leave for now. Danzo easily caught the warning hidden in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, a reminder not to go too far. Naruto seized the opportunity and crowed triumphantly at Danzo. Hear that, you grumpy old geezer? Grandpa Third says it's time for you to leave. He stuck out his tongue and made a mocking face for good measure. Danzo merely snorted coldly to himself, thinking, now isn't the time to fall out with Hiruzen. We'll see, Hiruzen. Without another word, he turned and walked off with his two root subordinates. As they left, he muttered under his breath, the Nine Tails, HMPF. Thank you, Lord Third. Kakashi offered Hiruzen Sarutobi a heartfelt bow of gratitude. Though Naruto was oblivious to Danzo's true intentions, Kakashi understood perfectly well. In all of Konoha, Danzo rarely showed restraint to anyone but Hiruzen Sarutobi. To have Danzo's attention was never a good sign. Before the story officially continues, dear readers, I'd like to share a few words. When I first started writing this novel, it was simply out of my love for Naruto. I never imagined so many of you would find your way here. To be honest, it's pretty thrilling. Only in these past few days have I begun to truly consider seeing this book through to the end. But I always felt my writing wasn't flowing as smoothly as I hoped. Today, after some real reflection, I realized my original intention was to express the elements I love most about Naruto, not to overhaul the story or force system mechanics into it. So, from now on, the narrative will align more closely with the spirit of the original work, focusing on storylines rather than system rewards or quiz-like interludes. I don't want to twist the personalities of the characters who've accompanied me through my youth. At the same time, I hope to fill in the regrets and gaps that I always wished had been addressed in the original. And of course, if you have similar regrets, let me know. I'll do my best to mend them with you. All right, that's enough for now. Any more, and you might think I'm just padding out the word count. And now, let's return to the story. Pain walked slowly through the swirling smoke, showing no sense of urgency in his movements. Seizing the cover of the lingering haze, Kakashi suddenly sprang from the ground, kunai in hand, attempting a surprise attack on Pain. Pain merely halted, fixing Kakashi with a chilly, unflinching gaze from his violet eyes. The scene felt hauntingly familiar. A powerful force exploded outward. Kakashi had no time to react. His kunai flew from his grip, and his body was hurled into the air before crashing hard onto the ground. Your skills are impressive, and your repertoire of jutsu is vast. Someone like you, if left unchecked, would no doubt become a serious thorn in my side in the future. With those words, Pain raised his hand and slid a black rod from his sleeve, prepared to end Kakashi's life once and for all. Now's the moment. Yet there was little panic in Kakashi's eyes. Human boulder double slam. This was the hallmark jutsu of the Akimichi clan. Father and son, Choza and Choji Akimichi, transformed into colossal rolling boulders. They charged at Pain from both sides. As they barreled forward, thick clouds of dust rose in their wake, a truly striking scene. Too slow. Pain, still cold and detached, gave only that terse response. Almighty push. With a sweep of his hands, he blasted both of the Akimikis away with ease. Hey, B, could you handle a technique like that if you were up against it? Killer B, you bet. I could take it on myself, though making it look as effortless as Pain just did. That's another story, fool. You know it, yo. Inoki, well, he is the 8, Tails Jinchuriki. He'd have a muscle for it. Naruto Uzumaki. Choji, you were amazing back then. I wonder just how strong I am myself these days. Choji Akimichi, shyly. Naruto, I'm sure you'll become just as strong too. Sasuke, dream on, dead last. Bet when this happened, you were probably shaking in some corner, too scared to poke your head out. Naruto Uzumaki, no way. I'm gonna be Hokage. I'd never back down a time like that. Minato Namikaze, keep at it, Naruto. As your father, I'll always believe in you. Kushina Uzumaki, and I'll always be cheering for you too, Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, Dad, Mom. Mei Terumi, even after all this, Pain still isn't beaten? What a shame, I haven't even gotten to see what Kakashi really looks like yet. Choza Akimichi, if even this didn't work, then sacrifices may be inevitable. A surge of dust and shattered stones, fiercer than ever before, swept through the air and struck the two men with force. Yet, father and son remained unfazed, acting with calm determination. Amidst the screech of metal grinding, neither had noticed exactly when it started. But both Choza and Choji Akimichi now gripped the end of a heavy chain with unyielding strength. With a mighty pull from both, a chain nearly 10 meters long sprang up from beneath the ground, snapping taut to coil perfectly around Pain's hands. So this chain was already buried underground before the attack even began? Did Kakashi plan for this in advance? For the first time, Pain's composure cracked, surprise flickering on his face as he stared at the links binding his hands. Chidori! A blinding white light burst forth as Kakashi raised his Chidori, dashing toward Pain's head like a bolt of lightning. Go for it, Kakashi-sensei. Take him down, Kakashi. Choza and Choji heaved with everything they had, giving Pain no chance to fight back. Having lost access to his jutsu, and now completely restrained, Pain appeared utterly cornered and helpless. Senju Tobarama spoke. What a genius Kakashi is, possessing exceptional talent in battle, keen thinking, tactical brilliance, a calm attitude, and formidable strength. It's no wonder he became the 6th Hokage. Senju Hashirama smiled. Didn't I say it? The village's overall strength is still remarkably powerful. Uchiha scoffed. Child's play. Narashikaku remarked thoughtfully. Unable to use jutsu, body incapacitated by all rights, the situation is utterly hopeless. I truly can't imagine what counter Pain has left. Could he still have some hidden ace up his sleeve? Inoki nodded. Indeed, even if I were in his place, I doubt I could escape such a predicament. Kakashi really is a remarkable ninja. Kakashi replied, Thank you for your praise, Lord Tsuchikage. Naruto Uzumaki asked anxiously, Does this mean Kakashi-sensei and the others are going to win? If so, maybe no one else has to die. Deidara snorted. What nonsense are you spouting? How could the leader possibly lose so easily? With Kakashi's strength, he probably couldn't even beat me. Contrary to expectations, there was no bloody spray. At the very instant Kakashi's Chidori was about to strike Pain, a figure suddenly appeared, shielding Pain from the lethal blow. It was the Azura Path. Though already battered and covered in wounds, the Azura Path now stood firm in front of Pain, absorbing the attack. Kakashi and the two Akimikis were stunned by the sight. This is our last chance. I have to make it in time. Kakashi poured even more chakra into his lightning blade. The Raikiri flashed brighter than ever, piercing straight through the Azura Path's body. Kakashi desperately tried to use this fleeting opportunity to strike at Pain once more. Pain snorted coldly, using the brief moment gained through the Azura Path to complete his jutsu preparations. Almighty push, Shinra Tensei. This time, the jutsu was different from anything before. An overwhelming repulsive force erupted like an explosion, spreading in all directions with terrifying speed. It was as if a scorching iron sphere had been dropped into still, icy water. The entire space instantly came to a furious boil. The immense power raged on for dozens of seconds before gradually subsiding. When silence finally returned, Pain stood high above the ruins, looking down at Kakashi. Kakashi's body was half buried in rubble, blood pooling around him. So, you weren't just pretending to be unable to move. Kakashi felt the searing pain surging through his body. Through labored breaths, he looked toward Akimichi Choza and Akimichi Choji, both lying motionless, their fate unclear. Still not fast enough, it seems. I already know you're not a shadow clone, so this time, I must be certain of your death. I won't carelessly get close, just in case. Pain reached down and drew a nail from the wooden planks at his feet, gripping it between his forefinger and middle finger. With perfect aim, he set his sights on Kakashi's head. Now taste true pain. In the next instant, the nail shot through Kakashi's skull with crushing force. Kakashi's body twitched a few times, then finally went still as the last of his life slipped away. Tobarama Senju. That was remarkable. Might Guy. Kakashi, this is your moment of radiant youth. You truly are my eternal rival. Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi, you've done excellently. I am proud of you. Kakashi, father. Tsukumo Hatake. It's all right, Kakashi. Walk forward with resolve. Follow your own path. You've already become outstanding, haven't you? Konoha Village. Feeling his father's approval, memories from Kakashi's childhood welled up inside him like a rising tide. A feeling he had not sensed for so long, grievance, surged into his heart, moistening his eyes. Kakashi, I understand now, father. Kakuzu. Hatake Kakashi is truly a formidable shinobi. Even with my comrade's support, I could never have done what he did facing the leader. Kisame Hashigaki. The leader's power is overwhelming. It's honestly terrifying. Naruto Uzumaki. Look, everyone, the scene isn't over yet. I knew Kakashi-sensei wouldn't die that easily. Everyone's attention snapped back to the black screen. And, just as Naruto predicted, the story pressed on. After Pain gave the battlefield one final sweeping glance, he turned and left. After some time, Choji, who had been knocked out by the massive impact, slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw the world around him had been reduced to utter ruin. In the next instant, as if something had suddenly dawned on him, Choji's body jolted. Despite his injuries, he struggled to his feet from the ground. He lifted his head and saw his father lying quietly amidst the rubble. Kakashi was half buried in a pile of stones, completely motionless. "Dad, Kakashi-sensei!" Stumbling toward his father, Choji fell to his knees with a dull thud, tears streaming relentlessly down his face. "Dad, you protected me at the cost of—" At that moment, Kakashi's weak voice broke the silence. Each word seemed to take all the strength he had left, his breath ragged. "Save your tears for later, Choji. If you can still move, go find Lady Tsunade right now. Report Pain's abilities. We have to come up with a countermeasure immediately." Kakashi-sensei. Hearing that familiar voice, realizing that Kakashi was still alive, Choji froze for a moment. Slowly his tears subsided. "We could talk about this later. Go now. Run." Kakashi kept urging him, forcing the urgency into his voice. "But Choji glanced at his father lying before him, unable to move, torn by hesitation. "Don't let your father's sacrifice be in vain." "Deidara, what happened? How did Kakashi survive that kind of attack from a leader?" "Pain, remarkably tenacious. Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi-sensei, is incredible. But Choji's dad, Choji Akimichi, dead. Inoichi Yamanaka, don't worry, kiddo. Your father isn't that easy to take down, right, old friend?" "Choza Akimichi. Haha, you two know me best. Choji, you're a ninja now. No more crying all the time." Shikakinara. Pain thought he dealt with Kakashi and got careless. He didn't check the aftermath, which is why Choza and Choji pulled through. "Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi, have you been hiding an even stronger technique?" "Tobarama Senju. I'm curious too. Under those conditions, how did you use ninjutsu to save yourself? And keep it from Pain's notice?" "Kakashi. Second Hokage, third Hokage. To be honest, even I'm not sure." "So that's it, Kakashi." Beneath the shadows of the Rain Village, Obito, his face hidden behind a mask, gazed up at the black screen in the sky, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful glimmer. A true genius, after all. These guys are relentless. With the grating sound of metal scraping against metal, the battered, almost ruined Azura path, crippled by Kakashi's lightning blade, seemed to shudder back to life at the sound of Kakashi and Choji's conversation, stirring once more, ever so slowly. "Anoki, that was remarkable. I truly thought Kakashi was dead, yet he's still alive. And that Azura path, even shattered and scattered in pieces across the ground, still clings to life. Ino Yamanaka, there are just too many twists and turns." Hashirama Senju. "Oh, dear brother, this is so much more thrilling than the battles in our day." Tobarama Senju. "Don't be ridiculous, big brother. No one truly seeks battle, because someone always ends up losing their life." As the Azura path, racked by weakness, struggled desperately, it managed to muster one last ounce of energy. The skin on its back began to writhe and shift, slowly forming a missile, its sights locked on Choji. With a tremendous explosion, the missile shot forth. His plan was simple and ruthless: to kill Choji with this single strike, making sure no information about Pain's abilities would survive. "Jump, Choji, now!" Kakashi's urgent shout cut through the chaos. In that split second, Choji didn't hesitate for a moment. He sprinted for his life. Kakashi's gaze tracked the missile speeding after Choji. He knew all too well. Choji was already exhausted from the fierce battle, his strength and chakra all but spent. If that missile struck, there would be no escaping death. "If I use that power just once more, I'll have nothing left, no strength, no chakra. If that happens, Without another thought, Kakashi made his decision. His left eye snapped open, the scarlet pupil swirling as three tomo spun rapidly, blurring together into the shape of a great pinwheel. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Even with the distance between them, Kakashi forced the missile to twist and warp, erasing it from existence altogether. As Azura Path watched his missile vanish in midair, his face flooded with shock. Only then did he truly understand. It was this mysterious ocular power that had allowed Kakashi to survive what should have been certain death. So that's it. He used his eye technique to transfer the attack away, just a split second before it hit. Understanding dawned on Azura Path, but his own strength had utterly given out. Silently, he collapsed to the ground. Kakashi, now drained of chakra and all his remaining life force, looked up at the sky one last time. Slowly, he allowed his eyes to close. The scene fades to black. Uchiha Susanoo, what? The Mangekyo Sharingan? Kakashi Itaki, you're not even part of the Uchiha clan. How could you possess such eyes? Kakashi, this Sharingan was entrusted to me by a dear friend. It's his legacy, left to me after he passed away. Uchiha Shursui, such overwhelming ocular power. This must be a space manipulating technique, isn't it? Nothing less from Kakashi, senpai. Uchiha Taijima. This sort of thing is absolutely unheard of. Uchiha Itachi, Shursui. Uchiha Shursui. Itachi, has the matter you asked me to handle reached a conclusion? Uchiha Itachi, it's done. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, I swear, I'll be the one to end you with my own hands. Uchiha Madara, for an outsider to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. I'll concede, that's not without merit. But that's as far as it goes. A certain Uchiha, cursed outsider, the honor of the Uchiha, is not for you to claim. Another Uchiha, thieving foreigner, return the Sharingan to its rightful owners. Ever since Kakashi revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan in the video, no one was more stunned than the Uchiha themselves. The message board burst into a torrent of comments, nearly every line bearing the signature of an Uchiha clan member. Within the Hidden Leaf village, except for a handful who knew the truth, the rest of the Uchiha found it impossible to accept what they were seeing, their comments tinged with a storm of resentment and confusion. Kakashi could only sigh. He had faced suspicion before, many times, but every time these reactions came, it still left him weary. Uchiha Fugaku, enough, everyone please calm down. The decision was made long ago. We don't need to keep reopening old wounds. As the last head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's words brought swift silence to the entire gathering. Nearly everyone recognized him, and, just like that, the furor over Kakashi's Sharingan faded into the background. Uchiha Sasuke, father. Uchiha Itachi, father. At that very moment, somewhere 10,000 meters beyond the borders of the leaf, seeing their father reappear, even the stoic Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of emotion and couldn't help but softly call out to him. For Itachi, he had never truly moved past his feelings for his parents. They had been the deepest concern in his heart from childhood. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, you're facing 7-on-1. Are you holding up all right? Uchiha Mikoto. Sasuke, 7 against 1. Oh, my child, I can't help but worry for you. Uchiha Sasuke mother. Uchiha Itachi mother. Uchiha Sasuke. Stay out of this, Uchiha Itachi. You're not worthy of mentioning our parents. One day, I'll end this with my own hands. The Pure Land. Watching through the screen as her sons stood on opposite sides like bitter enemies, Uchiha Mikoto's heart was filled with nothing but unbearable sorrow. Uchiha Mikoto. Sasuke, 1 against 7. The content about Kakashi's cause of death has finished playing. Please select the next scene to play. 1. Kakashi's peak power. Kakashi's determination. A global vote across the ninja world will be held. Each person can only cast 1 vote, and the option with the most votes will be the next segment to play. Voting starts now, with a 3-minute time limit. Begin. As the system's announcement faded, 2 options appeared on the black screen. The vote counter below surged higher and higher as people cast their choices. 3, 2, 1. Voting has ended. The next scene to be played will be Kakashi's peak power. Minato Namikaze. So they're going to show Kakashi's peak strength next? I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if he'll outdo me, his teacher. Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi. Sensei is amazing for sure, but someday I'll be even stronger. I have to, after all, I'm going to be Hokage. Hinata. I believe in you, Naruto. Kiba. I want to be Hokage too. Shino. Right now, Kiba, I don't think many people are paying attention to you. Hinata. It's alright, Kiba. I heard you. Pain. No matter how high one climbs, in the end, beneath a god's gaze, everyone's just an insect. Kakashi's peak power? In this fabricated world, nothing has any meaning anymore. Kakashi's personal highlight phase reward is being distributed. Hearts left wanting. Here's your chance to make up for it. Come claim your reward. The Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi's expression shifted in an instant. The usual calm replaced first by shock, then disbelief, and finally, by unwavering resolve. Kakashi, please confirm whether to activate your reward now. Yes. Kakashi drew a deep breath. Fierce determination flashed in his eyes, washing away every trace of his usual easygoing air. Kakashi, sensei, what kind of reward did you? Naruto began to ask, but before he could finish, Kakashi vanished right before everyone's eyes. What just happened? Where did Kakashi, sensei go? Naruto's shout drew everyone's attention instantly. Sasuke, Sakura, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Gema Shiranui, all eyes locked onto the spot where Kakashi had disappeared. Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone, something's wrong. Kakashi, sensei, just disappeared all of a sudden. Anoki, what happened? Madarumi. Could it be related to the system reward? Tobirama Senju. It certainly looks that way. Hashirama said, don't worry. I doubt there will be any serious issues. The system's power is overwhelmingly strong. If it ever truly meant us harm, it wouldn't be something we could resist. The system didn't keep everyone waiting for long before it provided an explanation. Kakashi's reward is called Mending Regrets. I have sent him back to a point in time that weighs heavily on his heart, a moment filled with regret. Kakashi will retain the strength he possesses now, giving him a chance to rewrite the outcome of that day. It is important to clarify that the change applies only to a single day within that timeline. Once that day is over, Kakashi will be forcibly returned, and the events that are altered will not affect the present world. They will exist solely within a separate, parallel universe. This parallel world is identical to the present one. You may think of it as a shadow clone of this world, independent and everlasting. Though the system's explanation was exceedingly clear, there were few who could truly grasp what it meant. Those who understood exchanged stunned glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Tobirama said, a parallel world? Is it really possible for such a thing to exist? Shikaku, Nara murmured. To send someone back in time, the power required is unimaginable. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. It truly defies belief. Minato Namikaze agreed. This is something even beyond the reaches of space, time ninjutsu. Naruto Uzumaki piped up. What are you all talking about? Sasuke Uchiha replied coolly. If even this goes over your head, no wonder people always call you the class dunce. Hashirama asked, Madara, do you understand what's going on? Can you explain it to me? Madara Uchiha sneered. Hashirama, you really haven't changed. Still as slow as ever. Ching suddenly said, look, the images are starting again. As the blinding glare and the dizzying disorientation faded away, the pungent scent of gunpowder and the chaos of battle assaulted Kakashi's senses. From all around, the air split with a shrill, thunderous roar that echoed like a storm breaking overhead. What is this? A surge of familiarity swept over Kakashi, at once clearing away his last traces of confusion. He opened his eyes to find a girl with short hair. Purple markings streaked across her cheeks. She spread her arms wide, placing herself between him and danger, shielding him. At the same moment, his right hand crackled with lightning. Chidori, arcing directly toward the girl's chest. Rin! In that split second, Kakashi understood there was no way to completely withdraw the Chidori. But he would never allow the same tragedy to unfold before his eyes again. Drawing on years of battle, hardened instinct, he wrenched his right hand aside with all his strength, forcing the Chidori's path to veer off target as much as humanly possible. The price of this desperate maneuver was a terrible snap echoed through the chaos. A crisp crack of bone echoed through the air. Kakashi's right hand twisted grotesquely, clearly broken. His body, completely out of control, crashed to the ground like a kite with its string cut, dragging a deep, ragged groove across the earth. At that very moment, guided by White Zetsu, Obito arrived just in time to witness the instant Kakashi's Chidori lunged toward Rin. No, Kakashi! Gripped by despair, Obito charged at Kakashi with everything he had, desperate for any hope of saving Rin, whose life now hung by the tiniest thread. But fortune intervened. At the final possible moment, Kakashi pulled back. Obito stumbled to a halt, tears already streaming down his cheeks, the look in his eyes a portrait of utter hopelessness. What on earth is happening? White Zetsu, possessing Obito's body, saw it all unfold, utterly dumbfounded. Kakashi, how could it come to this? Why Kakashi? Rin gazed at Kakashi, who would rather bear the pain himself than harm her. For a moment, she stood frozen, blankly watching the direction in which Kakashi was flung. The hidden mist ninja, standing behind Rin, however, showed no such hesitation. Seeing Kakashi sent flying, he gave a cold snort. He circled past Rin, drew his blade, and slashed at Kakashi. Yet his strike didn't aim for a fatal spot. Instead, he targeted Kakashi's twisted right arm. After all, the order was not to kill. Crippling him would suffice, so long as he couldn't escape. With that thought, a sinister smile crept across the mist ninja's face behind his mask. Earth-style Earth Wall. At the critical moment, Kakashi, forcing his left hand to maneuver his broken right, managed with great difficulty to form the signs for the Earth Wall Jutsu. A massive wall of earth surged from the ground, perfectly intercepting the mist ninja's attack and isolating him on the other side of the barrier. Having done all this, Kakashi finally found a brief moment to catch his breath. Ack! A muffled groan of pain slipped from Kakashi's lips, while beads of cold sweat dripped from his brow, testimony to the agony raging through him. But it worked. His disjointed, misshapen right arm was forced back into place. At least now I can still fight. Kakashi glanced at his limp right arm. Although his gaze remained fixed on Rin, the distance between them worried him. Anything could happen in the blink of an eye. With a few nimble leaps, he landed beside her. Seeing Rin still lost in shock, Kakashi made a silent vow to himself. This time, he would never let tragedy repeat itself. He would never allow Rin to die by his own hand again. Minato Namikaze. This was the third great ninja war, after the Battle of Canopy Bridge, a time when both Obito and Rin met their ends. As I thought, Kakashi's greatest regret is this moment. Tobirama's Senju. Clearly, those two were deeply important to him. Minato Namikaze. After losing his father, Kakashi became cold and withdrawn, refusing to connect with anyone. It was only after meeting the cheerful Obito and the gentle Rin Noera that his hardened heart began to open, just a crack. Through time together, he eventually saw them as partners he could trust with his life. But then, Mei Terumi. They died, killed at the hands of the Hidden Miss, so-called Bloody Miss Shinobi. Minato Namikaze. Yes. After that, Kakashi shut himself off entirely, colder and more ruthless than ever. After joining the ANBU, he was even called Kakashi the Cold-Blooded. Anoki. That name is well known among shinobi from all our villages. Minato Namikaze. In order to prevent Kakashi from turning into a cold, emotionless killing machine, I once transferred him out of the ANBU. I wanted him to leave that sunless place and instead watch over Kushina in the shadows during her pregnancy. I hoped that witnessing the birth of a newborn might soften Kakashi's temperament. Sadly, both Kushina and I died later, victims of the Nine-Tails rampage. Naruto Uzumaki. So, even before I was born, Kakashi-sensei was already protecting me. Kushina Uzumaki. That's right, Naruto. Kakashi is an outstanding ninja. I feel reassured with you learning from him. But you should be careful around someone named Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze. Kushina, about Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya. Kushina. What do you mean by that? I'm an exceptional teacher, you know. Hey, my dear father, my trustworthy comrades, my mentor and his wife, all gone. I had thought this was just something the system would say, but now I realize they're truly gone. Anoki. Now that you mention it, I remember they're my own students, my favorite works, my only true friend, all still to come. Sasori. I have to admit, Kakashi's fate is even crueler than mine. Gaara. So there are people in this world even more tragic than I am. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto, if I'm not mistaken, you're Kakashi's student, aren't you? Don't tell me. Her voice falters, tears threatening to fall. Mikoto Uchiha. Sasuke. It seems you're one of Kakashi's students too. Harunobu Sekua. Minato Namikaze. As parents, the most important thing is to believe in our children. Children have their own journeys to walk. Don't be too saddened. Fugako Uchiha. Minato's right. Trust your children. Haruno Akio. You're both right. At this very moment, the one feeling the greatest shock is Uchiha Obito, hidden away in the Rain Village. He stares at the screen, seeing an ending that is nothing like what exists in his own memory. Before his eyes, Rin is alive and well. Unconsciously, tears slip down Obito's cheeks. Like sleepwalking, he takes 2 steps forward, unable to suppress a call from deep within his soul. Rin. He reaches out, longing to touch that all-too-familiar girl who has always been forbidden to him. What's going on? Black Zetsu, noticing something's off, had already tried sabotaging the screen from the shadows, but all his efforts proved useless. With no other choice, Black Zetsu can only continue manipulating Obito. Obito, what the system says only proves that the infinite Tsukimi world is real. Things have gone this far. Don't even think about giving up now. Yes, I know. I will sever the ties of fate in this world and create a world with Rin in it. The chilling, ghostly voice of Black Zetsu snapped Obito out of his painful memories. With a careless flick of chakra, he wiped away the tear stains beneath his mask and looked calmly back at the screen. Kakashi, let me watch your childish game of salvation unfold. Yet, despite his composure, an occasional flicker of something strange passed deep within his eyes. Pure Land. Another world, is it? Uchiha Madara gazed at the images on the black screen, his belief in his own actions growing ever stronger. Hashirama, just wait and see. I will create a world free of war, a world of true peace. Rin, can you still move? Kakashi pulled Rin behind him, eyes wary as he faced the hidden mist ninja encircling them both. His gentle voice brought Rin back from her scattered thoughts. Why Kakashi? Rin looked at Kakashi, who once again stood protectively before her without hesitation. After a brief moment of confusion, worry filled her gaze once more. I told you already, the 3 tails has been forcibly sealed inside me. There's a jutsu engraved over my heart to keep me from ending my own life. They want to drive us back to the leaf, then unleash the 3 tails by force. Kakashi, don't you realize what would happen then? Kakashi gently patted Rin's shoulder. I know, but I promised Obito that I would protect you. But, try to trust me. Trust in Obito's will, trust in Sensei. I believe the Leaf would never need a young shinobi to sacrifice themselves to resolve a crisis. Kakashi interrupted whatever Rin was about to say and turned to look at her, gentleness flashing in his eyes. Get ready now. We're going to fight. Move. Come on, let me move. Kakashi and Rin are in danger right in front of us. White Zetsu, possessing Obito and acting as his guide, suddenly restrained Obito's movements just as he was about to act. Lord Madara, that's the situation. Through his peculiar telepathic link, White Zetsu was reporting the current events. Madara, his body linked to a long white tube, long white hair spilling over an aged face, considered this for a moment. Let Obito go. Kakashi killing Rin is only a variable, nothing unmanageable. That little girl has already been placed under my Jinjutsu. Soon, I'll make her slip up on purpose and then be killed. So, the moment Kakashi killed Rin wasn't your doing, Lord Madara? White Zetsu couldn't hide his surprise. Of course not. All I did was cast a Jinjutsu on the girl. Actually, if Kakashi were to kill her, that would deliver exactly the effect I'm after. A pity, really. My main body just told me something new. Let's go. White Zetsu, who had possessed Obito, released the restrictions on Obito's movements, offering a sheepish explanation. You really are something, always letting me down at critical moments. Forget it. Let's go help Kakashi and Rin first. Obito muttered his dissatisfaction under his breath. Kakashi drew the small dagger from his back, shifting into a defensive stance. What now? They stopped running. The group of hidden mist ninjas exchanged uncertain glances, communicating silently amongst themselves. Let's rough them up a little, force them to keep running back to Konoha. Attack! Brandishing their swords, several mist ninjas charged straight for Kakashi. Rin, fall back, protect yourself. Twisting his body, Kakashi nimbly dodged the first sword thrust. Then, toes digging into the ground, he sprang forward and landed a swift kick that sent one of the enemies flying. At the same time, his dagger flashed up, blocking the next attack, his just retracted leg now pivoting for support. Another flying kick, this one brutally crashing into the next foe's chin. A scream rang out. With a cold, precise motion, Kakashi twisted his wrist, driving his dagger mercilessly through the chest of the final opponent. How could you? With that last, bitter gasp, the fallen ninja hit the ground hard. Damn you brat. Seeing a comrade killed, the Mist Squad's leader was instantly consumed by rage. Everyone get them now? Rin watched in astonishment as Kakashi killed an enemy with an ease she had never seen before. He seemed different, somehow, though she couldn't put her finger on what had changed. As the tension mounted and battle seemed ready to erupt at any moment, an utterly incongruous voice cut through the charged atmosphere. Hey, Kakashi, not bad, but you still need me to save you. Obito! Obito! Kakashi and Rin cried his name almost in unison, disbelief playing on their faces. Draped in a flowing black cloak, his face completely masked by some strange white substance. Only a single crimson Sharingan visible. Uchiha Obito appeared behind them. You're alive, Obito. That's wonderful. Rin instantly recognized the voice and the familiar tone. She didn't need to see his face. She was certain the boy before her was truly Obito. She dashed over, eyes brimming with tears, hands pressed over her mouth in an effort not to sob aloud from sheer relief. Thank goodness, Obito, you're alive. You made it. Once she was completely sure Obito was real, that he wouldn't just vanish before her eyes, a wave of overwhelming joy washed over her, again and again. In the next instant, she abandoned all restraint and threw herself into his arms, clutching his sleeves, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Rin, hey, don't cry. Please don't cry. I'm right here, aren't I? This gentle Rin, on the other hand, left Obito flustered and at a loss for what to do. The white wrapping around his head unraveled, revealing several horn-like protrusions jutting out at either side. Obito's face was bright red, his words stumbling from his lips. Yet he couldn't bear to interrupt Rin. He opened his arms, returning her embrace. Kakashi watched the two of them holding each other, and something inside him itched to run over and sweep his best friend up in a huge embrace of his own, to let his excitement burst free. But it wasn't possible. All around them, the hidden mist shinobi watched like wolves, their eyes never leaving the group. Who's that? The mist leader turned to his companion with a puzzled look. I think his name is Uchiha Obito. Word is he died in the last battle. So why is he alive now? No one comes back from the dead. The intelligence division needs to get their act together. How could they get something this basic so wrong? Displeased, the mist leader grumbled in a low voice, then raised his hand and clapped twice. All right, the kids have played enough. Everyone attack. Sakura. So this is Kakashi-sensei's dear friend? He does look a bit strange. Tsunade. Judging by his face and hands, he was once gravely injured, badly enough to lose half his body. I'm curious how anyone could survive something like that. Orochimaru. Even Tsunade, the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, can't quite figure it out? Interesting, but I think I'm starting to understand. Naruto, Uzumaki. Are they Kakashi-sensei's old comrades? They look so strong. Sasuke, Sakura, just like our little team. Sasuke, what's just like? Ninja always work in teams of 3. That's standard. Sakura, Sasuke's so cool. He's always right. Minato Namikaze. So, Kakashi and the others faced this much danger. It's my fault. I should never have sent them on such a perilous mission. Realizing they were all still in the middle of the battlefield, Rin quickly let go of Obito and stepped back, leaving enough space for them to fight side by side. Obito, Kakashi, you can do it. Good luck. She cheered for them both, raising her fists in encouragement. Obito strode to Kakashi's side, taking his place shoulder to shoulder with him. Kakashi, well, still in shape to fight? Or is it going to be me coming to your rescue again? You really think that's likely, Obito? They exchanged a glance, and suddenly, identical grins broke out on their faces. In that moment, each saw their own reflection in the other's eyes. Katon, great fireball jutsu. Suetun, water dragon bullet technique. A blazing fireball and a roaring dragon of water tore through the air, each one careening towards the wave of mist ninja bearing down on them. Faced with the jutsu launched by Kakashi and Obito, the Mist Village shinobi naturally didn't dare to take it head-on. As one, they leapt to the sides, swiftly dodging out of the technique's range. The ninjutsu struck the open ground with a thunderous explosion, sending up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Kakashi, of course, wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. He quickly fished a few smoke bombs from his pouch and, with a powerful shout, called out, Obito now! The swirling smoke and dust, mingling with the spreading smoke from the bombs, formed a dense shroud, creating a complete blind spot. Suddenly, a string of violent explosions thundered above their heads, made all the more chaotic by Kakashi's booming call. The Mist Ninja instinctively thought the two were about to launch a surprise attack under the cover of smoke. Instantly, tension soared. Everyone was on edge, bracing for an ambush. Everyone, rally to me now. Their squad leader reacted instantly, barking out a sharp order. Inside the haze, the shinobi of the hidden mist kept their nerves wound tight, alert for a strike that could come at any moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the smoke began to thin at last, no attack came from Kakashi and Obito. Captain, could those 3 have slipped away already? A teammate suddenly broke the silence. This comment was like a splash of cold water, snapping everyone to attention. The Mist Squad captain leaped out of the dissipating smoke, eyes scanning the spot where Kakashi, Obito, and Rin had just been standing. There was not a trace of anybody, just the glaring evidence of a hasty escape, including the childish scrawl of fool drawn in the earth and a mischievous, grimacing face. Staring at the face left by Obito in the dirt, the captain's face flushed red with humiliation. A vein twitched angrily on his forehead. Captain, surely it's not that bad. A fellow shinobi tried to offer comfort, but the captain's furious roar cut him off, echoing through the clearing. After them, I want those 3 brats crippled first, then dragged back and dumped near the Leaf Village. Yes, sir. Hi. The Mist Shinobi leaped into action at once. As for whether they would be able to catch up to the 3, they had no doubt. After all, a few minutes earlier, Kakashi had grabbed Obito, who had been eager to attack under the cover of smoke, and pulled him back toward Rin. Let's go. We retreat now. Why? Kakashi, I think if we attack in the smoke, we could at least take out a few enemies, Obito protested, confused. And then what? There are way too many of them. Even if we're lucky enough to take down a few, once the smoke clears and they all focus on us, how do you think we'll survive? But Obito thought of the white Zetsu fused with his body and his newly awakened Sharingan. He felt he had some cards to play. Kakashi seemed to know what Obito was thinking. He rested a hand on Obito's shoulder. Their 2 scarlet Sharingan eyes met, locking in mutual understanding. Obito, I know you've awakened your Sharingan and grown much stronger, but we're still just a 3-person team. Rin is a medical ninja. Do you really think that, just the 2 of us, we can protect her from the attacks of so many elite Mist Village shinobi? The moment Rin was mentioned, Obito calmed down as expected. Kakashi, you're right. But they attacked you and Rin while I was away. I can't just let them off that easily. I'll be sure to leave them a little surprise. Obito's face lit up with a sly smile, as though he'd just thought of something mischievous. So, the scene witnessed by the Mist Village squad leader unfolded. Anoki, these 2 kids are impressive, really. Just look at those mist ninjas. It's clear how much they're suffering. Hey, when that boy shouted, I honestly thought the two were going to charge right in. But in the end, it turned out to be something else entirely. Meitarumi. Even though they're not my own subordinates, I still feel embarrassed. So many people, yet they cower in fear of two kids sneaking up on them. Hit each with a water dragon jutsu, and those boys wouldn't dare get close. My guy, as expected of Kakashi, he's as outstanding as ever. Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi-sensei is totally running circles around that group of masked weirdos. Minato Namikaze. It's wonderful. Kushina Uzumaki. It really is wonderful. Rin Noera. How wonderful it would be if only it were real. Obito Uchiha. Rin Noera. Obito. Are you alright? Ever since I died, I've been trapped in a vast, white emptiness. I can see nothing, feel nothing. Obito Uchiha. Rin, it's the same for me. Staring at the screen, Obito's composure, which he'd been so desperately holding on to, shattered the instant he saw Rin's name. He couldn't suppress his trembling. His ragged, frantic breathing betrayed just how unstable his emotions had become. Damn it. Even if you're dead, just stay dead. Don't go doing things that disgust the living, Black Zetsu muttered bitterly under his breath, grinding his teeth as he glanced at Obito, whose volatility worried him. Still, he feared Obito would veer from the path he'd so carefully laid out for him, so he once again resorted to his mind-bending persuasion. Obito, Rin is already dead. Who knows what that so-called system really is? Do you really believe the Rin you see up there is the real one? Only by completing the Eye of the Moon plan and launching the infinite Tsukuyami can you truly sever the threads of fate and create a real world. One where Rin exists and there are no lies. Black Zetsu added Rin's voice to his manipulation, and it was evidently effective. Obito's chaotic emotions gradually settled. After taking a few deep breaths, the cold indifference faded from his eyes, and he fixed his gaze steadily upon the images playing across the screen. Perhaps, Kakashi, if you had truly protected Rin back then, maybe I would still be that Uchiha Obito who dreamed of becoming Hokage. But now, it's too late for anything you say. When you return to this world, you'll find that nothing has changed after all. Everything you're doing now is just a game of self-deception. The three of them leapt nimbly through the jungle, moving from branch to branch. Obito, you haven't changed at all. You're just the same as ever. Isn't that right, Kakashi? Kakashi suddenly broke the silence with a rare remark. Of course, I'm the man destined to become Hokage. How could I change so easily? But speaking of changes, Kakashi, what's going on with you? You're talking a lot more than usual, and that's hardly like you. Obito tapped the branch with his toe, effortlessly landing ahead. The other half of his body, no longer originally his, had nearly finished adapting by now. Rin Noera, bringing up the rear, watched the banter between Kakashi and Obito ahead of her. A gentle smile played at the corners of her mouth. How wonderful this is. Obito, just now, because of the enemy, I didn't have a chance to ask your body. Kakashi's question came hesitantly, afraid to reopen old wounds for Obito. It's all right, Kakashi. An old man saved me, and he restored this half of my body for me. It's not flesh and blood anymore, but works. Obito, I'm so sorry. It was all because you tried to save me. Hearing Obito speak so lightly, Rin was overtaken by a crushing sense of guilt, her voice growing softer and softer. No, really don't say that. As long as you're all right, that's what matters. After all, to be Hokage, I can't abandon my comrades. Besides, just making it out alive in a situation like that. Isn't that already amazing? Seeing Rin's spirits sink, Obito waved it off with an energetic, carefree air. They're coming. They're close. Get ready, everyone. Kakashi's low warning cut through their conversation. This time, Kakashi, I'll be the one to protect Rin. Obito narrowed his only remaining eye, the crimson Sharingan spinning dangerously, a new intensity emanating from him. At some unknown time, the two Tomo in his eye had quietly become three. No, you're wrong, Obito. We'll protect her, together. Kakashi, Obito was taken aback by Kakashi's conviction. I promised you, didn't I? Besides, you're right, Obito. In the world of shinobi, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. A light shone in Kakashi's eyes, and for the first time, a genuine smile appeared on his face. I'm not that weak, you know. As the person in question, Rin only muttered softly to herself, choosing not to disturb the rare mood shared between Obito and Kakashi. Oh, come on, Kakashi. Why are you repeating my words? Obito grinned as well, looking at Kakashi and sensing that he seemed different, like he had changed in some profound way. The two exchanged a knowing smile. In that brief moment, all the grievances of the past melted away. They truly and wholeheartedly recognized each other at last. The next instant, their gazes sharpened, completely in sync. Scatter! With Kakashi's low, commanding call, the three of them swiftly darted apart, taking off in different directions. Dull thuds echoed around them. Several kunai fell just where they had been moments before. Had they hesitated, their bodies would surely have been riddled with holes. You little brats, you really think you can slip through my fingers? As a furious voice rang out, dozens of Mist Village ninjas appeared, swarming from every branch on all sides, closing in like a tightening net. They were surrounded. Instinctively, Kakashi's left Sharingan began analyzing, rapidly assessing their predicament. 19 oncoming foes, including the one he'd already taken out. 20 Mist Village ninjas were hunting them down. This number is fictional, as the exact figure could not be found. My chakra reserves are still holding out. Is this because I just transplanted Obito's Sharingan? Feeling the swirl of chakra within him, Kakashi couldn't help but reflect. Obito, Rin, when we set off the smoke bombs just now, I already sent a distress signal. If Sensei sees it, he'll rush to our aid. Our main goal is to hang on until then. Kakashi kept his voice low as he spoke to the other two. Understood. You got it, Kakashi. Watch me. Both Obito and Rin responded in unison. Uchiha Itachi, 3 against 19, and one of them is even a medical ninja. Things look dire. Kisame Hashigaki. Even Mr. Itachi is commenting now. Tobarama Senju. 19 elite jonin from the Mist side, and the only jonin on Kakashi's side is himself. This is dangerous. Hashirama Senju. Brother, did you forget? Kakashi's here with his strength as it is right now. Tobarama Senju. Even so, Kakashi is just a jonin. Even if he's a bit stronger than most, the amount of chakra he had as a child wouldn't be enough to sustain large-scale jutsu. Naruto Uzumaki. I hope Kakashi-sensei comes out of this safe and sound and returns to us in one piece. System message. Special reminder. If you die while trying to make up for regrets, it's a real death. As soon as that message appeared, countless people started to worry for Kakashi. Minato Namikaze, Kakashi. Kushina Uzumaki, Kakashi. Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke Uchiha, don't you die on us. Sakura Harino, Kakashi-sensei. Hualing, Kakashi, you must be alright. Deidara, haha, this is killing me. Those Mist Ninja are being run in circles by 3 little brats. Madarumi, it may not have had anything to do with me back then, but I still feel so humiliated. Anoki, that's not quite true. Apart from Rin Noara, the medical ninja, who didn't do anything remarkable, both Kakashi and Obito Uchiha look like they've already reached the skill level of Jonin. If you put them one-on-one with these hidden Mist Ninja, honestly, I'm not even sure the Mist would win. Naruto Uzumaki, Jonin? Kakashi-sensei looks about our age, and he's already as good as a Jonin? That's awesome. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, Kakashi was once called a genius ninja, you know. Tobarama Senju. What a shame. Among the Uchiha, the ones who can awaken a Sharingan are truly 1 in a million. Kakashi, can you imagine the look on those Mist ninjas' faces after we pulled the same trick on them twice in a row? It has to be priceless. Obito was overflowing with excitement, gesturing wildly as he pictured the frustrated expressions of the hidden Mist ninjas. Don't let your guard down, Obito. There won't be a third time. If they catch us again, we'll have to fight for real, said Kakashi, senses strung taut as he stayed alert for any sign of an ambush. Kakashi, I thought you might have changed, but you're still the same as ever. Not a funny bone in your whole body. Obito muttered under his breath, unable to resist grumbling. What did you say, Obito? Kakashi hadn't quite caught it. Obito's words were so soft. I said, Kakashi, you really are? Before Obito could finish, Kakashi suddenly shoved him aside, grabbed Rin's hand, and leapt away to the side. At that instant, 3 blades gleamed coldly as they sliced through the spot the trio had just vacated. Masked Mist Ninja were already upon them. When their ambush missed, the 3 attackers didn't waste time with words. The pale mist thickened and spread, shrouding the Mist Ninja as they melted away from sight. Silence fell, a suffocating, deathly stillness. Obito, you let your guard down, Kakashi said sternly, moving back beside Obito. I know. Obito, realizing his mistake, didn't try to excuse himself. Earth-style wall. From within the fog, a flurry of cold, gleaming attacks shot toward the trio's position. A metallic crash rang out in the mist. At the critical moment, Kakashi used his ninja art to create a cube-shaped earthen shelter, like a small house, completely shielding all 3 of them. There are 17 enemies left. Obito, your job is to protect Rin. What about you, Kakashi? Faced with such a dire situation, Rin's heart brimmed with anxiety. If they couldn't hold out until reinforcements arrived, the only outcome awaiting them was death. Obito said nothing, his sharp gaze fixed on Kakashi, waiting for his next words. This earth wall won't last long. I'll keep it brief. I have a plan. First, we do this, then we do that. The three of them, pressed together in that cramped shelter, began hammering out a strategy. The earthen hut started to shake violently, clumps of packed dirt pounding down around them. Clearly, the Mist-Nin outside had ramped up their attack. After 3 short breaths, the shelter shattered completely, leaving Kakashi and the others exposed once more to the relentless assault of the Mist Shinobi. There was no pause. Their silent, lethal attacks came sweeping in again. Katan, Fireball Jutsu. It was Obito who acted first, his strength now vastly improved, and the fireball he unleashed roared with formidable power. The blazing barrier encircling the trio not only turned aside the barrage of kunai and shuriken coming for them, but also forced back the 3 sword-wielding attackers attempting to sneak in. Although the Hidden Mist signature jutsu filled the air with chakra-infused fog, making it nearly impossible to see with the Sharingan. But Kakashi was no ordinary ninja. He was a battle-hardened elite jonin who'd mastered the Sharingan's use. Within that swirling fog of chakra, his keen vision caught something others would have missed, all thanks to Obito's attack, which revealed a critical opening. Chidori. The air exploded with the electrifying cry of 1,000 birds. Vivid blue lightning chakra surged in Kakashi's hand. Using the insight granted by Sharingan and the blinding speed of Chidori, he burst through the mist, his strike finding its mark, plunging deep into the chest of a Mist Ninja. You! The Mist Ninja stared in disbelief at the hand piercing his body, unable to utter a full sentence. With a look of bitter unwillingness, his voice faded out for good. Kakashi withdrew his hand, and with a casual flick, like tossing away garbage, he hurled the lifeless body aside. Suddenly alert, Kakashi instinctively arched backwards, performing a lightning-fast backbend as a gleaming blade swept past, missing his nose by a hair's breadth. Now that I think about it, a ninja's weapon should be referred to as a ninja blade. My mistake. Sorry, everyone. With a surge of strength in both arms, Kakashi executed several agile backflips, swiftly putting distance between himself and his attackers, returning to Obito and Rin's side. Are you okay? Rin asked anxiously. I'm fine. Here they come. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than dozens of water dragons, roaring with unstoppable force, surged toward the trio. Suiton, Water Dragon Jutsu. This was a combined ninjutsu attack from more than a dozen hidden Mist Shinobi, sealing off every possible escape for Kakashi and his teammates from all directions. A deafening crash resounded. The water dragon's immense power gouged a deep trench where the 3 had been standing, and the blast of water even brought down a torrential rain in the immediate vicinity. At the same time, much of the chakra fog conjured by the Mist Ninja began to dissipate as well. Oops, did we go too far? Maybe we just killed those 3 brats outright. When the commotion finally settled, the Mist Ninja peered down into the sunken pit, expecting to find the corpses of Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Instead, there were only 3 thick wooden logs. No, substitution jutsu. A dreadful premonition seized the captain of the Mist team, his heart sinking. Everyone get Arya. He had no chance to finish. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. Kakashi and Obito's attacks struck in perfect unison. Nearly every Mist Ninja had assumed that Kakashi's team had perished in the earlier blast. Off guard and unsuspecting, they had dropped their vigilance. In that vulnerable moment, there was no way to evade Kakashi and Obito's sudden onslaught. Another resounding explosion echoed. Hidden in the shadows, Rin's explosive kunai appeared like a vengeful spirit, sinking into 2 Mist Ninja. A violent detonation followed, and Kakashi and Obito finished them off, one after another. No, this can't be. You little runts. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, for more Mist Shinobi had lost their lives. Their numbers dwindled again. Only 13 remained. 2 massive water dragons coiled and formed once more, blasting toward Kakashi and Obito. The pair leapt skyward in tandem, dodging the oncoming strike. But just then, a hidden Mist Shinobi seized the moment. Both Kakashi and Obito, suspended in midair, had nowhere to escape. He moved in for the kill. Steel flashed, a precise, merciless slash, aimed to cut them clean in half. Yet in the next instant, both figures dissolved into wisps of white mist. Shadow clones. The Mist team captain recognized the jutsu at once. Again and again, these 3 brats made fools of his squad. 20 against 3, yet not only had they failed in their mission, they'd even lost 7 jonin along the way. Who would ever believe such a disgraceful story? Deidara, I can't take it anymore. This is hilarious. 20 shinobi chasing 3 kids, and 7 dead already? Are all mist ninjas just a pack of losers? No, I can't help it. Let me laugh for a bit. Tobarama Senju. Although those 3 little guys above are from Konoha, this is truly outrageous. Luckily, Konoha doesn't have such useless people. My Cloud Village doesn't have that kind of dead weight either. Anoki, nor does the Stone Village. Raza, and it's even more impossible in the Sand Village. Madarumi, hey, what do you mean by that? Even a Mist Village nowadays doesn't have such useless people. Naruto Uzumaki, what are you talking about? Kakashi-sensei is awesome. Hiding in the shadow of a massive tree, Kakashi and Obito are both struggling to catch their breath. A few streams of fresh blood trickle down from both sides of Kakashi's hands. After Rin's medical ninjutsu barely restored a little movement to his right hand, that hand has now completely lost all strength, dangling limply at his side. Obito's situation is even worse. Viscous white fluid continues to slide down the left side of his body. The black cloak draped over him has been shredded by the aftershock of enemy jutsu, exposing both sides of his body, which now look completely different. Though the 3 of them narrowly escaped the Mist Ninja's most powerful attacks by relying on the body replacement technique, the sheer scale of the jutsu storm still left Obito and Kakashi wounded. As for Rin, Obito blocked every bit of jutsu backlash for her. Kakashi, Obito. Rin's eyes filled with tears. From the darkness. After working with Kakashi and Obito to coordinate a counterattack, she immediately gathered her chakra, using healing ninjutsu to treat their wounds. I'm alright, Rin. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Despite their injuries, neither was gravely hurt. Obito's heart ached seeing Rin's tears. He hurried to comfort her. Kakashi, on the other hand, stayed silent, lost in thought about their next move against the enemy. Be on guard. Kakashi's eyes suddenly sharpened. Without hesitation, he raised Chidori, blocking an incoming assault. Obito's reaction was just as quick. He pulled Rin behind him and used a kunai to fend off another attack. 3 damn brats. The tree that sheltered them was now completely surrounded by mist ninjas. Kakashi and Obito gathered their strength, knocking back the mist attackers, then quickly retreated. Now, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito stood in a tight circle back to back, each faced outward, ready to defend. They really can track us down, Kakashi muttered, his gaze shifting to Rin's abdomen. So it's that, after all, he said softly. Kill the boys, cripple the girl, and take her. The Mist Team's captain barked a cold order, wasting no words. Dozens of gleaming ninja blades sliced through the air, aiming straight for their vital points. Desperately, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin brandished their kunai, struggling to fend off the onslaught. Having burned through most of their strength on previous jutsu, there was no way the 3 of them could match the relentless mist ninjas. Before long, bloody gashes began appearing across the trio, multiplying rapidly with every passing second. Kakashi knew things couldn't go on like this. He swiftly formed hand seals and summoned a shadow clone. Obito, protect Rin. After giving Obito his instructions, Kakashi and his clone charged together toward the hidden mist ninja. I'm running low on chakra. I have to stake everything on this move. With his mind made up, Kakashi and his clone took positions to the left and right, each gathering a surge of crackling lightning chakra in their hands. The mist ninja, blocking Kakashi's path, failed to sense the danger. With a raised blade, he swung it straight at Kakashi's head. Lightning style, lightning transmission. In a flash, the 2 Kakashis split apart, stretching a long thread of vibrant blue lightning between them. The hapless mist ninja barely had a moment to react before he was taken out on the spot. The terrifying cutting force of the lightning transmission sliced him clean in half, and the same fate befell 3 other careless mist ninja standing behind him, who hadn't even considered Kakashi a threat. Impossible? To think I'd be killed by a brat like this. Utterly unwilling, he departed this world for the Pure Land. The others were so shocked by the overwhelming force of Kakashi's strike that they immediately retreated, putting a safe 3 meters between themselves and him. Keep your distance. Most of his attacks are close range. Don't let him get near. One of the mist ninja shouted a warning, reminding his comrades. Seeing the mist ninja retreat, Kakashi didn't bother to pursue. He dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, his chest heaving. Clearly, unleashing a powerful ninjutsu like lightning transmission had taken a toll on him as well. Kakashi, he's still so strong. I can't let myself fall behind. Rin, let's do this. Obito watched Kakashi's dazzling assault from the sidelines, unwilling to be overshadowed. Rin tossed out several exploding kunai, forcing back the mist ninja who were closing in on her and Obito. As the kunai detonated, a blazing fireball jutsu came flying through the veil of smoke, rushing right at the retreating Mist Ninja. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. A few of the Mist Ninja reacted quickly enough, launching a Water Dragon Bullet to cancel out Obito's fireball. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Obito's figure suddenly appeared behind them. You let your guard down, didn't you? His kunai flashed, slicing across their throats, a spray of red tracing razor-sharp lines. Water Style, Wild Water Wave. Suddenly, a jutsu burst from a blind corner. A Mist Ninja they hadn't noticed launched an attack out of nowhere. Caught at a difficult angle, with no time to respond, Obito and Rin were forced to leap away in opposite directions, barely dodging catastrophe. But in doing so, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were split apart, each now forced to fight alone. No sooner had Obito and Rin touched down than they found themselves assaulted by the remaining hidden Mist Ninja, closing in from both sides. Rin. This was the very scene Kakashi and Obito dreaded most. Rin, a medical ninja, was never meant for close combat. Both Obito and Kakashi's faces were etched with worry as they tried to rush to Rin's side, but the remaining Mist Ninjas barred their path, determined not to let them through. Relentless attacks rained down on the pair, giving them no room to breathe, let alone break through. With the Mist Twin assault bearing down on her, Rin's situation was dire, barely holding on by sheer will. What an opportunity! Far away, in an unknown cavern, Madara sensed the plight of the three. His wizened face stretched into a faint, strained smile as the Sharingan spun rapidly in his eye. Obito, I told you, you would come back to me. In the thick of the Mist siege, Rin's whole body suddenly froze. The kunai in her hand, used to desperately parry incoming blows, slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. Rin ceased her resistance, but the Mist Ninja showed no mercy. In the blink of an eye, fresh wounds appeared across Rin's body, and blood spurted out in vivid arcs. Rin! Seeing Rin injured, both Obito and Kakashi roared in rage, their restraint shattered. Recklessly, they unleashed their most powerful techniques. Chidori. Fire Style. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Kakashi brandished his Chidori, cutting down the Mist Ninja, hemming him in. Obito, his strength awakened, revealed a brand new jutsu of his own. As each fought desperately to push back their foes, the Mist Ninja attacking Rin had already raised his blade high, aiming straight for her head. If it fell, Rin's death was certain. Please, let me make it. Let me make it in time now. At that moment, Kakashi's face twisted with madness as he poured every ounce of strength into his sprint. He could not allow the same tragedy to happen again before his eyes. Rin! Obito's hoarse scream tore from his throat, raw with grief and despair as he called out to the motionless Rin. No! Rin, move. Get out of the way. Please. The string of fallen comrades had clearly shaken the Mist Ninja, whose fraying nerves made him oblivious to even his captain's orders. While all eyes remained transfixed, the chilling blade swung down with deadly finality. The next instant, dust and blood erupted together, blurring the scene in a haze of red and gray. Rin! Kakashi and Obito cried out in unison. Even after going through all this again, am I still powerless to change a thing? A searing pain shot through Kakashi's eyes as tears streamed silently down his cheeks. His legs buckled, and he crumpled to the ground. The light faded from his Chidori as he crawled, trembling uncontrollably, his gaze fixed where Rin had just stood. Obito, beside him, was even more undone. Kneeling on the ground, the wrinkled right side of his face twisted with pain, his eyes bulging from the intense surge of emotion, bloodshot and wild. Obito wanted to scream, to shout Rin's name with all his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, not a single sound would escape his lips. He wanted to move, to run to Rin's side, yet he found himself frozen, unable to budge even an inch. Wave after wave of crushing despair battered both Kakashi and Obito, searing their hearts as if they were being grilled over a raging fire. Their bodies might have been separate, but the origins of their pain were the same. Overwhelmed by this devastating shock, a single tear of blood slid down Obito's cheek. In the next moment, the three tomo in both Obito's and Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, blurring into a pattern. Soon, they morphed into the shape of a great pinwheel. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobirama Senju. As I thought, the Uchiha clan truly is. Izuna Uchiha. What are you implying about the Uchiha, Tobirama? Speak your mind. Tobirama Senju. Izuna, you know this even better than I do. How tragic the fate of the Uchiha really is. Izuna Uchiha. Tobirama, how dare you? Madara Uchiha. Izuna, let it go. As much as Tobirama deserves to die, there's truth in what he says. The Uchiha are indeed a pitiful clan. Anoki. Maitirumi. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rasa. And what's that supposed to mean? A young shinobi. How could the Uchiha, a clan so powerful, be called pitiful? Watching the old veterans of the shinobi world in conversation, the current generation could only stare in confusion, a sea of question marks spreading among them. No one stepped forward to explain. Beyond the borders of Konoha, the Mangekyo Sharingan shimmered in Itachi Uchiha's eyes. He squinted slightly, looking up at the soaring sun casting its endless rays upon the world, and murmured softly, a clan steeped in sorrow. Kakashi, even if you were given another chance, you'd still be a useless failure. Having witnessed Rin's death for the second time, Obito's defenses utterly collapsed. He snapped, lashing out in fury at Kakashi. Even though I'm supposed to be making amends, I just can't feel the weight unless Obito's Mangekyo awakens. Blood tears streaked Obito's face as he jerked his head back, turning his gaze, blazing with boundless rage and hatred, upon the remaining Mist Ninja. With a furious fling, a single tree branch shot forth at blinding speed. The closest Mist Shinobi didn't even have a chance to respond before it pierced right through his body. As the branch burrowed into flesh, it seemed to absorb life, blossoming instantly. Countless new shoots burst out, impaling the Mist Shinobi and turning him into a gruesome pincushion. Lord Madara, it's done. Excellent. Now the piece is in place. Kakashi, why are you lying on the ground? Are you just going to watch the killer who murdered Rin get away? With a roar that seemed to shake the heavens, Obito snapped Kakashi out of his daze. Kakashi, who, in Naruto's memory, always wore that dead-eyed look, was visibly shaken. His Sharingan, blood-red and burning, locked fiercely onto the last few Mist Ninja. Just as the two of them were about to unleash their jutsu and charge at the remaining Mist Ninja, a pair of hands grabbed them both, and at that instant, a familiar voice rang out. Obito, Kakashi. Both were about to break free with force, but their movements stopped cold. Rin, Rin. They turned at the same time, voices rising together. Obito, Kakashi, you're both being too reckless. You've drained your chakra, and yet you're still trying to use jutsu. Rin, treat them, will you? A blonde-haired man with worry in his eyes appeared, gently patting both Obito and Kakashi on the head, his voice warm and kind. Then he turned to face the few Mist Ninja left standing paralyzed, and the gentle expression on his face hardened, anger burning in his eyes, barely contained. Leave the rest to your teacher. Sensei. Minato Sensei. Kakashi and Obito gazed at the broad, reassuring back in front of them, and, almost in unison, called out with excitement. Then their eyes shifted to Rin, who was busy healing their injuries. A wave of joy, immense and overwhelming, like a miracle snatched back from despair, filled their hearts. Minato Sensei was the one who saved me, Rin added, right on cue. That's wonderful, really, really wonderful. Rin, you're safe, thank goodness, it's truly wonderful. Obito looked at Rin, alive and well before his eyes, and tears flowed freely as he kept repeating, that's wonderful, unable to stop himself. Kakashi, never much with words, simply stared at Rin, but the smile in his eyes shone through, impossible to hide. Meanwhile, the remaining Mist Shinobi, the moment they saw Minato Namikaze, were struck with mortal terror and scattered in a desperate attempt to flee. That's the yellow flash. Run for your lives? But Minato Namikaze would never let the ones who nearly killed his students get away. With effortless speed, he flung a shower of kunai, piercing the earth all around. There was a flash of golden light. Without warning, Minato appeared beside one of the fleeing Mist Ninja. No hesitation, the kunai slashed through the air. All that was left was a splash of blood and the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. He repeated the move again and again, flashes of golden light, bodies dropping to the earth, until only the captain of the Mist Squad remained. The captain's face turned ashen. Knowing he stood no chance of escape, he came to a halt, staring at Minato, now mere steps away, and let out a cold, bitter snort. They don't call you the Yellow Flash for nothing. Any last words? In the face of enemies, especially those who nearly killed his own student, Minato Namikaze showed not a shred of mercy. Even if I die, I'll take one of you with me. 3 tails, give me. The squad leader was about to force the 3 tails inside Rin to rampage, completely unaware that a kunai engraved with the words Sword of Endurance and Love was already at his throat. In the next instant, Minato appeared out of nowhere, his kunai making a swift and gentle slashing motion. Blood spurted from the leader's throat. The half-formed hand seal in the squad leader's grasp came to an abrupt halt. He collapsed straight to the ground, completely lifeless. With that, not one of the Hidden Mist team remained. The entire squad was wiped out. A flash of golden light, and Minato vanished again from the scene. The next moment, he reappeared at the side of Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Sensei. Minato Sensei. Minato Sensei. Seeing Minato return, all three were overwhelmed with emotion. After all, who could resist a teacher who descended from the heavens at the moment of greatest peril, radiating such a sense of safety? Obito, you're alive? Minato looked at the strange state of the boy before him, doubt flickering in his eyes, quickly replaced by a look of joy. Sensei, an old man saved me. He rebuilt the right side of my body using some special white substance. After some time to recover, Obito's spirit, which had nearly collapsed more than once, had finally settled. That's wonderful. We'll talk in detail later. For now, Obito, Kakashi, you two need to rest. No need to worry. The enemy has all been dealt with. Obito gazed at his teacher, standing before him with calm reassurance, then at Kakashi trying to mask his relief with a show of nonchalance. At last, his eyes settled on Rin as she healed his wounds. A broad, spontaneous smile blossomed across his face. How wonderful, truly wonderful. Listening to his teacher's gentle words, feeling the comfort of Rin's healing jutsu. Obito and Kakashi, both utterly drained in spirit and body, at last succumbed to their exhaustion. Their eyes closed, and they slipped into a deep, peaceful sleep. Sensei, Obito, and Kakashi have fallen asleep. Rin looked at the two sleeping boys and quietly reminded Minato, who had still been fussing over them. He paused, momentarily taken aback. To think my beloved students would fall asleep under their teacher's care. How heartbreaking for me, as a teacher. Minato joked lightly, though his words were softened on purpose. As he looked at the two soundly sleeping students, his voice was filled with warmth and affection. Meanwhile, the image on the screen gradually froze on this moment. The evening breeze mingled with the last rays of the setting sun, brushing gently over the four figures. It played with their hair, whether by chance or by fate, capturing this fleeting, precious scene. Bathed in the gentle glow of the warm sunlight, two peaceful, relaxed faces slept quietly. Beside them sat a girl, watching them with soft eyes and a smile playing at her lips. There was also a golden-haired man, his gaze kind as he watched over the three. This beautiful moment lingered on the screen for a very long time, frozen for a full 3 minutes before it slowly faded away. Soon after, a line of text appeared on the screen. Kakashi's regrets have been resolved. Next up, sleep. Tomorrow, the peak of Kakashi's power will be broadcast. Once everyone in the ninja world had read these words, the screen slowly dimmed to black, and no further movement appeared. The visuals had come to a standstill, but the discussions in the ninja world were just beginning to erupt. My guy, I'm truly happy for Kakashi, my rival for life. Hualing, Kakashi-san, to have gone through such trauma and still grown into such an outstanding ninja. It's truly admirable. Naruto Uzumaki. That's my Kakashi-sensei for you. Still, I have to say my dad looked pretty cool too. Minato Namikaze. That's right, Naruto. But if only I had been able to support Kakashi and Rin back then, as I did in the vision, maybe many tragedies could have been avoided. Minato Namikaze. Obito, you're still alive, aren't you? It's my failure as a teacher. Obito, who had been hiding in the shadows, was left stunned the moment the final scene played out before his eyes. Kakashi. Rin. His gaze grew distant and lost, then suddenly twisted with anger. But none of this is real. That happy ending never happened. Rin is still gone. A false, meaningless world like this should never exist. Even Black Zetsu was surprised by Obito's reaction this time. He was already preparing his most persuasive techniques, just in case. After struggling to regain his composure, Obito glanced back at the fading screen, just in time to notice Minato's message scroll by. His eyes narrowed sharply, and a cold, bitter laugh escaped him. A teacher who is always too late. Regret now means nothing at all. Maid Harumi. What an incredible team. An exceptionally talented teacher and equally outstanding students. On that screen, the Miss Ninja didn't even have a chance against the Yellow Flash. Anoki. The name of the Yellow Flash resounded throughout all the hidden villages. Hey, I was lucky enough to cross fists with him once. He's a formidable man. Tobarama Senju. The mastery of flying Thunder God Jutsu at that level. Excellent, excellent. The younger generation of Konoha truly is full of talent. Rin. It's so wonderful seeing Kakashi, Obito, and Minato-sensei together. I'm just so happy. Unnamed Mist Kunoichi. Sister, even though you're gone, you'll live forever in the hearts of Kakashi and Obito. Rin, thank you. Obito shuddered uncontrollably as he saw Rin's name appear once again. He abruptly turned his head away, and as a swirling vortex spun within his right eye, Obito stepped straight into the Kimui dimension. He simply refused to look any longer. Nagato. I, too, Once had a mentor I could truly rely on. I'm grateful for that time in my life, but now everything has changed. Only by experiencing pain can one truly understand the meaning of peace. Jiraiya, Nagato, what's happened to you? Tell me. But just as before, no matter how desperately Jiraiya called out, Nagato remained silent and never responded. A certain Chunin from the Hidden Stone Village, for a three-man squad to survive the war together. That's no easy feat, honestly. I envy you. A certain Jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. I agree, I envy you as well. A ninja from another village. Almost instinctively, all the ninja from the various villages who had been through war and undertaken dangerous missions began to share their feelings and experiences. This enormous outpouring of conversation continued all the way until nightfall, only gradually coming to an end. The black screen that had covered the sky during the day faded into transparency, as though it had never been, and the moon climbed high overhead. Silvery moonlight poured gently across the ground. Early the next morning, the system's thundering voice blared through the world. Wake up, everyone, time to get up. The sun's halfway up already. What a wonderful new day. This jarring wake-up call startled countless people across the ninja world out of bed, leaving many cursing aloud in their grogginess. Finally, after the system repeated its melodious calls over and over, everyone across the ninja world, without exception, was dragged awake. Kakashi-sensei, you're back. Naruto, just finished with his instant ramen and stepping out his house, spotted Kakashi immediately, walking down the street with one hand in his pocket, absent-mindedly rubbing his hair. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. At that very moment, Sasuke and Sakura, come to meet up with Naruto, also caught sight of Kakashi. With genuine excitement, they called out his name in greeting. Instantly, every eye on the street fixed on Kakashi. After all of Kakashi's actions yesterday had been broadcast live for the entire ninja world to see. Already a celebrity in the village hidden in the leaves, Kakashi's fame had now reached a whole new level. Under the collective, burning gaze of the crowd, not even Kakashi could keep his cool. He forced a weak laugh, awkwardness evident in every movement. He quickly summoned Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, gathering the three and hastily made his exit. Next up, please enjoy what's been hailed as the shinobi who can wrestle anyone to a draw, no matter who they are. The pinnacle battle of Kakashi Hatake. The system's voice was as exuberant and impassioned as ever, full of dramatic flair. But for Kakashi, to whom all this attention was directed, the announcement only made his skin crawl. He wished he could vanish into the ground from embarrassment. He glanced around. Every face in the crowd bore a strange expression and twitching lips, with everyone obviously struggling to hold back laughter. The system appeared entirely unaffected as the words fell into silence. The black screen, which had been almost invisible seconds before, now reappeared. Soon after, moving images began to emerge upon it. One by one, the people of the ninja world quieted down, their eyes all drawn irresistibly to the black screen where a new vision was taking form. After all of yesterday's confirmations, everyone now fully believed in the authenticity of the images broadcast by the system. Susanoo. A colossal, blue-armored Susanoo materialized, swirling its massive arm as though seizing some unseen object. With a mighty leap, it soared up, then hovered midair. Sprouting from its back were enormous wings, and it was clad in gleaming armor. Its ominous red eyes glared forward with overwhelming intensity, a deep scar slicing down from its left eye. And within the crystal atop Susanoo's head sat none other than Kakashi himself. Uchiha Izuna. How is this possible? Not only has an outsider awakened to Sharingan, but he has also manifested Susanoo. Uchiha Taijima. This is simply unbelievable. Uchiha Madara. Not only that, this Susanoo is in its perfect form. Even I have to admit, I'm surprised. A certain Uchiha. What exactly is Susanoo? And what does perfect form mean? I'm a member of the Uchiha clan, yet I've never even heard of this. The Pure Land. Madara's eyes sparkled with interest as he gazed at the image of the fully formed Susanoo on the screen. For once, he chose to explain. Uchiha Madara. Susanoo is the third power hidden within the Mangekyo Sharingan. It can only be awakened when both eyes have attained the Mangekyo, and is called the power of the gods. The Uchiha clan, to think they possess such tremendous might. Tobirama Senju. Nagato. The power of the gods? Mere mortals, daring to claim divinity. Uchiha Madara. It is also considered the ultimate ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. By manifesting a massive avatar of chakra, a towering, armored warrior, one wields a peerless force both for offense and defense. This ocular might grows ever stronger as its wielder's chakra increases. Uchiha Madara. In the initial form, only arms and ribs appear, aiding an attack, defense, protection, and control. At this stage, ordinary jutsu can hardly leave a scratch. Uchiha Madara. In the first true transformation, Susanoo takes on a skeletal appearance, shrouding the user completely in chakra, further amplifying defense and enabling attacks with weapons. Uchiha Madara. In the second form, flesh and sinew knit themselves over the chakra bones. Encased in a cloak of energy, Susanoo can wield its wielder's signature weapons and techniques. Anoki. There's even more? Just listening to this, I can sense Susanoo's overwhelming power. Uchiha Izuna. The might of the Uchiha is not something you outsiders could ever fathom. Uchiha Madara paid no heed to the discussions around him and continued explaining at his own pace. Uchiha Madara. The third form builds upon Susanoo's original state by adding the armor of the Raven Tengu, dramatically increasing its defense and further enriching its arsenal of weapons. Uchiha Madara. The fourth form enhances the second by adding a lower body and legs, greatly increasing its size. At this stage, the caster positions themselves within Susanoo's head and can unleash the Sword of Susanoo, a devastating attack of massive range. Uchiha Madara. Finally, there's the complete form, known as the true Susanoo. Only those who can push the Mangekyo Sharingan to its absolute limits and possess enormous chakra reserves can achieve this ultimate state. When fully manifested, Susanoo becomes colossal in size and its chakra stabilizes. Its power can cleave mountains and meteors with ease, and it gains the ability to fly. The caster can even perform their most proficient jutsu from within. Uchiha Madara. I admit, I am intrigued. How did an outsider manage to awaken the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular technique? In the Pure Land, Madara's voice grew softer and softer. Obito, so you've chosen to betray me after all. Hashirama Senju. Madara, with your strength, you must have awakened the complete body Susanoo by now. Madara Uchiha. I have not. Niji Hyuga. So this is the true might of the Sharingan? Damn it. I wonder if my Byakugan hides some equally overwhelming secret technique within. Meitarumi. This power of the Uchiha. No, calling it just strength no longer suffices. It's downright terrifying. As Madara finished his explanation, the entire shinobi world stood in stunned silence, eyes wide in utter disbelief. Even most of the Uchiha, hearing such secrets for the first time, were left shaken at the revelation. All the other great clans were overtaken by a profound feeling of helplessness. Some even began entertaining the thought that the Uchiha clan might truly be unbeatable. Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, Sasuke, so you'll become that powerful one day? No way. I can't let you pull ahead of me. Sasuke Uchiha. Humph, you dead last. You'll never catch up to me, not in this lifetime. Having listened to the explanation from his own clan's founder, Sasuke's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If I unlock the complete body Susanoo, defeating that man will be child's play. With that realization, Sasuke suddenly felt a weight lift from his mind. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Kakashi, standing nearby, and addressed him respectfully. Kakashi-sensei. Damn it, is Kakashi truly such a genius? With just a single Mangekyo Sharingan, he managed to unlock the complete body Susanoo. After the black screen appeared, Obito still chose to keep watching, and naturally, he saw Kakashi on the screen, wielding a complete body Susanoo, along with Uchiha Madara's explanation. At least for now, Obito felt that no matter what happened, he would never give his other right eye to Kakashi. The scene zooms in. Kakashi stands within the crystalline forehead of Susanoo. A deep, X-shaped slash cuts across his chest, stretching almost from shoulder to waist, a clear sign that Kakashi has just survived a desperate struggle. But what draws the most attention are Kakashi's eyes. Within the crimson irises, two swirling patterns, shaped like great windmills, shine brilliantly. It's unmistakable. Kakashi possesses a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan of Kamui. Uchiha Izuna, impossible. Didn't Kakashi have only one Sharingan? Where could the other have come from? Uchiha Taijima. Judging by the patterns, these Sharingan are clearly a matching pair. I recall Kakashi's left. I was a gift from a young Uchiha named Obito. Could it be? Tsukumo Hataki, son. Kakashi. Father, I honestly have no idea what's going on. When Obito saw the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan of Kamui in Kakashi's eyes, a surge of nameless fury exploded within his chest, impossible to contain. Kakashi, not only did you fail to keep your promise and protect your comrades, you're a thief too. In the future, when my guard was down, you betrayed me and stole my Sharingan. Obito stared at the screen, his own right Mangekyo Sharingan glaring wide, and shouted at the top of his lungs, venting all his rage. At last, he clutched his head, slowly crouched down, and muttered in a low, broken voice. The Kakashi I know would never do this. Rin should still be alive. This world is an illusion. None of it makes sense. The viewpoint pulls back. Kakashi, controlling the complete body Susanoo, stands off against a monstrous, multi-headed white creature. As the beast's bodies are fully revealed, even the mighty Susanoo seems insignificant in comparison. What's more terrifying, each head of the white monster bears a rinnegan, ringed with tomo. Anoki, the rinnegan. Again, just how many terrifying shinobi will there be in the future? I only hope our hidden stone will produce such ninja one day. Hey, when did the legendary rinnegan become so commonplace? Tobirama Senju, judging by the battleground, where Kakashi is fighting this monster is no longer any place in the ninja world. Is it some kind of space, time ninjutsu dimension? A certain jonin, Sharingan Susu, rinnegan, space, time ninjutsu. So this is the future of shinobi warfare? It's terrifying. Nara Shikaku, I don't think so. If you look closely, the forehead protector on Kakashi's head no longer bears the symbol of the hidden leaf. It only has the character shinobi. I have a bold theory. In the future, there must have appeared an unprecedentedly powerful enemy that none of the villages could stand against alone. Forced by circumstances, all the villages united to form a grand shinobi army, joining forces to face a mighty foe. Hiruzen Sarutobi. So you're suggesting that this formidable enemy is the white creature confronting Kakashi? Naruto Uzumaki. But Kakashi-sensei is the only one fighting that giant white monster. Hey, the kid's right. Where are all the Kaguya from the other villages? Could be that they've already... Madara Uchiha. A shinobi who masters the perfect Susanoo is already leagues beyond the Kaguya in terms of power. It's hardly surprising we don't see them here. Izuna Uchiha. My brother speaks the truth. Deidara. Haven't you all noticed? Every single head on that monster bears a resemblance to the tailed beasts. The Pure Land. Madara Uchiha stared at this strange future, his brow deeply furrowed. Could it be that my plan ends in complete failure? Even infinite Tsukuyami wasn't cast. And this creature carrying the rinnegan, monsters like this, not even I have seen. Was it Obito's betrayal that led to the downfall? Or did some unpredictable change take place in the future? The white creature split off several massive tentacles from its body, slashing them toward Kakashi's perfect Susanoo. Kakashi, however, did not flinch in the face of this assault. He calmly raised his hands, crossing them before his chest. His Manjikyu Sharingan blazed with power to its utmost limit. Try this on for size, combining Kimui's might with the power of the shuriken. In sync with Kakashi, the perfect Susanoo mirrored his movements, its twin blue arms crossing at its chest. In an instant, a spinning shuriken appeared out of thin air in the hands of Susanoo. Kamui Shuriken. With Kakashi's shout, the Susanoo, wielding the ki-infused shuriken, hurled it straight at the white creature. At the very moment their attacks clashed, a swirling vortex erupted at the tip of the shuriken. The tentacles that the white monster unleashed could hardly put up any resistance. They were severed instantly. Minato Namikaze, Spacetime Ninjutsu. Tobirama Senju, Spacetime Ninjutsu. Both men, seasoned in the art of spacetime techniques, recognized it at a glance. Of course, so did Obito. But, Hashirama Senju, is this truly what battles between future shinobi have become? Madara, at this scale, perhaps neither of us could even take part. Madara Uchiha, Hashirama, don't think to lump the two of us together. You're nothing more than a stubborn fool lost in fantasies of false peace, too afraid to move forward. The Pure Land. Although Madara Uchiha's words sounded resolute, the two surging forces, so powerful that they could be felt even through the screen, were impossible to ignore. Even this legendary ninja, who once held an entire era under his sway, for the first time began to doubt himself. Could there really be a shinobi in this world, even mightier than Hashirama and me? Yet such a moment of weakness only flashed through Madara's mind for a brief instant. No matter how the shinobi world changes in the future, I'll see it for myself. If the world still drowns in endless war, then the infinite Tsukuyami truly is the sole path to real peace. My purpose is unwavering, to bring about true peace by forging a world free from war and betrayal. Kakashi, you really do have a knack for wielding the power of others, don't you? Naruto Uzumaki. So this is what Kakashi-sensei's strength looks like at its peak in the future. Incredible. I want to be just as strong as him. Sasuke, I'm going to surpass you, believe it. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei is my mentor, and I'll always be his student. Unlike the fiery chatter of the young, the Kage from each village fell silent. Inoki, at my age, by that point in the future, I might not have much strength left to contribute. Madarumi, battles like this go far beyond what I could have ever imagined. Hey, I still need to get stronger, much stronger. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thankfully, Konoha still has Kakashi. The white monster let out a fierce cry of pain. The ground beneath it began to crack, and surging torrents of chakra flooded wildly toward the creature. The white monster accepted all of it, refusing none, as if it were a bottomless abyss swallowing every drop of chakra whole. At the same time, its massive frame began shrinking, slowly taking the form of a woman. She was clad in a flowing white robe, streaked with gold, purple, and white. Black magatama decorated her cuffs and chest. Her hair, as white as cascading waterfalls, fell past her waist. Horns jutted from her head. A blood-red Rinne Sharingan opened on her forehead. She hovered in midair, radiating a paralyzing aura, her icy white eyes fixed coldly on Kakashi. Behind her, gigantic black, truth-seeking spheres emerged, each one several times larger than even the complete body, Susanoo. This was Kaguya Akatsuki. With a low, disdainful scoff, Kaguya made her move. Before Kakashi could even react, 3 ash-killing bones shot straight into the blue crystal at the forehead of the complete body Susanoo. What happened next was horrifying beyond belief. That towering Susanoo, made from unimaginable chakra and hailed as godlike, was pierced through like a fragile block of tofu, shattered instantly, reduced to nothingness. Hagoromo Akatsuki. This mother? How can this be? Complete body Susanoo scattered in the air, breaking apart like a cloud of dust, and faded from existence. This scene, without a doubt, struck a chord with the brilliant minds of the Uchiha clan. Most incredulous was Madara Uchiha himself, for Susanoo had always been his invincible trump card. Izuna Uchiha thought, "It's unimaginable. The perfect Susanoo has been destroyed with a single blow." Madara Uchiha mused, "Someone with such overwhelming power, and yet I never even knew of their existence." Shursui Uchiha reflected, "This power is too immense, towering like a mountain that pierces the clouds, truly awe-inspiring." Itachi Uchiha pondered, "Faced with such an attack, I'm not sure there's any forbidden jutsu that could withstand it." With a thunderous laugh, Black Zetsu couldn't contain his excitement when he laid eyes on the woman on the screen. "Kasan, I did it. I finally managed to rescue you." But when his ecstasy waned, those cold, beady eyes narrowed into slits. "Kakashi, you may not pose a threat to Kasan, but you're a nuisance all the same. I'll have to think of a way to eliminate you as soon as possible." The all-killing ash bones, which had pierced through the perfect Susanoo, showed no sign of slowing. With undiminished force, they lunged straight toward Kakashi, who stood within the blue crystal. Too fast. That was all Kakashi had time to think before the attack reached him. Unsurprisingly, the all-killing ash bones drove straight into his abdomen. This sight sent a chill through the hearts of all who watched the video, as if their own hearts had skipped a beat. Everyone knew that, in the future, all the shinobi would have to unite against this formidable foe. Should they fail, disaster was certain. Inoki sighed in despair. "It's over." Hiruzen Sarutobi lamented, "Such a grim and shadowed future awaits." Naruto Uzumaki countered, "Lord Kakashi won't fail so easily." The all-killing ash bones entered Kakashi's body. His pupils contracted sharply, and his body collapsed as if all strength had left him. But then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. So it truly is a remarkable ability, Abido. The vision everyone expected, to see Kakashi reduced to ash, did not come pass. The bone that pierced his abdomen had caused no harm at all, passing through him as if through thin air. At that very moment, black lightning crackled and gathered in Kakashi's right hand. This jutsu, too, could be revived. With terrifying force, fueled by Kakashi's resolve and the wrath over a friend's death, he soared upward and appeared above Kaguya. Kemui Lightning Blade. He struck without a moment's hesitation, his attack as swift and sharp as a sword, slicing clean through Kaguya's right arm. Kaguya cried out in pain as blood gushed from her wound, and her hovering form began to plunge toward the ground. The scene faded to black. As the system's notification sound chimed, everyone finally snapped out of their trance. The assembled elite of the ninja world could only marvel in awe, a sense of powerlessness weighing heavily on their hearts. No one was more deeply moved by this scene of battle than Akatsuki Hagoromo. Ninja of the future have become powerful enough to injure Kasan. But how does that Kakashi possess the power of the six paths? At times like this, there are always a few who want to stand out. A certain ninja remarked, "That's it? Doesn't look particularly impressive to me." Another unknown ninja chimed in, "I don't really see anything special." Before anyone could retort, the system's voice echoed with a rich, almost human-like magnetism. Kakashi, his entire life marked by the name Genius. No matter the foe, Zabuza the demon, Deidara the artist, Kakashi the bounty hunter, Pain of the Six Paths, his student Sasuke, or even Kaguya Akatsuki herself. Kakashi stood his ground and fought them all. Inoki commented, I have to admit, Kakashi truly deserves the title of genius. Deidara added he fought me. Sasuke exclaimed, huh? Why would I have fought Lord Kakashi? Might Guy voiced with admiration, that's Kakashi for you. Shikaku Nara observed, in a way, to never taste defeat is already a form of invincibility. Twin Mangekyo Sharingan with Kimui, a fully realized Susanoo, Six Paths powers, and boundless chakra. At his peak, Kakashi's power had reached the realm of the Six Paths. In the final battle against Kaguya Akatsuki, he joined forces with several others, XX, 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 XXX, to defeat her and secure the future of the entire shinobi world. Review of Kakashi Hitaki's greatest battles complete. Reward. Kakashi is granted one question to ask his future self. A certain ninja sputtered, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's my fault, I was foolish to speak out of turn. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me. Another unknown ninja stammered, sorry, I was wrong too. I didn't know what I was talking about. No one paid any attention to those two anymore. Hashirama Senju remarked, so this is the future shinobi world. How marvelous. Tobarama Senju agreed, not bad at all. These are the finest talents of my Konoha. Minato Namikaze beamed, Kakashi, I'm truly happy for you. Hanar shared, I'm genuinely happy for Kakashi-san. Mike Guy declared, I'm still not strong enough. I must train even harder, or I'll never be worthy of being Kakashi's rival. Rock Lee exclaimed, Guy-sensei, there are no regrets in our youth. Tsukumo Hitaki stated proudly, that's my son. He's already surpassed his old man. Shikaku Nara reflected, judging by the system's final words, though no names were revealed, it seems there are 4 others in the ninja world who reached Kakashi's level. Together, they ultimately vanquished the terrifying foe, Kaguya Akatsuki. Inoki wondered, could one of them be from my Iwagi cure? Raza hoped aloud. Let's pray there's someone from the sand among them. Maid Harumi, our hidden mist village will not fall behind the rest. Hey, as long as not all of these people are from the Leaf Village, that's fine by me. When the system finished reviewing Kakashi, all the anger had faded from Obito's face. Staring at a future so different from what he had imagined, Obito found himself standing motionless, caught in a tangle of emotions. There was regret, there was unwillingness, yet, strangely, he also felt a sense of relief. Kakashi, was it you who stopped me? But how am I supposed to accept a world like this? A false world, a world without Rin? Just as baffled and lost as Obito was Uchiha Madara, who remained within the Pure Land. All right. After 2 rounds of exhilarating battles, it's time to change the mood. Up next is our heartwarming little theater. Keyword wedding. Take a guess, everyone. Whose wedding might it be? But for now, this system is tired. I'll take half a day's rest. We'll continue tomorrow. As the system went offline, the immense screen that stretched across the sky grew faint, then vanished altogether. In the village of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, after witnessing the awe-inspiring Kakashi on screen, silently encouraged himself. Come on, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, who will become Hokage. I'll definitely become as strong as Lord Kakashi. Lord Kakashi, I promise I will. Fiery determination filled Naruto's movements as he turned toward Kakashi nearby and shouted. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly fell silent. And then, Lord Kakashi's disappeared again. Far away, in a future timeline, the 6th Hokage, Kakashi, sensed an inexplicable surge of spatial energy swirling around him. Before he could react, he vanished from the Hokage office altogether. When he reappeared, he found himself enveloped by a space of endless white. As the system announced its reward, Kakashi felt an all-too-familiar sensation of weightlessness crashing over him. He waited for a moment as the feeling subsided. Looking around, Kakashi noticed someone not far off, someone who looked exactly like himself. The difference, though, was obvious. The other Kakashi gave off a sharper, more experienced aura, and there hung the 6th Hokage, cloaked across his shoulders. Recalling the reward granted by the system, Kakashi, no stranger to such situations, took the initiative and greeted his counterpart. Hey, are you the future me? And this place is... Unlike the calm and collected present Kakashi, the future Kakashi was brimming with caution. When he realized there was someone in this unknown white space who looked exactly like him, the first instinct of future Kakashi was to suspect an ambush. Confused but swift to react, he immediately prepared to attack, for it was certainly rare to see anyone infiltrate the Hokage office and abduct the Hokage himself. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. Of course, he knew himself best. As Kakashi spoke, he gathered lightning chakra in his hand, a move unmistakably his own, revealing his identity. I am you from the past. You have only one question. Say any question-type statement, and after the other party answers, this reward will end. Note: you must not reveal anything about the future. As if to help Kakashi confirm the truth of these words, the system's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Chidori. The future Kakashi instantly recognized the jutsu in the hand of his younger self. That's not a transformation jutsu. Still lingering skepticism from his future self was quickly dispelled as Kakashi rattled off a slew of secrets that only he could have known. When he mentioned the secret stash of Ica Paradise, the future Kakashi immediately believed him, without a shadow of doubt. After all, meeting one's own past or future self was already an unbelievable occurrence. But regardless of the era, neither version of Kakashi was prone to hesitation. Once they had confirmed each other's identities, both Kakashi sat face to face, cross-legged on the floor. Talking to yourself, what a strange feeling. Go on, tell me, what unexpected situation has brought us here? For once, the future Kakashi allowed himself a rare smile. Ever since he became the 6th Hokage, his workload had been overwhelming, and it had been ages since he could chat with someone at ease. It made him wonder how the 3rd Hokage had ever managed to survive such a burden. Kakashi began recounting in detail the strange events that had shaken the shinobi world in recent days. He spoke of traveling to a parallel world, stopping Rin's death, and safely returning to Konoha with Obito, Rin, and Minato. At this, the future Kakashi's eyes snapped wide open. It was as though a memory had suddenly hit him. His breathing turned urgent, and he abruptly interrupted Kakashi's tale. Wait, what year is it now? Konoha year 60. Kakashi found the question odd. Konoha year 60. Konoha year 60. There's still time? The future Kakashi repeated the year several times, then suddenly looked up, gripping the younger Kakashi's shoulders, his gaze burning with intensity. My past self? Ask me. How was Obito manipulated? Why? Obito is already. Before Kakashi could finish, he thought of his system-gifted journey to mend regrets in a parallel world, and saw the urgent, earnest expression on his future self's face. With his quick intellect, the answer snapped into place. How was Obito used by others? Question complete. Preparing to return each of you to your original timeline. Lord Third, I have some matters to attend to. I'll need to leave the village for a few days. Kakashi, having been transported back to Konoha village by the system without a moment's delay, went straight to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and made his request. Kakashi. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kakashi, whose demeanor had changed dramatically. The words he wanted to ask lingered unsaid on his lips. Go ahead, Kakashi. And remember, the village will always be your home, your safe haven. Thank you, Lord Third. With a respectful bow, Kakashi turned and departed. Lord Third, should we assign someone to keep an eye on Kakashi? An elite Umbu standing behind Hiruzen inquired. Hiruzen didn't answer right away. Taking a slow drag from his long pipe, he pondered for a moment before exhaling a swirl of white smoke and giving his orders. No need for that. Inform Guy. His mission is to secretly protect Kakashi. At the same time, deep within the Root organization, Danzo instantly received news of Kakashi leaving the village. Kill him. Bring me Kakashi's Sharingan. After learning through surveillance about Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, Danzo had coveted it relentlessly. Kamui. Such a power should belong to me. Upon receiving Danzo's command, the members of Root kneeling before him vanished at once, moving swiftly to carry out his orders. Kakashi returned home, quickly gathered a few essentials, and promptly slipped out of the village. From his future self, Kakashi had learned 2 pieces of news. One good, one bad. The good news was that Obito was still alive. And the bad news. My past self, listen closely, this is important. There's something I want you to do, something I was completely unaware of back then. Future Kakashi, upon saying this, smiled warmly, let go of Kakashi's shoulder, and sat back down. First, Obito is not dead. What? Kakashi's eyes flew wide open in shock. No need to be surprised. I am your future self. I know far more than you do right now. Second, Rin's death was no accident. Someone orchestrated it, with the sole purpose of drawing out the darkness within Obito's heart. Orchestrated? By who? This question struck directly at the most sensitive and painful wound Kakashi had carried for years. Unable to contain his emotions, he leapt to his feet, his expression shifting from profound sorrow to blazing fury. Uchiha Madara. Future Kakashi calmly spoke the name. It was another staggering revelation. Madara Uchiha, the legendary founder, rival of the 1st Hokage, but he was said to have died at the Valley of the End, killed by Hashirama Senju. That's right, but listen to what I have to say next. Thirdly, Madara Uchiha placed a cursed seal on Obito's heart, intending to force Obito to sacrifice his life to bring him back to life. In other words, from beginning to end, Madara manipulated the pure-hearted Obito, using him step by step to execute his own plan, while Obito remained completely in the dark. Hearing this, Kakashi felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, shocking him to the core. He stood there, frozen, unable to recover for a long time. Having passed through the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi paused and oriented himself. In a blink, his figure vanished, darting swiftly toward the direction of the Hidden Rain Village. Obito, wait for me. Kakashi moved at a remarkable speed, weaving through the shadows of the forest, advancing while expertly concealing his presence. The target has appeared. Move out. A few Root ANBU members, all masked, quickly closed in on Kakashi. At the command, they dispersed and began to close in, slowly forming a semicircular encirclement around him. Kakashi's eyes sharpened. Years of battle had honed his instincts. He immediately sensed he was being tailed. This aura, Root agents working for Danzo, are they? As if anticipating an impending battle, even the occasional birdsong faded away, leaving the forest in an eerie, absolute silence. Do it. Even at a distance, the elite Root members maintain a unique means of communication. Several kunai flew silently through the shadows of the leaves, hurtling towards Kakashi as he hurried along the path. It wasn't until the kunai were less than half a meter away that Kakashi finally noticed them, reacting just in time to draw a kunai from his pouch to parry the attack. A sharp metallic clang reverberated through the air. Thanks to his formidable combat skills, Kakashi managed to deflect the ambush from his blind spot. But just as he started to breathe a sigh of relief, a gleaming ninjato flashed from the periphery of his vision, slicing in from another blind spot. A muffled grunt followed, the sound of steel piercing flesh. A Root elite, wielding a shinobi blade, drove it straight through Kakashi's abdomen. Seems you weren't nearly prepared enough. If you wanted to kill me, you should have done your homework. A cold voice rang out as Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind the Root agent. The situation reversed in an instant. The Kakashi who'd been stabbed abruptly vanished, dispersing into crackling arcs of electricity that coursed up the Root ninja's body. Lightning style, shadow clone. Paralyzed by the lightning, the Root agent could only utter a final word before Kakashi knocked him out with a single blow. Taking pity on a fellow Leaf ninja, Kakashi spared his life. Go back and tell Danzo, don't even think about coming after me again. Kakashi let out a cold snort, left a single remark, and walked away without looking back. Damn it! A bead of cold sweat slid down the forehead of an elite Umbu from the southeast. He was the last conscious Root operative still standing at the scene. As for the others, bang! Standing behind all the Root operatives, Kakashi vanished into a puff of smoke. Those Root elites, already unconscious, lost their support and collapsed to the ground in succession. A single lightning-release shadow clone for regular shadow clones. This chakra output is nothing like the scant levels the intel reported about Kakashi. It seems there's been a mistake in the information. Who would stoop so low as to play the rat? The last remaining Root agent was lost in thought, head lowered, when he suddenly felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. His vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. You try to harm my eternal rival under my protection? You deserve whatever comes. Following the secret command issued by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Might Guy had shadowed Kakashi all this time. Only when Kakashi finally left did he slip quietly from the shadows to deliver the final blow. With the troublesome pursuers dealt with, Kakashi pressed on along his journey. Next week, I really need to build up a backlog of chapters, or this is going to drive me crazy. As if sensing something unseen, a cluster of heavy clouds quietly shifted in the sky. They covered most of the sun, letting just a few stubborn rays pierce resolutely through the gloom. A few drops of rain landed in Kakashi's right eye and slid down his cheek. Kakashi raised his hand and wiped away the lingering drops. Is it raining? No sooner had he spoken than a deluge came crashing down from above. A fine, steady rain pattered all around. Kakashi halted, extending his right hand. Soon after, the falling rain pooled in his palm, gathering in a tiny, rippling pond. Peering into that clear surface, Kakashi saw his own reflection. Obito, does this weather foretell nothing but trouble for this mission? He lingered for a moment in silent reflection before setting out once more. The journey was shrouded in a quiet tension, broken only by the sighs of the rain and the steady sound of Kakashi pressing ahead. And so time slipped by. How long, he could not say. Two indistinct figures appeared at the edge of Kakashi's vision. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Kakashi stopped. His gaze sharpened. These two would be no easy foes. Kakashi-san, I'm sorry, but you can go no further. Behind Uchiha Itachi, the outline of Amigakure already gleamed, faintly visible. The copy ninja, Kakashi, a fine opponent. Makes me itch for a fight, growled Kisame. Kisame Hashigaki suddenly drew his samahata, a sword as tall as a man, from behind his back. The blade's tip pointed straight at Kakashi, and his small eyes, bloodshot and fierce, radiated a savage intensity. Kakashi-san, it's not too late to turn back now. Raindrops slid down the distinctive black cloak embroidered with red clouds, the symbol of the Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi's eyes gradually turned a shade of crimson. 1-7. As for you, I know everything now. Sasuke, Kakashi abruptly voiced these enigmatic words. Kisame ignored him, and, truth be told, didn't understand. But Itachi was different. His expression froze. For a moment, he was dumbstruck. It was in that instant that Kakashi suddenly pulled back the protector, concealing his left eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan blazed, its pinwheel pattern spinning. Kamui! The space around Uchiha Itachi seemed to twist at dizzying speed, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. My former self, if you set out for the Hidden Rain Village, the journey will be far from smooth. The greatest obstacle is Uchiha Itachi, who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan. If things become dire, just say, 1-7. As for you, I know everything now. Sasuke, the instant Sasuke and secrets are mentioned together, even a genius like Uchiha Itachi cannot keep his heart perfectly still. As for why, there's no time to explain. Given the speed with which you can now activate Kamui, it's enough to send Uchiha Itachi into the Kamui dimension. In this situation, he won't put up much of a fight. Itachi-san? Kakashi, where did you send Itachi-san? Kisame stared at the spot where Uchiha Itachi had vanished right before his eyes. His small eyes went wide, with rare anger blazing in them. He swung Samahata in a frenzy, bringing it down toward Kakashi. So this is the Hidden Rain Village. Looks like a decent place. Kakashi had already arrived at the gates of the Rain Village before anyone realized it. He remarked to himself, then stepped forward to enter. At that very moment, the air stirred ever so slightly. We have an intruder. A slender, beautiful woman with Akatsuki's iconic cloak stood there, Conan, peerless in both features and figure. Beside her, a gaunt young man with fiery red hair reported in. Kill the intruder. The red-haired youth, seated atop a strange contraption, lifted his head ever so slightly. The side of his face not veiled by his hair revealed a single violet eye, swirling with mysterious ripples. Yes, as Kakashi entered the Rain Village, walking along a deserted alley in the fine drizzle, he suddenly grew tense. Dropping low, he pulled a kunai from his gear pouch. A razor-sharp object whirled past, just over his head, slicing the air with a fierce rush. With a surge of strength in his legs, he leapt to his right. No sooner had he straightened than another powerful gust followed, assailing him with renewed force. With lightning-fast reflexes, Kakashi raised the kunai in his hand and slashed swiftly across his chest. A series of crisp clinks echoed through the air. White sheets of paper fluttered everywhere. What are these paper? Kakashi caught one of the now powerless projectiles that had been aimed at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Weapons made out of paper? He'd never even heard of such a thing. Could this be a rare Kekkai Genkai? There was no time to ponder. As Kakashi stared in astonishment, the paper that had fallen beside him suddenly began to glow with a brilliant white light. With a resounding boom, a violente explosion érupted. Intruders, this is your fate. I admit, it was rash of me to barge in, but I mean you no harm. I only came to your village to find someone. Kakashi's figure appeared on the opposite side, facing Conan, whose stunning blue hair was adorned with a paper flower, the signature red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki draped over her shoulders, as he tried to explain. Intruder, you deserve to die. Conan let out a cold snort. Her body began to dissolve into floating pieces of paper. You'll likely encounter a blue-haired woman. Try mentioning, perhaps it'll work. All this, I only heard about it afterward from Naruto. Wait, Conan, Nagato, if Yahiko knew what you were doing, how do you think he'd feel? And have you forgotten the days you spent with Master Jiraiya? Left with no other choice, Kakashi repeated the lines he'd been told to say, calling out loudly. At these words, Conan seemed taken aback, her face suddenly filled with disbelief. How do you know Yahiko's name? How do you know all these things? No comment. As I said, I bear you no ill will, nor do I care about your plans. I am here for one reason only, to find someone. Kakashi shrugged. Conan, ask him who he's looking for. Nagato's voice suddenly sounded in Conan's ear. A man with long orange hair, the unmistakable ripple-patterned Rinnegan in his eyes, his face studded with black piercings, and clad in the Akatsuki's red cloud cloak, appeared. Seated at his feet was a massive, color-changing chameleon with a Rinnegan in its eye as well. The scattered paper swirling in the air returned to Conan, who, in the presence of Nagato, offered her complete trust without question. Kakashi, the copy ninja of the leaf. Speak. Who are you searching for? You know him as Uchiha Madara. At the mention of that name, a sharp gleam flashed in Kakashi's eyes. After a fierce, grueling battle, Kisame Hashigaki hefted his bandaged sword Samahata and, with a single powerful swing, split the Kakashi before him in two. Kakashi, the copy ninja. Just as I thought, you're worth cutting down. But the expected shower of blood never came. The severed Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. What the? A shadow clone. When did he? Kisame silently cursed under his breath, glancing back toward the Hidden Rain village. The atmosphere grew tense the moment Kakashi uttered that name. There was a long silence before Conan finally spoke. What is your goal? Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he answered in a calm voice. For a shinobi world without pain. For peace. As Kakashi finished speaking, a corner of cloth he had been holding, faintly marked with writing, disintegrated into dust and scattered into the air. The reward for his conversation with his future self ended there. Conan froze, surprised that someone from a major ninja village like Kakashi would say such things. Conan, let Kakashi go to that place. Today, Uchimura, Obito, happens to be coming. After a moment of contemplation, for reasons unknown, Nagato unexpectedly agreed and then added, once you find the person you're searching for and ask your questions, leave the village immediately. The Hidden Rain does not welcome outsiders. Thank you for your help. Seeing that the person behind the scenes had agreed, Kakashi cupped his fists in gratitude. Come with me. With Nagato's permission, Conan wasted no time. She beckoned Kakashi and led him into the heart of the Rain Village. Uchiha Madara, he's been too active lately. With Konoha's Kakashi specifically seeking him out, maybe I can learn something? Through the linked vision of his Rinnegan, Nagato watched Kakashi and Conan's figures fade into the distance, lowering his head as he quietly pondered to himself. Their footsteps splashed through scattered puddles on the ground. Before long, the two arrived in front of a towering structure. The one you're looking for is at the top, on the highest floor. Conan stopped, her wings spreading gracefully from her back. With a slender finger, she pointed toward the very pinnacle of the tower. With the ultimate purpose of his journey within reach, Kakashi didn't hesitate. Following Conan's lead, he leapt upward. Obito, I'm here, at the top of the tower. Honestly, what's up with Nagato today? He's so slow. A figure cloaked in black, face completely obscured by a layer of white material save for one exposed eye, leaned against the wall and voiced his annoyance. Haha, probably discussing how to achieve their so-called peace with Conan. Black Zetsu's head emerged from the floor, chiming in. What a dull, twisted amusement that is. The black-robed man's tone was dismissive, tinged with a casual sense of mockery. Oh, someone's here. Footsteps echoed across the empty rooftop. Uchiha Madara, or should I say Obito, right? The voice, hauntingly familiar, stopped the newcomer in his tracks, sending a shiver through the black-robed man. Who are you? Where's Nagato? Obito, of course, could never admit so easily. He turned away with a nonchalant shrug, his voice sounding utterly calm. At this point, Obito, are you really still going to keep up the act? Standing before Obito, who was shrouded in a black cloak, was none other than Kakashi, led by Conan to the top of the tower. I have no idea what you're talking about. You'd better bring Nagato out to see me. Or has Nagato decided to betray me now? Obito let out a cold snort, his tone growing sharper by the second. Obito, your stubbornness hasn't changed one bit. Can you truly ignore this eye you once gave me? With that, Kakashi lifted his headband from his left eye, revealing the crimson Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. In the next instant, the power of space-time erupted. The air around Obito began to twist violently, forming a vortex that threatened to engulf him. Obito grunted, the pattern in his right eye transforming into a great spinning pinwheel. Instantly, the warped space returned to normal. Kakashi, using my own power against me. Don't you think that's just a little absurd? So you've admitted it, Obito. Kakashi's gaze sharpened with clarity. What does it matter if I admit it or not? At this point, it doesn't matter who I am. Call me Madara, call me Obito Uchiha. It makes no difference. They're both just meaningless names. Obito looked at the changed Kakashi before him, his expression unreadable, his tone icy and indifferent. Obito, there are things I want to say to you. Though he tried hard to keep his emotions in check, hearing it was one thing. Now, seeing his friend alive before him, Kakashi found it impossible to suppress the feelings he had kept buried for so long. That's enough, Kakashi. I don't know how you found me here, but... Obito's right eye flashed wide open, his words sharp as daggers. aimed straight at Kakashi's heart. You broke your promise. You killed Rin with your own hands. What right do you have to stand in front of me? Obito. At those words, Kakashi's expression froze. He stood rooted to the spot, his eyes clouded with bitterness as he murmured softly. Killing Rin, compared to that. Kakashi, stop looking for me. The Obito Uchiha you knew died long ago. He died that day, on Kanabi Bridge. With one final, cold remark, Obito activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye. The world shimmered and warped. Space twisted around him, and his figure began to fade from Kakashi's view. Kamui space. Oomph. How did Kakashi know I was here? And is Nagato starting to get restless too? Obito's figure reappeared, alone once again. Madara. A voice suddenly echoed across the vast Kamui dimension. Obito was taken aback. How could there be anyone in my Kamui space? He turned around and saw Uchiha Itachi, adorned in the black cloak with red clouds. Itachi? Why are you here, of all places, in the midst of chaos? In the one eye Obito kept visible, disbelief flickered. Saving you. That's what matters most right now. You fool Obito. Right then, Kakashi also materialized in the Kamui space, landing a punch squarely on Obito's face. It was rare, but Kakashi showed an uncharacteristic surge of emotion. Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi stared at these two figures who'd just appeared, thrown for a moment by the bewildering situation. Sorry, Itachi. I acted out of desperation. I'll send you back right now. By the way, I had no idea about your situation. I just said that on a whim. As he spoke, a swirling vortex began to form around Uchiha Itachi's body. Kakashi, I leave Sasuke in your care. I promise. Itachi offered no resistance throughout. Not once did the Sharingan in his eyes flare. They remained calm. And now, Kakashi said, as the vortex whisked Itachi away, it's just the two of us. With Uchiha Itachi gone, Kakashi faced Obito, whose white mask had been shattered by his punch, revealing his true face. Kakashi, you really are a genius. For as long as he could remember, nobody but himself had been able to come and go from the Kamui space. Now, seeing Kakashi take hold of it so easily, Obito couldn't help but laugh aloud, the sound echoing with a mix of amusement and disbelief. You've mastered the power that was once mine to perfection. Obito, I'm not here to argue. There's something important I have to say. If you want this eye that was always yours to begin with, I'll give it back to you right now. Kakashi's fists clenched, then unclenched, tightening and releasing as he battled the tide of emotions swelling within. Drawing a deep breath, he fixed Obito with a burning, unwavering gaze. Tell me, Kakashi, do you really think that, as you are now, so transparent and predictable, anything you say will matter? Obito's voice was cold as ever, the mask gone but the stranger's distance in his eyes as he looked at Kakashi. It matters, Obito. I have to do this. It's something I can't run away from. Like a man sealing his resolve, Kakashi raised his left hand and formed a familiar hand sign. Obito, let's settle this, just like when we were kids, sparring and training. If you lose, you must listen to everything I have to say. No more interruptions. That's... Obito stared at the hand sign pressed against Kakashi's chest, momentarily dazed, a flicker of old memories surfacing in his eyes. The seal of opposition. The basic hand sign every shinobi knows by heart. Kakashi, do you still want to lecture me? Or maybe you want to persuade me to return to the Leaf Village. How amusing. If this counts as a way to pass the time, then I'll play along with your little game. Obito spoke as he raised his right hand, forming the opposing hand sign. The Kamui dimension. The two stood face to face, silent, eyes locked onto each other. Ding. Demand detected. Opening extra mini theater. Once closest friends, now bitter foes. Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, the images are starting up again on the big screen. Izuna Uchiha. That title. Friends turn into enemies. It sounds like a pretty tragic story. Hashirama Senju. Here we go again. Madara Uchiha. The clash of Sharingan and Kamui. Minato Namikaze. Clash of the Sharingan and Kamui. I really hope it's not what I think it is. Rin Obito. Kakashi. Meanwhile, inside the silent Kamui dimension, a black screen suddenly appeared in the void, and the system's voice rang out, clearly audible to the two facing each other. Obito, it seems that whether now or in the future, the two of us are destined to fight. Kakashi lifted his eyes to the screen. Obito only responded with a cold snort, his hand clenched tightly beneath his sleeve. My Kamui dimension. Kakashi, if it's inevitable that we'll clash one day, then why not turn our earlier agreement into a wager on what we see now on the screen? Kakashi made his proposal. Revealing too much of his abilities right now could introduce too many uncertainties in the future. Obito lowered his head in thought, weighed the pros and cons, and finally agreed to Kakashi's suggestion. Just then, the scene on the screen began to unfold. A sudden, explosive sound echoed out. Stone shattered and lightning flashed violently. The tense, quiet atmosphere of the Kamui space shattered as the two shadows collided in an instant. Their faces were revealed. No strangers to each other. They were Kakashi and Obito. In the instant they clashed, Kakashi's lightning blade in his left hand and Obito's attack from his right pierced straight through each other's chests. Blood sprayed everywhere. Minato Namikaze, Kakashi. Obito, Kushina Uzumaki. How could it come to this? Rin, no, Kakashi, please don't. Obito, don't. Anoki, even after living as long as I have, scenes like this, I can still feel a sting in my old heart. Hey, the old man's right, watching former friends turn into enemies. I hope that day never comes for us. Killer B, oh yeah bro, what are you even saying? We'll always be the best brothers forever. You fool, you fool. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, that'll never happen to us. Sasuke, if you want to fight me, Naruto, you're still far from being ready. Jiraiya, did the two of them really go down together? If so, then With this, Obito, let's put an end to this charade. I've grown tired of it. Kakashi's calm voice rang out. The forms of the two, locked in fierce conflict, slowly dissolved into fragments, fading away. So that was it. Everything that had just happened was actually a battle of illusions between the two of them. Itachi Uchiha. A duel of Jinjutsu, huh? I wonder how Kakashi-san is holding up now. Madara Uchiha. Such a boring trick. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi's abilities, truly unpredictable. Deidara. Didn't any of you notice that Obito guy has a Rinnegan too? It seems there's no way to bring you back anymore. Now, the only thing left I can offer is to send you on your way. Kakashi raised his hand and formed a sign of opposition. Then I'll do the same. Obito followed, mirroring the same sign. Come. The two of them stared at each other, unwavering from across the distance. Just then, the scene suddenly wavered, growing indistinct. Kakashi and Obito's figures grew, gradually transparent as they gazed at each other. Memories surfaced. Images of a young Kakashi and young Obito, forming the sign of opposition together, appeared before them. Minato Namikaze and Rin stood between them. Now, ninja sparring exercise. Begin. With Minato's voice echoing through the memory, the eyes of the present day, Kakashi and Obito, sharpened instantly. In the next second, they lunged at each other like the wind. Neither made the first move with ninjutsu, just as in the past. They engaged in pure taijutsu, the most primal and unadulterated form of combat. There was no holding back. Each punch sliced through the air with a fierce gust, their attacks carrying lethal intent. Meanwhile, in that memory, the young Kakashi and Obito also sparred. And with Minato by their side, both were fighting at full power without reservation. Despite their unpolished expressions, their moves, though ferocious, carried no real malice toward each other. Young Kakashi moved with agility and skill. In contrast, young Obito's moves were clumsy and unrefined, leaving him constantly under Kakashi's pressure. Even in such a disadvantageous position, young Obito did his best to dodge Kakashi's attacks, always searching for an opening to strike back. In the present, Obito was no longer the awkward child he once was. He met every one of Kakashi's attacks head-on. But this deadlock didn't last long. Finally, Obito seized an opening and landed a solid kick, sending Kakashi flying. Kakashi grimaced in pain as he rolled across the ground. Not giving Kakashi a moment to catch his breath, Obito's assault continued. He leaped high and brought his foot down in a brutal stomp, aiming straight for Kakashi's head. In his haste, Kakashi forced himself to endure the pain, rolling aside once more to evade Obito's attack. Then, hands braced against the ground, he pushed himself up to stand. Cracks spread across the earth beneath him, proof enough of just how powerful Obito's strike had been. Uchiha Shursui murmured, "These two, it's clear they've both resolved to finish this fight for real. I fear only one will walk away alive. Only then will the battle end." Rin cried out, desperate. How did it come to this? Stop, Kakashi, Obito, please, both of you stop. Minato Namikaze whispered in anguish. Why? Why did things have to turn out like this? Tobirama Senju observed sadly. For brothers in arms to turn on each other, such a tragic sight. Thankfully, that was never my fate. Izuna Uchiha nodded in agreement. For once, Tobirama makes sense. I'm fortunate as well. I never had to face that. Hashirama Senju softly said, Oni I-san. Madara Uchiha shot his brother a look. Izuna, don't start. As if bound by fate itself, the battle now raging between Kakashi and Obito mirrored so closely their fight as young boys long ago. Back in their youth, it was only about outmatching the other. Now, though, the stakes had sharpened. Now, each fought with lethal intent. Both fighters appeared to realize, Hand-to-hand combat would not bring victory over the other. In the memories of youth, the young Kakashi would pull a kunai from his pouch. A movement echoed in the present as the grown Kakashi, almost unconsciously, produced a kunai in his hand. In perfect response, a chain materialized in Obito's grip. This new phase of their battle was even more savage and treacherous. One wrong move, and it could be fatal. The kunai flashed cold and bright, every thrust aimed with deadly accuracy at Obito's vital points. The clang of kunai meeting chain rang out across the desolate Kimui dimension. In a smooth motion, Kakashi flicked the kunai into the air, sprang into a nimble backflip, and with a sharp kick, sent the blade spinning toward Obito. Caught unprepared, Obito was a split second too slow. The kunai slashed his cheek, a thin red line blossoming, and then thudded deep into the ground. Obito ignored the pain, spinning round to launch a heavy punch that sent Kakashi flying. With the strength of Hashiruma's cells flowing in him, Obito healed with astounding speed, the wound on his face sealing up even as steam curled from the skin. A wisp of white vapor dissipated as Obito's injury vanished, and in his palm, a black rod formed. A half-mocking, half-exhilarated smile stretched across Obito's face as he charged back at Kakashi. Kakashi did not for a moment underestimate the man before him. His face set in grim determination. He spun the twin kunai in his hands with practiced flair, facing Obito head-on. The clash of kunai against Black Rod rang out in a relentless rhythm. At the same time, memories and reality overlapped and blurred. Young Kakashi battling young Obito. Kakashi of the present locked in deadly combat with the present Obito. Time had passed. The setting had changed. Yet the two of them, their familiar moves now fueled by a resolve to kill, repeated the same dance. Everything else had changed beyond recognition. Only their bond, warped and battered, remained. Nagato. Everywhere you look, ordinary people are displaced, battlefields are littered with corpses, and brothers turn their blades against each other. These tragedies are everywhere, and all I ever wanted was to create a world without war, a world at peace. Jiraiya, Nagato, Hashirama Senju. That's the very reason the village was founded. Raza, what a lamentable, sorrowful scene this is. Another ferocious clash erupts. For now, neither fighter seems able to overcome the other. The battle slips once more into a tense standoff. Yet the conflict between them shows no sign of ending. If anything, it only grows more intense. Kakashi seizes an opening and, with precise timing, successfully knocks the black rod from Obito's hand. Obito, undeterred, counters with a flurry of attacks, grabbing both of Kakashi's wrists and equally restricting his foe's movement. The two now face each other at point-blank range. Obito's eyes glint with mockery and dark amusement, while Kakashi's gaze is full of pain and a grim resolve to end Obito's life. Mind lending me a hand? Obito's voice oozes malice. Quick as lightning, the hand seals for a fire style. Great fireball technique are formed by both of their interlocked hands. Kakashi's eyes go wide in shock, no time to resist. With a brutal kick, Obito lands a blow beneath Kakashi's jaw, breaking free from Kakashi's grasp, then quickly leaps back, his chest swelling with breath. Fire style. The cry comes from the Obito of memory, echoing through time. Great fireball technique. Obito exhales a massive ball of flame, surging toward Kakashi. Earth style. Now it's Kakashi, the boy in those shared memories, shouting in response. Earth style wall. Kakashi drops into a squat and slams his palms into the ground. A solid wall of earth erupts upward, shielding him from the raging fireball. So many years have passed, and their powers have evolved beyond recognition. As the earth wall collides with the fireball, thunderous explosions echo through the Kamui space, shrouding them in billowing smoke and dust. When the dust settles, Kakashi's earth wall has held firm against Obito's great fireball. Obito seems unsurprised. He picks up a kunai from the ground and hurls it in Kakashi's direction. Kakashi's senses are razor-sharp. Through the heavy smoke, he hears a faint rustle to his right. He turns, only to see a torn scrap of fabric tied to the kunai. A sense of dread creeps up inside him. The instant he starts to turn back, Obito appears on his other side. Without mercy, Obito delivers a fierce kick to Kakashi's head. The blow sends Kakashi hurtling uncontrollably into his own earth wall, bouncing back hard. Pain explodes in his skull, leaving him dazed, barely able to focus. Obito isn't about to waste this perfect opportunity. A black rod appears in his palm once more. With a vicious grin, he plunges it straight at Kakashi. Madara Uchiha. That kid Obito still has some skill after all. Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi-sensei. Might guy. Kakashi, your youth isn't over yet. Stand up. Minato Namikaze. Obito, Do you really think you can bear the pain of killing your dearest friend? Kushina, Uzumaki, Kakashi, Obito, you two were once the best of friends. Rin, Obito, stop. Why? Why did the two of you end up like this? Orochimaru, oh? Is the outcome about to be decided? What a thrilling spectacle this is. Suddenly, the ground splits open. Another Kakashi bursts forth from below, rushing toward Obito and transforming into lightning to paralyze him. Regaining his senses, Kakashi seizes the moment and kicks Obito away. In a flashback, the younger Obito sprawls from the blow, getting up only to find Kakashi holding a kunai pointed right at him. At the same time, Minato's gentle voice rings out. Training is over. Kakashi is the winner. All right, seal it with the mark of reconciliation. Hearing Minato's announcement, young Kakashi puts away his kunai and extends a hand to Obito. Obito, just about to grasp Kakashi's hand. Suddenly, a hand seems to reach through the memory itself, landing on Obito's shoulder and pulling him back. The Obito of the present breaks through the memory of his childhood self, lifts his black rod, and charges forward. As young Kakashi reaches out in friendship, his form gradually fades to transparency, and in the next heartbeat, it's Kakashi holding a kunai. The dull sound of steel driving into flesh echoes in the air. Obito's black rod pierces Kakashi's chest, while Kakashi's Chidori drives through Obito's heart. Blood trickles down from both their wounds, painting the ground below crimson. The next instant, Obito's eyes fly wide open, a searing agony contorting his features. Kakashi's Chidori fizzles out, and the kunai slips helplessly from his hand. He pulls his hand back with great effort, and the two stand apart once more, gazing at each other from distance. It's over, Obito. Kakashi's voice is heavy with sorrow. He feels as though he's killed Rin, and now he's killed Obito as well. Obito gasps for breath, his face twisted from the pain. Yet despite everything, he lets out a faint, scornful laugh. Then call this your victory in the end. Obito, it looks like I've won. Will you listen to me now? As the vision fades, Kakashi's expression grows especially grave. If he doesn't say everything now, perhaps the future will truly end up just like that. Obito stares at the scene of himself being run through by Kakashi. He falls silent. To witness one's own death, for most people, that would spark instant outrage. But not Obito. There isn't a trace of anger inside him. Instead, there's a hint of unwillingness, maybe a touch of release, and a measure of bewilderment. For a long time, nothing is said. Go ahead, Kakashi. Obito's voice comes out rough and raspy. Seeing that Obito had finally softened, Kakashi walked up and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Within the vast and luminous space of Kamui, the two of them, having traveled through the relentless torrent of time, now sat facing each other cross-legged after so many years apart. This was a rare moment of solitude between them. During their long conversation, the indifferent look in Obito's eyes gradually began to crumble, especially when Kakashi spoke of the last matter. The truth behind Rin's death. Kakashi, are you telling me the truth? Was Rin killed by Madara Uchiha's scheme? Obito's long-suppressed emotions erupted all at once. He trembled from head to toe, jaw clenched tight, and forced out each word with a voice that seemed to be choking on anguish. Obito, the reliability of this information is nearly 100%. If you can't accept it right now, think back over all the details, you'll find something was wrong. Kakashi's emotions, too, surged violently. When he had first learned this news, the shock he felt was no less than Obito's. Rin was killed by Madara Uchiha. Yet I've lived all these years carrying the name of her killer. At this revelation, Obito's whole body began to shake uncontrollably, as if he couldn't hold himself together. Then, what does that make Rin? What does that make my entire purpose? Blankly, Obito turned his head to look at Kakashi. The light in his eyes disappeared, leaving only an empty, lifeless gloom behind. Tears of blood slid silently down his cheeks as he sat there, wooden and numb, teetering on the edge of collapse. What, then, is the point of my own existence? Obito! Obito! Seeing Obito like this, Kakashi instantly sensed how dire the situation was and called out loudly to him. Kakashi's words weren't met with doubt from Obito. With everything Kakashi now knew, only that mysterious system, its origins unknown, could have shared such secrets. The system's authenticity was already beyond question. But Obito's state was deeply troubled, lost in self-doubt and denial. He shut out all external sound. The scene of Rin's death began playing uncontrollably in his mind. Over and over, in endless repetition. An endless sea of crimson and despair flooded his heart completely. Obito, you have to calm down. Try to snap out of it. Seeing that mere shouting was useless, Kakashi gripped Obito's shoulders and shook him hard, but it seemed to make little difference. No, this couldn't go on. Obito was in a dangerous state. Think, Kakashi told himself. Think. There must be something else he could do. Facing a friend he'd finally regained, Kakashi couldn't bring himself to do something drastic. Anxiously, he paced back and forth. Wait, that's it. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes lit up. He reached into a small pouch and pulled out a scroll. The one who ties the bell must be the one to untie it. I'm counting on you, Rin. It was none other than the incomplete reincarnation scroll rewarded by the system earlier. He gently unrolled the scroll and laid it flat on the ground. With no pen to use, Kakashi could only bite his thumb, using his own blood to write Rin's name. Rin Noera. As he finished the final stroke, a soft white glow began to radiate from the once quiet scroll. It grew brighter and brighter, until it shone like a miniature sun. The dazzling, intense light forced both Kakashi and Obito to squeeze their eyes shut. Only after the light had faded entirely, a silhouette appeared at the spot where the scroll had been placed. A girl with short brown hair, deep brown eyes, 2 purple markings on her cheeks, and a gentle, warm smile. Obito, Kakashi, it's been a long time. Rin. The moment Kakashi saw Rin again, all the calm composure he'd struggled to maintain shattered. The corners of his eyes grew damp, and a single tear traced down his cheek. Rin, as though she had known all along she would come to this place, showed not the slightest sign of unease. She raised a finger to her lips, signaling Kakashi to be quiet. Just a moment, Kakashi. She stepped confidently toward Obito, who was staring at her in disbelief. Oh, Hisashiburi Disu, Obito. Standing before him, Rin greeted Obito gently. Rin? Obito could only mumble in a stunned, dreamlike voice. Daikobu, Gwatashi ga irujo. I'm not going anywhere. Rin opened her arms, drawing Obito into a gentle embrace, soothing him with a soft voice. Rin, I'm right here. Rin, I'm right here. Rin, I'm right here. That voice, that familiar scent, the Rin he had yearned for day and night, was standing before him. The emptiness and confusion in Obito's lifeless eyes cleared all at once. He lifted his head just enough to see the face he'd dreamed of for so long. Rin, it's really you. This isn't a dream, is it? Obito's words burst out in delight. His trembling arms encircled Rin's waist and held her tightly, as if letting go might make her vanish. It's not a dream, Obito. Kakashi was the one who called me back. And, Obito, you're holding me a little too tightly. Seeing Obito regain his clarity, Rin's own worried heart finally relaxed. When she first laid eyes on Obito moments ago, Rin had been truly startled. Never in all the years growing up together had she seen him so despondent. He was collapsed on the ground, every inch of him radiating a heavy despair. I'm sorry, Rin. Though Rin's appearance was still that of their childhood, Obito had already grown into a young man. But as time passed and so much had changed, even now, Obito, so different in appearance, still hated the thought of making Rin upset. The moment he heard he'd hurt her, he immediately let go of the tight embrace around her waist. Just like when he was a child, he scratched his head awkwardly and looked at Rin with a goofy, sincere smile. Then, turning, he glanced at Kakashi and called out, Kakashi, Rin's come back. Why are you still standing so far away? Kakashi, hurry up and come over. Rin, too, waved at Kakashi with a radiant smile. Obito, Rin. Kakashi lifted his sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes, and beneath his mask, a broad, heartfelt smile bloomed across his face. I'm coming, Obito. Rin. They laughed together, exchanging glances, a scene of 2 young men and a girl. Their laughter was especially sweet. It was as if they had stepped across time, passed through a tapestry of memories, and returned to that windswept summer day. Ever since the mysterious system appeared, the entire ninja world had begun to shift imperceptibly. Quiet changes were stirring beneath the surface. Daylight faded in the blink of an eye. Night fell. The moon hung high, and the stars started to glimmer. On this particular night, sleeplessness swept across the ninja world. So many found their thoughts too restless for slumber. Hate Gecko was patrolling around the village. After confirming everything was calm and in order, he finally came to a halt. Lifting his gaze, he stared up at the brilliant moon in the night sky, worry flickering in his eyes. What's on your mind? From the opposite side, Yugao Yuzuki noticed Hayate's troubled expression. She walked over, her voice gentle and caring. Yugao, cough, this system that suddenly appeared. Who knows how much it will change the world of shinobi? Cough. And what if it brings some unforeseeable danger to Konoha? Cough. Hate pressed his hand to his mouth, stricken by a fit of weakness. It's going to be all right, Hate. We're all here, and I'm here too. From behind, Yugao gently wrapped her arms around him, resting her head on his shoulder. She gazed up at the same moon, her eyes brimming with warmth. Cough. As long as you're here, that's enough. Night fled in an instant. The sun's already blazing. Time to get up. The system's voice rang out, as harsh and inescapable as a morning alarm. Huh, looks like everyone's already awake. Naruto Uzumaki. Morning, morning, everyone. Anoki. So this is Konoha's Jinchuriki? Minato Namikaze. Good morning, Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki. Ohayo. Good morning, Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Ohayo, Dad. Mom. Fugako Uchiha. Makoto. Ohayo. Itachi. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha, Mom. Dad. Ohayo. After 2 days of getting used to it, everyone in the shinobi world had already fully adapted to the system's presence. Thanks to the system's comment barrage feature, many who had left the world for all sorts of reasons were now able to greet their parents, family, and siblings with warm words they thought they'd never share again. After a period of reflection and evaluation by the system, the cozy side theater is postponed. Today's broadcast features the first match between Genin. Anoki, Genin? So these are the young shinobi of the new generation? Kurisuki Raiga. Huh, just a bunch of kids. There's really no point in watching such a dull fight. Tobarama Senju. It's the new generation of young shinobi who are the backbone of our village's future. I wonder if we'll see any exceptional talent from Konoha. Hashirama Senju. Don't worry, brother. Just from the previous clips, it's clear that there's no shortage of gifted youths in Konoha. Madarumi. I wonder if we'll get to see any handsome young men this time. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The next generation of Konoha truly gives me hope for the future. The new generation of Cloud will definitely measure up as well. Raza. Sand Village has its fair share of talent too. Third Raikage. Sooner or later, those who come after us will surpass their elders. Jinjutsu Hozuki. Well said. I agree with that. Mu indeed. Rock Lee of Konoha versus Gaara of the Sand. Playback begins. As the system's notifications sounded, the black screen gradually brightened, and the scene slowly unfurled before their eyes. In a vast and empty arena stands a towering statue of interlocked hands. Rock Lee, with his trademark bowl cut, thick eyebrows, and large expressive eyes, is clad in a green jumpsuit. Gaara, with red hair, dark rings around his eyes reminiscent of a panda, the love character carved into his forehead, and a massive gourd strapped to his back. The two stand at opposite corners of the arena, eyes sharp, gazes clashing from across the distance. Moonlight Guy stands at the center, raising his hand. After glancing at both contestants to confirm their readiness, he lets his hand drop as his serious voice rings out. Ninth round, begin. Even as the last word faded, Rock Lee was the first to strike. Springing forward with his right hand tucked behind him, he closed the distance to Gaara in a flash. When he was close, Lee leapt into the air, spinning with force. His leg snapped out in a sweeping kick aimed directly at Gaara's head. Konoha Whirlwind. In the face of this fierce assault, Gaara simply crossed his arms, unmoving, watching coldly and without concern. The next instant, a massive wall of sand rose up from nowhere, effortlessly blocking Lee's attack. Immediately after, the sand expanded, surging toward the close-range Lee with crushing force. Lee didn't hesitate. Realizing his attacks had no effect, he was already poised for a counter. With a series of nimble backflips, he dodged with perfect timing, landing safely at a distance. As he stood, Lee looked up and saw the mouth of Gaara's giant gourd behind him, streaming sand. So, it's a sand-manipulating jutsu. That could be troublesome. Well then, let's see how it goes. Now clearly aware of his opponent's specialty, Lee rushed forward once more, launching a fierce barrage of taijutsu attacks. No matter how fierce the attack, sand would always appear by Gaara's side to block it. But this situation didn't last long. Soon, the sand surged up like ocean waves, layer upon layer, crashing toward Rock Lee with relentless force. Facing such a wide-ranged assault, Lee knew he couldn't remain there for long, or he'd be slowly cornered and strangled by the sands. He reached into his pocket and drew a kunai, blocking the first two waves, then swiftly retreated, putting a safe distance between himself and Gaara once again. Even the shuriken he threw was easily stopped by the sand. And so, the battle continued. Gaara stood in place, his expression cold and unmoved. He hadn't even lifted a finger. Damn it, Lee wore a grave expression. Is this all? Excite me more. The blood isn't enough. Gaara's expression suddenly darkened, and the sand around him erupted in a frenzy, whirling across the ground at breakneck speed as it charged toward Lee. By instinct, Lee leapt up to dodge. But he had still underestimated the sand's speed. His feet were ensnared as he was airborne. With nowhere to find footing in midair, Lee was helpless. The sand swung him around twice before hurling him forcefully against a wall. Sliding down onto the ground, Lee barely had a moment to register the pain before the sand came crashing down with crushing force yet again. In a panic, Lee rolled desperately out of the way. Once more, he launched an assault on Gaara. He punched, elbowed, and kicked in succession. But none of it mattered. The sand that was always by Gaara's side appeared instantly, blocking each and every attack. Raza, Gaara, is that you? My guy. Lee, it's your time. Give all you've got. Unleash your youth. Rock Lee. Roger, Master Guy. Temari. Is Gaara in the arena already? That kid in green sure has rotten luck. Kankro, for real. It couldn't get any worse for him. Anoki. So, the young ninjas from the leaf and the sand, eh? That Gaara boy gives off a strange vibe. Could it be? Hiruzen Suratobi. Rock Lee Kai. He's one of yours, right? Guy. Yes, Lord Third. Tobarama Senju. That sand ninja Gaara is impressive. His control over chakra is excellent. But the leaf kid doesn't seem to use any ninjutsu. Jinpachi Munashi. That uniform brings back memories of some terrifying days. Did anyone really expect me to write about Rock Lee? Guy. Lee. Rock Lee. I cannot use any ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but I'll prove that with taijutsu alone, one can still become an outstanding ninja. Shin Baojun. Kid, you've got guts. Zilluo. I'll get my all too. Tobarama Senju. As expected of Konoha's new generation. Such conviction, I acknowledge it. Haiden. How about joining the Jashin faith with me? Come worship Lord Jashin. The sand that had been fending off Lee's attacks briefly calms, only to surge violently once more. Under Gaara's control, the sand seems to come alive, rolling like crashing waves, each surge higher and more aggressive, closing in on Rock Lee. With no other choice, Rock Lee is forced to retreat rapidly, trying to put some safe distance between himself and the oncoming sand. He flips backward several times with agility, but fails to notice that the sand has already spread beneath his feet. The loose, yielding sand causes Lee to lose his balance the moment he lands from his flip, a stumble, and he tumbles to the ground. Gaara, of course, is relentless, giving Lee no time to catch his breath. The sand forms into a massive, hand-shaped mass, and with unrestrained fury, comes crashing down on the fallen Rock Lee. A thunderous crash echoes through the arena, the ground vibrating fiercely from the impact as the sand scatters in all directions. Sakura Haruno. Lee isn't going to lose just like that, is he? My guy. Don't worry. Lee's power goes far beyond this. Naruto Uzumaki. That bushy eyebrow guy looks really strong. I believe he's not going to give up so easily. But Gaara's attack doesn't land. With lightning-fast reflexes, Rock Lee springs up at the very last second, alighting gracefully on the outstretched finger of a carved statue. Sitting cross-legged, Lee begins to undo his yellow leg warmers, revealing the training weights strapped to his calves, each marked with the word perseverance. He removes them, stands, and can't help but sigh in relief. All right, now that feels much lighter. He spreads his arms wide, loosening his grip and letting the two training weights fall freely to the ground. Tobarama Senju. Weighted training. It's an excellent choice for a taijutsu user. Madara Uchiha. I truly don't understand this method. With every eye on him, the moment Lee's training weights hit the ground, a tremendous, booming sound reverberates through the arena. The whole stage trembles under the astonishing weight, sending up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust settles, two craters, at least 2 meters deep, are revealed. The leg weights Lee usually wears so casually now lie still at the very center. Tobarama Senju. With weights that heavy, perhaps this isn't such an excellent choice for a regular taijutsu user after all. Naruto Uzumaki. So that bushy-browed guy was hiding this much strength all along? Shursui Uchiha. Unbelievable. Madara Uchiha. He seems like a truly intriguing fellow. My guy. This is the spirit of youth. Go Lee. Rock Lee. Yes, Sensei Guy. Deidara. Those two. Always shouting about youth. Even the whole ninja world, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone more explosive. Inside the Kamui dimension, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito sat shoulder to shoulder. Guy is still as reckless as ever. Kakashi sighed quietly. Are you talking about Mike Guy? The one in our class who ran 500 laps because he failed the Ninja Academy entrance exam? Obito thought for a moment, clearly recalling some impression of Mike Guy. That's him. But now, he's become incredibly strong. As Kakashi remembered how Mike Guy always looked out for him, his eyes unconsciously softened. Even though I don't know Mike Guy very well, it looks like you've made a wonderful friend, Kakashi. Ever perceptive, Rin noticed the change in Kakashi at once. She covered her mouth and giggled. A gloomy guy like Kakashi actually managed to make a friend? Obito puffed out his cheeks, clearly indignant. Gaara watched the astonishing scene unfold, and for the first time, a hint of seriousness flickered across his normally indifferent eyes. A blur shot past. Before Gaara could react, Rock Lee's fist was already at his face. The speed was so blinding that even Gaara's automatic sand shield, a defense he had always relied upon, barely managed to intercept it, but ultimately failed to stop the blow completely. Rock Lee's punch tore a hole straight through the sand. Gaara's expression changed dramatically. All his life, no one had ever broken through the sand barrier that protected him on its own. But Rock Lee had done it. Shock flickered across Gaara's face, mixed with a moment of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Lee's attacks rained down at a dizzying pace, left, right, front, back. By now, Gaara could only see dark blurs darting around him, and sand erupted continually in every direction as he struggled to keep up. The sand's ability to gather and defend was clearly slowing. In other words, Gaara's sand could no longer keep pace with the speed of Lee's relentless assault. Then, with a straightforward, unadorned punch, Rock Lee finally shattered Gaara's sand defense completely. The blow only grazed Gaara's cheek without landing flush, but signaled a turning point. Rock Lee had seized the momentum. From this moment on, Gaara would only be faced with an even faster and fiercer flood of attacks. Harnessing the recoil, Rock Lee sprang into the air, flipped several times, and, without warning this time, drove his heel straight down onto Gaara's head. Gaara staggered, his right cheek splitting open with a thin crimson gash. Even as Lee landed, Gaara's sand defense remained motionless and unresponsive. "I hit him," Lee announced, having landed a solid strike. He quickly darted back, putting a safe distance between himself and Gaara. This time, his retreat was calm and under control. After a brief adjustment, Rock Lee launched himself at Gaara once more. Lesson learned, this time Gaara didn't dare let his guard down. With a swift motion of his right hand, a wall of sand surged up in front of him. "I'm over here," came Lee's voice. As soon as the sand wall appeared, Rock Lee moved like a phantom, darting to Gaara's left side. He lifted his leg and, without hesitation, kicked Gaara through the air once again. Tobarama Senju, the new generation of Konoha, is truly full of geniuses. Niji Hyuga. Rock Lee, huh? I didn't expect him to be this strong, but if that's all he's got, he'll never be able to beat me. Tendan Lee, not bad. Who would have thought you had this in you? Pretty impressive. Mike Guy. Lee, up until now, your training has paid off. Let your youth shine and give it your all. Rock Lee. Sensei Guy. I won't let you down, sir. Inoki. This master and apprentice combo is certainly powerful, but there's something a little unhinged about them. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although I am the Hokage, even I think those two might be a bit too exuberant. Rasa Hyampeha. Gaara is not someone that little brat from Konoha could possibly defeat. Naruto Uzumaki. But right now, thick brows is clearly dominating. How can you say Gaara can't be beaten? Kankuro. Don't underestimate Gaara. He's much tougher than you think. Temari. Just watch. Gaara isn't someone that some ordinary genin can take down. Gaara, having been knocked down, slowly got back on his feet as sand poured from the mouth of his gourd. Clumps of sand slid from his face, revealing an expression twisted and bloodthirsty. But in the blink of an eye, the sand gathered back around him under his control, and he returned to his usual cold, indifferent self. Rock Lee stood to one side, his eyes suddenly wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, what just happened? Thick brows landed a solid hit, but did Gaara still manage to block it with that sand thing? Kankuro. Yeah, that's his sand armor. Naruto Uzumaki. Armor? Kankuro. Normally, his sand forms a shield to protect him, but if you break through his sand shield, the sand armor will still defend him. That's Gaara's ultimate defense. Naruto Uzumaki. Then how do you even get past that? Doesn't look like he has any weakness at all. Itachi Uchiha. Every ninjutsu has some weakness. Tobarama Senju. At this level, it's no longer a fight between genin. That Gaara from the Sand Village hasn't even used any ninjutsu yet. If things go on like this, Rock Lee's chances aren't looking good. Shikamaru Nara. Why did such a complete freak end up in the Chunin exams? What a drag. Raza. With Gaara's abilities, why would he bother coming to the Chunin exams in Konoha? Even I find that a bit puzzling. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Kazekage, perhaps you could shed some light on this? I'm rather curious myself. Raza. There's nothing to say. I'm already dead. How am I supposed to explain? Sarutobi Hiruzen, what? Then, who was the Kazekage who came to Konoha before and attended the Chunin exams with me? Raza. I don't know, but it definitely wasn't me. It must have been that despicable man, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what? Orochimaru, you treacherous pupil. Orochimaru. Sinister laughter. KH. Otogeicure, laboratory. Orochimaru and Kabuto were tinkering with some strange, unknown device. The screen before them seemed almost enchanted. Wherever you were, just a glance would show everything in perfect clarity. They watched as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Raza conversed. Orochimaru extended a long tongue to lick his lips, a dark, chilling smile curling across his face. On the very day the system appeared, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru could sense things spiraling beyond his control. He unhesitatingly halted the Konoha Crush plan and returned early to Otogekyure. "Oh, Lord Orochimaru, it's ready over here," Kabuto said, more intrigued by the events in the lab than by the images overhead. He approached Orochimaru, adjusted his glasses respectfully. "Good, let's take a look." Although his attack had landed on Gaara, it hadn't made any real impact. Realizing this, Lee watched Gaara, who once again stood with arms folded, expressionless, his own face growing even more grave. "Is that all there is to it?" Gaara spoke, his tone tinged with scorn and disappointment. Lee was taken aback, but offered no reply. "What kind of defense is that? No matter how fast I am, none of my attacks can break through. In that case, my only choice is to strike with overwhelming force straight through the barrier of that sand." A spark lit in Lee's eyes. "I'll use the lotus." With that, Lee slipped his bandages halfway off, crossing his arms over his face so only a pair of fierce, focused eyes remained visible. His entire presence shifted, fierce, concentrated. In a flash, Lee exploded into motion, dashing around Gaara at a speed nearly invisible to the naked eye. He moved so quickly that a swirling vortex of dust trailed behind, marking his path on the ground. "Hurry up and get on with it." Gaara's voice sounded, dripping with impatience. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lee's foot shot up, connecting with Gaara's jaw and lifting him from the ground. Lee's voice cut through the air. "As you wish." But because of the weight of the sand clinging to Gaara, even Lee's full-force strike failed to send him soaring as high as he'd hoped. We're not done yet. But Lee had a method of his own. He shifted into a handstand, arms brimming with strength, launching kick after kick that sent Gaara's body climbing higher and higher. Meanwhile, the sand that had remained below swiftly gathered, closing in on the airborne Gaara. Suddenly, a flicker of pain flashed across Rock Lee's face, and his footwork faltered. Despite having pushed himself so far, Rock Lee gritted his teeth against the pain. He willed the bandages from his forearm to unravel into ropes, binding Gaara round and round, determined not to give him a sliver of opportunity to break free. In no time at all, Gaara was trussed up tightly, bound like a giant rice dumpling. Picking the perfect moment, Rock Lee seized Gaara from behind and, locking his grip, began to spin at blinding speed in midair. Here it comes, front lotus. Like a high-powered cutting machine pushed to its limits, a shrill sound tore through the air as Rock Lee drove Gaara's body straight toward the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted, even more spectacular than the weighted leggings hitting the floor earlier. The ground shook, dust billowed in thick clouds, and chunks of stone exploded outward. Rock Lee disentangled himself with difficulty, landing in a crouch, gasping desperately for air. He looked over at Gaara, lying silent and unmoving amidst the shattered remains, his skin cracked and twisted, an expression of anguish frozen on his face. Forcing a weary smile, Rock Lee murmured, I got him. My guy. Amazing. Naruto Uzumaki. Did he win? Kankuro. Hey, come on, Gaara. You're not about to lose like that, are you? Gaara. Do you wish to die? Sakura Haruno. Amazing. The Leaf Ninja won. Shikamaru Nara. He's not dead, is he? Raza. Naive little leaf brats. There's no way Gaara could be taken down so easily. He may be a failure in some ways, but he's still the strongest of the Hidden Sands new generation. And that's not just empty talk. Hashirama Senju. Who are you to call our leaf kids naive? Raza. I misspoke. Anoki. Are there any genin from the Hidden Stone who think they could take on those two? All the new Hidden Stone genin. Meitarumi. And the Hidden Mist? All the new Hidden Mist genin. Hey, what about the Hidden Cloud? Never mind, it's not worth asking. All the new Hidden Cloud genin. Hiruzen Sarutobi. How about the leaf? No, I suppose I don't need to ask. The answer's plainly obvious. Danzo Shimura. Humph. The other villages are nothing special. Anoki. Meitarumi. Rasa. Hey, Danzo of the Leaf, are you looking for a spar? Does this mean the Leaf feels the same way? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly grew anxious. Under his enlightened leadership, the village's strength was said to be advancing by leaps and bounds, prosperity everywhere. Yet even as the strongest Hokage the Leaf had ever seen, Hiruzen knew he couldn't withstand an assault from all four of the great ninja villages at once. He hurried to bark out a warning. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, That's enough, Danzo. The 5 great villages have always maintained good relations. How can you speak such nonsense? Go and accept your punishment, or you'll be stripped of your duties. Tobarama Senju replied, Monkey, when did Konoha become so weak that we have to tolerate this kind of humiliation? I interjected, Times have changed. The most powerful guardians of Konoha, you, are no longer here. Now, Konoha is like a tiger that's lost its fangs and claws. Inoki added, Konoha doesn't have the overwhelming strength to dominate other villages anymore. At best, it's barely able to keep up. Hashirama Senju was taken aback. What? Auto to asterisk. Is this what your student has let Konoha become? Tobarama Senju turned to Hiruzen. Monkey, what do you say? Hiruzen Tsurutobi explained. The Third Shinobi World War drained too much of the village's strength. But our younger generation is growing fast. Every day, Konoha flourishes more than the last. Hashirama Senju nodded, satisfied. That's good. We never bullied others, but we must never let anyone bully us. Tobarama Senju, noticing the battle, remarked, looks like that little Konoha kid might lose. As the referee, Gecko Hate, stepped forward, he looked down at Gaara lying in the crater, but did not declare a result. The very next moment, everyone witnessed something unbelievable. Inside the crater, Gaara's body began to crack apart like a shattered porcelain doll. Piece by piece, it fell away. It was nothing more than a hollow shell molded from sand. Even as most of the shell crumbled away, Gaara himself was nowhere to be seen. What? Came the startled cry. Rock Lee's hopeful smile vanished, disbelief flooding his eyes. Suddenly, a surge of sand gathered behind Rock Lee, and Gaara emerged from within, his face eerily twisted. Raising both hands, he formed the first hand sign seen in this match. The sand surged upward, roaring to life as it swung down toward Rock Lee. Caught off guard, Rock Lee barely managed to cross his arms in front of him, blocking the first wave of the sand's assault. But the attack didn't stop at just one wave. A second surge of sand followed relentlessly, sending Rock Lee hurtling across the arena until he crashed hard into the corner wall. There was no time to catch his breath or recover. Behind Gaara, the sand writhed like a swarm of demons, once again transforming into a tidal wave that thundered at Rock Lee. In a flash, the arena filled with thick, choking smoke. Rock Lee was completely engulfed by the deluge of sand. Gaara, with a manic gleam, licked his lips, looking far from satisfied. Moments later, the sand receded. The wall at the back of the arena had caved in. Rock Lee now standing at the center of the impact, having borne the full force of that brutal attack. He was battered, his body covered in wounds. Yet, through sheer willpower, he refused to collapse. Gaara, unrelenting, saw that Rock Lee was still standing and commanded the sand to strike once more. Dragging his aching body along and relying solely on his indomitable spirit, Rock Lee evaded Gaara's sand again. After completing these moves, Rock Lee exhausted every last bit of his strength and collapsed to his knees. Even now, with the situation so dire, Rock Lee still refused to give in. He raised his trembling arms to shield his chest, forcing open one swollen eye to stare determinately at Gaara. Tobarama Senju. Rock Lee is a pure taijutsu ninja. His recent move, the primary lotus, was tremendously powerful. The force he unleashed would rival some A-rank techniques. But using it depleted all his strength completely, though I hate to admit it. Raza, that bowl-cut kid from the Leaf, is finished. Kankuro, the kid with the bowl cut, can't even move anymore, while Gaara is just toying with him at this point. On the battlefield, Rock Lee's figure finally stilled and slowly began to fade, becoming almost transparent. Images from his life began to shimmer before him, like distant memories coming alive. Rock Lee, ridiculed as an overly enthusiastic dropout in the Ninja Academy. Rock Lee, hidden away in the corners, setting personal goals, pushing himself through grueling taijutsu training routines every single day. Rock Lee, under the silent night sky with stars overhead, training alone long after everyone else had gone home. All right, from today onward, you're all Jinin now. I'd like to hear about your goals. Mike Guy's voice rang out, his words affirming all of Rock Lee's hard-earned efforts. Indeed, through relentless daily training, Rock Lee had finally become a genin. He had become a true ninja. In his memories, Rock Lee wore his leaf forehead protector, dressed in his training clothes, his hair not yet shaped into its iconic bowl cut. He raised his hand, eager to speak. The moment he spoke, it felt as if the entire ninja world held its breath for a heartbeat. Or maybe the system had intentionally turned up the volume. Lee's words reached every ear in the crowd, crisp and clear. I want to prove that, even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, I can become an outstanding ninja. That's my goal. The memories slowly faded, dissolving into nothing. Yet that unbreakable resolve transformed into an invisible force, compelling Rock Lee to move once more. With all his might, he dodged Gaara's relentless, vicious attacks. Seeing his assault fail to crush his opponent's spirit, a fierce and bloodthirsty look grew even darker on Gaara's face. Heavy sand gave no time to react. It slammed into Rock Lee, sending him flying with brutal force as if determined to shatter the last remnant of his will to resist. Inoki, to see a youngster, unable to use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, become a true ninja relying solely on taijutsu. Even though he's from the Leaf, I can't help but feel a pang of pride. This is the very spirit young shinobi should strive to learn. I acknowledge this. To walk your own path with unwavering resolve, even when everyone around you denies you. If I were put in that situation, I don't know if I could have persevered. Yet this young one from the Leaf Village did, and became a true ninja. Maid Harumi. He may not look like a heartthrob, but he radiates with an inner brilliance. Raza, I respect that spirit, but it's a pity he ended up facing Gaara. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even if Rock Lee loses, he will always remain the pride of the Leaf. Tobarama Senju. Brother, do you see it? This is the new generation of Konoha. Rock Lee, I'm proud of you as a predecessor, and I recognize your strength. Hashirama Senju. Madara. Can you see it too? This is the very reason we founded our village. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama, you win this debate for now. But peace isn't something that can be achieved merely by building villages. Izuna Uchiha, brother, what are you saying? Might Guy, Lee won't be defeated by a fight like this because he never stops working hard, not for a single moment. The moment Guy finished speaking, something changed in Rock Lee's eyes, a shimmer of tears pooling at the corners. Though Gaara had been suppressing him the whole time, Rock Lee's speed suddenly returned. He slipped past Gaara's attacking sand with a grace and ease that belied the fight's intensity. Thank you, Guy-sensei. I'll become stronger than ever before. Rock Lee stood tall and proud, one hand folded behind his back, staring straight at Gaara. Every trace of exhaustion in him vanished in that moment. Naruto Uzumaki, bushy brows, his speed is back. Entire shinobi world. What just happened? Sakura Haruno. Lee is smiling. Even now, even after being pushed so far. My guy. No, now it's the other side's turn to feel pressured. The lotus of Konoha will bloom once more. If any of my fellow readers are here, I wanted to ask, am I dragging out the fight scenes too much? Should I try to condense the descriptions a bit? With Lee's strength restored, Gaara's attacks lost their edge once again. Almost as if with mutual understanding, both fighters paused, staring each other down. For a brief moment, calm descended upon the battlefield. But the fight was far from over. Rock Lee drew a deep breath, bringing his focus together. He bent his knees slightly, arms raised to prepare for the next surge. Just a few seconds passed. Then a palpable intensity rippled through the air, visible to all. I don't know what you're planning, but this is where it ends for you, Gaara declared, cold confidence written in every feature as he began forming hand seals. Yes, whatever happens, this ends with this next move. Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto. I can't be the only one to lose at a place like this. The moment the words left his lips, Lee's entire presence soared, reaching a critical point before abruptly breaking through. Guy-sensei, acknowledge me now because this is the moment I truly embody my ninja way. With that final exclamation, Lee's aura surged to its zenith. Third gate of life open. An overwhelming pressure erupted beneath Lee's feet, causing the ground to fracture and pieces to inexplicably float upward, defying gravity. And now, the fourth gate, Gate of Pain, opened. His presence intensified, crossing yet another threshold. At this point, Lee's skin turned crimson, veins bulged across his body like an intricate spiderweb, and his pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Kakashi, he's incredible. This isn't something achieved through effort alone. Could that boy really be a genius after all? Inoki, what is this? The boy had such a technique hidden away. Hashirama Senju. His name is Lee, right? Truly worthy of a leaf. It's been ages since I've felt this exhilarated. Kakashi, Guy, is it possible that you... My Guy, Kakashi, your intuition's correct. Rock Lee, Guy-sensei, can you see this? I did it. Let the fires of youth ignite. My Guy, excellent work, Lee. I'm proud of you. Rock Lee, Guy-sensei. Samui, just like that. Back then, that guy named Might Die looked exactly the same as this boy does now. Jinin Akabino. I'll take a wild guess. This Gaara kid is finished. Kushimaru Kuriarare. I feel the same. Fuguki Suikazan. No need to guess. That boy from the sand, Gaara, doesn't stand a chance. Even I, back when I faced that Leaf Genin, barely escaped with my life. Jizo Biwa. Not necessarily. I remember Gaara was already radiating red light, while this kid here is still only shining green. Let's see how far he can go. Naruto Uzumaki. Bushy brows is amazing. Did you hear that, Sasuke? He mentioned us. After the Chunin exams, we'll definitely be just as strong. Sasuke Uchiha. That's only natural. Neji Hyuga. Lee. Tobarama Senju. No matter what, this fight has far surpassed the level of regular genin. At minimum, These two are already on par with Chunin, maybe even stronger than some Jonin. Amid countless astonished gazes, Rock Lee moved. Like an arrow released from the bowstring, he appeared before Gaara in an instant, so fast he could not be followed by the naked eye. In his wake, a violent gust tore through the arena. The floor shattered, and clouds of dust billowed into the air. Ignoring Gaara's look of shock, Lee lashed out with a kick, striking his chin just as before. Under the immense force, Gaara's body was hurled from the swirling smoke and rubble. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the arena. Cracks appeared along the sand armor, clinging to Gaara's body. The sand meant for defense, and attack desperately tried to catch up to Gaara as he flew. Sand armor again? Then let's see how you handle this. In a flash, Lee appeared midair right in front of Gaara. Their eyes met, face to face. His fist, pulsing with fierce strength, smashed forward with no mercy. Gaara, suspended in the air, was sent flying yet again. Not giving Gaara even a moment to recover, Lee, moving at blinding speed, reappeared behind him before his fall was complete, delivering another punch. Lee's attacks exploded in a relentless, rapid, uninterrupted assault. Gaara flew helplessly through the air, unable to mount a defense. Even the slightest movement seemed impossible. The sand armor coating his body began to shatter, piece by piece. Lee, sprinting over the ruins, leapt high, looking down at Gaara, whose eyes now brimmed with fear. You really are tough, aren't you? Well then, this will be the final blow. The fifth gate of limit, open. The green aura, cloaking Lee's body, shifted to an ominous blue, an even more terrifying power erupting around him as he clenched his fist. I can't defend against that. Is that even the speed of a human? In Gaara's terror-stricken gaze, Lee plummeted toward him, a cyclone of fierce wind ripping out from where they clashed. Niji, I plan to use this move to defeat you, but just for today, let me give you a special preview. But Lee's onslaught was far from over. The loose bandages from his hands silently wound themselves around Gaara's waist. He forcibly halted Gaara's blazing fall. Suspended midair, Lee held on to Gaara, his pupilless eyes unwavering as they met Gaara's shocked, disbelieving stare. The sand shield was too slow. The sand armor was nearly destroyed. By the looks of it, Gaara was out of options. With a surge of strength through the bandages, Lee whipped Gaara's body upward, straight toward himself. Primary Lotus. An explosion of speed and heart-stopping power. Lee's last strike crashed brutally into Gaara. In that instant, a wild shockwave burst outward from where they clashed. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The moment Lee's attack landed, countless cracks began to spiderweb across the vast arena, spreading outward at an astonishing speed. In the next instant, a storm of dust and shattered stones swept through the air. It was nearly half a minute before the chaos gradually settled and the dust began to clear. A single blow had destroyed more than half the arena, leaving it shattered and unrecognizable. Lee had poured all his strength into that fearsome technique. Now, utterly spent, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move even a single finger. Yet Gaara, struck head-on, managed at the final moment to dismantle the gourd strapped to his back, letting it dissolve into a tumbling wave of sand. That sand absorbed the full fury of Lee's terrifying assault, shielding Gaara from total defeat. Even so, Gaara was left pale and bedraggled, sprawled helplessly on the ground. With great effort, he raised one trembling hand, willing a small amount of sand to snake toward the immobilized Lee. Soon, the sand wrapped itself around Lee's right arm and leg. Sand coffin. As Gaara's palm snapped shut, his jutsu triggered. Lee cried out in agony, blood seeping from his sandbound arm and leg, before succumbing at last and falling unconscious. Still, Gaara was relentless, determined to finish Lee off and send him straight to oblivion. At that critical moment, Might Guy intervened, stepping in to block Gaara's attack. This act sealed the match. Lee had lost. And so, the winner is Gaara. But as Hate Gecko began to announce the results, the words died in his mouth. All eyes turned in amazement to the spot just behind Guy. Lee, battered and bloody, was struggling to rise, his right hand and leg oozing blood, but his spirit unbroken, ready to fight on. That's enough, Lee, it's already. Might Guy spun around, reaching out to comfort his exhausted pupil, but the words caught in his throat, tears streaming down his face. So he's fighting on, even after losing consciousness. Anoki. So he lost after all. But still, kid from Konoha, you were extraordinary. Tobarama Senju. With successors like these, even in death, I have no regrets. Hashirama Senju. I'm deeply moved. This is the spirit of Konoha, the spirit of our village's children. Madara Uchiha. Truly, a praiseworthy successor. Mei Terumi. If the mist had shinobi with such determination, I'd wake up smiling from my dreams. Raza, phew, that gave me quite a scare. But in the end, Gaara won, and at least brought some honor to the Sand Village. Niji Hyuga, that move, Lee saved it just for me. What did I ever do to deserve a friend like him? Tintin. Suddenly, Lee seems incredibly cool. Naruto Uzumaki, Bushchibraus, no, le. More than ever, I want to be friends with him. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Demon. Looks like that kid didn't even use the full force of that move. I think I finally understand why we were beaten so badly back then. Mulishiba. Itachi Uchiha. Such astonishing power. Nagato. In the eyes of God, nothing but ants. My guy. Lee. Do you have any regrets? Rock Lee. I have no regrets, Guy-sensei. You told me this yourself. I am a genius born from hard work. I will always follow my own ninja way to the end. The Battle of the Genin has concluded. Now, distributing rewards. Reward. Rock Lee receives a one-time opportunity to open all 8 gates without side effects, based on his current strength. Reward. Gaara gains the ability to sleep peacefully and is told the reason his sand shield can automatically protect him. Konoha. Suddenly, a card inscribed with 8 gates released appeared before Rock Lee's eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, the card floated down and landed in his grasp. Guy-sensei, look at this. Rock Lee, unable to contain his excitement, immediately shared the card with Might Guy. After losing sight of Kakashi, Might Guy had rushed straight back to the village to report the situation to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen said nothing, as if he had already foreseen everything. Lee, keep it safe. And remember, just like the weights on your ankles, you're only to use this card once to protect someone truly important. Guy looked at his enthusiastic student, smiled, and reminded him gently. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gaara was suddenly overwhelmed by a tide of information flooding into his mind. His body went rigid for a moment. Raising a trembling hand, he gently touched the sand shield that always guarded him, and tears spilled out uncontrollably. Mother, so after all this time, you never hated me. You actually loved me this deeply. Brothers, take a guess. Who do you think I'll write about tomorrow? With the reckoning complete, the system and the big screen faded from view for now. The ninja world returned, briefly, to its former peace. Rin goodbye. Kakashi and Obito waved together, bidding Rin their final farewell. Goodbye, Obito. Goodbye, Kakashi. The reincarnation scroll's power had reached its limit. Rin's body began fading, her form turning transparent, her gentle smile still lingering as she spoke her last words to them, dissolving in a soft, shimmering light. Rin. Even as her figure vanished completely, Obito's smile suddenly fractured, his voice choked with emotion. Beside him, Kakashi's eyes were red and brimming with tears. Obito. Kakashi stepped forward and gently patted Obito on the shoulder. It's all right, Kakashi. I've already made a promise to Rin. Obito composed himself, forcing a smile for Kakashi. Obito, you really aren't coming back to Konoha with me? Kakashi's expression grew worried. Kakashi, after everything I've done, I no longer deserve to live openly under the sun. Obito understood what Kakashi meant, but he simply smiled, shaking his head in gentle refusal. Even if you can forgive me, you can't forgive me on behalf of everyone else. Besides Marino, but that's enough, Kakashi. Indecision doesn't suit you. From now on, I'll quietly do what little I can from behind the scenes. The person I am now is still the Obito Uchiha you once knew, the one who dreamed every day of becoming Hokage. On this day, the balance of the shinobi world shifted once again. The night was not endless. The first rays of sunlight heralded the dawn of a new day. Ding! Deidara, stop shouting. I'm already up. I want to, and that's my choice. Wake up! Wake up! Everyone get up. Wake up! Wake up! The sun is already high. If I do this, will the guys dislike it? After a period of absurdly catchy singing from the system, those already awake in the shinobi world couldn't help but shudder, instinctively covering their ears. Even so, goosebumps rippled across their skin. Those still asleep were startled awake on the spot, assaulted by the system's absurdly strong singing. Even in their dreams, its echo lingered. Countless slumbering ninjas jumped out of bed at once, grumbling incoherently. For a while, chaos reigned across the ninja world. All right, today's episode is a heartwarming mini-theater. Naruto's wedding. Now, playing. Naruto Uzumaki. My own wedding. It just doesn't feel real. Minato Namikaze. Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki. What? Naruto, you getting married? Who's the lucky one? Watching my child start his own family is just so thrilling. Sakura Haruno. Naruto, no way it's me. No, definitely not me. Sasuke Uchiha. Even though it's kind of annoying, congrats. Madara Uchiha. A wedding? What a tedious affair. Hey, Ino, are you there? Shikamaru and Choji, both noticeably more mature in appearance, stood together outside the flower shop. What brings you two here? Ino, her hair still shining gold, stepped out, her beauty undiminished. Do you remember what Kakashi and Marino mentioned last time? A serious look came over Shikamaru's face, recalling the image of Kakashi in his 6th Hokage robes appearing just at the right moment in his memories. The super-secret mission I gave you was to each prepare a wedding gift for Naruto and Hinata. Of course I remember. What about it? Ino answered with ease, appearing entirely unfazed. I want to talk with you about what kind of gift we should get. What a pity. Just my luck. I already picked out what I want and was about to head to the store. With a cheerful wave, Ino bid the two of them goodbye and hurried off, brimming with excitement to select a gift. Shikamaru Nara. So, that's supposed to be the future me? Still seems like I hate troublesome things. Choji Akimichi. Looks like my future self got so much thinner. That's really scary. Better eat as much as I can now while I still have the chance. Sakura Haruno. Was that Ino? Ino Yamanaka. My future self is so pretty. Way better looking than you. Forehead Sakura. Sasuke is definitely going to be mine. Sakura Haruno. Don't be ridiculous. Sasuke belongs to me. Sasuke Uchiha. The scene shifted. Abandoned by Ino, Shikamaru and Choji wandered into a restaurant. Waiter, I'll have the sweet ice cream dessert. Shikamaru, what about you? While worry clouded Shikamaru's face, Choji had eyes only for the food, digging in heartily and without a hint of restraint. No, I'm fine. Shikamaru cradled a glass of juice. The furrow between his brows deepened. You still got the same appetite. You and your stomach haven't changed since we were kids. So, about earlier, what do you think? Shikamaru sat up straighter, hoping to have a serious talk with Choji. Between ice cream and yuzu sorbet, I think the sorbet is better. Clearly, Choji hadn't caught Shikamaru's point. He bit into his chopsticks, pondering deeply before giving his answer. A little aside. Here, imagine Orochimaru working as the waiter, Yamato skulking around suspiciously. I could write that, but I won't, just for fun. No, I meant about Naruto's wedding gift. Shikamaru grew more anxious. Judging by how Ino acted, we can't count on her to help. At this rate, we might be the only ones without a gift. What do you mean we? Choji took a huge bite of his newly arrived ice cream, his gaze sharpening in an instant. Already picked something. That declaration hit Shikamaru like a hammer. He stared, utterly stunned. Wait, you. Shikamaru took the gift Choji handed him and peered inside. His shock only grew. It was a set of luxury restaurant vouchers, the kind normally reserved for the Hokage. Choji, I never thought you'd pick such a classy present. Have you actually matured? Once the surprise wore off, Shikamaru's mind raced through countless ideas, each one discarded as quickly as it arose. He was so lost in thought, he looked completely bewildered, unable to settle on anything. But finally, inspired by his conversation with Choji, he knew what his own gift would be. A honeymoon trip. Choji Akimichi. Who would have thought that even Shikamaru, the sharpest mind among us, would be at a complete loss? Doesn't happen often. Shikamaru Nara. Well, it really is a troublesome situation. Sakura Haruno. Hinata. So it's Hinata who's marrying Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki. Huh? Wait, Hinata? Really? Kushina. So you're Hinata, right? My future daughter-in-law. Come here, let me have a look at you. Minato Namikaze. Kushina. Calm down, please. You'll frighten the children. Hayashi Hyuga. My precious girl. Hinata Huga. Naruto-kun. Kiba Inazuka. Bad news. Kurinai-sensei. Something's wrong. Hinata's fainted. It feels like this part is a bit redundant. Next chapter, let's cut straight to the main event. After much deliberation and emotional back and forth, Naruto's friends each carefully selected a gift to celebrate his marriage to Hinata. On the wedding day, the blessing ceremony, a day for heartfelt words and well wishes dawned. Friends, just read the phrase individually. At first, I was a bit puzzled too. The first to arrive were Sakura and Sai. Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage. Wishing you happiness on your wedding day. Tintin, Mike Guy, and Rock Lee followed. May your family shine as brightly as the morning sun. Wishing you a life full of happiness. Congratulations on the wedding. Niji Hyuga. Why am I not included? Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi arrived next. Congratulations. Best of luck. Just don't overdo it with those delicious homemade meals. Asuma Saratobi. Where are my people? Are they all out on missions? Kiba Inazuka and Shino Aburame offered their blessings. Congratulations. Congratulations. In front of the third Hokage statue at the Ninja Academy. Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage. Every teacher at the academy, along with the Konoha Security Patrol, joined in to offer their heartfelt wishes. Adichiraku Ramen, Tucci, and his daughter, Ayam chimed in. Congratulations on the wedding. And don't forget to drop by for some extra special ramen for time to time. Kurinai Yuhi, holding a portrait of Asuma Sarutobi, stood with her daughter Mirai. Congratulations, both of you. Congratulations. Asuma Sarutobi. So I really don't get to be there after all, huh? Shikamaru Nara, Sensei. Ino Yamanaka, Asuma Sensei. Choji Akimichi, Asuma Sensei. Kurinai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi. Don't worry about me, everyone. I trust that my death had meaning. For a shinobi, having a meaningful end, that's the best conclusion I could hope for. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Asuma. Orochimaru and Yamato arrived next. Naruto, Hinata, we've been through a lot in the past. But still, congratulations on your marriage. Jiraiya what? Orochimaru. Tsunade. Orochimaru's offering his blessings for Naruto's wedding? So he's still in the village? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru, in the end, you returned to Konoha. I wonder if I'll ever witness it in my lifetime. Orochimaru. Hidden Sound Village. Orochimaru gazed at the image of himself on the screen, his face amiable as he offered his congratulations to Naruto. Yet his expression was filled with confusion. What's going on? How'd I end up back in the Hidden Leaf? And why am I offering wedding blessings to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? A look of keen interest emerged on Orochimaru's face, and he licked his lips thoughtfully. It seems something truly extraordinary must have happened in the future. Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi appeared. Big brother Naruto, you finally got married. I need to work hard too. Gaara, the Kazekage, stood with Temari and Kankuro at his side. Uzumaki Naruto, congratulations on your marriage. Gaara stared at the version of himself in the video, so different, so unfamiliar. His eyes went blank as he murmured in disbelief. I'm smiling. I'm actually smiling. Beside him, Temari and Kankuro immediately recognized that he was sitting in the Kazekage seat in the scene. Both were astonished. Gaara, in the future, he actually becomes Kazekage. Tsuchikage Inoki, Mizukage Meitarumi, Reikage, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee appeared. Go for it, Naruto! Hinata, Hanabi, and the members of the Hyuga clan, Tsunade, and Shizen. The sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage. I hope you will share your lives and find happiness forever. Irika Yumino. Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage. Hinata, Naruto can be reckless and a bit headstrong. He truly needs your support. I'm counting on you to look after him. Naruto, I won't say much to you. Just make sure you make Hinata happy, okay? Naruto, Uzumaki scoffed. Hey Irika-sensei, why are you so obviously biased? I'm not that reckless or headstrong. Irika Yumino replied. You're not? Naruto, Uzumaki hesitated. Well, probably not. In the Pure Land, Minato and Namikaze pieced together from Irika's heartfelt words, and from how Irika had the final spotlight moment in the video, that this man must have been the one who looked after Naruto after he and Kushina were gone. Minato Namikaze said, Irika-sensei, thank you for all you've done for Naruto over the years. Kushina added, thank you for taking care of our son for so long. I'm sorry for all the trouble he's caused. Irika Yumino was flustered. No, not at all. You two are the heroes who protected this village. Besides, Naruto and I, we have a lot in common. Minato nodded. Regardless, thank you. Lord Kakashi, the Reikage and his party have arrived. So soon. Kakashi looked a bit surprised. At the wedding venue, the Reikage group ran right into the Kazekage's entourage. There was no banter or quarreling between the Kage, just warm, harmonious greetings as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Killer Bee was, as always, rapping his own unique tune. So the Kazekage and his group are here. We're the Reikage's party. Today is a day of great joy, a wedding. Let's forget the past and enjoy some harmony. Speaking of which, be amazed by my wedding gift. With a flourish, Killer Bee reached into his backpack, pulling out 2 pillows, one blue, one red. May their love be inseparable. Quit it already. The Reikage, unable to watch any longer, landed a solid punch that sent Killer Bee flying, crashing straight into a tree. Kankuro and Gaara watched this spectacle, confused looks frozen on their faces. Ebisu, teased by Konohamaru, could only clutch his wallet in silent anguish, weighing the dignity he was meant to uphold as a teacher. Uncle Ichiraku and his daughter Ayam passed over their gift envelope, smiling as they offered up a Naruto Eats free coupon alongside. Might Guy and Rock Lee were as exuberant as ever, radiating youth and energy wherever they went. No matter the occasion, training never stopped for them. Poor Tintin followed behind, pushing Guy's wheelchair and raising her voice in misery. Shikamaru took Temari's hand. Sai took Ino's hand. Sakura alone hung her head, but just then, a hawk swooped down to land before her. It was a letter from Sasuke. Sakura smiled brightly as she opened it. Even though there was only one word inside, she treasured it like a keepsake. Not far off, Sasuke turned and glanced back. His rinnegan gleamed, lending his gaze a mysterious intensity. He paused, then quietly turned away, setting off on his journey once again. Hinata looked up at the sky. Niji, big brother, I'm getting married. Naruto stood there in silence, his gaze resting on the stone face of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's, his own father, carved into the mountainside, lost in thought. Hinata was still the same as ever. Whenever her eyes met Naruto's, she'd draw back shyly, like a startled fawn. Big sis, it's time. Hanabi's voice called out. Naruto gently took Hinata's hand. Sis, you look so beautiful today. Hanabi beamed at Hinata, her face glowing with delight. Turning around, Naruto and Hinata's eyes met Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, whose serious gaze waited for them. Hinata could never help feeling anxious around her father. His stern presence had loomed over her since childhood. But today, Hayashi's face softened, a rare smile breaking through his strict exterior. He smiled warmly, his gaze filled with gentle affection as he looked upon Naruto and Hinata. In the seat meant for Naruto's own father stood Iriki Yumino, no one else. Blessed by all around them, Naruto and Hinata shared a smile, their hands clasped tightly together. All right, let's go. Step by step, they walked forward, into that white sanctuary. At the same time, it was also the ending chapter of so many youthful stories. When did the ninja world become so peaceful? The leaders of the 5 great villages gathering at the wedding of the Leaf's Jinchuriki, offering heartfelt congratulations. The other 4 Kage were still at their wits' end, agonizing over what gifts to bring. In this moment, the name Naruto Uzumaki finally appeared before the eyes of everyone in the shinobi world. On the screen, there were neither arguments nor battles. Instead, each person wore a bright and genuine smile. Niji and Asuma were no longer there. Tsunade and Orochimaru had both made appearances, yet Jiraiya still hadn't shown up. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Hinata, Hyuga, getting married? Shikamaru Nara and Temari from the Sand Village walked hand in hand, looking very much like a couple. Ino Yamanaka, with a stranger named Sai. Sakura Haruno, wearing the Uchiha clan's traditional attire, stood next to Sasuke. And now, Sasuke Uchiha had even awakened a Rinnegan. The sheer amount of information in this video was overwhelming, far beyond what anyone in the shinobi world could currently comprehend. Would the future 5 Kage really sit together and chat like old friends? This was simply, at that instant, the entire shinobi world lapsed into utter silence. The silence lingered for several minutes. Hashirama Senju was the first to speak. Madara, did you see that? In the future, the peace we've always hoped for actually comes true. Madara Uchiha sneered. Hashirama, for all we know, these videos could be fake. Don't talk to me about peace. In the end, only that can. Hashirama interrupted. What was that, Madara? Madara grunted. Nothing. Tobirama Senju chimed in. Come on, Madara, don't be a sore loser. You just can't admit the shinobi world really will know true peace one day. Izuna Uchiha interjected. Tobirama, shut your mouth. You're not even worthy to say my brother's name. Tobirama retorted. Just the words of someone I've beaten. Izuna flared. Back then, you used those disgusting forbidden jutsu. Tobirama just repeated. Just someone I've beaten. Izuna snapped. Tobirama kept calmly asserting. Just someone I've beaten. Izuna, finally flustered, could only call out, brother. Tobirama scoffed. Brother? Humph. I was never afraid of your brother. Hashirama simply fell silent. Madara muttered. Back when we were alive, you relied on Hashirama for support. Now you're just a corpse, Otudo. Don't waste your breath on him. Tobirama shot back. As if you're not just a corpse too. Madara replied. I'm nothing like you. A mind keen enough to create so many forbidden jutsu. Tobirama Senju was far from simple. Madara Uchiha might not have given anything away outright, but Tobirama still managed to sense something was off. Tobirama fixed Madara with a look. Madara, what's the secret you're hiding from everyone? After returning to his original self, Obito once considered exposing Madara's schemes in the system's barrage. Yet, just as he typed the first character, a stern warning from the system flashed before his eyes. It contained only 10 simple words. All credit must go to the system alone. Guys, the system says it's 10 words, but my wife insists it's only 9. After that, no matter what Obito tried to do with his remaining time, anyone who tries will receive a warning from the system. No one can utter a single word about the secret plan. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Konoha found himself in exactly the same predicament. This is a detail. Sharp-minded folks will surely catch this pitfall. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, to reach this level, you've already surpassed me. As your father, I couldn't be prouder. Kushina Uzumaki. And me too, don't forget me. Naruto, you make me so proud. Also, Hyuga family, seeing how remarkable my son is, why not consider letting our 2 children get engaged early? What do you think? Naruto Uzumaki. Haha, Kasen, Tusan, I'll definitely become Hokage, just like in the video. I'll make the shinobi world peaceful and happy. Hayashi Hyuga. Hinata Juga. In Ingath. Kiba Inazuka. Oh no, Hinata's fainted again. Naruto Uzumaki. I never expected it to be Hinata. Every time she sees me, her face goes red. Sometimes she even turns and runs away. All this time, I thought Hinata just didn't like me. Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha at 7. Did you see that? My future self has Rinnegan eyes, just like Pain's. I swear I'll be the one to kill you with my own hands. Itachi Uchiha. Foolish little brother. Right now, I could crush you with one hand. If you want to kill me, come back when you have eyes like mine. Mikoto Uchiha. At 7-1, Sasuke. Choji Akimichi. Shikamaru was holding hand with a blonde girl. Who could that be? Shikamaru Nara, what a drag. Temari, no way. That can't be right. Ino Yamanaka. The guy holding my hand. Who is he? He looks so handsome. Say. Danzo. Ding. Although everyone's having a great time chatting, the system has decided to work some overtime today. Note, there are no rewards for this little heartwarming corner. But you see, the best reward may have already appeared. And now, up next in the video, brothers against brothers, a deadly clash. Upon hearing these crucial words, both Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, in separate places, shuddered at once. Itachi's eyes clouded, mixed emotions dancing in their depths. Sasuke, the day has come at last. But perhaps this is for the best. Sasuke clenched his teeth, fists tightening, his Sharingan flaring in his eyes, filled with hatred and fury. Uchiha at 7, I swear you'll die by my hand, no matter what. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, his smoking pipe trembling slightly as he let out a gentle sigh. Sasuke Uchiha versus Itachi Uchiha. The system skipped any further explanations. On the dark screen, a new scene began to unfold. Inside the secret stronghold of the Uchiha clan. In the dim light, Itachi Uchiha sat casually on the stone seat at the highest point, watching with curious interest as a figure stepped into the room. Foolish little brother. How far can those Sharingan eyes of yours really see? The one approaching was none other than Sasuke Uchiha himself. You want to know how far I can see? Right now, all I see is me defeating you, killing you 1 against 7. The 2 brothers stood on opposite sides of the staircase, each locking eyes with the other. Their scarlet Sharingan eyes clashed in a silent battle. My demise, as seen through your eyes? Itachi relaxed, leaning back into his seat. His eyelids drooped as he exhaled a deep, heavy breath. A dangerous, sharp pressure began to emanate from him, spreading through the room. A sudden gust swirled, lifting a few unknown green leaves into the air. In the blink of an eye, Itachi was at Sasuke's side. Then show me. Sasuke gave a cold, bitter laugh, utterly unafraid. He raised a hand and blocked Itachi's kunai, thrust without hesitation. Itachi's taijutsu was formidable, and though he missed his mark, with a quick twist of his wrist he slipped free and struck again from another angle. Fueled by vengeance and consumed by a hunger for strength, Sasuke's tireless training had sharpened his taijutsu to perfection. His reflexes were lightning fast. Twisting his body, he avoided the attack and drew the grass-cutter sword from his waist, parrying Itachi's next move in a bright, metallic flash. For a brief moment, even Itachi seemed taken aback by Sasuke's speed. He withdrew his kunai, grabbing Sasuke's arm with both hands as a pivot, and with a powerful kick sent Sasuke flying. Sasuke barely managed to right himself in midair, but Itachi was relentless. His next attack followed instantly. In his haste, Sasuke could only swing his sword horizontally, raising it in a desperate block. But against Itachi, such defenses were useless. With a deft leap, Itachi evaded the blade entirely and landed right behind Sasuke. He grabbed hold of Sasuke's shoulder, spun him around several times in midair, and flung him aside with apparent ease. Sasuke, struggling, twisted his body and hit the ground awkwardly after a few rolls, panting with a grim expression. He quickly formed a sequence of hand signs with both hands. Chidori. Rings of blue lightning danced wildly in Sasuke's palm, crackling with fury. But Itachi simply looked at him, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, entirely unimpressed. Sasuke noticed, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. He brandished the Chidori in his palm and lunged toward Itachi. Just as the distance between them was cut in half, Sasuke suddenly stopped short. Chidori current. A streak of blue lightning arced alongside a splash of water, surging toward Itachi. Itachi jumped high, trying to dodge by gaining altitude. But he hadn't realized that Sasuke had already channeled chakra into his feet and was waiting upside down on the ceiling. Itachi's face clouded with surprise at Sasuke's cunning. And as for Sasuke, a victorious grin was already spreading across his lips. The Kusanagi sword pierced through Itachi's body without mercy, and a torrent of blood gushed from his wounds. Both of them crashed to the ground in that same posture, Sasuke straddling atop Itachi, his face full of triumphant glee. "You've gotten stronger." Itachi looked up at Sasuke, his voice frail and weak. "One-on-one. The last thing I want is to ask you a question." "Mikoto, Uchiha one-on-one. Sasuke." "No, don't. Why must it come to this?" "Fugaku Uchiha one-on-one. Sasuke." The Pure Land. Watching her two sons locked in this deadly struggle, Mikoto Uchiha could no longer hold back her emotions. The floodgates burst open and tears streamed down her face while she cried out in raw anguish. As the last clan leader of the Uchihas, Fugaku struggled to maintain his composure, but as he watched the scene unfold, his eyes turned red as well. "Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha one-on-one. In the end, you fell by my hand after all. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Kisame Hashigaki. Kid, there's no way Mr. Itachi would go down that easily. Deidara, I hate to admit it, but if someone like him got taken out so simply, I'd be laughing at him for the rest of my life. Itachi Uchiha. My foolish little brother. You haven't changed at all. Your hatred for me is still nowhere near enough. Like this, you'll never defeat me. Sasuke Uchiha one-on-one. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke. Kakashi. Sasuke, calm yourself. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, this doesn't seem like you at all. Inoki. Brothers fighting to the bitter end, what a tragic thing. Just when Sasuke believed he had killed Itachi. Itachi, who was lying on the ground, lifted a hand and pointed off in a direction. Sasuke followed the gesture. There, sitting enscathed atop a stone chair, was Itachi, his eyes glinting with amused mockery as he watched Sasuke. Glancing back, Sasuke saw that the body beneath him, the one that had been pierced, had dissolved into a flock of crows, scattering into nothingness. I'll say it once more. Meeting Itachi's playful gaze, Sasuke showed not a flicker of emotion. He spoke with frigid calm. In the next instant, before Itachi could react, Sasuke's figure appeared behind the stone chair out of nowhere. Kusanagi sword thrusting again, skewering both the chair and Itachi once more. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. The Sasuke standing before him unraveled into strands of white snakes that fell to the ground. Crushing pain tore through him, and Itachi suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sasuke Uchiha. Ha ha. Ha ha. One-on-one. This time, you must be dead for real. That 4 Madman laughter meme fits this perfectly. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke's lost his mind. Kakashi, do something. Kakashi. Sasuke, get a grip. This is just a video, remember? Sakura Haruno. Sasuke. Uchiha Izuna. A ninja who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan wouldn't die so easily. Uchiha Itachi. Foolish little brother. Deidara. Has this kid lost his mind? Kisame Hashigaki. Absolutely ridiculous. Uchiha Madara. Utterly foolish. Jinjutsu. It was only then that Itachi realized what was happening. There's one last thing I need to ask you, Sasuke pressed on, his voice sharp. That's what I said, you bastard. Answer my question. As long as you refuse, the pain in your chest will not subside. Sasuke's face twisted with rage as he fired off his questions in rapid succession. Did you deliberately avoid any vital points? In that moment, Itachi regained his composure. You once told me, if you manage to awaken your eyes, then including me, there will be 3 with the Mangekyo Sharingan. That means you'll have a reason to keep on living. The third person is this other Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi closed his eyes, and after a quiet moment, gave his answer. Uchiha Madara. Tobirama Senju. Madara, I knew it. What schemes are you plotting this time? Hashirama Senju. Mura, wait. Didn't you meet your end in my hands? How could this be? Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, there's no need for you to know. Besides, that wasn't even me. Uchiha Madara. Together with Hashirama Senju, these two dominated an entire era of shinobi. His name alone is enough to inspire fear. Iwagakure. Inoki, who once faced Uchiha Madara head-on, was now perhaps the most shaken man in the ninja world. In his mind, the scene that cast a shadow over his youth replayed itself without mercy. His legs nearly gave out as he slumped into the chair behind him, muttering under his breath. Uchiha Madara isn't dead? How is that even possible? After a while, Inoki snapped back to reality and gave his orders to Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi informed the leaders of the other great villages at once. Convene a 5 Kage summit. If Uchiha Madara is still alive, We are in grave danger. A heavy mood settled over everyone. Even if they hadn't faced Madara directly like Inoki, any veteran ninja in any village had at least heard of his legend. Those younger, who didn't know, had the tale explained to them. At that moment, the name Uchiha Madara pressed down on everyone's heart like an immovable mountain. Such was the pressure that Madara brought. All from single name. Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Uchiha Madara truly lives, this spells nothing but disaster. Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Madara. Who is that? Why does just hearing his name fill everyone with such dread? Minato Namikaze. Naruto. Uchiha Madara was one of the greatest shinobi to ever live. Naruto Uzumaki. Just how powerful is he? Is he stronger than Old Man Third, Lord Hokage, or even Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, Naruto. To put it simply, aside from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, there's never been anyone in the ninja world who could stand against Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? Sasuke's eyes suddenly narrowed with shock when he heard the name. One of the founders of the Hidden Leaf Village. He was the first man to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi said calmly, recounting Madara's origins. A founder? But Madara should have died a long time ago. Are you toying with me? Sasuke's disbelief was written all over his face as he questioned loudly. Madara is dead? That's just wishful thinking on your part. You once believed I was a kind and gentle brother, remember? Itachi's expression was utterly calm as he spoke, betraying no emotion. My eyes are not what they used to be. My Sharingan can now see through illusions. Mentioning the past seemed to strike a nerve. Sasuke's emotions frayed, and Chidori surged to life in his hand again, transforming into a razor-sharp blade aimed at the figure behind him. His target was, once more, the unscathed Itachi who stood behind him. Yet Itachi remained unperturbed, letting the crackling, deadly Chidori brush by his cheek and sink deep into the stone chair. You still try to act strong with your words, just like you always did. Well, I'll remember that for now. Meanwhile, the Itachi who had been run through by Sasuke's Kusanagi sword faded into nothing, a mere apparition. The charade ends here. Sasuke stood, pulled back his Chidori, and stared coldly at Itachi. Trying to act tough isn't always a bad thing, Sasuke, but you still haven't reached the level of these eyes. A flicker of disappointment crossed Itachi's gaze as he glanced at Sasuke, a trace of disdain evident on his face. In a shadowy corner of the room, a face split half black and half white was quietly observing their battle, exclaiming in awe. Incredible. It's hard to believe, really. Those two haven't moved at all since the battle began. It's just been a contest of illusions. The scene shifted, returning Sasuke and Itachi to their original standoff, the two of them locked in a cold, wordless glare. Inoki, TCH, so this is the terror of the Uchiha clan. After all this time, it was all just Jinjutsu. Niji Hyuga, this is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hey, what a troublesome bunch they are. Tobirama Senju, brother, I have no doubt that Madara is still hiding some grand scheme. Hashirama Senju, Madara, why don't you tell me what you're really up to? Uchiha Madara, Izuna Uchiha. I can hardly contain my laughter. A mere three-tomo fool thinking he can take down a Mangekyo user. What a naive kinsman. Sasuke Uchiha, why not? Someone like Itachi. He will definitely die by my hand. Itachi Uchiha gazed at his own figure on the screen, silent for a long time. At last, he let out a quiet sigh. It seems this body of mine won't last much longer. The Mangekyo Sharingan. This is a very special set of eyes. From the moment they awaken, these eyes begin their journey toward darkness. The more they're used, the more they seal themselves away. The Mangekyo, sooner or later, will lose its light. Itachi appeared somewhat interested, offering Sasuke a simple explanation about the Mangekyo Sharingan. As he finished, his three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes slowly shifted, morphing into the shape of spinning shuriken. He had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His vision blurred for a moment. Itachi approached Sasuke, only able to make out his brother's outline. Then, Itachi began to tell Sasuke a story about Uchiha Madara. Tremendous ocular power, yet with this strength comes a terrible price. In exchange, the very source of that power snuffs out its own light. Madara tried every conceivable way to restore his sight, but nothing had the desired effect. Despairing, blinded by the allure of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara desperately sought the light, and ultimately took his younger brother's eyes with his own hands. Izuna Uchiha, what? Why have I never heard of this? I gave my eyes to my brother willingly. How did such an outrageous story come to be? Madara Uchiha. Utter nonsense. Izuna Uchiha. Who started this rumor? Just wait until I find out. Tobirama Senju. As expected, the Uchiha are a clan of darkness and secrets. Sasuke, to me, you are the new light. You're the missing piece I need. Come, little brother, I will kill you. Itachi's face twisted in deranged laughter. The chakra swirling from his body became ropes, swiftly entwining Sasuke, as Itachi eagerly tried to seize his brother's eyes. But just as he was about to succeed, the scene shifted. Sasuke stood perfectly unharmed in his original spot, eyes closed, while Itachi's gaze lingered on him with strange significance. Anoki, another illusion technique? Danzo, the Uchiha really are trouble, but Danzo did not dare say more. With Madara sitting here, dead or alive, it was best not to press his luck. Ayo, the Sharingan's powers truly are terrifying. After learning of Itachi's true purpose, Sasuke removed the bandages from his forehead and hands and slipped off his jacket. His eyes, as he opened them again, were piercing and sharp as ever. Orochimaru, this child will be my ally in the future. Sasuke flipped his wrist and summoned a shuriken, attacking Itachi from afar. Itachi refused to be outdone and met the attack with his own barrage of shuriken. Thanks to the exceptional perception of their Sharingan eyes, both of them perfectly tracked every trajectory of each other's flying blades. Block, then strike. The sound of steel clashing rang out in the cavernous hall as a dense flurry of shuriken collided mid-air, throwing sparks in all directions. The moment they ran out of throwing stars, both lunged forward, launching themselves at each other. Itachi's reaction was noticeably faster than Sasuke's. He seized Sasuke's wrist in an instant, immobilizing him. At the same time, Itachi's shadow clone materialized, leaping high and unleashing a barrage of kunai down at Sasuke. Sensing danger, the curse mark on Sasuke's shoulder writhed, and a large serpent sprang forth, coiling around his body. The snake deflected the kunai easily and then lunged, fangs bared, for Itachi's wrist. Caught off guard by Sasuke's sudden counter, Itachi was forced to release his grip. He took 2 steps back, narrowly dodging the white snake's snapping jaws. Meanwhile, Sasuke used the opening to put some distance between himself and Itachi. With his task complete, the white snake dispersed in a puff of smoke. Now in full view again, Sasuke summoned a massive shuriken, gripping it tightly in his left hand, the blade spinning at an incredible speed. He crouched and gathered his strength, then hurled the enormous weapon at Itachi with all his might. Itachi raised his kunai, bracing for impact. Sasuke let out a cold, confident laugh. His attacks were never so simple. Suddenly, blue lightning arced around the shuriken. It was Chidori current, seamlessly channeled between Sasuke and the spinning blade. It was plain to see. The massive shuriken, now infused with the power of Chidori, sliced through the kunai with ease, and in a heartbeat, severed Itachi's arm as well. Kakashi, Sasuke, I have to say, you've taken my Chidori to a whole new level. Uchiha Sasuke, but right now I still can't. Kakashi, don't worry, it's no big deal. Sun-san will teach you soon. You won't even need to fuss over mastering Chidori current. Once Sun-san finishes his research, he'll teach you everything. Uchiha Sasuke. But unfortunately for Sasuke, as soon as his blade cut Itachi, the form dissolved into a cloud of crows, scattering through the hall, the giant shuriken clattering uselessly to the floor. The crows wheeled in the air for a moment, then swooped as one toward Sasuke. He froze, looking up to meet the hypnotic gaze of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi moved in a blur. Sasuke could barely process it before a heavy kick sent him crashing into the wall, leaving a deep dent before he slid limply to the ground. Weakly, Sasuke forced himself upright, struggling to raise his arm, desperate to call forth the Chidori. But Itachi gave him no chance. In a flash, Itachi appeared right before him, ruthlessly pinning Sasuke's left hand, still sparking with lightning, and slammed his foot down while driving his fist forcefully into Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke was pinned in place, utterly unable to move. Sasuke grunted in pain, the intense agony in his abdomen making cold sweat break out on his forehead as he gasped for breath, struggling to fill his lungs. Itachi stared down at the now helpless Sasuke, his face expressionless, as if he had foreseen this exact outcome all along. Slowly, he raised his hand and touched the edge of Sasuke's eye socket. "Forgive me, Sasuke." Sasuke's face twisted in terror as he looked at Itachi. "This is my reality, and now, I'll claim this light for myself." As Sasuke's gut-wrenching scream echoed out, Itachi plucked out Sasuke's left eye. "Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke, my child, how could you do this to your little brother, even if you're his elder?" The Pure Land. Even as a soul, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't control her emotions. She broke down and wept bitterly. Eventually, she fainted in grief. Can a soul cry? It should be possible, I suppose. Let's just say it is, probably, maybe, perhaps. Uchiha Fugaku, 7-1. As your father, I still choose to believe in you. But Sasuke, you promised us, don't you remember? Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke, why your eye? It's been taken. Uchiha Sasuke, what? Why is it that no matter what I do, I still can't defeat Uchiha Itachi? I refuse to accept this. I need strength, greater strength. Naruto, Uzumaki. Don't worry, Sasuke. I'll protect you. Uchiha Sasuke. I don't need your help, you dead last. Orochimaru. Sasuke, come to me. I can give you power. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, stop this madness now. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, don't even think about it. No shinobi of the leaf will be taken by a traitor like you. Orochimaru. Fate seems to have a sense of humor, doesn't it? But the choice belongs to Sasuke himself. Uchiha Itachi. HM? Uchiha Izuna. Who would have thought there would be someone so cold-blooded in the Uchiha clan? Itachi, your ability to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan proves your talent, but the way you seek power without limits. I'm ashamed for you. Uchiha Madara. What a pathetic sight. The same Uchiha clan that once betrayed me has now become utterly disgraceful. Sasuke clasped his empty eye socket in agony, blood pouring down and staining his hands. Itachi, utterly indifferent to Sasuke's suffering, tossed out a couple of mocking remarks. Well then, I'll be taking the other one too. With that, he reached out to seize Sasuke's remaining eye. A powerful sense of danger jolted Sasuke's mind awake, and the dark patterns of the curse marks spread from his shoulder, crawling across his face. The curse mark's power surged within him. Without warning, a giant, fleshy wing burst from Sasuke's back and lashed out at Itachi. Itachi slipped away effortlessly, landing a short distance away, giving Sasuke a brief moment to catch his breath. So that's the power of the curse mark, is it? With a quiet sigh in his heart, Itachi let a small bottle containing a special nutrient solution slip from his long sleeve. Unhurriedly, he placed Sasuke's eye into the bottle. This is the difference between our strengths and, also, the gap between our ocular powers. Before he could finish, another Itachi appeared silently behind Sasuke. Suddenly, he lunged and locked Sasuke's neck in a tight hold. Completing the task at hand, Itachi calmly approached Sasuke, whose face was twisted in a mixture of anger and pain. He reached out, intent on taking Sasuke's remaining eye. As Itachi's hand drew closer to his right eye, Sasuke was gripped by genuine fear, the kind that sent chills down his spine. Having already lost one eye, he couldn't afford to lose the other. With his desperate thought, all the cursed mark's power surged toward his right eye. Sasuke's skin darkened rapidly, the white of his eye turning black as well, and two massive serpents burst from his back, smashing through the shadow clone that had restrained him. Itachi's face was a portrait of disbelief. Suddenly, the whole scene lost all color, leaving only stark black and white. Then, as if the world were made of paper, it began to tear away piece by piece, slowly, unnaturally disappearing. When the vision cleared, Sasuke was still standing in the same place, as was Itachi. Between them, countless shuriken scattered across the floor. Both Sasuke and Itachi made the same motion, clutching at their eyes in agony, collapsing to their knees. From the shadows of the corner, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu observed, timely reporting on the battle's progress. It might end up being over sooner than expected. Looks like Itachi's won. Why is that? Because Sasuke's already caught in Tsukuyami. He can't move. After this, he'll just be at Itachi's mercy. In the empty hall, Itachi's incredulous voice rang out. You broke through my Tsukuyami. At that moment, the supposedly entranced Sasuke stood up as if nothing had happened. He looked at Itachi, calm and composed. Onlookers' commentary echoed, one after another. Anoki, what? Still Jinjutsu? How many layers of illusions are in their battle? Hey, this is beyond troublesome. The Uchiha clan, truly formidable. Madarumi, I couldn't agree more. Deidara, since when did Itachi's Tsukuyami get so weak? Even a brat like that can break free? I really can't accept this. Kisame Hashigaki, Mr. Itachi, is there something wrong with your eyes? A chunin in the crowd. So this is the terror of the Uchiha clan. Against opponents like these, I'd probably be defeated in an instant. Izuna Uchiha. Of course. The Uchiha. The strongest clan in the shinobi world. You think that title came from nowhere? Tobirama Senju. Nonsense. Everyone knows the Senju are the strongest. Izuna Uchiha. Uchiha clan. Tobirama Senju. Senju clan. Izuna Uchiha. Big brother, you tell him. Tobirama Senju. Big brother, you tell him. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. After a brief respite, Itachi straightened up and slowly closed his right eye. He raised both hands, forming the familiar gesture of a hand seal. Itachi swiftly began forming seals. What jutsu he was preparing for was anyone's guess. Yet, even after 7 full seconds, he hadn't finished. Sasuke, discerning Itachi's intent, refused to give him a single opening. He promptly summoned a pair of massive shuriken and, with a deft spin, hurled them straight at Itachi. Faced with Sasuke's blindingly fast attack, Itachi was forced to abandon the seal sequence he'd struggled with for those grueling 7 seconds. Outwardly, it looked as if only a single shuriken was speeding toward him, but midway through its flight, it suddenly split in two, one above, one below, both aiming straight for Itachi. The Shadow Shuriken technique. Once again, the blue arcs of Chidori's lightning, under Sasuke's precise control, danced along the surface of the giant shuriken. Under the eyes of a stunned audience, Itachi, wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan and a master of taijutsu, performed a sudden crouch. With a light leap, he tried to slip through the gap between the two gigantic shuriken. Exactly as Sasuke had hoped, he lifted his hand and made a pulling motion toward Itachi. A barely visible thread emerged from Sasuke's hand, its far end tied to the two spinning shuriken flying at breakneck speed. A crisp mechanical click echoed through the empty hall. Puppet shuriken. Shock flooded Itachi's face, as if he'd uncovered some incredible secret. At Sasuke's command, the spinning shuriken behind Itachi instantly broke apart, their razor-sharp components launching toward the airborne, helpless Itachi. They pierced straight into the flesh of his thigh, and Itachi crashed to the ground in disarray. A look of confident satisfaction flashed across Sasuke's face. The final shuriken worked perfectly. Uchiha Izuna. Are you kidding me? The Mangekyo Sharingan can't see through a puppet shuriken trick? Haruno Sakura. But Sasuke has the Sharingan too. Uchiha Izuna. 3 Tomo can outmatch the Mangekyo? And besides, you're an outsider. What do you really know? Always so quick to sound off. Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Izuna. What? You think you know more than I do? Haruno Sakura. Whatever. Sasuke is definitely the strongest, no matter what. Uchiha Madara. That was a bit too transparent. Kakashi. 6 out of 10. I only have one Sharingan, after all. Uchiha Sasuke. What are you all talking about? It was a fair fight, Uchiha 7 against 1, and I came out on top. With great effort, Itachi staggered to his feet, reached down, and yanked the sharp shard from his thigh. Blood spurted out as he tossed the metal aside. Just those simple actions left him racked with pain, sweat streaming cold down his face. As he stared at Sasuke, standing before him, his vision began to blur and split into double images. A sharp pain stabbed through his eyes. Reflexively, Itachi raised his hand to cover them. Is this the backlash from using Tsukuyomi earlier? Sasuke's expression bore more than just confidence. There was a clear note of smug satisfaction as he spoke, his tone brimming with mockery. Feels pretty good, doesn't it? He taunted. Without wasting a moment, he formed a hand seal at lightning speed. 3 seconds, and it was done. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. He gathered an enormous amount of fire-natured chakra in his mouth, and upon completing the seal, Sasuke released a colossal fireball, its power unmistakable. Itachi leapt up, attempting to dodge the attack. But what greeted him next was the Chidori Sasuke had already prepared, lying in wait. In the blink of an eye, smoke exploded in every direction as a hole was blown open in the roof of the Uchiha clan's secret building. From the haze, Itachi emerged, springing forward. Matching Sasuke's jutsu, he quickly formed the great fireball seal and unleashed his own attack. The new fireball dispersed the lingering smoke and found its mark, striking Sasuke head-on. Sasuke activated his cursed seal form, using the massive fleshy hand that grew from his back to block the flames. Now, both stood atop the battered rooftop, locked in a tense standoff. Less than half a second passed before both their hands flashed through another sequence of seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Once again, giant fireballs clashed. An eruption of searing energy blasted forth, enveloping the whole rooftop in a sea of flames. At first, the two seemed evenly matched, neither gaining ground. But as the seconds dragged on, Sasuke's fireball began slowly but surely to overpower Itachi's. Just as Sasuke's fireball was about to crash into him, Itachi's tightly closed left eye suddenly began to bleed. He opened it slowly, blood trickling down his face. Amaterasu. Black flames burst into existence, and in the blink of an eye, they consumed Sasuke's great fireball entirely, erasing it with a ravenous hunger, devouring fire with an even more sinister fire. After taking control and ensuring his black flames had swallowed Sasuke's attack, Itachi closed his left eye once more, exhausted from the effort. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Sasuke involuntarily stepped back, cold sweat streaming from his brow. Uchiha Izuna. Incredible. Sasuke's regular fireballs couldn't measure up, and then Itachi just uses Amaterasu, the so-called strongest physical attack, to utterly consume a C-rank jutsu fireball. Itachi, could you possibly make it any more obvious? Itachi. Uchiha. Someone ancestor. What's this Amaterasu you mentioned? And what about that Tsukuyomi you spoke of earlier? Uchiha Izuna. Amaterasu is a unique ocular jutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan, widely recognized as the strongest physical attack. It generates black flames wherever the Mangekyo's gaze falls, and those flames won't disappear until the target is completely incinerated. Tobarama Senju. That's a formidable jutsu. The fact that the black flames can't be extinguished until their target is gone, that alone is difficult to deal with. Uchiha Izuna. Of course, the Mangekyo Sharingan is no trivial thing. As for Tsukuyami, it's known as the strongest illusion. The casters can drag their opponent's mind into a world of illusions, where everything, time, place, even physical laws, is theirs to command, forcing the victim to endure unimaginable spiritual and physical torment within that reality. Pretty sure Uchiha Izuna would know these things. If I got anything wrong, brothers, let me know and I'll change the name instantly. Uchiha So-and-so. Doesn't that mean you've basically created a new world? I never realized the Mangekyo Sharingan was this powerful. I want to awaken it too. Hey, the Sharingan's abilities are truly troublesome and terrifying. Sasuke Uchiha. So what? I still managed to break through Tsukuyami. Madarumi. Foolish child. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Looking at it now, taking on 7 opponents at once in that video really seems like a waste. Anoki. I can't shake the feeling that something's off about this battle. Kakashi. I feel the same way. Driven by an intense desire for revenge, Sasuke, even after learning of Itachi's terrifying abilities, refused to back down. He couldn't come up with a better plan in the moment, so he simply broke into a run, desperate to escape Itachi's line of sight. Itachi remained perfectly still, blood running from beneath his left eye, the same eye that had unleashed Amaterasu. After catching his breath, his left eyelid slowly lifted again. Amaterasu. Suddenly, black flames materialized behind Sasuke, Itachi's gaze tracking every turn Sasuke made as he dashed around in a mad escape. After what felt like a dizzying 81 laps, the black fire finally managed, just barely, to catch Sasuke's hand, now transformed by the cursed seal. When Sasuke looked back, the path he'd taken was scorched by those fierce, otherworldly flames. The moment the black fire touched its target, it burst across Sasuke's hand in ravenous heat. Sasuke struggled fiercely for an instant, but then fell completely still. Having achieved his purpose, Itachi squeezed his own eye closed, breathing heavily. It was clear that using Amaterasu had taken a heavy toll. Right away, Itachi moved with measured steps towards Sasuke's charred form, intending to reach out. At that moment, Sasuke's supposedly lifeless body melted into a pool of viscous water, vanishing entirely, leaving behind only a massive gouge in the ground where he'd lain. Izuna Uchiha. I can hardly bear to watch. Seriously, his eyes couldn't keep up with how fast Sasuke was running. Can you believe that? Everyone watching the video in the world of shinobi, men, women, young and old alike, wore strange, awkward expressions as they took in the scene. Shursui Uchiha. 1 against 7. I used to think you were the clever one, but now. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, watching himself in the video, was at a loss for words. It was true he would never kill his beloved little brother, but to see his future self performing such clumsy theatrics was almost too much to bear. Izuna Uchiha. It's not just bad acting. The worst part is that the kid who looks so much like me actually believes it, so full of confidence. What am I supposed to do? This is embarrassing. Madara Uchiha. Don't worry, little brother. You're not an idiot. Sasuke slipped through the gaping crack and made his way back into the dimly lit hall, entering the full cursed seal state. Now all he had to do was wait for Itachi to come check on his corpse. Sensing Itachi above him, Sasuke flashed a confident smile and swiftly wove the signs. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A colossal dragon of flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Itachi, crouched weakly on one knee, pressed his left eye as black flames continued to burn around the rooftop. Suddenly, a ferocious dragon head of chakra burst up from below. Itachi, caught off guard, was knocked flying, tumbling across the rooftop several times before struggling back to his feet. He'd barely steadied himself when one fiery dragon head after another surged up from beneath him. Though Itachi forced his aching body to dodge, he was still struck on the left arm. A huge tear ripped open on the red and black robe of the Akatsuki. Still, Itachi managed to evade the remaining assault of the giant fire dragon. With that attack, most of the roof of the Uchiha's secret compound lay in ruins. Now, revealed beneath the wreckage was Sasuke, down on one knee, breathless and gasping. His last attack had exhausted every scrap of chakra he had left. The cursed seal mark that had fully enveloped him now faded away, its power spent. It seems Amaterasu just now put quite a lot of strain on you. Itachi muttered, his own strength waning as he knelt, gazing weakly at Sasuke. Both were completely spent, Neither had much chakra remaining. Yet there was still a trace of confidence on Sasuke's face, a self-assured smile lingering on his lips. This will probably be my final jutsu. The Sharingan lets you see chakra clearly. Don't push yourself. I know you're out of energy. Itachi saw straight through Sasuke's act at a glance. You're right. After unleashing that last fire technique, I'm running on empty. Sasuke's expression didn't falter. If anything, his lips curled into a taunting smirk. But did you really think I'd come to kill you without a plan? With this technique, in just an instant, there's no escape, just like Amaterasu. If that's what you wish for, then I'll show you. I'll let you witness the moment you die. Suddenly, the sky above the Uchiha's secret stronghold darkened with heavy clouds, split by lightning and rolling thunder. Moments later, a torrential rain came pouring down. Sasuke had deliberately launched his fire jutsu skyward, superheating the air to drive up strong currents and conjure a thundercloud. He hadn't planned to use his own chakra alone. He intended to draw on the vast energy of the atmosphere, turning the very sky's might into his weapon. Sasuke grinned with wild arrogance, raising his right hand as blue lightning crackled and gathered in his palm. Leaping upward in a single bound, he reached the compound's highest point, bringing himself closest to the rampaging storm above. This is a thunder strike that descends from the heavens. I'm simply guiding its power toward you. The name of this technique is Kirin. With an icy gaze, Sasuke fixed his eyes on the battered Itachi below, extending his lightning-charged hand to command the wrath of the sky. Thunder cracked through the sky, as if it had sensed Sasuke's summons. Lightning gathered, intertwining to form the shape of a dragon that coiled menacingly behind him. Faced with a jutsu of such magnitude, Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils shrinking with astonishment. Sasuke had managed to tame even the very fury of the storm. Vanish with the thunder, Sasuke declared, his icy words ringing with the weight of a final judgment. He brought down his raised left hand. The lightning dragon, radiating an aura of terror, surged forward toward Itachi like divine retribution descending from the heavens. A deafening crash shattered the silence and echoed across the entire sky. In the same instant, the dragon struck the ground and exploded in a blinding eruption. Within moments, the entire secret Uchiha base was obliterated, leaving nothing but a field of rubble and broken bricks. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke, you're incredible. Hiruzen Sarutobi. A jutsu of such overwhelming power. It could easily be ranked S-class. Mikoto Uchiha. 1 against 7. The Pure Land. Just as Mikoto Uchiha, seeing through her eldest son's supposed struggle, finally relaxed, realizing the 1 versus 7 was just an act, she was met almost immediately with the harrowing sight of Sasuke about to strike the finishing blow. Both her sons, either one was precious beyond words to a mother's heart. The surge of emotion was too much for Mikoto Uchiha. Before she could recover, she fainted once more. Mother's love truly is boundless, though I haven't managed to put it into words here. Izuna Uchiha. This descendant, Sasuke, he may be a bit too self-assured, but his talent is truly remarkable. To harness the power of nature itself in creating new jutsu. Tobirama Senju. For such a notorious Uchiha clan, to have a child this gifted, almost unbelievable. Izuna Uchiha. And just what do you mean by that, Tobirama? Tobirama Senju. Exactly what I said. Still, I must thank this infamous Uchiha child. He's actually inspired me. I might be able to invent a few more jutsu now. Izuna Uchiha. You just keep inventing your creepy jutsu. Tobirama Senju. As much as I please. Besides, this jutsu may truly be unavoidable. Lightning strikes in 1,000th of a second, faster than sound. Inoki. Sasuke still looks so young, yet he managed to create such a terrifying S-class jutsu all on his own. Rock Lee. As expected of a genius from that family. Still, I won't give up. Madarumi. Such enviable talent. Hashirama Senju. No need to be jealous. He's still part of our leaf, after all. Hey. Maiterumi. Inoki. Rasa. Amazing, this guy, so petty. Sasuke Uchiha. Haha, did you see that, Itachi? In the end, even you fell by my hand. Uchiha Itachi. Foolish little brother. I admit you've made some progress, but if you think that's enough to defeat me, you're sorely mistaken. After unleashing the Kirin, Sasuke stood amid the wreckage, gasping for breath in great heaving bursts. His strength failed him, and he collapsed to his knees, unable even to keep his Sharingan active. It was clear he had nearly exhausted not just his chakra, but every last bit of stamina, too. As for Itachi, who had taken the attack head-on, he lay face down in the rubble. The uniform of the Akatsuki he wore had been utterly destroyed by the relentless onslaught. So it's over then, Sasuke thought to himself. Is this the death you long to see from me? The vision you wanted to recreate. Itachi's voice rang out again, sudden and clear, without warning. Wide-eyed with disbelief, Sasuke's shock was unmistakable, written all over his face. Desperately, he squeezed out the last drops of chakra inside him and entered curse mark mode. From the ground, Itachi braced himself with one hand and struggled upright, seemingly unconcerned by the devastation around him. Chakra surged through his body, bursting forth to form a towering, crimson skeleton. Susanoo. If it weren't for this, I really would have been finished, he said. You've truly grown stronger, Sasuke. This time, let me show you my final trump card. The technique of Susanoo. Uchiha. Fascinating. I never expected any of my descendants to awaken Susanoo. Uchiha Izuna. Seems we still have a handful of genuine prodigies in the clan. Sasuke, who created an S-rank jutsu by harnessing the power of the world itself, is certainly among them. And so, is this Uchiha Itachi now displaying Susanoo? I can't help but wonder if there are more such talents hidden in the clan. Danzo Susanoo. In a 1-on-7 fight, he can still use Susanoo? How infuriating. These brothers are beyond troublesome. If only I'd dealt with them both from the start. Hiruzen Sarutobi. I never realized Itachi was so talented. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, your brother is incredible. I don't think you can beat him. Uchiha Sasuke. Shut up, Naruto. When it's all over, Uchiha Itachi will still fall by my hand. Susanoo. Sasuke echoed. Confusion etched on his face. Clearly, this power was unfamiliar to him. Bathed in the blood-red glow of Susanoo, Itachi made no move to attack. Instead, secure in his advantage, he took the time to explain. It is another power hidden in these eyes, a jutsu that awakens alongside Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, he said, pausing with a hint of dark amusement. Sasuke, is this the extent of your ninjutsu? If you're still hiding power, don't hold anything back, Itachi challenged. Because the real show is just about to begin. At that very moment, the sky cleared. The storm clouds melted away, thunder vanished, and warm sunlight flooded the earth once more. Uchiha Izuna. To be honest, I could just barely force myself to accept the idea of a 3-tomo Sharingan defeating a Manjikyu user. But if you're telling me that Sasuke, completely drained of chakra, could beat Itachi who's using Susanoo, then I can't help but laugh out loud. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi channels his chakra, instantly enhancing his basic, half-formed Susanoo into a menacing, armored form adorned with a crow-like helmet. The surge of power radiates from him, escalating to a whole new level. What's wrong? Are you stuck because you've run out of chakra? Itachi's gaze remains calm and detached, showing no intent of attacking, almost as if he's waiting for something. What? Just as Sasuke, in his cursed state, prepares to counter, a sudden and deeply uncomfortable sensation spreads from his shoulder. At that moment, a voice seeps into his mind, seductive and impossible to ignore. I can lend you my strength. Isn't that what you want, Sasuke? Don't you want to take your revenge against them all? Come, release my power. With it, your wish could finally be... Orochimaru. Wait, that's my voice. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru. You traitor. What have you done to Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru. It seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't harsh enough. Sasuke's face contorts with frustration. His fingers dig into the curse mark on his shoulder, unwilling to give in. Yet, without chakra, he can feel his strength slipping away, his body growing weaker. The next instant, as Sasuke lets out a cry of agony, his shoulder bursts open. From the wound erupts a colossal 8-headed serpent. Is this Orochimaru's Yamata no Oroki technique? Itachi pauses for a heartbeat, recognizing the legendary jutsu's origin. The 9 heads of the serpent thrash and roar, lunging toward Itachi. Unfazed, Itachi steps forward to meet the oncoming beast. Cloaked in his crimson Susanoo, he advances without hesitation. A serpent's head darts toward Itachi, fangs bared. In response, the red Susanoo unsheathes a gourd from his waist, pulling forth a blazing sword. With a single, fluid stroke, Itachi severs one of the serpent heads. The beast howls, unabated, and hurls itself at Susanoo again, its jaws gaping wide for another attack. With a swift motion, Susanoo's right hand brings the legendary Yata mirror to bear, fending off every strike. The flaming blade in his left hand swings once more. 3 more serpent heads fall to the earth. Even stripped of 4 heads, the Yamato Oroki fights on savagely. The remaining heads seize their chance while Susanoo is swinging its sword, entwining their massive body around the armored figure. Itachi doesn't flinch. Through Susanoo, he wields the sword with relentless precision. Blood splatters through the air as several more heads hit the ground. Of the original 9 heads, only 1 now remains. Under such circumstances, the 8-headed serpent finally ceased its attacks. Only one serpentine head remained in the middle, its jaws gaped wide, and after a few seconds, a blurred human figure emerged from its maw. As the slime dripped away, the silhouette gradually became clearer. That is Orochimaru. Black Zetsu. Just like before, still that disgusting guy who keeps spitting things out of his mouth. Maid Harumi. Such a revolting act. Handsome guys are so much better to look at. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru. How did you crawl out of Sasuke's body? You traitor, just what have you been up to these past years? Jiraiya. Don't go overboard, Orochimaru. Tsunade. Orochimaru. You've changed so much I barely recognize you. Orochimaru. Hahaha. Could it be that I'm about to succeed? Naruto Uzumaki. Huh. Sasuke, you got some weird snake thing living inside you. It's seriously gross. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha. If it means I can kill Uchiha Itachi, I'll take any amount of disgust. Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru. You're getting bolder. Dare to set your sights on the Uchiha clan. With a slick, wet sound, Orochimaru slithered out of the serpent's jaws, still coated in viscous slime. And from his own mouth emerged the slimy Kusanagi sword. Grasping the sword, his eyes alight with excitement, he began to speak. This is it. I've been waiting for this very moment. Thanks to you, Sasuke's chakra that kept me suppressed is gone. This is my chance to seize that boy's body. And then, before Orochimaru could finish, Itachi, with icy determination, drove the flaming blade of Susanoo's right hand straight through Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru's face first twisted in shock, then broke into a wild, manic grin. You think an attack like that is enough to defeat me? But his bravado faltered mid-sentence as his twisted smile vanished. Terror filled his eyes as he looked at Itachi. Encased within Susanoo, his gaze cold as steel. That sword, is that the Tatsuka blade? Itachi, so you've been hiding this from the start. Orochimaru's voice, filled with unwillingness, trailed from his lips. In the next instant, the entire eight-headed serpent, along with Orochimaru himself, was sucked into the gourd in Susanoo's hand. It's over, Sasuke, Itachi said quietly. Brothers, the saga between Sasuke and Itachi is nearing its end. Like the Obito arc before, this is my own interpretation, a chance to mend regrets in the story. It might not fulfill everyone's wishes, but I'll keep writing. If there's anything you want to see, Itachi and Shursui, Itachi and Sasuke, or heck, even Itachi and Izumi, let me know, and I'll consider your suggestions. The ones with the most support get picked. If no one suggests anything, I'll decide as we go. Typing is just too slow. I really envy those tentacle monsters. Only one chapter today, please don't mind. After coming back from my part-time job, I still have to look up some more plot details. Orochimaru, the sword of Tatsuka, the thing I've been seeking all this time, so it was hidden by you of all people. Truly astonishing. I'll have to watch my back from now on. Uchiha Izuna, the Yada mirror and the sword of Tatsuka. Itachi Uchiha Susanoo certainly comes with a luxurious arsenal. Uzumaki Naruto, the sword of Tatsuka, the Yada mirror? Were those, anyway? Uchiha Izuna, the sword of Tatsuka is a legendary blade of sealing. Whoever is pierced by it will be forever trapped in a dreamlike illusion. The Yada mirror is a divine shield with no physical form, capable of deflecting all physical attacks. Uzumaki Naruto, that sounds seriously impressive. Sasuke, I don't think you stand chance. Uchiha Sasuke, shut up Naruto. Say another word, and I'll take you down too. Minato Namikaze. HM? Kushina Uzumaki. HM? Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, watch your mouth. Apologize to Uncle Minato and Aunt Kushina. Now, Black Zetsu, having both the Yada mirror and the sword of Tatsuka, makes this form of Susanoo practically invincible. After sealing Orochimaru away, Itachi was clearly exhausted. Breathing heavily, his fatigue was written all over him. But compared to Sasuke, who had depleted so much chakra, he couldn't even sustain his Sharingan. Itachi was still in far better shape. Anoki. Looks like this match ended in victory for Uchiha and his Susanoo. Tobirama Senju. That evil Uchiha brat barely has any strength left to fight. Hiruzen Sarutobi. This is the end of the road for Sasuke. Your eyes belong to me. Let me take them one step at a time. As Itachi spoke, his face suddenly twisted in pain. He dropped to his knees, clutching at his mouth, and coughed violently. Blood spilled through his fingers in a crimson torrent. The Susanoo he had summoned faded, transforming from its Tengu form back into a skeletal state. Seeing this sudden change, Sasuke sensed an opportunity. Instinctively, his hand darted to his kunai pouch. He drew a kunai fitted with an explosive tag and hurled it at Itachi Susanoo. The blast went off, smoke billowing in the aftermath. When the haze cleared and Sasuke looked again, he saw the Yada mirror held effortlessly before Susanoo, completely unfazed. Forcing himself upright, Itachi staggered toward Sasuke, murmuring softly under his breath, "My eyes, they are mine." Unconvinced, Sasuke pulled out another handful of kunai, each one rigged with an explosive tag, and threw them at Itachi. The result didn't change. The Yata mirror deflected every single one. Up against such an impenetrable trump card, Sasuke was swept by a deep sense of helplessness. He shouted in frustration, refusing to give in. Drawing the Kusanagi sword, he leaped high into the air, gripping the hilt with both hands and pouring what was left of his strength into a desperate attack, stabbing fiercely at the Susanoo. The very next second, he was flung clear across the ground, landing with a heavy thud and rolling over and over, who knew how many times, until he finally crashed into a crumbling section of wall and came to a halt. It was at that moment that Itachi stepped forward and stood before Sasuke. Staring at Itachi, who was now only a step away, Sasuke couldn't hide the terror in his eyes. He involuntarily tried to retreat, pressing himself flat against the wall behind him. Itachi raised his blood-soaked hand, reaching slowly yet resolutely toward Sasuke. Sasuke's fear grew even stronger. Cold sweat poured down his face, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he found himself utterly frozen, unable to react. Mikoto Uchiha. No. 1 against 7. Are you still want to harm Sasuke? Fugaku Uchiha. 1 against 7. Izuna Uchiha. It seems in the end, victory still belongs to 1 against 7. Sasuke's out of tricks. There's no miracle reversal coming. Tobirama Senju. I can't imagine any way that Brat could possibly turn this around now. Sakura Harino. Please, Sasuke, don't die. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, you don't worry. From now on, I'll protect you. I won't let you die like this. Sasuke Uchiha. Shut up. All of you, just shut up. I must have something left up my sleeve. Uchiha 1 against 7 will definitely die by my hand. Inoki. Kid from Konoha, stop fooling yourself. Do you really look like you have any tricks left in you? With Sasuke having lost even the faintest ability to resist, a faint, unexpected smile curled on the bloodied lips of Itachi. He smiled. Itachi suddenly smiled. The hand he had extended was not there to seize Sasuke's eyes as feared, but to tap him gently on the forehead. His voice, carrying both a sense of guilt and a touch of relief mixed with deep affection, rang out. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Just as he did when they were children. Itachi died at Sasuke's side, at Sasuke's own hand. Depleted of strength, Sasuke, too, suddenly felt all tension drained from him. He collapsed to the ground. After so many years, since that fateful event, the two brothers finally lay side by side once more. But now, everything had changed, and nothing could return to how it once was. This ending left many throughout the shinobi world momentarily speechless. Izuna Uchiha. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. I can only say the performance was masterful. It seems Itachi never bore the intent to kill Sasuke. There must be secrets we don't know. A certain jonin. Absolutely no killing intent. Even I, a jonin, could see that. Inoki. Rather than a battle to the death, it looked more like Itachi was playing sparring partner for Sasuke. Madarumi. For instance, the shuriken trick that not even a Mangekyo Sharingan could follow. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, where the hand seal's so slow, even a jonin could do better. Deidara. The Mangekyo Sharingan Tsukimi was broken by the 3 Tomo Sharingan. His eye movements are slower than a man running. Raza. Amaterasu could barely scorch any significant part. Orochimaru. Frankly, I suspect that everything done before the 1 against 7 battle was just to draw out the part of me residing in Sasuke, to seal it away. Uchiha Izuna. Susanoo still stood strong. Even if Itachi had a pair, she could have easily taken Sasuke down with him. Yet he didn't. Tobirama Senju. Impressive strength, but the acting left much to be desired. Uchiha Madara. What a clumsy, unsightly spectacle this was. Hashirama Senju. That Uchiha Itachi was holding back way too blatantly. It almost seemed a bit foolish. Kakashi. Sorry, I only saw a wide, open sea. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke, enough. Shut up. All of you, just shut up. I won with my own power. That 1 against 7 simply couldn't hold out any longer. In the Leaf Village, Sasuke's eyes glowed a vivid red. His expression inflamed with emotion. 1 against 7. In the end, you die by my hand. Father, mother, I've finally avenged you. Uchiha Itachi watched the video of his own death, his eyes shifting ever so slightly. So, this is how it ends. That's fine. It's already more than I could wish for. His partner, Kisame Hashigaki, standing nearby, spoke softly. Itachi, your acting really is terrible. Ding. The Battle of Brothers, Uchiha Itachi versus Uchiha Sasuke, has finished playback. Next up, reward distribution. Reward. Uchiha Sasuke learns Chidori Stream in advance. His Sharingan evolves by 1 tomo. Reward for Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. System. I like a reward like Kakashi, to make up for regrets. Itachi suddenly voiced his request. Not long ago, he had unexpectedly run into Kakashi, who had just returned to the Leaf Village. Driven by his desire to know about Sasuke, Itachi had, by chance, heard about Kakashi's reward, sparking his own hopes. Clearly, the system hadn't anticipated that someone would make such a request. The system fell silent for 3 seconds before its voice resumed. Granted, in a flash of white light, Uchiha Itachi vanished from where he stood. Inoki, a reward to make up for regrets. Does it really draw people in so much? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi? Kakashi, Lord Third. Honestly, it's hard not to long for something like that. Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi's gone missing. Kakashi, that's normal. Unlike Kakashi, Itachi was pulled by the system into a realm of dazzling white. Uchiha Itachi, you should be familiar with the basic rules by now. I understand. Itachi nodded gently. Which time do you wish to return to? I want to return. Itachi Uchiha's usually calm eyes finally rippled with the gentlest warmth. Permission granted. Remember, this is just a parallel world. A quick aside, there might be some readers who question these plot developments or who doubt the relationship between Itachi and Izumi. Here's my take. Although in the original storyline, Itachi never has a romantic arc. At most, there's that incident when he saved Izumi during the Nine Tails chaos and naturally got to know her afterwards, Obito's mention of a lover after Itachi's death, as well as that moment when Itachi eats 3-color dango upon first returning to the Leaf, his first blush, and even the sharing Sasuke memory, scene after scene, all hint at something more between Itachi and Izumi. They weren't just ordinary friends. I understand that much of what I write here may not sit well with many fans, but honestly, whether in the anime, manga, or light novels, Itachi and Izumi's storyline is barely explored. If it's too much for you, feel free to skip ahead to the next chapter. Just remember, the story of Itachi and Izumi is a product of the fevered imagination of patient number 3 in Tomato Psychiatric Hospital, Fire Shadow Wing, Ward 44. Wow, this guy really has a knack for padding the word count. Blinding white light, coupled with the sensation of weightlessness. Itachi returned to the moment in time he longed for. Dawn was just breaking. Itachi was out front, broom in hand, sweeping away fallen leaves at the doorstep. Sup, Itachi and I. Good morning. Dressed in a bright yellow jacket, Konoha headband on his forehead, Naruto Uzumaki popped up, waving a cheerful greeting. Oh, it's Naruto. Good morning to you too. You're here for Sasuke, right? I'll go call him. Itachi gave him a gentle smile and was about to turn around when Sasuke's voice rang out. I've been waiting forever, Naruto. You're way too slow. Sasuke appeared beside him, accompanied by a long-haired woman whose beauty was almost otherworldly. Oh, Izumi. Good morning. Naruto was clearly familiar with Izumi and waved excitedly at her. Good morning to you too, Naruto. Izumi answered with a soft smile before turning to Itachi at her side. Good morning, darling. Morning. Okay, enough with the good mornings. Itachi's gaze was just as tender. Oh, Itachi and I and Izumi are still as in love as ever. Oh, quit it already, Naruto. We're going to be late for our mission. Let's go. Having said his goodbyes to his brother and sister-in-law, Sasuke strode off ahead. Hey, Sasuke, wait up for me. By the time Naruto noticed, Sasuke was already a good 10 meters down the road. See you, Itachi and I, Izumi. With a hasty farewell, Naruto dashed off after Sasuke. They left the household's entryway quiet, just Itachi and Izumi alone together. Let's go inside. Izumi smiled, took a step closer, and, as naturally as breathing, slipped her arm around Itachi's. Itachi, I'm coming to realize I'm starting to depend on you more and more. Don't worry, I will always be here for you. Itachi gently stroked Izumi's head, though his thoughts had already sunk deep into memories from long ago. What is this? After enduring a jarring sense of weightlessness and a blinding flash of white, Itachi regained consciousness, clenching his fists. A surreal feeling washed over him. On this pitch-black night, a bright full moon hung high above. From within the Konoha Police Force headquarters, waves of blood-curdling screams echoed. Masked like a tiger, Uchiha Madara was casually slaughtering the Uchiha people. The ongoing screams jolted Itachi from his daze. I already lived that future and tasted its bitterness. This time, I want to believe in Tucson, in the village. I want to walk a path completely unlike before. And most of all, I want to save her. He understood, well, his purpose for returning. I have to hurry. Faster, even faster. Originally, Itachi had planned to act alongside the masked man, but this time, because he hesitated, their timing diverged. In other words, at this point, Itachi had yet to begin the massacre. Elsewhere, how could Izumi, born an Uchiha, stand by and watch her clan be slain. The moment the masked man stepped out of the police force headquarters, several kunai flew from her hand. Decent reflexes. With his immense strength, the masked man easily knocked the kunai aside, entirely unbothered. Turning, he caught sight of Izumi standing nearby. No way! Izumi's own strength was unremarkable. Realizing her attack had failed, she panicked, turning to flee. But the masked man had not forgotten his target. With a flick of his wrist, a chain shot out, binding Izumi securely and pulling her back. Hitachi, save me. Hitachi. Staring into the masked man's murderous glare, raw terror overtook Izumi. Helplessly, she cried out the name carved deepest in her heart. The masked man ignored her pleas. He raised his sword high, preparing to end her life, when suddenly, he paused, his expression shifting. He sensed something, released Izumi, and leapt away to the side. Amaterasu. For the sake of the story, the current Itachi was allowed to bring back his existing powers. Otherwise, if he'd returned too weak, he would have changed nothing. Pitch-black flames erupted where the masked man had just stood. Hitachi, what's the meaning of this? Sliding away from the Amaterasu's blaze, the masked man spoke, his voice icy and demanding answers. Izumi, just released, was still too stunned to process her narrow escape. But when she looked up and saw her savior was none other than Hitachi, tears of relief brimmed in her eyes, instantly washing away her fear. Hitachi, it's you. I knew you'd come for me. Don't be afraid, Izumi. I'm here. Itachi comforted her gently, pulling Izumi behind him in a protective gesture, and calmly met the masked man's gaze. I've changed my mind. You're no longer needed here. You can leave now. Oh, and is that for the sake of the girl behind you? The masked man didn't seem angered by Itachi's sudden change of heart. Instead, his tone was laced with intrigue. Yes, it's because of her. Itachi didn't attempt to deny it. For me, Izumi, standing just behind Itachi, couldn't follow their conversation, but she understood this one sentence. Itachi said it was for me. In that instant, watching Itachi's back, Izumi felt an overwhelming sense of security. You're going to fight 7-on-1 just to protect this girl? Are you really going to throw away Shursue's dying plea so easily for the sake of a woman? Even now, the masked man sounded more amused than anything else. You have no right to speak of Shursue. Itachi's gaze turned icy. In the pitch-black night, his crimson Sharingan flared with intensity. So you've truly decided to betray our agreement. In that case, what if? The masked man paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was chillingly cold. What if I refuse to leave? What will you do then? Itachi's eyes grew colder still as he was about to respond. You've broken into the Uchiha compound and spilled so much Uchiha blood. You will pay with your life. A furious voice cut in before Itachi could speak. At his side, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, his presence commanding. Too with Mangekyo Sharingan. Things are looking pretty grim for me. Maybe it's best to retreat for now. Under the moonlight, two pairs of patterned, blood-red Sharingan eyes glared coldly at the masked man. Faced with this, he couldn't help but grumble. Well then, farewell to you all. He waved lightly, as if their deadly confrontation were nothing more than a casual encounter. A swirling vortex appeared over his right eye, quickly enveloping him until, with a twist through space itself, his body vanished. The instant Fugaku saw the masked man begin to escape, his eyes sharpened, and he prepared to strike, but Itachi quickly stopped him. Father, there's no use. It's a space-time jutsu. He's uncatchable. And just like that, after only a brief delay, the masked man was gone, leaving behind nothing but a few dried bloodstains on the ground. 7-on-1. Come with me. Fugaku's expression was cold. He called out to Itachi, then turned and walked away. The clan leader looks terrifying right now, but that's only natural after something this serious. Still, 7-on-1. You're not going to get in trouble, are you? Hiding behind Itachi, Izumi nervously poked her head out, nothing like her usual carefree self. It's all right, don't worry. Go home first, Izumi. When I'm done here, I'll come find you. The frost in Itachi's eyes melted into a gentle smile. He lifted his hand and lightly tapped Izumi's forehead twice with his fingertip. 7-on-1. What are you doing? In that moment, Izumi's cheeks flushed bright red. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her voice trailing off into shy whispers. Itachi lifted his head, gazing up at the bright moon as the wind, tinged faintly with the scent of blood, stirred the loose hair at the base of his neck. In that moment, a gentle smile curved his lips. To be honest, I wanted to do this for a long time. His voice was rough, reminiscent of an old CD from a bygone era. It sounded a little out of place. What's with you today? You're acting like a completely different person in a 1-against-7 fight. Izumi sneaked a glance at Itachi, then immediately lowered her head again, cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of red as she pouted, murmuring under her breath. After sending Izumi home, Itachi turned and made his way back to his own house. There, in the main hall, he found Uchiha Fugaku sitting in solemn silence. 1 against 7. Tell me what you're thinking right now. Itachi was silent for a moment before he finally spoke. I want to believe in the village, in the Uchiha clan, and in you. Fugaku's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not expected such an answer from Itachi. Is that truly how you feel at this moment? Yes, father. A brief, heavy silence hung between them. Go to your room. I will handle the matter from here. Because of Itachi's deliberate choices, the infamous Night of the Crescent Moon, episode 675, never came to pass. Izumi lived. The Uchiha clan endured. The village remained at peace, and Sasuke was spared the burden of hatred. Regret remedied. As the system's voice echoed and a brilliant white light began to appear, Itachi cast Tsukuyami on himself, catching a glimpse of the future he had carefully shaped, one that was utterly different from reality. It was the very scene from the beginning. How wonderful. Truly wonderful. The smile never left Itachi's lips. Itachi, you're back. I'll be honest. Not a single reader can guess what I'm about to write next. The sun rose and set. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Night slipped away in dreams, giving way to morning. And at dawn, true to form, the system's banshee howl rang out. Ding! Wake up, wake up! This time, it wasn't just Deidara who was already awake. Having once experienced the system's devastatingly powerful morning greeting, everyone in the ninja world responded in perfect unison. They covered their ears. Thanks to this system's gentle awakening, I trust everyone is out of bed by now. Deidara. Gentle, huh? Yeah, real gentle. Author. I wish I could put that in quotation marks. Inoki. I'm getting on in years. My heart can't take excitement like this anymore. Today, the video this system has prepared is sure to blow your minds. Absolutely earth-shattering. Guaranteed to leave everyone speechless. Jiraiya. Don't tell me it's... Kakashi. That sounds great. No, wait, what am I saying? Now I'm really worried. Inoki. After living as long as I have, I doubt anything can still surprise me. Terumi May. Strangely, I'm feeling a bit of anticipation. What's happening to me? A certain Jonin. Hurry up and bring it on. I can't wait any longer. And now please enjoy. Naruto and Sasuke versus Otsutsuki Ishiki. Naruto Uzumaki. That Naruto. Could they be talking about me? Sasuke Uchiha. Then the Sasuke must be me. I never thought I'd get another chance to team up with Naruto, the so-called dead last. Just don't slow me down. Naruto Uzumaki. What are you saying, Sasuke? You'd better not be the one holding me back. Kushina. Is that Naruto? At last, I get to watch my son in battle. He must have grown into an extraordinary ninja. Minato Namikaze. No matter what happens, Naruto, your parents will always be proud of you. Fugaku Uchiha. Sasuke, you've always been our pride as well. Mikoto Uchiha. Your father's right, Sasuke. I'll always be cheering you on. Hagoromo Otsutsuki. What? An Otsutsuki? Could it be one of mother's kin? The scene comes into focus. Above the Hidden Leaf Village, the white-robed, long-sleeved Ishiki Otsutsuki, with a single long, curved horn growing from his head, strolls leisurely through the air. Below, the people of the village are fleeing in panic. Even this brief opening is enough to leave the entire shinobi world in shock. Tobarama Senju. Which era is this? How could things get so bad that Konoha is being bullied like this? The village is getting weaker by the day. Inoki. There's actually another ninja who can fly like me? Hiruzen Sarutobi. This wasn't during my time as Hokage. Minato Namikaze. I can say for certain, it wasn't mine either. Tobarama Senju. To think the Hokage of this era would let this happen. Kakashi, it couldn't be you, could it? Kakashi. I really don't know, Lord Second. I'm not the Hokage yet at this point. Tobarama Senju. Then it must be you. Anyway, of all the future Hokage, you're the only one I recognize. Kakashi. Ishiki Otsutsuki's pale skin and gray hair are striking, but it's his eyes that draw the most attention. His right eye glows with a golden, ring-shaped pattern encircled by 8 triangles, while his left eye, surprisingly, is a Byakugan. Hiruzen Sarutobi. A Byakugan? Hayashi, what's your take on this? Hayashi Hyuga. Lord Third. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on here. Shikakanara. Judging by how prosperous Konoha looks in this footage, this must be something that happens in the future. Tobarama Senju. The Hyuga with their Byakugan. Huh? Seems there is much trouble as the cursed Uchiha clan. Izuna Uchiha. Watch it, Tobarama. Ishiki Otsutsuki activates his Byakugan, brazenly scanning the entire Leaf Village as if no one else matters. Are they hiding the guy? When he fails to find what he's searching for, Ishiki mutters to himself, then casually lands on a nearby rooftop. Maybe if I kill a few people, they'll hand him over. Ishiki seriously contemplates the likelihood of this method working. Tobarama Senju. What? The enemy has made it all the way into the village, yet not a single soul steps forward to fight them. What is this? Are they waiting for someone to put on a dance performance in Konoha? Kakashi, there's something seriously wrong with how you're handling the position of 6th Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Kakashi, do you not have the resolve that comes with being Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi, I have to say, I'm truly disappointed in you. Minato Namikaze. It's all right, Kakashi. This is something you must change in the future. Kakashi, 6. Ishiki's expression flickered, and when he glanced around, 5 figures had already appeared before him. All grown up now, Choji, Kiba, Tintin, Rock Lee, and Konohamaru. The 5 of them met Ishiki's gaze, faces heavy with determination. We won't let you have your way. That's right. For someone like this, there's no need for Naruto himself to step in. Ishiki, however, didn't spare them a second thought. He spoke coldly, entirely unconcerned. Oh, I wonder if their lives will be enough for bargaining chips. Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, look, that's Choji, Kiba, Tintin, Rock Lee, and, oh right, that's Konohamaru. They all look so strong now. I wonder how powerful I become in the future. Sasuke Uchiha. Just the same as you are now. Konohamaru, Sarutobi. Naruto Nizan. If even you can't tell who I am, maybe you're not qualified to face me in a duel. Tobirama Senju. At last, someone from the village has stepped forward. Let's see if they can hold out against this Otsutsuki Ishiki. Let's start by killing a few to test my hand. Ishiki's voice was light, almost lazy, as if he were simply talking about crushing a few ants beneath his shoe. You think we'll just let you get away with this? Konohamaru swiftly formed a Rasengan in one hand, launching himself at Ishiki to lead the charge. The others, Tintin and the rest, followed right on his heels. The moment the Rasengan collided with Ishiki, a thunderous explosion erupted, shrouding the battlefield in thick, swirling smoke. When the dust settled, broken stone columns rained down, and the 5 were already sprawled across the ground, battered and defeated. Just one casual blow, and Konohamaru's team had lost all ability to fight, left in total disarray. Choji, Tintin, Kiba, this, Rock Lee. Did I just get beaten so easily? Konohamaru, how is this possible? Am I really that weak? Inoki. With a single move, he wiped out these elite jonin of Konoha. As everyone in the shinobi world witnessed this, incredulous expressions flashed across their faces. Anyone with eyes could see that these 5 from Konoha were far from weak. Yet Ishiki had dispatched them all in one move, without even seeming to exert himself. Since the people of Konoha are no slackers, that can only mean this man called Ishiki Otsutsuki is simply overwhelming. Tobirama Senju. Kakashi, out with it. Where on earth did you manage to bring in such a powerful enemy? Kakashi, oh well. Hashirama Senju. Madara, how are you holding up? Madara Uchiha. This is exhilarating. Just as Ishiki was about to strike at the group. Supergiant Rasengan. Naruto arrived in the nick of time, a massive Rasengan swirling in his palm. He shattered Ishiki's attack and forced him back several steps. Tsunade, hold on. Is that Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage? Naruto Uzumaki. I did it. I finally became Hokage. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, Dad, Mom, did you all see it? I made it. I became Hokage. Kushina Uzumaki. That's my boy. Minato Namikaze. I'm so proud of you, Naruto. Kakashi. Congratulations, Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha. Congratulations, I guess. Sakura Haruno. It's really Naruto? How come it's not Sasuke? Tobirama Senju. Hey kid, as the 7th Hokage, you sure took your time getting here, didn't you? Kakashi. He's right, Naruto. As your teacher, I have to say, punctuality, dependability, and a sense of responsibility. You learned nothing from me in that department? Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi-sensei. I can't believe you're actually saying that with a straight face. Naruto and Ishiki now stood on opposite rooftops, glaring at each other. Moments later, Naruto seemed to sense something, and his hesitation melted away. Sage Fox mode activate. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's entire presence transformed. His pupils sharpened into crosses, and a golden cloak of chakra covered his body. A fierce and powerful aura erupted from deep within him. Hashirama Senju. Wow, what is that? Looks incredible. Tobirama Senju. What power? As expected of the 7th Hokage. This should be enough to drive out the invader. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, you really are my son. The day has come that you fully control that power. Jiraiya. That eyeshadow, that's the sage art from Mount Mayaboku, isn't it? But can anyone really enter sage mode that quickly? Shikaku. So this is the so-called fox, said to brim with hatred and never mingle with humans? Pathetic. Kurama. Shut up, you sand raccoon. Without another word, Naruto clenched his fist and launched himself at Ishiki. Even faced with Naruto's new ferocity, Ishiki's expression didn't skip a beat. He sidestepped, then drove a brutal kick into Naruto, hurling him dozens of meters before he crashed to the ground. Naruto had only just steadied himself when Ishiki was on him again in a flash. Another ruthless kick. With a thunderous force, Naruto was sent smashing through several houses before finally grinding to a halt. "So you were strong after all," Naruto muttered. Naruto clutched his stomach in pain. Without giving Naruto even a moment to react, Ishiki sprang into the air above him, and accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound, brought his foot down once again. Naruto's eyes widened as he tried to get up and dodge, but the searing pain in his abdomen made it impossible for him to move as he wished. He could only watch as Ishiki's attack hurtled toward his head. "Danzo, what's the use of having such a Hokage? He gets taken down the moment the fight starts. If we keep watching, he'll probably get killed. My own strength would be far superior. Shiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, honestly, I am speechless. There's something else I want to ask. How can you possibly think that future Naruto isn't stronger than you? Tobirama Senju, the invader this time, is unbelievably strong, even more terrifying than Pain during Kakashi's era. Nagato, how foolish. Even gods can be surpassed. Anoki, all I can say is, what a terrifying power. Hey, these two are way beyond ordinary shinobi now. Their abilities are on a whole other level. Just watching the footage is enough to make your heart race. Orochimaru, interesting, very interesting. Now, there's even more to study. Just at that crucial moment, Ishiki suddenly vanished from above Naruto. In his place appeared a man in a black cloak with long hair. Ishiki's body reappeared some distance away, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The Rinnegan, how utterly bothersome. Ishiki steadied himself and turned toward the newcomer. Sasuke. Naruto's voice was filled with surprise and relief. Thanks to his remarkable healing abilities, Naruto was already recovering after just a moment's labored breathing. He stood up again and walked over to stand by Sasuke's side. At last, I'm truly ready. Sasuke and Naruto stood shoulder to shoulder, facing off against Akatsuki Ishiki together. You two never learn, do you? Did you already forget how I crushed you into the dirt last time? Ishiki's voice was dripping with scorn. Anoki, wait, did I hear that right? Does that mean Naruto and Sasuke already fought Akatsuki Ishiki before and got utterly defeated? Tobirama Senju. If that's really the case, then the village is in grave danger. Hey, I can tell that Naruto the future is incredibly strong, but I don't know just how strong. Sasuke's power, with the Rinnegan, is absolutely beyond Kage level. If the two of them fighting together still can't beat this Akatsuki Ishiki, then I can only mourn for Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hayashi, I need an explanation. Why does this invader have to be a Kugen? Danzo, looks like the Hyuga clan, just like the Uchiha, is yet another unstable element in the village. Hayashi Hyuga. Lord Third, I swear, I truly don't know. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, do you think we'll really have to face such powerful enemies in the future? Uchiha Sasuke, what's wrong? Are you scared? Naruto? Worrying isn't like you at all. Uzumaki Naruto, who's scared? I just worry that, as Hokage, I haven't been able to protect everyone. Nageto, impossible. In this world, could any mere mortal surpass a god? Jigen, what a clown. Sasuke paid no mind to Ishiki's taunting. Instead, he turned to the Naruto beside him, giving quick instructions. Naruto, whether you use shuriken or kunai, anything, just cover me with some thrown weapons. Naruto was surprised by Sasuke's plan. After all, both of them had fought Ishiki before and knew a little of what he was capable of. But before Naruto could question him further, Sasuke gave him no time. He launched his attack at Ishiki right away. A few shuriken flashed from Sasuke's hand, but Ishiki leapt aside, dodging them with ease. Yet the trust woven between Naruto and Sasuke meant Naruto followed Sasuke's lead without hesitation. More shuriken followed, streaking towards Ishiki, who was already airborne. Deiko couldn't. Ishiki's right eye gleamed. Every shuriken close to him shrank instantly, dwindling to sizes too small for the eye to catch before dropping powerlessly to the ground. No good. He can shrink them all. Just as Naruto feared, Ishiki's right eye was proving to be a real headache. But Sasuke's expression remained unchanged. He held his stance, and the rain of shuriken toward Ishiki never stopped. What's that Uchiha guy up to? Now even Ishiki was starting to suspect Sasuke's actions. Perhaps he had run out of shuriken, for Sasuke suddenly drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist and hurled it toward Ishiki, spinning fast through the air. Ishiki let out a cold, disdainful laugh. No matter what tricks you try, the outcome will be the same. Once again, his right eye flashed as he prepared to shrink the approaching Kusanagi sword. But in the next moment, an expression of disbelief twisted Ishiki's face. I can't shrink it. Without warning, the Kusanagi sword dissolved into a puff of smoke. In its place stood a blonde, spiky-haired teenager, faint blue markings trickling down his right cheek. Boruto. The instant Naruto saw who it was, his eyes went wide with shock. In contrast, Sasuke and Boruto looked pleased, confident that their scheme had worked. So, the power to shrink everything except living things, right? Ishiki's face darkened, aggrieved as though he'd just been made a fool of. The transformation jutsu, huh? You really are full of little tricks. But it wasn't long before Ishiki calmed himself, fixing Boruto with an icy stare. So, what can you possibly do? Boruto. Below, Naruto's anxious shout rang out again. Boruto fixed his gaze intently on Ishiki, his young face holding a pair of resolute eyes. Without hesitation, Boruto reached toward Ishiki. In the next instant, the blue karma on his right hand surged with immense energy, forming a massive, dark vortex. In the blink of an eye, the swirling energy swallowed both of their figures and then slowly faded away into the air. Minato Namikaze. That's a space-time ninjutsu. Tobarama Senju. Indeed, a space-time jutsu. For such a young child to wield a technique of this level, he must have meant to draw the enemy away all on his own. Hiruzen Sarutobi. This is Konoha's blessing, but also its misfortune. Naruto Uzumaki. Damn it. What was I doing back then? Why was I so weak? Even after becoming Hokage, I couldn't protect a single child. Damn it, twice over. Sasuke Uchiha, what on earth happened? How'd I ever let a child take on something like this? Minato Namikaze. Naruto. Fugaku Uchiha. Sasuke. Inoki. So this is Konoha's future enemy? Honestly, I doubt even the future Stone Village could stand against them. Madarumi. I have to agree. Hey, same here. Raza. Even the Sand Village is in danger. Ishiki's mere display of power had already sent shockwaves through the entire ninja world. After all, even Pain, with his Rinnegan, only inspired fear. But Otsutsuki Ishiki could already toy with both Naruto in his Sage Fox mode and Sasuke with his Tomo Rinnegan as if they were nothing. Madara Uchiha. Now that's the kind of enemy that gets my blood pumping. Hey, Sasuke, just what is going on? Naruto's voice was thick with anxiety, desperate for answers concerning Boruto. That is his resolve, Sasuke replied calmly, as though he had expected this outcome all along. Let's move. We can track Boruto by his chakra. Elsewhere. Where's this place? Ishiki stared at the unfamiliar surroundings with boiling anger behind his confusion. That brat, the karma from Amashiki. How much of that power can he even wield? Soon after, Naruto and Sasuke managed to catch up with Boruto, crossing through the space-time portal. Boruto, are you alright? Naruto rushed to him immediately, his voice laced with worry. After a few hurried words, their attention snapped back to Ishiki. You bothersome fools. I'll make you regret this, right now. Ishiki's expression darkened, rage burning in his eyes. The next second, he stomped, shattering the ground and charging at the trio with incredible speed. Naruto reacted in a flash, moving in front of Boruto as he raised his fist to guard against Ishiki's attack. Just as Naruto's punch was about to connect with Ishiki, the figure of Ishiki, darting forward, flickered and vanished in an instant. Naruto, above you. Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, shouted a warning to Naruto. No one could say when, but Ishiki had already appeared overhead. With one hand, he gripped Boruto by the collar, scrutinizing him with curious interest while muttering incessantly under his breath. Poor Boruto, utterly powerless to resist, grimaced in pain, his legs kicking helplessly in the air. Chidori. Suddenly, Boruto vanished from Ishiki's grasp. Sasuke had taken his place, thrusting forward with Chidori crackling in his hand. But Ishiki nonchalantly raised a single hand, effortlessly blocking Sasuke's attack. That bothersome Rinnegan, always in the way. Swinging his leg, he drove his foot straight into Sasuke's gut. Sasuke let out a muffled cry of pain, his whole body hurtling toward the ground like a wounded bird, crashing hard and leaving a crater in the earth below. By contrast, Ishiki descended at his own leisurely pace, his movements almost refined, even graceful. Inoki observed, another move. Even Sasuke, who wields the Rinnegan, can't withstand a single blow from Otsutsuki Ishiki. Tobarama Senju wondered aloud. How could someone so overwhelmingly strong appear in the shinobi world? Big brother, do you really think you could stop him? Hashirama chuckled. You give me too much credit, little brother. I think maybe, just maybe, if Madara and I teamed up, we might stand a chance. Don't you agree, Madara? Uchiha Madara replied, troubled. No, something's not right. The future really isn't right at all. Amigate cure. Nagato's expression was as dark as the bottom of a batter pot. The last video, Naruto's wedding, already had Nagato sensing that something was amiss. If the shinobi world truly turned out like that, Wouldn't it mean the Akatsuki's ideals had failed? Worse, it seemed they might have been wiped out entirely. Just as Nagato had started to steady himself, he was forced to watch another scene, one with a being even stronger than he, a so-called god. And why did Sasuke possess the Rinnegan? Had he taken out Nagato's own eyes? Conan, in that future, did we really fail? Yet, it seems peace has finally come. One question after another flooded Nagato's mind. It looks that way. So, what should we do next, Nagato? Conan's voice was gentle. I don't know. Returning through space-time jutsu wouldn't be all that hard, Ishiki stated coldly, as if describing the most trivial thing in the world. But if things keep going like this, there'll be no end to it. It'd be easier to take care of all of you right here, where no one will interfere. Don't underestimate us. Things won't go the way you want. Confronted by Ishiki's overwhelming pressure, Naruto activated Sage of the Six Paths mode once again. Under his control, the golden cloak of chakra formed 9 massive hands behind him, each lashing out toward Ishiki. Strike after strike, the immense force left deep craters in the ground, sending shards of rock flying and clouds of dust swirling through the air. Under the flurry of Naruto's relentless attacks, Ishiki twisted and shifted to evade with remarkable agility, never once letting a blow land. Then, seizing the perfect moment, he launched a vicious kick that sent Naruto hurtling through the air. Naruto tumbled but quickly regained his balance, withdrawing the 9 immense chakra arms he had summoned. Keikuta, Mew. He formed 4 shadow clones, charging at Ishiki once again. Amidst the chaos of battle, Naruto caught sight of Sasuke, arriving just in time. No words were needed between them. A single glance was all it took to share their intentions. Naruto extended his chakra arms, and while Ishiki was distracted by the shadow clones, he suddenly appeared behind and clamped down on Ishiki's body with unyielding force. Sasuke's Chidori followed in a flash, driving towards Ishiki's back. We've got him! On the sidelines, Boruto clenched his fists, excitement lighting up his face. Yet there was not a trace of panic on Ishiki's face. His right eye glimmered, and in that instant, countless massive black cubes erupted above Naruto and Sasuke, ready to crash down upon them if they pressed their attack. Sasuke, unwilling to give in, scoffed under his breath and activated his Rinnegan technique, Amenote Jikara, swapping places with one of the looming cubes above. He narrowly evaded the onslaught. But Naruto had no such power. In a heartbeat, the black cube slammed down, pinning him beneath it. He grunted in pain, the sound rough and stifled. Dad! Boruto's excitement turned instantly to worry, his voice betraying his fear for Naruto. Pinocchio? Is that Naruto's son? Impressive. He can use space-time ninjutsu at such a young age. Kushina, that's Naruto's child. Does that make me a grandmother now? Boruto, Naruto, such wonderful names. And Boruto's so handsome, too. How wonderful, it's really wonderful sniffle. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, don't cry. Seeing our grandson should make us happy, shouldn't it? Kushina, yes, you're right. I should be happy. Naruto, Boruto, both are truly exceptional. Naruto, Uzumaki, damn mom. In a leaf village, Naruto stared at his father and mother's words, and even his usually bright, optimistic eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I miss Dad. I miss Mom. I miss them so much, so very much. As for Boruto, Naruto had been surprised at first, but didn't dwell too much on it. After all, at this point, he was still just a child himself. Even if Naruto didn't pay it much attention, there were others who certainly did. For instance, the girl whose quiet affection for Naruto had started when they were both very young and only grew deeper with time. Staring at Boruto's image on the screen, Hinata's cheeks flushed as she softly murmured, That's the child Naruto and I will have. Hinata's little mind kept spinning with thoughts, each more anxious than the last. As her thoughts whirled and her head grew hot, steam seemed to rise from her, as though she might burst. She fainted. Fortunately, it was only Naruto's shadow clone that got pinned down. The real Naruto remained unharmed. Inside a swirl of smoke, Ishiki's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Sasuke in a heartbeat. With a motion that felt strangely familiar, Ishiki launched a vicious kick, sending Sasuke flying once more. But this time, it was clear he would not recover so easily. Using overwhelming speed, Ishiki closed the distance between them, catching up to Sasuke midair. He delivered 2 powerful roundhouse kicks in quick succession, striking Sasuke so hard it was as if he were a ball being driven into the mountainside. Sasuke! Naruto shouted in worry. Ishiki turned, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion, and charged straight at Naruto. He moved so fast that Naruto barely had time to react before Ishiki seized him by the collar. After dragging him roughly across the ground, Ishiki hauled Naruto into the air and hurled him with brutal force across the mountain rock, leaving a deep, jagged scar etched onto the surface. Through it all, Naruto could do nothing to resist. Then Ishiki lifted Naruto once more, smashing him through the peaks of several mountains before letting him tumble to the earth. Naruto hadn't even managed to push himself up when, out of nowhere, a black cube appeared above, dropping straight down to crush him. Naruto dodged just in time, struggling to get away. Ishiki landed atop the black cube with the same effortless indifference, his eyes utterly emotionless as they fixed on Naruto. "You bastard," Naruto spat. With his brother-in-arms Sasuke left battered and barely alive by Ishiki, Naruto's anger finally flared. Rasengan. He conjured two swirling spheres of energy and charged at Ishiki. Ishiki's right eye flashed. Instantly, the Rasengan vanished from Naruto's hands as if it had never existed. Damn it! With no other options, Naruto focused his chakra into his fists, forcing Ishiki back hand-to-hand. But Ishiki's taijutsu was just as fierce. After several brutal exchanges, Ishiki found his opening. A hidden black rod suddenly plunged into Naruto's right hand. Naruto grimaced in pain, his movements slowing. And Ishiki wasn't done. One after another, black rods rained down without pause. In the space of a single breath, Naruto's body was pierced all over by Ishiki's black rods. He collapsed to his knees, unable even to maintain his Sage Fox mode. With Naruto helpless, Ishiki kicked him aside, flipping him onto the ground. Grabbing Naruto by the throat, Ishiki muttered coolly, "Let's take this one at a time. We'll start with you." Then, another massive black cube descended from above, piling atop the first. In that moment, the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, was suppressed, sealed beneath the crushing weight. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Could enemies like this really exist? And if they do, how can we ever hope to defeat them? His words hung in the air, plunging the shinobi world into a long and heavy silence. The strength of Ishiki was undeniable to every ninja present. The answer to that question, no Jinin could say. No Chunin knew. No Jonin had any idea, either. Even the elders of the villages could not give a clear answer. Their ancestors who had passed away also felt a profound sense of helplessness. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the two proclaimed strongest in the shinobi world, fell into silence as well. Naruto, usually optimistic, and Sasuke, ever proud and aloof, found themselves at a loss for words. Kushina. Naruto, my child. Who is this person? How dare he bully my child? I swear I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Naruto Uzumaki, but Mom. Minato Namikaze. Losing hope and giving up. That's not like my son. You're not the kind of ninja who admits defeat so easily. Are you, Naruto? After resolving Naruto's situation, Ishiki turned his cold gaze to Boruto, who was busy shifting rubble. Uncle Sasuke, are you alright? I'm fine. Right now, Sasuke looked utterly miserable, half buried in debris. His voice was weak and faint. Hang in there. I'll move these rocks right away. Hearing Sasuke's reply brought some relief to Boruto's worried face, and he worked even harder to clear the stones crushing Sasuke. Suddenly, a faint noise reached them. Sasuke's eyes flickered. No one could say when, but Ishiki had appeared around the corner. With a glint in his eyes, several black rods materialized in his hands. His gaze locked on Boruto. As Ishiki's palms swept down, the black rod shot forth, whistling through the air straight at Boruto. In a split second, Sasuke activated the power of his Rinnegan and swapped places with Boruto, intercepting Ishiki's attack. Countless black rods stabbed deep into Sasuke's body. He tasted blood, a crimson thread trickling from the corner of his mouth. You and your father really are so much alike. I knew you'd do that, Ishiki sneered. Sasuke lowered his head, breathing raggedly, drained of strength. In a flash, Ishiki appeared right in front of him. Before Boruto could react, Ishiki sent Sasuke crashing to the ground with a single punch. A black gleam flickered in Ishiki's right eye, and the immense Daikokutten materialized above Sasuke, ready to crush him as he tried to do with Naruto. Sasuke now lay helpless, body pierced with black rods, limp upon the ground. Ishiki spoke coolly, his voice laced with contempt and mockery. Don't bother struggling, Uchiha Sasuke. Not that you could move even if you tried. With that, Ishiki summoned Daikokutten to descend, planning to erase Sasuke altogether. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto, unwilling to watch Sasuke die before his eyes, cried out. In desperation, he formed a Rasengan between his palms. Rushing to Sasuke's side, Boruto raised his Rasengan and thrust it at the incoming Daikokutten. A surge of overwhelming force exploded in the air. Yet, Boruto was still just a boy. There was no chance he could withstand an attack from Ishiki. Even as he gave everything he had, his body was battered by the pressure of Daikokutten, pushed down deep into the shattered ground. At last, Boruto's Rasengan faded away completely, and his body buckled, leaving him kneeling weakly on the ground. The immense shadow of Daikokutten still descended with the force of 10,000 thunderbolts. Tobirama, with 1,000 hands. Is this it? Are we doomed to be wiped out to the last man? Madara Uchiha. What a formidable opponent. I can hardly contain my excitement. My blood is burning. Only when facing Hashirama have I ever felt a thrill like this. It's been so long. Hashirama Senju. Still, Madara, I don't think you'll win this one. Madara, shut up, Hashirama. Fugaku Uchiha. Why do I get the feeling Sasuke looks a bit drained? Kakashi. Reminds me of how I felt before. Minato Namikaze. What do you mean, Kakashi? Kakashi. This is just my guess. Only a guess, mind you. But could it be that Sasuke's Rinnegan is like how Obito's Sharingan was for me? Maybe he can't turn it off at will, so it's constantly draining his chakra, which would make him seem a bit worn out. Nagato. Damn you, Uchiha Sasuke. Hidden Rain Village. Kakashi's words clearly hit a nerve with Nagato. The darkness on his face grew even deeper, as if a storm was gathering. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. How dare he steal my eyes? I'll make you pay. Meanwhile, in the real world, Itachi Uchiha stared at the screen, his expression cold and dark. You dare bully my beloved little brother? Let me find you. If I do, I'll make you suffer 10 years of unending torment in my Tsukuyami. Just as Daikokutten was about to crush them both, Ishiki stopped the attack unexpectedly. Why did you stop? Boruto demanded, gasping for breath as he sprawled helplessly on the ground. When he finally lifted his head, his expression had the calm wisdom of someone who had seen through everything. This was the perfect chance to finish both of us, yet you held back. Exactly as I suspected. You can't kill me, can you? A flicker passed across Ishiki's stoic face, but he said nothing. What's going on, Boruto? This time, it was Sasuke, still lying on the ground, who asked in confusion. Someone called Burrow once told me that as long as I'm alive, the timing of a certain plan stops matching. In other words, if I die, things get much more difficult for him. Boruto explained, confidence radiating from him. Ishiki seemed uninterested in wasting any more words and began to approach them. Don't move. Boruto barked sharply, drawing a kunai and pressing it to his own neck. His voice was fierce, the threat clear. Take another step and I won't hesitate. I'll cut my own throat right now. You think this is enough to threaten me? Ishiki's composure didn't waver in the slightest. Don't believe me? That's your mistake. I've already steeled myself for this. Boruto answered with equal resolve. Ishiki met Boruto's eyes, cold and silent, saying nothing more. Boruto met Ishiki's eyes, and an overwhelming sense of impending disaster flooded through him. The kunai he was holding suddenly shrank and slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the ground. Run, Boruto! Sasuke braced himself against the ground, struggling to rise to his feet. But in the very next instant, Ishiki, freed from all restraints, lunged forward and stomped down on Sasuke's body. The force was so immense that the ground shattered instantly. Using Sasuke's body like a blade, Ishiki slid him across the earth, gouging a long, deep trench as they went. After this brutal assault, Sasuke was completely powerless to resist any further. He lay amongst the shattered stones, unable to get up for a long time. With Sasuke dealt with, Ishiki turned to stand before Boruto, who was now weaponless. Seizing Boruto's wrist, he lifted him effortlessly, as if picking up a baby chick. After being guided by his father, Naruto managed to pull himself from his dejection. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, you really got badly beaten this time. Sasuke Uchiha. Shut up, Naruto. You were taken down even earlier than I was. Who are you to laugh at me? Naruto Uzumaki. I refuse to be beaten so easily. I believe in myself. Minato Namikaze. Well said, Naruto. I have complete faith in you as well. Kushina Uzumaki. Me too, Naruto, me too. I've always believed in you, you know, my sweetie. Anoki. Just who is this person? There hasn't been a single whisper about him anywhere in the ninja world, and yet his power is off the charts. Maybe he's some kind of genius who suddenly appeared from the future. Madarumi. Watching Naruto's wedding, I once thought the ninja world had changed for the better, heading towards peace. But it seems calamity never truly leaves us. Tobirama Senju. With a last bargaining chip that could threaten Ishiki lost, both Naruto and Sasuke are now incapable of fighting any further. At this point, how can this battle possibly continue? Anoki. What exactly does he want? If his target is only the Leaf Village, that's bad enough. But if he aims to destroy the world, I shudder to imagine the consequences. Shikaku Nara. The remaining 4 Kage haven't joined the battle. Not because they don't want to, but because they can't. Minato Namikaze, the Rinnegan. Sage Mode. Byakugan. Mangekyo Sharingan. unfathomable eye techniques, perfect jinchuriki, space-time ninjutsu. To wield even one of these would make a ninja astonishingly strong, far above the norm. Yet in this single battle, nearly all of them are present. It's almost beyond belief. Boruto struggled desperately, trying to wrench himself free from Ishiki's grip, which felt as inescapable as an iron vice. I don't want to kill you, Boruto Uzumaki, that much I'll admit. If my actions have led you to believe otherwise, then I'm sorry for that. Ishiki gazed coolly at Boruto, who thrashed futilely in his grasp. Then, with chilling calm, he drove his fist hard into Boruto's stomach. His pupils flew open in an instant, a piercing scream escaping him uncontrollably. The intense agony even made Boruto vomit up the sour contents of his stomach as he crashed heavily to his knees. Ishiki, showing no mercy, raised his foot and landed another precise blow to Boruto's stomach. That strike sent Boruto down the same path as Sasuke before him, collapsing miserably onto the ground, completely drained of the strength to rise. Ishiki let out a cold snort, then stomped hard on Boruto's back. When it comes to hurting you, I feel no need to hesitate. Simply put, I won't kill you, but I'll make sure you suffer. You're only allowed to keep breathing, nothing more. With that, Ishiki increased the pressure of his foot even further. Boruto's answer was a scream, this one even more heart-wrenching and desperate. Kushina, Boruto, that hateful Otsutsuki Ishiki, to torment my son and grandson like this. It's unforgivable. Hiruzen Sarutobi, this is bad. It looks like this fight is all but lost. Meanwhile, even though Naruto was pinned beneath the immense weight of two black rods of the great black heavens, his formidable constitution and remarkable healing kept him from immediate death. Dazed, Naruto's consciousness slipped into his inner world, where he was greeted by Kurama, the companion who had been with him since birth. Look at you, Naruto, down and out like this. Are you really just going to sit here and wait to die? Kurama's voice had a hint of playful teasing. Don't be ridiculous. I'm the Hokage, after all. Though disheveled, Naruto's determination showed through in his words. To protect the village, to protect everyone. Even if it costs me my life, I won't hesitate. As long as I can still draw breath, I'll never let go of him. I'll cling to him with everything I've got, right up to the bitter end. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, you've really mastered the perfect Jinchuriki form. Kushina, that's wonderful, Naruto. Anoki, what? The Leaf's Jinchuriki has truly mastered the perfect form? I've never heard of such a thing. Madarumi, though I'd suspected as much, actually seeing it still takes my breath away. Hey, Kurama, don't tell me that's the real name of the Nine Tails. Shikako, I can't believe it. So this is your future, dumb fox? It's almost too funny for words. Kurama, watch your mouth, you mangy raccoon, or I'll tear you to pieces. Shikako, oh yeah? Come over here and try it if you dare. Gyuki, would you look at that? They're at it again. Matatabi, at this point it's nothing new. So what's your plan? Kurama's gaze held a trace of sorrow as he looked at Naruto in the void of the mind. Up against that kind of overwhelming power, do you honestly have no strategy at all? You're really prepared to die, aren't you, Naruto? Sorry, Kurama. Naruto offered a wry smile and apology. Kurama closed his eyes in thoughtful silence for a moment. When he spoke again, it was to bring Naruto a sliver of hope. I actually have an idea. It's not impossible to try. Really? This is honestly the most desperate option there is. It's the last card up our sleeve. But compared to just passively waiting for death, isn't it worth a shot? If you had such a good plan, why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing there was still hope, Naruto's voice suddenly brightened with excitement, rising in volume before he could help it. Yet Kurama, at this moment, appeared serious and slowly spoke. Because it will cost your life. Once it's used, you'll die. Naruto's face froze. Either way, if we don't do anything, we'll die anyway. Still, it takes courage to make this choice. The final decision is yours. Do you want to go through with my plan? Kurama placed the choice firmly in Naruto's hands. Without much hesitation, Naruto had already made up his mind. Kurama, I'm counting on you. Are you sure? I'm sure. I've been ready for this ever since I became Hokage. Or rather, ever since I vowed to become Hokage. Tobirama Senju. So it comes down to this, does it? Kid, you have my respect. From Tobirama Senju, second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Hashirama Senju. Have the enemies in the future become so powerful that this is what it takes. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto, you have perfectly inherited the will of fire. Sasuke, Naruto, damn it. Why am I still so weak in the future? Why haven't I managed to do anything at all? Although on the surface, Sasuke and Naruto always seemed at odds, in truth, the two of them, both steeped in darkness and solitude, through countless encounters, had already left irreplaceable marks on each other's hearts. They had become, in each other's eyes, true friends, brothers, and rivals. Now, seeing Naruto about to die right before him, Sasuke couldn't stop the sadness that welled up inside him. Minato Namikaze, Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki, why? Why does my child have to be the one to sacrifice? Ever since Naruto's birth, as his parents, we were never able to stay by his side. Kushina Uzumaki, we missed out on Naruto's childhood, never taught him to talk, to walk, to eat. We never saw his first smile, his first words, his first steps, his first meal, the first time he went to school. There were so many firsts that, as a mother, I never got to witness, never fulfilled. Kushina Uzumaki, who knows how much hardship Naruto had to endure, all on his own, just to grow up. Kushina, during all this time, will anyone bully him? Will anyone mock him for being a child without parents? Or dislike him because of the 9 tails sealed within him? Kushina, Minato and I have already given our lives for the village, so why must Naruto do the same? Naruto has his own child now. If Naruto were gone, just think how heartbroken Boruto would be. Must my grandson go through the same pain my son once endured? Kushina's sudden outburst caught everyone off guard. For a moment, all of those in the ninja world fell silent. Minato Namikaze, Kushina. Minato found himself at a loss for words. Every sentence from Kushina struck him deeply as well. He thought, it's true, I haven't been a good father. When Naruto faced hardships, I wasn't there for him. When he needed me most, I was absent. Even now, when he's facing a foe so strong that he must risk his life, as his father, I am still nowhere to be found. I am sorry, Naruto. I am sorry, Kushina. If only I'd been a bit stronger back then, strong enough to overcome everything that happened, maybe things would have turned out differently. Feeling his mother's deep concern, Naruto wept openly for the first time in his life, so overcome that he couldn't even speak. After a long while, he finally wiped away his tears, his eyes shining with renewed determination. Naruto Uzumaki, Dad, Mom, you don't need to blame yourselves. I have never held it against you. In fact, once I learned that Dad sacrificed himself to protect the village, I felt nothing but pride. Becoming Hokage has been my dream since I was a child. If the day comes when I must make the same choice, I won't hesitate. Because, Naruto Uzumaki, this is the village you both risked your lives to protect. At the same time, a suppressed Naruto suddenly breaks free, ripping apart the 2 massive black domes that had been pressing down on him with an overwhelming force. A pillar of crimson light bursts skyward, radiating a terrifying pressure. There he stands, Naruto, with 9 blazing red tails unfurled behind him. His eyes glow a demonic crimson, encircled by jagged black patterns stretching from his temples into his hairline. The 6 whisker marks on his face deepen into solid black. He simply stands there, exuding an unspeakable, awe-inspiring force. Boruto, you don't have to worry. I will defeat him. Naruto drives Ishiki back, coming to Boruto's rescue. Dad, Boruto struggles to lift his head, gazing up at his father, who now looks completely transformed. In his eyes, awe is mixed with an unavoidable trace of worry. After lying still for so long, Sasuke finally recovers some of his strength. Pulling the black rod from his body, he senses Naruto's current state not far away and cries out in shock, unable to hide his confusion. What an overwhelming chakra. How could I not know about such a technique? What on earth is that? Having made sure that Boruto was safe, Naruto turned around and met Ishiki's gaze once more. I didn't expect you were still hiding something like this. It's really irritating. And what's with that look in your eyes? At this moment, Naruto's eyes were full of nothing but contempt, instantly provoking Ishiki's anger. A mere inferior creature, daring to look at a god in such a way. This time, unlike before, Ishiki took the initiative and launched his attack. Fists and feet collided. Naruto was no longer drained as he was at the start. After a brief struggle, he struck Ishiki's abdomen with a palm, sending him tumbling backward. Stumbling a few steps, Ishiki steadied himself and gave a mocking compliment. Not bad. Without hesitation, he charged at Naruto again, launching another assault. Neither of them used any ninjutsu. Instead, they battled fiercely with the most primal form of taijutsu. Now, in his high particle mode, Naruto faced Ishiki's ferocious attacks with remarkable composure. No matter which angle Ishiki attacked from, each strike was effortlessly parried by Naruto. He had gained a decisive advantage. After dozens of exchanges, Naruto landed an uppercut to Ishiki's cheek, then swiftly followed with a straight punch, sending him flying once again. It was clear Ishiki could not bear being overpowered twice in a row by a so-called inferior creature. With a bellow of rage, Ishiki smashed the ground beneath his feet and unleashed his full strength, charging at Naruto for a third attack. Yet this time, unlike Ishiki's blazing fury, Naruto remained unusually calm from the very beginning. The secret is to waste as little movement as possible and keep my mind clear. That's the key, to prolong this high particle mode for even just one more moment. Kurama's voice sounded in Naruto's mind, timely reminding him. Fueled by anger, Ishiki's attacks grew even more ferocious, but they were reckless and without pattern. Now Naruto's strength had undoubtedly reached its peak. And sure enough, after a few more clashes, Naruto landed a sharp kick, sending Ishiki flying. This time, Ishiki was in particularly dire straits, tumbling wildly across the ground until his body finally crashed into the rocky cliff behind and stopped. As he struggled to his feet, the composure on Ishiki's face had completely vanished. "You don't underestimate me." To be dominated in hand-to-hand combat by the very being he had always considered beneath him was a humiliation Ishiki could hardly endure. His right eye flickered. Gritting his teeth, Ishiki resolved that if taijutsu failed him, then divine power would crush his opponent once and for all. From the sky, massive black cubes descended, pressing down upon Naruto. Naruto merely stood there, perfectly still, unmoved, awaiting whatever would come. Seeing that Naruto was about to be subdued once more, it was at that precise moment that Ishiki's pupils suddenly contracted. In the instant he realized what was happening, disbelief flooded his face. The massive Daikokutin, imbued with incredible weight, was effortlessly lifted by the red foxtail behind Naruto. Then, under Naruto's control, the foxtail flicked ever so slightly, hurling Daikokutin straight toward Ishiki. As the one who had unleashed the attack, Ishiki understood better than anyone the sheer weight of Daikokutin. Not daring to take it head-on, he dodged nimbly, and with a gentle tap of his toes on Daikokutin, sprang into the air, hoping to find an opening. But, unfortunately for him, Naruto's speed surpassed his own. Naruto was already above him, driving his fist down and sending Ishiki crashing back into the earth below. The force was so great that it blasted countless shards of stone into the air. Boruto and Sasuke, witnessing all this from the sidelines, exchanged looks of shock and amazement. Incredible! I can't believe he's actually fighting that guy to a standstill. No, he's actually overpowering him. Hey, Konoha truly has no shortage of talents. Every Hokage has been exceptional in their own way. And, as the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, speaking as the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud, I offer you my recognition and respect. Anoki, on behalf of the Tsuchikage of the Hidden Stone, I offer my recognition and respect to the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Meitorumi, as Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, I offer my recognition and respect to the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Raza, as Kazekage of the Hidden Sand, I offer my recognition and respect to the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone knew just how high a price Naruto Uzumaki had paid for victory in this battle. Naruto Uzumaki, me nah? But it's not just me. To protect our village, everyone would step up. Even a genin wouldn't hesitate. Everyone has done their part bravely, but as Hokage, I have a duty to do even more. This time, I won't say it in Japanese, Mina. You all know what that means, right, brothers? Tobarama Senju. It seems the village still has a future. It's just truly a shame about the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. No longer speaking with the tone of the elder generation, Tobarama now called him 7th Hokage, placing Naruto on the same level as himself. Hashirama Senju. Naruto, your power has already outstripped every Hokage before you. You are the strongest Hokage in history. Konoha's annals will forever remember the name of the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto, your grandpa, the 3rd Hokage, is truly proud of you. Konoha. Naruto felt the endless goodwill surging toward him from all around, and his heart brimmed with joy. From now on, I'll protect everyone, no matter what. The Pure Land. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki simply watched the screen in silence, uttering not a single word, letting tear after tear roll silently down their cheeks. Both knew that, after this battle, their son was destined never to return. At this moment, Ishiki's confidence had been shattered, his face a dreadful shade. Seething with overwhelming fury, he charged at Naruto once more, his features twisted with rage. Naruto only gazed back with cool indifference. Behind him, the foxtails quivered, deftly binding Ishiki in place. Naruto's fist came down, distorting and twisting Ishiki's facial muscles from the force. For the 4th time, he was sent flying. While still in midair, a subtle light flickered in Ishiki's right eye. A black rod, so swift it was nearly invisible to the naked eye, shot towards Naruto. Yet it was clear that Ishiki still hadn't truly grasped Naruto's current power. With just a casual lift of his hand, Naruto caught the black rod perfectly. He released his grip, letting it fall to the ground. Naruto's display left both Ishiki and Sasuke beside him utterly stunned. Those high-speed black rods were actually... Their velocity is such that even Sharingan can barely track them. How can this be possible? Sasuke was overwhelmed with shock, feeling that Naruto at this moment had become a stranger to him. Within the video, Sasuke's words sparked yet another wave of commotion throughout the shinobi world. Uchiha Izuna. Speed that the Sharingan can barely keep up with. An enemy like that is simply outrageous. Senja Hashirama. Haha, what do you think? Uchiha. It is impressive, but only after fighting can one truly understand just how strong he is. Inoki. If this happened in today's shinobi world, and Naruto and Sasuke had yet to grow strong, I doubt anyone could stand against such a foe. Uchiha Sasuke. Baka Naruto. Don't tell me the me of the future doesn't have such a trump card? Hinata. Naruto-kun asteriski sodes asteriski. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke, you gotta hang in there. And Hinata, don't cry. You're not cute at all with a runny nose. Hyuga clan residents. Hinata, just waking from a faint, opened her eyes only to be greeted by such terrible news. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. No one could truly understand how deeply Hinata, who had loved Naruto for so long, was hurting inside. Naruto's punch had utterly crushed Ishiki's confidence, shattering the composure he'd always held. When was it? What did you gain power like this? Contorted with rage, Ishiki roared out the question. Yet faced with Ishiki's loss of control, Naruto simply raised his hand slightly, gesturing for him to come forward. Kome, Otsutsuki. I'll show you what true resolve looks like. From there, the battle swung decisively against Ishiki. His taijutsu was effortlessly suppressed by Naruto. Even the giant black sphere was ineffective, and the lightning-fast black rods were easily anticipated. Attack after attack, blow after blow, every offensive was met with a punishing counter. Blood gushed from Ishiki's mouth from the onslaught of Naruto's strikes. Naruto's attacks came fiercely and relentlessly. Ishiki barely had a moment to catch his breath. Just like that, the two clashed, their battle racing from the earth to the sky, and from the sky down to the river surface. It was utterly one-sided. Naruto was completely overwhelming Ishiki. Rasengan. At last, Naruto unleashed his signature jutsu. Ishiki tried to block, but couldn't, tried to run, but found no escape. An immense surge of energy exploded, distorting the very scenery, and with that, Naruto's blow sent Ishiki hurtling dozens of meters away. He slammed into the mountainside with crushing force, lingered there for a moment, then slid down helplessly, crashing into the ground below. Naruto, in contrast, landed steadily. Unhurried, he strode toward Ishiki. After all, Ishiki was an Otsutsuki. He wouldn't fall that easily. Though battered, he managed to sit up on the ground, disheveled and gasping. But when he raised his eyes to Naruto again, their unexpected, rare, was fear. Instinctively, Ishiki began to inch backward until he pressed against the cold stone wall of the mountain. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, the droplets tracing lines down his cheek. Rock Lee. Naruto is just way too strong, defeating such a powerful opponent. It's like he's on a whole different level from me. Might Guy. As the blue beast of the Hidden Leaf, I should have been there to protect the village. Don't tell me I was killed before I even had the chance to unleash my final move. Kakashi. Guy, don't let it bother you. I didn't show up in that video either. Maybe we both met the same fate. Shikamaru Nara. Watching Naruto's strength, I thought I could finally retire in peace and live out my dream life. Then an enemy like that shows up. It's just one headache after another. Tobirama Senju. In a future like that, I'd probably just end up as cannon fodder. Hashirama Senju. Little brother, you're right. Even I'd probably be wiped out easily, so you have even less hope. Tobirama Senju. You're not wrong, big brother, but why does it feel a little weird hearing you say that? Naruto Uzumaki. Man, that version of me is so cool. Sasuke, did you see that? Way cooler than you. Sasuke Uchiha. Humph. I'm not arguing with you this time. I'll admit it. You really were awesome. Naruto Uzumaki, right? I'm the coolest Hokage ever, just like Dad. Naruto kept walking, but then his vision blurred all of a sudden. A wave of exhaustion surged up from deep within, sweat pouring down his face as he squatted in weariness. Particles of chakra from his transformation flickered in and out, his form beginning to destabilize. So that's how it is. Ishiki watched, immediately grasping Naruto's condition. Damn it, the energy drain is way more severe than I expected. Naruto's fatigue was written all over him as he struggled to catch his breath. This kind of drastic power boost, it's just a desperate gamble, trading your life for strength. Knowing this, Ishiki's confidence returned as he rose to his feet and took the initiative, striding toward Naruto. What a pity. Looks like you've lost your bet, Naruto Uzumaki. He had barely made it halfway when Ishiki's expression changed drastically once again. He doubled over in agony and coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing in front of Naruto. What's happening? How could I be coughing up blood? How ridiculous is this? You, what have you done to me? Ishiki's fury was palpable. He roared at Naruto, his eyes blazing with rage. But Naruto answered him with nothing more than a triumphant smirk. Ishiki glanced inward with his right eye, examining his own vital force, and was stunned. The life energy that had been abundant moments before had dimmed several-fold without his realizing it. How can this be happening? Could it be? Let's see which one of us goes down first. The real gamble starts now, Naruto managed to say, forcing a weak smile before launching himself at Ishiki once more. This power is overwhelming, enough to surpass even him, there's no doubt about it. But the side effects are massive. The key lies in this very drawback, the depletion of life force. Because our chakras are linked, this power is born from sacrificing our own lives. And by coming into contact with him, I can sap his life force too. Kurama's earlier instructions echoed in Naruto's mind. That was why, even now, Naruto was confident he could outlast Ishiki. The two of them clashed repeatedly, their bodies locking together again and again. How is this happening? Damn it all. I can't be mistaken. My remaining lifespan is dropping fast. I should have had about 20 hours left, but somehow, without noticing, I'm down to less than 30 minutes. It's not the force of his attacks. That's not the issue. The real danger is letting him hit me at all. Realizing all this, Ishiki no longer wanted to fight Naruto head-on. But even so, Ishiki was no match for Naruto, who maintained his heavy particle mode. In the split second that Ishiki hesitated, Naruto seized the opportunity, driving his fist into Ishiki and knocking him flat. He straddled Ishiki and unleashed blow after blow on his head. But before long, the exhaustion and dizziness returned. Naruto's movements faltered. Noticing Naruto's sudden weakness, Ishiki swiftly reversed their positions, clamping his hand around Naruto's throat and slamming him hard into the ground. It's too late for you to realize now. This is what you deserve. Naruto's voice rang out, thick with mockery. Shut up, insect, snarled Ishiki, tightening his grip, determined to choke the life out of Naruto then and there. And with that, the glow of Naruto's heavy particle mode faded completely, his life force almost entirely spent. He had nothing left to fight back against Ishiki. But Ishiki was in terrible shape as well. His remaining time had dwindled to 5 minutes. At this point, the system screen cut out entirely, without giving anyone in the shinobi world a clear answer. Had Naruto really died, in the end? Had Ishiki been defeated? This section will be set aside for later, the scene where the kunai stabs and blinds the Rinnegan. The first time I saw it, that facial expression, oh, how unforgettable. Naruto Uzumaki, huh? What does all this mean? In the end, did I really manage to defeat that Ishiki guy? Did I succeed in protecting everyone? Minato Namikaze. Naruto, I believe you did. The system mentioned that this so-called Otsutsuki Ishiki has only 5 minutes of life left. Naruto Uzumaki, alright. Just like Dad, I managed to protect the village. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto. Hashirama Senju. Since everyone in the ninja world has witnessed these future scenes, I have a suggestion for all current shinobi. In the video, Naruto still looks like a young man, and Otsutsuki Ishiki seems about the same age. Doesn't this prove that in our present, Ishiki must be hiding somewhere within the ninja world? Anoki, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? Tobarama Senju, Big Brother's mind, is always sharp when it counts. Mei Terumi, as expected of the first Hokage. Hey, so what we must do now is uncover the true identity of this Otsutsuki Ishiki as soon as possible. Agree. This proposal was, without question, approved by everyone across the ninja world. No one wanted to face such a terrifying enemy as the one in the future. Least of all, the shinobi of Konoha. At once, the elite ANBU from all 5 great villages mobilized, vowing to search every nook and cranny of the ninja world. Choji, Ino, it might be troublesome, but we gotta step up our training. We can't let ourselves be taken down as easily as in the video. Alright, no problem. Everyone in Konoha was overcome with a deep sense of urgency. Among the 12 little powerhouses, an intense wave of training swept over them. Naruto and Sasuke versus Otsutsuki Ishiki has finished playing. Honestly, it looks like Sasuke didn't do much. The whole thing was Naruto's fight. Now, the time they fought Momoshiki together, that was teamwork. Reward for Naruto and Sasuke. As for the rewards, let's not make them too outlandish. Snore. Naruto Uzumaki, huh? Sasuke Uchiha, huh? Kakashi 6. Deidara. Is it asleep? Or Or did it crash? The system fell completely silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi, that settles it. Everyone, let's call it day and get some sleep. Unnoticed, night had already fallen and darkness filled the sky. All across the ninja world, shinobi closed their eyes, lay back, and by the time they stretched and rose from bed, the sky was bright again. At first light, dawn gently revealed both the moon and sun lingering together in the sky. Wake up, wake up! They'd gone to bed early the night before, so the system's wake-up call came a bit earlier than usual. Deidara, what's going on? Can a guy even get a decent rest anymore? Do you realize what time it is? Unnamed young ninja. This time, I'm siding with Deidara. The sun isn't even up yet. What are we doing here? Neither the dashing system nor the equally charming audience seem to care about these complaints. Today's video is just perfect for an hour like this. It's tightly packed with action. Miss even a moment, and you'll regret it for life. Uchiha Madara, oh, that might just be enough to pique my interest. Senju Hashirama, if Madara's in, then I'm interested too. Before we start, let's first hand out yesterday's rewards. Reward: Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan evolves to Mangekyo Sharingan. Reward: Uzumaki Naruto masters Sage Mode. If I remember correctly, this is how their abilities should stack up. As the system's words fell, two soft blue pillars of light enveloped Naruto and Sasuke. Within seconds, the rewards were received. Uzumaki Naruto. I can feel myself getting so much stronger. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi. Now I finally have the power to kill you. And today's feature presentation is Might Guy, Master of Taijutsu, versus Uchiha Madara. Might Guy me? Then let me passionately sweat in the springtime of my youth. Rock Lee, Sensei Guy. Uchiha Madara. You want to fight me? And you only know Taijutsu? I'm afraid you're not even qualified to let me spare a glance at you. Uchiha Izuna. That's right, that's right. Big bro's the strongest, no question. Kakashi Guy. Senju Tobarama. Wait, Kakashi. Might Guy was a ninja from your era in Konoha, wasn't he? Kakashi. Yes, Lord Second. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara's been dead for ages. How could he possibly be fighting Might Guy now? I knew it, Madara. You're definitely hiding some dark scheme. Senju Hashirama. He's right, Madara. What have you gotten up to this time? The scene unfolds. A desolate, shattered ground. The world is shrouded in a doomsday gloom and unbearable pressure. Uchiha Madara stands laughing maniacally, with a Rinnegan in his eye, holding the staff of the six paths. Orbs of truth float behind his head, and his long white hair hangs to his waist. Even if reinforcements arrive, you are nothing but grains of sand. It's already far too late for all of you, for people are standing before Madara. Might Guy, Kakashi, Minato Namikaze, and Gaara. This brief tableau leaves almost everyone in the ninja world rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Where is this, exactly? Are we still in the ninja world? Uchiha Madara came back from the dead? And wait, that's the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. How is he here? Did he return as well? And that gourd-carrying one looks like Gaara, the Sand Kazekage. Senju Tobarama. See, Madara, I knew you were plotting something. Not only did you survive, you even awakened the Rinnegan. Hashirama Senju. I've thought of a forbidden jutsu. Could it be six paths? Outer path samsara of heavenly life? But that can't be it. That jutsu requires someone to willingly sacrifice themselves and also to possess the Rinnegan. The conditions are far too harsh. Madara, Uchiha. That isn't something you need to concern yourselves with. Hashirama, I will create true peace. Minato Namikaze. Why do I appear in that video alongside a grown-up Kakashi? Tobarama Senju, fourth Hokage. It seems that your resurrection must have been my impure world reincarnation, a forbidden technique that walks the line between good and evil. Orochimaru. Hihei. Might Guy and his three companions gathered together, discussing strategies for dealing with Madara Uchiha. The only way to hurt him is with senjutsu or with physical attacks from taijutsu, Minato began, explaining the current situation. In other words, aside from your senjutsu, fourth Hokage, and your taijutsu, Guy, we have no other options, Gaara added. To be honest, I'm not proficient in senjutsu. Gathering the necessary chakra takes too long, and I can't maintain it for very long. In real combat, I rarely use it, said Minato, holding a kunai in his mouth since he could no longer use his hands. And besides, I can't weave hand signs right now, so launching any decent attack will be difficult. Guy listened silently, taking in the gravity of the situation. Once he understood, he leaped in front of the trio, stepping up to face Madara alone. Crossing his arms, he let a faint, natural smile appear at the corner of his lips, readying himself to unleash his strength. So that means it's time for the blue beast of the leaf to take the stage. 8 gates released formation. 7th gate, gate of shock, open. Guy brought his hands down with force, and in an instant, his presence and overwhelming pressure started to soar. The ground beneath his feet exploded, sending stone and earth flying in every direction. With blue steam erupting around him, ripples of energy rolled out from Guy's body, stirring the air into a whirling gale. Directly opposite, Madara raised his hand to shield himself from the oncoming blast of wind, already carrying a hint of pain. Blue steam, he muttered, realizing Guy's power was only just beginning to build. The blue steam billowed and expanded, blooming like a lotus flower, filling the air around Guy and covering several meters in all directions. Dust and debris swirled in the chaos. Mighty shockwaves echoed outward, battering everyone in the vicinity again and again. This is just before the final, Death Gate of the 8 Gates release formation. Madara remarked, "So it's not red steam. Do you really think so little of me?" Before Madara could finish, Guy's fist had already closed the distance. In this moment, Guy's appearance had completely transformed. His entire body was shrouded in dense blue steam, his exposed skin had changed color, and his irises had faded away, leaving only a blazing white in his eyes. Madara, who had mastered the power of the 6 paths, naturally didn't take Guy seriously. With a few swift movements, he easily dodged Guy's relentless taijutsu attacks. "Don't touch those black orbs and staffs," Minato called out in time from the sidelines. Facing 6 paths Madara, Guy exchanged several rounds with him. Even with the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates unleashed, he still failed to gain any real advantage. Yet his prowess left the 3 spectators nearby utterly stunned. "I can't believe Guy actually opened the 8 inner gates. Those movements are beyond human. Here I come." Guy formed a hand sign. Madara only cocked his head to the side, watching Guy's actions with a casual, indifferent air. Daytime Tiger. The air around Guy compressed violently, then gathered in his palms. In the next instant, a brilliant white tiger surged forth, barreling fiercely toward Madara. With impact, a tremendous wave of energy erupted, blasting the empty field open and sending thick smoke billowing into the sky. When the dust finally settled, Madara was forced back dozens of meters, gouging furrows into the ground with his feet before he managed to come to a halt. Guy, on the other hand, was in much worse shape. With the 8 inner gates forcibly deactivated, his entire body was buried in the dirt, looking horribly weakened. Madara was not about to let such an opportunity slip by. He manipulated the truth-seeking orbs floating behind him, sending one speeding straight toward Guy. "If I can just knock that black orb away, I might have a chance to use Flying Thunder God again." Minato knew just how terrifying the truth-seeking orbs were. Being hit by them was absolutely not an option. "Kakashi, can I?" Just as Minato was about to move, Lee, having opened the 6th gate, arrived in the nick of time to rescue Guy. With its target gone, the truth-seeking orb returned quietly to the array behind Madara. "Tobarama Senju, Madara, what on earth did you do to obtain that kind of power?" "Naruto Uzumaki, I don't care who Uchiha Madara is. Breaking both my father's arms is unforgivable. I'll never let you get away with this." "Kushina Uzumaki, well said, Naruto. That Madara is despicable. But Minato, what happened to you? How did you end up so weakened, losing both your arms?" "Minato Namikaze, Kushina, that's Uchiha Madara we're talking about. And not just any Madara. He has the Rinnegan. Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet another terrifying enemy. Ninjutsu is useless against him. But how many people in the ninja world even possess sage techniques? Inoki, not only did Madara come back to life, but now he has the Rinnegan as well. Damn it, when did all this happen?" "Maid Harumi, is the scene in the video really what the ninja world is like right now? If it is, I can hardly imagine what chaos has taken place." "Hey, that shouldn't be possible. Gaara from the sand is fighting, and Kakashi's forehead protector doesn't have the leaf symbol, but instead the kanji for ninja. That proves the villages have united against Madara, the stuff of legend. Why haven't any of the 5 Kage shown up? The Pure Land." Uchiha Madara watched the video of himself and couldn't hold back a triumphant, booming laugh. "It looks like my plans in the future actually succeed after all." After laughing for a while, Madara's expression shifted abruptly, clouding over with a hint of gloom. Although in the end, it seems those 2 brats, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, managed to spoil everything. Let's hope Black Zetsu out there is clever enough to get rid of these 2 obstacles ahead of time. At this very moment, Black Zetsu could barely contain the urge to explode with laughter, but since Obito was standing right beside him, he had to suppress it with all his might. It would seem everything is progressing exactly as I foresaw. Madara, that fool, still thinks he's pulling all the strings, but in the end, he's nothing more than a pawn in my hands. Now, as different people watched the same scene unfold, their thoughts veered in entirely different directions. "Are you alright, Guy?" Kakashi's message carried genuine concern. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a broken right arm and a few ribs, that's all. His injuries were already severe, but not a trace of pain showed on Guy's face. If even taijutsu, our one hope, is useless, what are we supposed to do? Kakashi watched Madara, his face darkening with unease. At that moment, Madara descended from the sky to face them, his eyes settling on Guy with a silent sense of respect. He's incredibly strong. Hashirama Senju. Madara, you're actually giving someone a compliment? That's surprising. Madara, Uchiha. Silence, Hashirama. I do recognize true strength, but all I've said is a single word of praise. Whether that guy possesses the power to truly earn my acknowledgement. Now, that's still up for debate. Wait a moment, Kakashi. It's far too soon to declare taijutsu useless. But our youth hasn't faded yet, so don't give up hope. Guy's voice was charged with energy as he rejected Kakashi's bleak outlook. Of course, not all wishes come true. But if we never have wishes at all, how could we ever achieve the things we want? Just like when I first challenged you. And what I'm about to do, it's not about bravado. Kakashi gazed at Guy's back and listened to his resolute words. A shiver of realization flickered in his eyes. You're not saying? The blue beast of the leaf vanishes now. It's time for the red beast to take its place. Guy's voice was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. Are you planning to open the final gate, the gate of death? Kakashi felt his throat tighten, forcing the words out with great difficulty. Everyone present was no ordinary individual. They all understood the true meaning behind that technique. Guy, you mustn't. Think about this. None of us here want you to go through with it. Minato tried to intervene. Even your father. Kai gazed resolutely ahead, cutting off Minato's next words. No, this is my wish. Rock Lee, Kai-sensei, do you really think has the time come for that? My guy, Lee, as long as I am here, let this video be a chance for you to witness the true power of the 8 gates. Kakashi, you don't really have to go that far. My guy, Kakashi, if you were in that situation, would you have a better solution? Kakashi, might away. Son, you've done well. As long as you feel no regrets in your youth, I will support you without holding back. My guy, father, just like you, I will let the dying embers of my youth become nourishment, safeguarding new growth. Having made his decision, Kai no longer listened to the pleas of Kakashi and the others. He took a deep breath. Images from his childhood flashed through his mind. In his memories, the glow of youthful spirit upon him had never faded. At last, all those recollections settled on the image of his father. I was just a genin, training day after day for 20 years until I finally mastered this single technique. That means it's the only move I could pass on to you. And for you, it will be the most special one of all. You've already become an outstanding ninja. But to use this technique, there is one strict condition. Self-restraint. Kai emerged from his father's teachings and memory and lifted his gaze once more to the sky. With a flash, he burst open the 7th gate and charged upward toward Uchiha, thumb pressed firmly against his chest. Chakra is converging at the locus of the gate of death. Madara saw the flow of chakra within Kai's body at a glance. Father. He kept running, red steam curling and seeping from his body. With every passing moment, the red vapor grew thicker and heavier. The 8th, the gate of death. At the same time, his father's parting words echoed once more in his memory. I have the 8 gates formation at the gate of death. Self-restraint. And now is precisely the time. Kai's voice rang out, fierce and resolute. To protect that which matters most, even if it costs my life. Open the 8 gates formation. With those words, the red steam erupted in full force, engulfing Kai, his entire aura exploding upward in terrifying strength. Red steam? So this is the special blood-red vapor when all 8 gates are unlocked. But looking at it this way, it's hardly that impressive. More like withered leaves drifting down in autumn, just like fallen leaves. Madara's gaze remained unwavering, a trace of disappointment hidden in his tone. You're right, but my story doesn't end with withering away. I will become nourishment for new green leaves, and when those shoots burst forth and spring arrives, that is when youth reaches its peak, burning brighter than ever before. At this moment, Guy did not display the earth-shattering force of opening the 7th gate. Instead, hot crimson vapor clung close to his body, staining his brows and hair red, his eyes blank and pupilless as was typical of the gate's release. His whole presence was reined in, quiet, like a long-aged spirit mellowing in its jar. Beside him, Lee was overcome by emotion, sobbing uncontrollably at the sight. Watermelon-san, this is just so familiar. Too familiar, really. It's overwhelming how familiar this is. Kami Yamanashi, Baka, you idiot. Do you have to bring this up again? I let it go the last few times, but you know it's a sore spot. Can't you turn away and keep silent like I do? Nashi Shinpachi. Well said. I put up with this guy for so long. He brings it up every time. I'm already upset enough by his death. Stop rubbing it in. Might away. It's been a while, everyone. Loquat Juzo. Move along, keep away from me, bad luck. Might Dewey wasn't the least bit offended. Might Dewey, guy, looks like you've mastered self-restraint. Is this the moment you swore to protect what matters most to you, even at the cost of your life? You've done well. Your father is proud. My guy, father, watch me closely, this is my youth. In the next instant, Guy's silhouette flickered. He appeared before Madara almost as if he'd teleported. Evening Elephant. All of his pin-up energy erupted in that moment. First step, Guy unleashed a punch into empty space. The shockwave he generated took on the shape of an elephant's foot, barreling toward Madara in a flash. Madara did not expect Guy's attack to be so swift. Caught off guard, he could only raise his staff, the six-pads rod, in defense. Go for it, Guy-sensei. Rock Lee called out, voice cracking, almost in tears. As if to answer, Guy roared with fury, pouring even more strength into his hands. He pinned Madara down, driving him toward the ground. A tremendous crash resounded. Madara was smashed directly into the earth. But Guy's assault was far from over. There was still force to spare, still power that kept driving Madara's body even deeper into the ground. Within a heartbeat, smoke and debris blasted outward from the point where Madara hit. After releasing this move, Guy's body too began to drift downward. Second step. He was about to attack once more. Suddenly, the crisp snap of bone could be heard. Guy's right forearm fractured from strain. He froze, unable to follow up immediately with the second strike. So that's it really does hurt. Guy grimaced, clutching his wounded arm, unable to suppress a groan. Below, Madara lay sprawled on his back at the bottom of a deep, dozens-meter-wide crater, hair disheveled, looking pitiful and battered. A taijutsu strike that creates a shockwave just from hitting the air, he mused. In other words, an air cannon. As he spoke, a piece from the right side of the headband on Madara's forehead slowly cracked off and fell to the ground. If I get hit by that 4 or 5 times, things could get pretty troublesome. No matter what, I need to avoid taking those punches. Now that Madara had more or less figured out the principle behind Guy's technique, he stood up again, leaping from the crater to face Guy once more. A battle with the 8 Gates formation is a rare event. Since it's such a special occasion, let me be your opponent. Hearing Madara's challenge, Guy once again performed an astonishing, almost inhuman feat. Spreading both feet, he dashed through the air as if running on solid ground, racing toward Madara in midair with light, effortless steps. He's actually running through the air. This scene took even Madara by surprise, something that rarely happened, given his usual arrogance and confidence. Down below, the others observing the fight weren't idle either. Amidst a quick exchange of words, they devised a plan to support Guy. Neither Madara nor Guy chose to continue their battle in the air. With Guy's ability to stride on nothingness, Madara's advantage of flight was nullified. The two of them landed firmly back on the ground. The moment his feet hit the earth, Guy didn't hesitate. He began to sprint at full speed, circling around Madara. After images flashed by in rapid succession, the renegade in Madara's eyes spun quickly, trying to keep up. At the last second, he caught Guy's attack. First step, Guy's punch flew forth, accompanied by another shockwave that tore through the air. As fast as I expected. This time, Madara was ready. The truth-seeking orbs at his back formed a shield in front of him, absorbing the force of the assault. But fate was not in Madara's favor now. Guy's speed had reached a level beyond what the eye could follow. Madara's renegade only managed to glance backward just as Guy's second attack neared. The second step. Another air bullet howled toward him. The immense pressure distorted Madara's face, pinning him firmly to the spot, unable to move. Forced, he spat out a sentence, strained and mixed with horror. I can't move. The third step. The fourth step. These air bullets didn't fade immediately. Each punch from Guy landed with ever greater force, striking Madara relentlessly. The fifth step. This was the final blow of the evening elephant. No matter what happens, just charge in, Guy. That was Minato's voice. They're coming, huh? While the force of the previous 4 air blasts subsided, Madara finally found a moment to catch his breath. Facing the overwhelming might of Guy's fifth step, Madara didn't hesitate. He morphed the truth-seeking orbs into a sphere, enveloping himself in it for defense. The remaining orbs, under Madara's control, shot toward Guy. Touching a truth-seeking orb was a certain doom for an ordinary ninja. Well aware of this, Guy didn't hesitate when he heard Minato's shout. Despite the danger, he charged straight at Madara, determination blazing in his eyes. Below, Lee, with the 6th gate open, hurled a kunai imbued with the power of the water gate toward Guy with all his might. At the very instant the truth-seeking orb was about to strike Guy, the kunai shot between them. Right on timely, Minato appeared, and in that critical moment, caught the incoming truth-seeking orb on his back. Without delay, he vanished from the battlefield with flying Raijin. At the same time, Kakashi and Gaara arrived to lend their uncanny support. Standing on a layer of sand insidiously close to Madara, Kakashi activated the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan with his left eye. Kamui. A rent was instantly torn in the truth-seeking orb along Guy's attack route, revealing the astonished face of Madara Uchiha from within. At that moment, unobstructed, Guy landed his fist squarely onto Madara's back. The vast strength stored within the evening elephant surged forth in an instant. A sharp, cracking sound echoed. The spherical, truth-seeking orb shattered with spiderweb-like fractures running through its opposite side. A heartbeat later, it exploded in a furious burst. Madara's body was flung from within the truth-seeking orb, Guy in relentless pursuit, his fists still driving forward. A howl of agony broke loose. Madara spat a torrent of blood and crashed heavily to the ground, his body gouging a long trench in the earth. Another cloud of dust and shrapnel burst into the air. Guy stood motionless, panting hard. Even with the gate of death open, that one attack had drained much of his strength. As the dust settled and their vision cleared, Madara rose slowly to his feet. He looked battered, but aside from the blood at the corner of his lips, he seemed unscathed. He lifted his hand, casually wiping away the blood, his eyes alight with exhilaration. This thrill, I haven't felt it since Hashirama. Come on, you must have more. Show me another move. Entertain me a little longer. Hashirama Senju. Madara, I never thought you'd value me this much. It makes me quite happy. Tobarama Senju. Calm down, brother. With your current strength, you're no match for the Madara in this video. This reeks of some evil plot. A truly devious Madara. Rock Lee. Not even the evening elephant could defeat the enemy. Might Guy. Don't worry, Lee. Our springtime of youth is far from over. Anoki. Might Guy the Leaf. Truly terrifying. With such horrifying power, I'm not sure I could beat him any longer. Mei Terumi. Guy may not be the best looking, but somehow he's still remarkably captivating. Luckily, this kind of move can only be used once. If I ever took a full evening elephant barrage, I doubt I'd survive it. Might Do Wei. As expected of my son, the strength of your youth is 100 times greater than my own. Nothing could make me prouder. Naruto Uzumaki. Bushy brows is seriously amazing. Sasuke Uchiha. With power like that, you could easily have killed Itachi Uchiha. Uchiha Tat. Chun Bao Jun. This level of taijutsu completely surpasses me. Zilluo. So, even a ninja, specializing only in taijutsu, can be this powerful. Kakashi. Guy, is this the conviction you've always held on to? My guy, yes, Kakashi. You've always been my rival. From childhood to now, I've been chasing after you, the natural genius. Now, I've finally become strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Kakashi Guy. This guy, he withstood all those consecutive evening elephants. Seeing Madara standing there, seemingly unscathed, Guy can't help but feel a cold bead of sweat roll down his temple. So evening elephant didn't work after all. Guy braces himself on a rock, gasping for breath. Madara bursts into raucous, arrogant laughter. Very good. Don't stop your dance just yet. With his strength draining at an alarming rate, sweat drips steadily down Guy's forehead. I have no choice but to use Night Guy. Having made up his mind, Guy takes a powerful step forward, dropping down into a stance, one knee bent, both hands pressing firmly to the ground. He readies himself like a sprinter at the starting blocks. Judging from the position of his heart's pressure points, the next attack will be his last. Madara's eyes never leave Guy. The moment Guy shifts, Madara instantly draws his conclusion. Tension is etched across Guy's face, his sharp gaze locked onto Madara before him, teeth clenched tight. He pushes out a low, rumbling word. Accumulate. In an instant, Guy's aura surges higher once more, far beyond any of his previous displays. This time, even Rock Lee, having opened the sixth gate himself, has to muster all his strength just to withstand it, barely managing not to be blown away. This is not the evening elephant. Don't tell me. There's an even stronger technique? In a flash, blood-red steam erupts toward the sky, saturating the entire battlefield with its crushing intensity. My father was right about you, Guy. Kakashi, watching Guy in this state, is filled with utter amazement. The words his father once spoke echo vividly in his mind. As Guy's power becomes more terrifying with every passing moment, the scale of red steam and chakra swirling around him grows ever greater. At last, it reaches its peak. The gathered chakra forges the red mist into the head of a gigantic dragon. Madara stands directly before Guy. He has never felt a force of this magnitude before. Its presence presses in on him with bone-chilling clarity. His Rinnegan fixes on Guy, blazing with an irrepressible excitement. Now, this is chakra worthy of acknowledgement. In all my battles with taijutsu users, no one has ever surpassed you. I, Madara, will gladly call you the strongest. As Madara's words fade, Guy moves. An exhilarating swell of music bursts forth in that same instant. Zolfust. What? The space itself, it's warped. Madara stares in disbelief as the roaring, crimson dragon head charges straight at him. Night Guy. In the span of a single heartbeat, Guy's figure appeared before Madara, launching a powerful kick. Behind him, a crimson dragon roared, jaws wide open, snapping fiercely around him. With the very fabric of space twisted and distorted, Madara had nowhere to run. He could only take the blow head-on. The red dragon clamped down on Madara's body and charged forward, tearing through everything in its path. Debris flew, dust swirled, and thundering shockwaves exploded layer upon layer, shaking the ground wherever they went. Under the terrifying might of Night Guy, those watching the battle from the sidelines were instantly blasted away by the force. Moments later, they crashed heavily to the ground. This overwhelming scene raged on for several minutes before finally subsiding, gradually coming to a halt. Once the dust settled and everything fell silent, Guy's body looked like a burning coal, red meridians glowing across his entire form. His life signs had grown desperately faint, and his right leg was slowly turning to ash, dissipating into the wind. As for Uchiha Madara, he lay at the far end of the ravaged trench, the lower half of his body completely gone. Yet, even in such a state, Madara was far from dead. His body was already beginning to regenerate, the wounds closing before their very eyes. You almost killed me, you incredible man, Madara said, his voice hoarse but filled with excitement. After catching his breath, an unrestrained, mad laughter burst from his lips. Though you are but a dying candle in the wind, you've managed to amuse me. This is my gift to you, before you're reduced to ashes. I shall kill you myself. As he spoke, Madara's right hand, restored by his overwhelming regenerative power, was once again whole. He summoned an orb of swirling energy, hurling it at Guy at breathtaking speed. Just then, a silhouette shot out from the lingering smoke. Someone leapt in and sent the energy orb flying with a single resounding kick. And there, the scene faded to black. Might away. Ha ha, that's my son. My boy, my very own. Deidara. Leader, I have a feeling our organization's future just got a whole lot tougher. Kakuzu agreed. We'd be better off making money. Seems a lot more practical. Hiden, join me in worshipping Lord Jashin instead. Such overwhelming strength. Even space itself buckled under that move. With Might Guy's terrifying speed, it's almost impossible to dodge. Anoki, that's Konoha's Might Guy for you. Had that Night Guy struck Madara in the head, I think it could have killed him outright. What a pity. Meitarumi, a man who shines like that truly gives those around him a sense of security. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I always thought Guy could only use ninjutsu, never imagining he'd excel at taijutsu alone. Hashirama Senju, Madeida, what do you think? Uchiha Madara, remarkably strong. They call you Might Guy, don't they? I acknowledge your strength. I look forward to facing you someday. Tobarama Senju, face him again? Monkeys, hurry and investigate how that devious Madeida managed to survive. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hataki, spoke. Kakashi, I told you before, didn't I? One day, Guy will become an incredibly strong ninja. Kakashi replied, Father, you were right. Guy really has become an exceptionally powerful ninja. Might Guy said, Kakashi, as my eternal rival, this final technique was something I had originally prepared just for you. Kakashi fell silent, his thoughts lingering on the moment. Niji Hyuga muttered, why does the scene feel strangely familiar? At that moment, the name Might Guy reverberated throughout the entire ninja world. In the Hidden Leaf Village, those closest to Guy, Rock Lee, Niji, and Tenten, reacted with the most intensity. Guy-sensei, Lee's words trembled, his eyes still shimmering with unshed tears. Lee, a true man does not cry so easily. Come now, dry those tears, Guy gently admonished. Yes, Guy-sensei, Lee responded, firming his resolve. That, Guy declared, is the very color of youthful fervor. Niji and Tenten stood frozen in awe, staring in disbelief. The teacher who always shouted about youth and often seemed unreliable truly possessed such terrifying strength. Within the Akatsuki hideout, a heavy silence fell. Their goal was to capture the tailed beasts, but to seize the 9 tails from the leaf, Might Guy stood as an immovable barrier in their path. Leader, do you really think you could withstand that move from Konoha's Might Guy? Silence was their only answer. Among the upper echelons of every village, the atmosphere grew even grimmer. To think a shinobi of such power was once again from the leaf. Might Guy, who relies solely on taijutsu, versus Uchiha Madara. Playback complete. Reward. My guy receives a one-time opportunity to open the 8 gates without any side effects, based on his current strength. La la la. Wasn't that scene just earth-shattering? Has her jaw dropped yet? Hiruzen Tsurutobi commented, it truly was astonishing. But, Guy is a member of the Leaf, after all. They added, damn it. Inoki grumbled. Those folks from the Leaf again. System, when will you play a video showcasing someone from my Hidden Stone village? Don't worry, your turn will come. Inoki replied, alright system, I'll trust you for now. Since I had a good night's sleep, today I'll go ahead and add one more video for everyone. No need to rush. Let me see what I can find. 1 minute later. Alright, here we go. Coming up next, the tag team of the frail and elderly versus the young and eager duo. Naruto Uzumaki wondered aloud. What a strange title. Isn't that just bullying? One side is frail and elderly already. Deidara chimed in. Frail and elderly? That'd be no fun. My explosive art would end things before they could even see it coming. Sasori remarked coolly. Frail or not. Once I turn someone into a puppet, they become eternally beautiful. Itachi Uchiha concluded. With a title like that, it's impossible to guess what's coming next. Nagato. Even the old, the weak, the sick, and the wounded are not spared. It seems I must create true peace with my own hands. Scene begins. On a quiet path by the lakeshore, 2 figures wearing red cloaks support each other, struggling forward. We've been walking for so long since dawn. Looks like the battle is finally upon us. As the camera zooms in, 2 faces clearly come into view on the screen. Sasuke Uchiha, 1 against 7. Yahiko Nagato, Minato Namikaze. Just like back then, those eyes of the impure world reincarnation. Have both of them died? Tobirama Senju. So, which junior learned my forbidden jutsu? Such reckless misuse. Orochimaru. He. Rain Village rooftop. The atmosphere is heavy. Nagato. Conan tries to speak words of comfort. But all she gets in return is Nagato's anger-filled stare and endless silence. Such a future had never crossed Nagato's mind. To think that he, a god, could actually die. Who's coming? It's him. So he's already this close. Itachi concentrates, quietly discerning the approaching presence. A strange sense of nostalgia washes over me. Before Nagato finishes speaking, 2 figures land before them. Naruto, bathed in a golden glow, and Killer Bee at his side. Naruto Uzumaki. Is that me there? Man, I look awesome. Killer Bee. Looks like it's finally my turn to make a cool entrance. Let's have some fun, fool you fool. Hey, Even Bee has shown up, and now he's mixed together with the Leaf Kid. Unknown subordinate. Lord Fourth Rakage, I've discovered something important. Another Rinnegan. Hey, that's pretty sharp of you. Good work. Uchiha Itachi and Nagato. Naruto instantly calls out their names the moment he sees them. You know them, Naruto? Yeah, I know both. Naruto nods, giving Bee his answer. I never imagined we'd end up fighting. It's been ages since we last met, Naruto. But since I'm dead, it feels as if only a moment has passed. Nagato clearly remembers Naruto. You've changed, Naruto. Oh, you mean this? It's the chakra mode after I've mastered the power of the 9 tails. Naruto spreads out his hands, quite pleased with his own strength. Naruto, there's something I need to ask you. Itachi suddenly breaks in. I've got a question for you first. Naruto pauses, as if recalling something, and his expression shifts. Just as he's about to speak. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Without warning, Itachi launches his ninjutsu, a massive fireball erupting from his lips towards Naruto and Killer Bee. Sakura Haruno. They were just talking peacefully. Why did Itachi suddenly attack? Tobirama Senju. I'm afraid this is the work of someone lurking in the shadows. The reanimated shinobi can only obey the summoner's commands. Hashirama Senju. So that's why, Tobirama, your jutsu really should be forbidden. I was right to make that decision. Tobirama Senju. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, toying with the dead like this, the one behind all this is truly unforgivable. The grand fireball radiated unbearable heat. Even before it reached them, beads of sweat had already started forming on Naruto's forehead. Killer Bee, seeing this, drew the Samahata from his back and swung it forward, skillfully cleaving the roaring fireball in 2. The remaining flames swept past the 2 of them with a surge, but didn't inflict any real injury. But the Samahata seemed displeased by this turn of events. Its elongated handle lashed out and tapped Killer Bee on the head. Oh, was it too hot? Sorry for being careless. After having spent some time together, Killer Bee and Samahata had become rather well acquainted. With only a simple gesture from Samahata, Killer Bee understood instantly. Samahata, huh? So Kisame is already. Itachi was no stranger to this weapon. Recalling his former partner, his tone unconsciously softened with a hint of regret. Kisame Hashigaki, didn't expect you, Mr. Itachi, to ever show such rare sadness for my sake. Madara Uchiha. After all, good partners are not so easy to come by. Juzo Biwa. So Kisame was the next wielder of Samahata. Fuguki Suikazan. Samahata should have been mine. It was always mine. They're clearly still talking. Naruto couldn't help but ask in confusion. They're nothing but puppets now, controlled from behind the scenes. Timing doesn't matter. You feel me? Barely had Killer Bee finished speaking, when the supporting figure of Uchiha Itachi, who had been holding up Nagato, dissolved into a puff of smoke. Up there. I see it. Naruto leapt into the air. The two clashed midair, locked in fierce combat. Though every one of Itachi's strikes hit with full force, his questioning never ceased. How is Sasuke? Even as he parried the relentless onslaught, Naruto replied. He's sworn revenge on Konoha, and has already joined the Akatsuki. Hearing this, Itachi's pupils contracted. Why won't Sasuke return to the village? Their fight raged on, fierce and burning, each blow tearing open fresh wounds in the earth beneath them. Dirt blasted skyward, smoke and chaos enveloping the battlefield. Yet amid this turmoil, Naruto and Itachi kept their conversation alive, undeterred. He learned of your secret mission. That's why he resolved to destroy the village. A secret mission? Was it Madara? I heard the truth of your story from Madara himself. I see. Sasuke wants to use war to mourn the brother most dear to him, the one tormented by the village. That bastard Madara, he really did know everything about me. After several rounds of close-quarters combat, neither fighter managed to gain the upper hand. Following one final exchange, both retreated to their original positions. Tobirama Senju spoke up. There it is, the plot of Madara. Hiruzen, start your investigation quickly. Begin with that Uchiha Itachi. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. Understood. Sasuke Uchiha snapped back. Damn it, Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting? My beloved brother. Like I believe that. Naruto Uzumaki tried to calm him. Easy, Sasuke, relax. That was the future me talking, not the me standing here now. It's got nothing to do with you and me. Hashirama Senju interjected. Madara, you've changed. Madara Uchiha responded coolly. I am who I am. People don't just change. The only thing that's changed is how narrow your visions become. Hashirama. Kakashi commented, Sasuke, in the future you actually joined the Akatsuki and even tried to destroy the village. And then there's Itachi's secret mission. The real truth behind all of that. Danzo warned, don't ask questions you shouldn't, Kakashi. Tobirama Senju turned with a questioning hum. Damn, my body's moving on its own, thought Nagato, suddenly alarmed. Though unwilling, his right hand rose, pointing at Naruto. Universal pull, he uttered quietly. In an instant, Naruto's body was wrenched helplessly through the air toward Nagato. Seizing the moment, Nagato flicked his left hand toward the nearby lake. With a tremendous crash, an enormous boulder burst up from beneath the water surface, hurtling straight at the out-of-control Naruto. But Naruto, hardened by relentless training, couldn't be defeated so easily. As the boulder bore down, a massive foxclaw of nine tails chakra burst forth from his chest. In a precise, powerful strike, the claw smashed the stone, shielding Naruto and pulverizing the massive boulder in an instant. Nice dodge, Naruto, Nagato called out. Please, Naruto had escaped the attack. Naruto grinned. I've grown a lot stronger since the last time I fought Pain. I'll leave Sasuke to you. Then, Itachi suddenly interjected. I was planning on it from the start, Naruto replied, eyes stealing as soon as Sasuke's name was mentioned. Noticing the resolve, a small smile curved on Itachi's lips. Entrusting him to you was the right choice. Nagato hurriedly remarked, All right, Naruto, keep your distance. I lack mobility here. He quickly laid out his own weakness, sensing their unseen adversary wouldn't let them pause for conversation much longer. And sure enough, as his words faded, Nagato's hands began forming seals on their own, moving against his will. Summoning Jutsu. With a dramatic swirl of smoke, a monstrous multi-headed hound and a giant bird materialized on the battlefield. Now with these, Nagato began. Meanwhile, on the other side, Killer Bee faced off against Uchiha Itachi. Behind you, Itachi called out coolly, suddenly appearing at Bee's back. I got you okay, Bee replied, swinging his Samahata, sword backward. Itachi leapt into the air to evade. Even before he touched the ground, his hands had already finished weaving signs for the next move. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Crimson Claws. As he spat out a small fireball, Itachi drew several shuriken from his sleeve and flung them forward. The shuriken cut through the fireball, splitting it apart. With flames now wrapping around their surfaces, the shuriken transformed into deadly projectiles and streaked toward Killer Bee. But that wasn't all. At the same instant, Itachi's Sharingan locked eyes with Killer Bee. Killer Bee enlarged his palm, intercepting all the flaming shuriken as they came at him. So hot, so hot, so hot. Just as Itachi landed, A massive octopus tentacle shot up behind him, wrapping Itachi up before he realized it. Gotcha, fool, dia fool. Inoki thought, if I hadn't already seen Sasuke and Itachi fight, I'd probably think Killer Bee had already won. But now, I'm betting it's just another Genjutsu, and Killer Bee has no clue he's caught in one. Killer Bee scoffed, I'm not that weak, fool. You fool. A urge B, don't be careless. We're up against an Uchiha. Killer Bee pouted, bro, you don't trust me? Fool, dia fool. Just as Killer Bee confidently advanced to claim his victory, Itachi's figure dissolved into a flurry of crows, vanishing in an instant. Genjutsu. He reappeared behind the octopus tentacle. Don't look directly into my eyes, Itachi warned, as a chorus of cawing crows rushed at Killer Bee. Ouch. Killer Bee, who had been entirely focused on defending against Itachi's attacks, suddenly felt a sharp blow to his head. Wake up! Inside the space of Killer Bee's consciousness, the massive form of the Eight Tails loomed. Jolted by the beast's warning, Killer Bee snapped out of his trance, standing motionless as realization dawned. He looked more closely. The crows flying at him had, at some point, turned into a wave of razor-sharp shuriken. Samahata! Killer Bee shouted. Samahata slithered up to his chest, mouth opening wide to spit out a barrage of short swords. Blades danced, and the clash of steel filled the air. Every shuriken Itachi had unleashed was knocked aside, while the short swords studded themselves across Killer Bee's body. I'm the one and only, the Eight Tails Killer Bee. I said gravely, Bee, that's what I warned you. Never let your guard down. Uchiha Sharingan is no joke. Thankfully, the Eight Tails had your back. Killer Bee, wielding his short swords, spun and lunged at Itachi in a fierce attack. Elsewhere, Naruto faced off against Nagato. A raisin shuriken, whistling through the air, struck the head of the giant multi-headed hound. The beast howled in pain, but it didn't fall. If anything, even more heads sprouted from its body. The more you attack, the more it multiplies. You'll have to take me down first. Nagato, standing on the head of a giant bird, called down to Naruto. At that moment, Itachi broke away from Killer Bee and landed beside Nagato, poised on the tip of the bird's beak. His eyes silently shifted, transforming into a shuriken-like shape as he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. With the release of the Nine Tails chakra mode, Naruto's perception was greatly heightened. In that instant, he sensed the change in Itachi. Uncle Killer Bee, be careful. The moment you get caught by Amaterasu or Tsukuyami, you're done for. Watch out for the Mangekyo Sharingan. No sooner had Naruto spoken than his stomach gave a tremendous heave, his cheeks bulging as if something was forcing its way up from deep inside him. A strange sensation. Something was about to burst from his mouth. So it's happening after all. A moment later, an enormous, pitch-black crow emerged from Naruto's mouth, flapping its wings as it soared toward Itachi. There was no mistaking it. The crow was alive. Why did a crow just fly out of my mouth? Haruno Sakura. EW, Naruto, you swallowed a crow? And it was alive? That's just gross. Uchiha Sasuke. Typical Naruto. Kakashi. Truly deserving of the title #1 ninja of surprises. Kushina. Naruto. Even though I wasn't there to watch you grow up, you can't turn out like this. Such a strange, unusual habit. Oh no, my poor child. Minato wo namikaze, Naruto, I'm sorry. This is my fault. Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's all Grandpa Third's fault for not realizing sooner you had this kind of tendency. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. No, that's not it. I really don't have that kind of habit. Dad, Mom, you have to believe me. Konoha. Naruto was desperately trying to explain himself, but as he spoke, he instinctively glanced around. All he met were strange, judgmental stares. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly began to bleed. At the same time, the left eye of the crow was revealed in front of everyone. To everyone's shock, it, too, was a Mangekyo Sharingan. The pattern was reminiscent of a shuriken. Sure sway Uchiha I. But Itachi, your way of using it is a bit unorthodox. Itachi Uchiha. Brother Shursway, this was the only option I had. Itachi slowly closed his eyes, letting blood run from his right eye. Naruto, it's Amaterasu. Nagato's anxious voice rang out. On the ground, Killer Bee seized the moment as Nagato was distracted, hurling his short sword toward him. Shinra Tensei. But Nagato was not so easily caught off guard. Instantly, he repelled the short sword the moment it drew near. Damn it, it's moving on its own again. Suddenly, Itachi, half-crouched, snapped his eyes open, locking gazes with the crow's Mangekyo Sharingan in its left eye. Wasn't it supposed to be Amaterasu? All three present found themselves a little surprised. The crow returned to Naruto's shoulder, the Mangekyo pattern fading away from its left eye, leaving only 3 tomo. Far away, in an underground secret base. What's going on? What just happened? Dressed in a crimson robe, with a giant serpent coiled behind him, Kabuto was suddenly taken aback. His face quickly darkened, shadowed by growing anxiety. I underestimated him. Uchiha Itachi. This man is nothing like ordinary corpses. Even this impure world reincarnation technique. His eyes. Among all illusion arts capable of such things, there's only one possible. The viewpoint shifted back to Itachi. I did not expect this. Itachi murmured softly under his breath. Amaterasu was unleashed. Yet this time, its target was the pack of split hounds at Naruto's feet. Did his Amaterasu miss? Naruto leapt several times and landed atop a towering tree, casting a puzzled glance back at Itachi. The fragmented hounds let out ceaseless, mournful howls, their agony echoing in the air. That crow was yours, wasn't it? What did you do with it? Now, Nagato also seemed perplexed by Itachi's actions. It worked. So that's how it is. After his explanation, Amaterasu flared again from Itachi's right eye. This time, its target was not a beast, but Nagato and the giant bird he rode. The bird screeched in agony, thrashing violently in the sky. Nagato, never nimble to begin with, was immediately thrown from its back. Wreathed in roaring black flames, he was rendered powerless and unable to continue fighting. Having completed this, Itachi moved to Naruto's side. He's coming. Naruto stood tense, ready to strike back at any instant. But Itachi's voice sounded first, cool and steady. Calm down. I'm no longer under control. The enemy's jutsu has been replaced by a new illusion, Jin Jutsu called Protector of the Hidden Leaf. It has neutralized the impure world reincarnation. Ignoring Naruto's stunned expression, Itachi continued explaining. The crow was a measure I prepared long ago. It would appear in resonance with the Mangekyo Sharingan, as a precaution. What's going on? Naruto still looked baffled, as Killer Bee appeared at their side. The secret was hidden in the crow's left eye. Uchiha Sure Mangekyo Sharingan, the most powerful illusion jutsu, Koto Emetsukami. Thanks to that Jinjutsu, I regained my freedom. Looks like Shusui's Mangekyo has closed its eye. Uchiha Shursui, the master of Jinjutsu in the Uchiha clan, the one known as Shursui of the Body Flicker. Clearly, Killer Bee was no stranger to that name. Shursui's ocular power allowed him to rewrite a person's will without them even knowing. That's the ultimate illusion. Uchiha Shursui. Seems my reputation precedes me, if even Cloud Village ninjas know my name. Uchiha Madara. To claim the title of strongest Uchiha. What arrogance. Uchiha Izuna. Nisan, of course you're the strongest, but the kid really was unmatched in Jinjutsu. Koto Emetsukami is something else. Anoki. A ninja able to reshape minds so completely without anyone noticing. With abilities like that, it's perhaps fortunate he died young. Uchiha Shursui. Orochimaru. Is that Kabuto? Looks like he's really mastered my essence. Such a transformation. He's even learned Edo Tensei. Kabuto Yakushi. I don't know, Lord Orochimaru. Tobirama Senju. So this is the ninja who mastered my forbidden jutsu? Doesn't seem like he's from Konoha. What's going on here, Saru? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensei, I don't know either. This must be something that happens in the future. I'd probably have retired in old age by then. Orochimaru. Who would have thought Edo Tensei could be broken free from? That's crucial information. Itachi Uchiha. The only one in the entire shinobi world. Danzo. To sacrifice oneself and silently guard peace from the shadows without recognition. That's what makes a true shinobi. That's what Shursui taught me. As the group spoke, Nagato, who'd been burned to the ground by Amaterasu, began to move. Shinran Tensei. With a shockwave, the black flames clinging to him were blasted away, and, thanks to Edo Tensei's regenerative power, his ruined body began to mend, burned fragments swirling in the air. Where is he? With his heightened sensory abilities, Naruto immediately picked up on Nagato's disappearance. Shinran Tensei. At some point, a chameleon with the power of invisibility had been summoned. Its massive jaws gaped as Nagato reappeared beside it. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted. Everyone present was flung aside by the shockwave. Nagato appeared first behind Killer Bee, clearly intending to deal with him before anyone else. Killer Bee wasn't slow to react. Pivoting in midair, he entered his full-tailed beast form. With a swipe of his giant paw, he struck at Nagato. I'm no pusover. Full. Ya full. Nagato leapt up to dodge, but his expression shifted. Killer Bee's attack had already connected. Lariat. With a colossal force, Nagato's body was sent hurtling forward at incredible speed. Predapath. A pale violet light bloomed where they collided, as Nagato rapidly absorbed the tailed beast chakra shrouding Killer Bee. In moments, the full-tailed beast form was undone. With his body replenished by all that chakra, Nagato's previously pale hair returned to a vibrant red, and his eyes, patterned with the ripple-like Rinnegan, shone even more ominously. "Uncle B, are you all right?" Naruto dropped down from above, heading to support Killer B. But before he could touch the ground, the invisible chameleon coiled around him, suspending him midair. Nagato flung the exhausted Killer Bee aside and turned to face the immobilized Naruto. Human path. Grabbing Naruto by the chest, Nagato yanked hard, and a pale violet orb was forcefully drawn from Naruto's body. "What is this?" Naruto could clearly feel the pain coursing through his body, and at the same time, an ominous sense of danger rose within him. What in the world is this move? He drags people in, sends them flying, summons creatures, and absorbs ninjutsu. A daring guess flashed across Naruto's mind. So you really can use all of Pain's techniques, but I've never seen this one before. From behind Naruto, a massive golden claw emerged to assist his right hand in forming a Rasengan, which he launched straight into Nagato's head, hoping to force him to let go. Nagato was completely unfazed. Just as the Rasengan was about to collide with him, a thin, transparent membrane suddenly shimmered around his body, instantly absorbing Naruto's attack. "Oh, come on. Didn't I just confirm that he can absorb ninjutsu?" Realizing his mistake, Naruto grabbed his hair in frustration, his expression full of regret. "I really am an idiot. Uchiha Sasuke. I'm not surprised. That's just typical deadlast. Kushina Uzumaki. Honestly, Naruto's just so adorable when he's like this. Minato Namikaze. Kushina, Naruto's fighting a terrifying enemy right now. Aren't you worried? Kushina Uzumaki. Of course I believe in my son. Besides, in the future, Naruto becomes the 7th Hokage. There's no way something would happen to him in a fight like this. Minato Namikaze. You're right. I guess I worry too much about Naruto sometimes and forget that part. Inoki. In barely a few days, I feel like I've seen more Rinnegan than Mangekyo Sharingan in my whole life. The future of the shinobi world truly is absurd. Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's hard to imagine. Each of these abilities is overwhelming on its own, yet somehow they all reside within a single person. Agreed. Future shinobi just keep getting more outrageous. Only those 5 who got instantly wiped out in that Ishiki video seemed even close to normal. Konohamaru, Tenten, Kiba, Rock Lee, Choji, Uchiha Itachi. To think Sasuke would have companions like these, and to think I'd come to trust someone so much. Perhaps, after all, this is good news. Nagato, 7 against 1, and yet you seem to harbor countless secrets. Naruto. Nagato, what exactly is this ninjutsu? The ominous feeling was becoming heavier by the second. In his desperation, Naruto could only ask Nagato directly. Nagato's face remained blank, his hands never slowing. No, it's useless. He's completely under control. Path. A new ability unfurled. Behind Nagato, a gigantic face resembling a demonic gate slowly materialized. The kanji 4 king was carved into its forehead. Its eyes, just like Nagato's, were the Rinnegan, and its mouth was enormous, teeth clenched tightly, taking up half the face. If I'm not mistaken, someone murmured, this is Pain's resurrection technique. What exactly are you trying to do? Naruto's sense of danger was now reaching its peak. Back in the secret hideout, Kabuto gave his answer. I'll use the human path to extract the soul, which will temporarily kill the target. Then, using the Naraka path, I'll hide both the soul and the body, and finally bring them back to be resurrected at my side. Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't hear any of this, nor did he have any idea about Nagato's plan to have him under total control. Damn it, you really aren't going to give me a single answer? Faced with such a situation, Naruto could only direct the Nine-Tails chakra to form 2 massive hands, gripping the faintly purple, translucent figure being drawn out of his body by Nagato. Naruto knew well that this soul-like entity must never be allowed to fully leave his body. In that instant, the 2 of them engaged in a tug-of-war. Killer Bee, whom Nagato had flung aside earlier, had managed to catch his breath after a short rest, and now rushed back to help Naruto. Drawing a short sword, he launched a sneak attack from Nagato's blind spot. But Killer Bee had underestimated the Rinnegan's power. As both the transformed dragon and the Naraka Path's Rinnegan shifted, Nagato received a warning at once. Azura Path. 2 mechanical arms suddenly sprouted from his shoulders. One seized Killer Bee by the throat. The other grabbed hold of Bee's sword-wielding hand, pinning him down. Then, the hand gripping his neck swiftly morphed, splitting into mechanical tendrils that wrapped Killer Bee up tight. At the same moment, the short sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. From beginning to end, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Killer Bee was utterly subdued. Truly, there's no trick he won't use, and his jutsu are endless in variety. Beads of cold sweat rolled down Killer Bee's forehead. Under Kabuto's control, Nagato clearly had no intention of giving them any chance at all. The mechanical arms shifted again, transforming into a cannon barrel pressed hard against Killer Bee's forehead. Violet energy surged within, charging rapidly. Meanwhile, the arm yanking at Naruto's soul tightened its grip. Both Killer Bee and Naruto now found themselves neck-deep in danger. Hey Bee, listen, whoever you are, if you dare lay a hand on my brother, I swear I'll never forgive you. Killer Bee, don't worry, big bro. I'm a perfect Jinchuriki. There's no way I'd go down that easily. I've still got plenty of tricks left, you fool, you idiot. Hey, Bee, do you even know what kind of enemy you're up against? I don't want anything to happen to you. From now on, you're not leaving the village without my permission. Killer Bee, big bro, come on. The truth is, I've always been hiding my real strength. Trust me, I'm way stronger than I look, you fool, you idiot. Hey, that's final. And another thing, stop calling your brother names. Tobarama Senju. I've seen quite a few Rinnegan users in this system's videos by now, but every time I see them, I'm left stunned. If I had Rinnegan, that no-good Madara would be no match for me. Hashirama Senju. Little brother? Within the hall of the thousand-handed Buddha, Tobarama, Madara Uchiha scoffed. What a delusional fantasy. Izuna Uchiha sneered. Tobarama, looks like you've been dead so long it scrambled your brain. Tobarama Senju replied coolly. If we're talking about who died first, Izuna, you beat me to it by quite a margin. Inoki muttered in awe. Both Jinchuriki were subdued so easily. That's truly terrifying power. Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked. So many jutsu, one after another. It's dizzying. What's more, every single one is extremely powerful. Maid Harumi added. Looks like the title doctor of ninjutsu might soon have a new owner. Just as Nagato was about to finally finish off Naruto and Killer Bee, an unexpected change took place. A giant crimson hand swept across the ground, shattering the grasp Nagato held on Naruto and Killer Bee. Even more strangely, despite his shared vision through the Rinnegan, Nagato hadn't sensed a thing. Glancing over in confusion, he noticed that the chameleon and the Hell Path transformed with his Rinnegan. Now each had several kunai embedded in their faces. Susanoo. A towering, red Susanoo stood behind Itachi, saving Killer Bee and Naruto at the critical moment. Throughout all of Naruto, it seems only Itachi's Susanoo stands completely outside his own body, taking on 7 at once. So this is Susanoo. Incredible. Nagato, who had fallen earlier, rose to his feet. The nature of Edo Tensei allowed his severed arm to regenerate in no time. However, the summoned chameleon and Hell Path both vanished as 2 plumes of smoke appeared. We're saved. Thanks, 7-in-1. Naruto called, now free. Killer Bee chimed in beside him. Who is this ninja? Seriously, he's amazing, dummy fool, rapped Killer Bee. That's called the 6 Paths of Pain. They have the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Of course they're strong. And this time, it's the real Nagato, not a puppet. His strength and speed are on a whole different level. Naruto replied in explanation. Back in the secret base, Kabuto Yakushi's face darkened as he watched his plans unravel at Itachi's hands. Wait, I could just turn them into stars and capture them again, he mused. Responding to the order, Nagato pressed his hands to his chest. Chibaku Tensei. A black sphere slipped from his hand and soared skyward. In a flash, it unleashed a tremendous gravitational pull. Countless chunks of earth and massive trees were wrenched from the ground and sucked up toward the black sphere. In moments, the orb swelled ever larger. Below, Naruto, Killer Bee, and Itachi were caught in the pull as shattered boulders beneath their feet propelled them inexorably skyward, out of their control. What is that thing? Killer Bee was the first to shout in alarm. Looks like that black orb has some serious gravity, Itachi observed, far more composed. I've been hit by this one before. This is bad, really bad. If we get pulled all the way in, it's over, Naruto warned. Naruto's expression also showed a hint of concern. After all, he had suffered at the hands of this very move before. Hey, Naruto. What? If getting caught in that means certain doom, then how are you still alive? Naruto was completely stumped by Itachi's earnest question. The seriousness in Itachi's eyes only added to Naruto's loss for words. That's not important. For this match, Killer Bee, having been listening to the conversation off to the side, couldn't help but chuckle. This isn't the time to be laughing. Why are you so nonchalant, even in a moment like this? Listen, once you're caught by that thing, there's no escaping. He'll pin you down with overwhelming force. Last time, I only survived by sheer luck, thanks to the Nine Tails going berserk. Naruto sprawled across the rubble, brimming with agitation. It's not that I don't care. It's just that analyzing the situation takes a clear head. That black sphere Nagato threw out is the core. All we have to do is destroy it. After a brief deliberation, Itachi put forth the best strategy. All three of us should use our strongest long-range ninjutsu and strike together at the center. The closer they got to the black sphere, the more powerful its suction became. The three of them were being dragged closer and could barely keep their footing. At this rate, we can't even aim at the center, Naruto said, swaying left and right. We don't need perfect aim. The core's gravity is strong enough. We can actually turn its pull to our advantage, Itachi replied. Every technique has its weak point. Slowly, Itachi rose to his feet. Behind him, the massive, skeletal red Susanoo still stood, imposing and unwavering. Kushina, when the Nine-Tails loses control, it must be agony. Naruto, it's been so hard on you. As parents, we should never have let you inherit such danger. Minato Namikaze, I left you with a backup, Naruto, just in case. I always believed you'd master the power of the Nine-Tails, and you did. I'm so proud of you, Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, father, mother, you don't have to worry. I won't let you down. I'll carry on your will and do everything I can to protect the village. Hashirama Senju, wait, what are you talking about? The Nine-Tails? Is it in danger? Madara Uchiha, it's nothing but a mere beast. Oh, the shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke, your brother is amazing. He saved both me and the octopus guy. Killer Byo? So you're also a Jinchuriki, just like me, little man. Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, I can't believe you mixed up with someone like Itachi. I misjudged you. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, I swear I didn't know. That's all in the future. Sasuke Uchiha. Don't say anything more. Naruto. Yasaka beads. Hail Beast Bomb. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. The strongest attack among the three harnessed the immense gravitational pull of the black sphere, landing its blow with perfect precision. For an instant, it felt as though the entire world fell silent at the moment their attacks collided. In the very next heartbeat, a massive, blinding explosion erupted. Thick smoke billowed in every direction, and an area spanning 10 miles was turned to rubble in the blink of an eye. When the smoke finally cleared, the once vibrant earth was now nothing but a wasteland, crisscrossed with hideous scars. Nagato stood unmoving in his place, when suddenly, a flash of realization crossed his face. Then, in its evolved form resembling the Tengu of legend, Susanoo drove its Totsuka blade through Nagato's body. Infused with a powerful sealing jutsu, the Totsuka blade freed Nagato from Kabuto's control, granting him a brief moment of clarity. This blade carries a sealing technique. It will seal you away very soon, Itachi said as a solemn reminder. Is there anything you want to say? Nagato lifted his head slightly, his gaze settling on Naruto. Naruto, I'll return to my teacher's side, watching over your journey. To me, you are the conclusion of this trilogy. The first part was Jiraiya, a masterpiece. The second, all too often, is the clumsy sequel, much like myself, unable even to earn my mentor's approval. But the worth of a series rests with its third part, its concluding chapter. You must become the greatest masterpiece, one that redeems all failings. Naruto. For a brief moment, Naruto seemed to see young Nagato and Jiraiya, both smiling at him with gentle encouragement. It was a long moment before Naruto came back to himself, his eyes now burning with resolve. He raised his thumb to Nagato, silently promising to live up to that trust. Nagato slowly closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. In the next instant, the Totsuka blade sealed him away completely. Though Nagato could hardly be called hero, when I first watched this scene, especially that smile from young Nagato and Jiraiya, I couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The tale of Black Zetsu's quest, madmen striving for peace, ordinary people honing themselves into geniuses, boys loyal to a fault, orphans seeking strength, and the kid always shouting that he'd be Hokage. Perhaps this is what truly makes up the world of Naruto. Amigate Cure. Nagato finished the video in silence. His face shifted rapidly through a storm of emotions. Anger, confusion, sorrow, shock. A flood of feelings surged through Nagato's mind. Nagato. Conan tried to speak. Nagato cut her off before she could finish. Conan, not now. Let me just think. He, who believed himself a god, had not only been killed, but his body had been manipulated at will by someone named Kabuto. For someone like Nagato, who always considered himself a god, this was doubtless a bitter pill to swallow. What now? Maybe it's best to get rid of that guy called Kabuto first. Jiraiya, Nagato, no matter what you become, as your teacher, I will always choose to acknowledge my students. Yahiko, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya, Yahiko, is that you? Although Nagato may not be around in the future, you and Conan shouldn't lose heart. All I ask is that you don't change your name to Pain and attack the village this time. Yahiko, that's not me in the video. I've been dead for a long time. To protect Konan and Nagato, I took my own life under Hanzo the Salamander's threat. As for me turning into Pain, it puzzles me too. Jiraiya. If that's the case, things are far more complicated than they appear. Yahiko. By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, in that video, Nagato seems to suggest you've already died. Jiraiya. Yahiko, if I die, it will certainly be for a good reason. Sacrifice for something truly important. Yahiko. I believe in you, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya. Didn't the Nagato in the video also say he would return to me? Looks like he's really inherited my will. In the video. Reward. Complete collection of Naruto Whirlpool dumplings. Reward. Killer Bee's chakra total increased by 1/3. Reward. Nagato's body strengthened, now able to walk freely. Reward. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan upgraded to Eternal Mangekyo. Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, another reward for that Itachi. Next scene plays. The battle of teacher and disciple. Hiruzen Sarutobi. For some reason, I got a really bad feeling about this. Orochimaru. Same here, can't shake this ominous vibe. Uchiha Obito. Jiraiya. Don't worry, you too. How could something like that ever happen? Nagato and Konan versus Jiraiya. Konoha. Jiraiya's smile froze in place as he waved, mid-gesture. His raised hand stiffened in the air. The moment only lasted an instant before Jiraiya forced himself to recover, putting on that familiar, carefree grin once more. Nagato, Konan. Such nostalgic names. As your teacher, let me see how much the two of you have actually improved. Yahiko. Nagato. Konan? What's going on with you two? Why would you go after Jiraiya-sensei? But no matter how loudly Yahiko called, neither Nagato nor Konan responded. Using the Toad summoning, shadow manipulation technique, Jiraiya controlled a Rain Village ninja, striding forward openly and confidently. Suddenly, a dense flurry of paper appeared, and, without hesitation, blanketed the Rain ninja's body from head to toe. The remaining scraps of paper slowly took on the form of Konan before him. With a casual wave of her hand, the stray paper drifting around her naturally gathered into a paper spear in her palm. She was about to strike. Fire-style, flame bomb. Jiraiya's figure emerged from the shadow cast by the hidden Rain ninja, unleashing a massive fireball from his mouth. Konan hurried to defend herself, retreating several meters as smoke spread through the air. Seizing this moment, Jiraiya released his hold over the hidden Rain ninja and revealed himself completely. You've become more skillful with your techniques, and you've grown into quite the woman, Konan, he said. I thought you were dead. Never imagined you'd turn into a cloud of fluttering paper. Konan didn't answer. Instead, the lower-ranked hidden Rain ninja, now freed, looked ecstatic and shouted, Lady Angel. Confirming Jiraiya's identity as an intruder and getting Konan's approval, the ninja dashed away in a flash, disappearing from sight. So who exactly is Pain? Jiraiya pressed. That has nothing to do with you, sensei. Konan replied coolly, summoning sheets of paper to her back and shaping them into a pair of enormous wings. She resembled an angel in that moment. You think this makes you an angel? What's the point of taking on this form? Jiraiya asked in confusion. It is the will of God. I am here to kill you, Konan said bluntly. Her face remained expressionless, her eyes cold and unyielding. With that, she launched her attack on Jiraiya. Countless slivers of paper transformed into razor-sharp blades, swarming toward Jiraiya in waves of lethal intent. Konan was no longer the child who had only just learned ninjutsu. Now, even Jiraiya had to focus on defense against such an assault. Once again, he spat out a blazing fireball, fire-style flame bomb. For a brief moment, the clashing attacks seemed evenly matched, but soon the paper blades broke through the wall of fire. Left with no choice, Jiraiya rolled swiftly to the side to dodge. Toad oiled bullet. A thick, yellow liquid shot from Jiraiya's mouth as he regained his footing, drenching Konan from head to toe. Not giving her a chance to react, the white hair at the back of Jiraiya's head quickly extended like ropes, binding Konan securely. With oil sticking to you, you can't scatter yourself anymore, right? He said. Among those children, you were always the gentlest with your love for origami. What about the other two? How are Nagato and Yahiko now? The rumors of their deaths must be false. So it's true. Pain is one of them. Despite Jiraiya's penetrating gaze, Konan's face remained icy and detached, as if she didn't know either of them. Not a trace of emotion crossed her features. So tell me, why have you appeared before us now? I had no real plan. I just felt deeply sad. Even if the world is full of sorrow, it's chilling to be struck down without so much as a word of warning. Jiraiya's face grew grim, a heavy sadness clouding his features. Jiraiya-sensei. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. Jiraiya looked toward where the voice had come from. A man stepped out. The long orange hair, Rinnegan eyes, his face pierced with black rods, and clothed in the black robe adorned with crimson clouds. Those eyes. So it is you, Nagato. It seems you haven't taken the right path after all. You have no need to know. After all, you're just an outsider. The animal path's expression was equally cold and detached. You've changed, Nagato. Summoning jutsu. Clearly unwilling to waste words, Animal Path swiftly performed a summoning, bringing forth a gigantic crab. Under his control, the crab opened wide and spewed out waves of foam, washing away all the oil Jiraiya had spat out, freeing Konan. Immediately after, the crab burst through its foam, claws raised high, and lunged viciously at Jiraiya. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya formed hand signs, and the white hair at the back of his head shot out, growing longer and thicker in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya's hair had the crab tangled tight. With a powerful stomp, Jiraiya exerted his strength, and just like that, the crab burst into a puff of smoke. Even after vanquishing the crab, Jiraiya's white mane bristled fearsomely. It transformed into a monstrous maw, sinking its teeth into Animal Path and winding tightly around him. Nagato, there are a few things I have to ask you. With the upper hand for the moment, Jiraiya voiced the questions weighing most heavily on his heart. What happened to Yahiko? Even as he was restrained, Animal Path did not panic. He spoke in a chilling, expressionless voice. That one did exist, but he died long ago. Someone like that. Back in the Hidden Leaf. The carefree mask Jiraiya always wore slipped from his face. Shock blossomed across his features. His thoughts tumbled and crashed. In that moment, memories of a rain-soaked night resurfaced. He remembered little Nagato, insisting to him that he would protect Yahiko and Konan. After a long silence, Jiraiya finally gathered himself, his gaze troubled and complex. Nagato, what did you live through to make you say such things? Amage cure. Nagato and Konan were just as shaken, disbelief frozen on their faces. Nagato, I actually said such words. Yahiko, though I've died, Konan, Nagato, hearing you talk about me like this, honestly, it makes me a little sad. Konan, Yahiko, I am sorry. We couldn't carry your hopes forward. Nagato had nothing left to say. Jiraiya, the three of you, at least you were all once my students. I don't know what you've endured, but Nagato, Konan, seeing you now, you're strangers to me. Orochimaru, I should have listened to myself back then. If we just killed those 3 kids, none of this trouble would be happening now. Yahiko, as expected, Orochimaru, you really are someone who makes people uneasy. Orochimaru, kid, you can mess around with food, but not with your words. Don't think that just because you're dead, I can't deal with you. Yahiko, so you believe that abandoning your bonds with your friends is what it means to grow up? Jiraiya could hardly believe it. Mori, you're still nothing but a mortal. And I'm no longer mortal. I have become a god. The Animal Path spoke earnestly, his tone flat, asserting it as simple truth. In the next instant, the figure bound by Jiraiya's white hair suddenly vanished, leaving nothing behind but a block of wood. I'm over here, Mori. The Animal Path's voice came from the other side. That's your summoning technique, huh? Jiraiya withdrew his jutsu, his white hair shrinking and gathering back behind his head. To me, you're just a petty creature who will never grow. Nagato's cold voice echoed through the space. Jiraiya burst into laughter and leapt up, his hands forming a seal. Summoning jutsu. Being dismissed as a child by a child. Come to think of it, I stopped being human a long time ago. A cloud of smoke billowed as Jiraiya struck a dramatic pose, standing atop the summoned Gamaken. Bloody tears of rage led me from a legendary Sannin to a sage. Gamakichi of Mount Myabaku. The great Lord Jiraiya is now. Before he could finish, the big toad beneath him made a sudden, awkward movement. Jiraiya toppled over on the spot. Even the Animal Path couldn't help but comment, voice laced with a hint of amusement. You really haven't changed at all, still as clumsy as ever. Jiraiya got back up, grumbling a bit, but his expression soon grew serious. With an opponent like this, there's no room for half measures. I'll have to go all out from the start. Rolling up his sleeves, Jiraiya drew his own blood and smeared it beneath his eyes, then pressed his hands together in a focused gesture. Time for Sage Mode. No way, is it really that bad? Even Gamaken looked unsettled by the strength of the enemy before them. During this time, I won't be able to move my hands. Please, I need you to buy me some time. Jiraiya's face was more solemn than ever. I understand. I'm not much, but I'll do everything I can. Gamaken agreed with determination. Meanwhile, the Animal Path above began to act. The chameleon summoned by him opened its massive jaws, swallowing the Animal Path into its mouth, and turned invisible. Its form melted perfectly into the surroundings, completely vanishing from view. Invisible, huh? Just great. How does someone stumble upon monsters like that anyway? Jiraiya glanced around, but soon came up with a countermeasure. Since the enemy is invisible, the only way to deal with this is with a barrier technique. This is going to be a tough battle. With that, Jiraiya leapt into the air. As his body soared, he formed a sign with his foot, and then landed gracefully, tossing his white hair. A transparent barrier unfurled all around him. Hashirama Senju. Hold on, I have a question. Do you really have to stand completely still to activate Sage Jutsu? Jiraiya, Lord First Hokage, my command of Sage Jutsu is far from perfect. That's why I must do it this way. Hashirama Senju. So that's how it is. I thought so. Normally, entering Sage mode doesn't take this long. Jiraiya, Tobarama Senju. Brother, let's not say any more. There's no need to put our juniors under such pressure. Hashirama Senju. Oh come now, Tobarama, what pressure? Look at how strong the future Naruto and Sasuke are. Tobarama Senju. The 5 Kage. Everyone in the shinobi world. Nameless Chunin. Why worry? As ninja, we're meant to forge ahead, no matter the odds. Even if I stood before the legendary Uchiha Madara, I'd fight just the same. Jonin A. Respect. Jonin B. Yeah, you said it. When that day comes, make sure you're at the front for us. Nameless Chunin. Don't worry. I'll never go back on my word. Uchiha Madara. Pathetic. Boasting about being gods. It's laughable. Although, well, it's still pathetic. Tsunade. Jiraiya, you really haven't changed. Still clumsy as ever. But this time, I believe you'll come back safe. I believe in you. Jiraiya. Tsunade. From the shadows, the animal path saw through Jiraiya's barrier strategy. In that case, the animal path murmured, pressed a hand to the wall, and summoned once again. Suddenly, a fearsome 3-headed hound burst out and barreled down, howling. Gamaken. Jiraiya called sharply. Gamaken instantly understood. He sprang forward, brandishing his giant fork at the charging beast. With a single clash, the hound was pinned against the wall, its throat locked by the fork. Not bad at all, came Jiraiya's approving voice. Oh, it's nothing. I'm not very useful, really, said Gamaken bashfully. The 3-headed hound thrashed wildly, but couldn't break the iron grip at its neck. Then, after a brief quiet, something incredible happened. With a swift, slicing sound, the 2 side heads detached from the body and began to grow rapidly. In moments, they formed entirely new creatures. As their necks shrank smaller, the fork's grip lost its hold. The split hounds easily pulled free, and in a flash, another head butted and split off. Now, on the field, there was one hound with a single head and another with 2. What in the world is that? Jiraiya was taken aback. At that very moment, a split-headed dog that had crept up behind Gamaken suddenly launched a surprise attack. The barrier rippled, and only then did Jiraiya and Gamaken realize the assault was coming from behind. Although Gamaken reacted swiftly, he was still forced into a hasty dodge. In a rush, one of the split dogs managed to land a blow. A spray of blood burst forth. Just as Gamaken steadied himself, 4 more split dogs came charging at them, their barks echoing with fury. Despite his own self-deprecating remarks, Gamaken was far from weak. Facing 4 ferocious split dogs, he unleashed the powerful force of his trident, skewering the nearest one and destroying it on the spot. Gamaken's massive frame moved with surprising agility, dodging and weaving, and with each strike, another split dog was taken down. Are you all right, Gamaken? Jiraiya asked, a note of concern in his voice. If I could, Gamaken replied while clinging to a pillar with both his right hand and right leg, his entire body suspended in midair, I'd handle it a bit more gracefully, because, well, I'm not very good at this. On closer inspection, there was fresh blood seeping from Gamaken's right hand as he gripped the column. These things just keep multiplying, he muttered. Now I can't even tell what kind of monsters we're facing. Are they dogs trapped here by some self-replicating summoning jutsu, or what? While waiting for Gamaken's response, Jiraiya looked back, and there, not far away, stood a split dog with 10 separate heads. And yes, the author counted. There were exactly 10. For a moment, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. After pondering briefly, he made a decision. For now, let's change the battlefield, he said. We can take them out one by luring them into a narrow space. Without further hesitation, Man and Toad retreated together, choosing not to prolong the fight. But their plan did not unfold as smoothly as they had imagined. With the help of the animal path lying in ambush, the split dogs flanked them. The dogs anticipated their escape route, cutting them off and surrounding them. Then the 10-headed split dog divided once more, each head becoming its own vicious beast, closing in on Gamaken en masse. Gamaken spun his trident at high speed, sending the charging split dogs flying in all directions. Above us, Jiraiya cried out, alarmed. Just as before, another split dog had slipped silently into their blind spot. Gamaken shot a quick glance over his shoulder. He slammed his trident into the ground and bent his legs, gathering his strength. With the momentum from both actions, Gamekin soared upwards, breaking free of the encirclement. Freed from immediate danger, the two found refuge in a secluded alleyway, taking a moment to regroup and catch their breath. Kakashi remarked, "For a summoning beast like that, the word monster seems almost too fitting. What do you think, Pakin?" Pakin replied, "What do I think? I use my eyes, Kakashi. Don't tell me you're comparing me to that thing. Come on. I'm a tracking dog, not a monster." Jiraiya, who would have thought a teacher would end up being chased down by his own student, seemingly powerless to fight back. Tsunade, it's been a long time since I've seen you in such a sorry state, Jiraiya. Why didn't you call on me to help when facing such a formidable enemy? As your closest friend, I would definitely have your back. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you know me. I don't want to see you get hurt. Besides, don't underestimate me. I'm not that weak. Dan Kato, I don't want you to get hurt either, Tsunade. Tobarama Senju, the Rinnegan's summoned beast. As expected, it's extraordinary. This endless splitting ability is a real headache. Unless you can wipe out all of the split dogs in an instant, it'll take a jutsu with both sweeping range and overwhelming force. Hashirama Senju, Oni-I-san, I think I can handle this. Madara Uchiha, I've done all I can. No matter how I attack, they just keep splitting endlessly. All my efforts seem meaningless. Gamekin leaned against the wall, exhaustion gradually etching itself onto his face. Jiraiya said nothing, but the look on his face made it clear he was struggling. Suddenly, he jolted. His gaze flickered to the side. The split dogs still haunted him, once again closing in. Silently, without a sound, they circled around Man and Toad once more. Gamekin straightened up, his large, round eyes filled with gravity as he silently readied himself for battle. So quick to come back? These stubborn creatures. Facing the overwhelming number of split dogs, Jiraiya had no choice. He couldn't just leave Gamekin to fend for himself. As the dogs sprang into attack, even with his hands bound together, Jiraiya made his move without hesitation. He sprang up from Gamekin's head, tossing his long white hair behind him. His white hair sliced through the air, sharp as blades, easily cutting down the nearest split dogs. "Are you all right?" Landing on the ground, Jiraiya's first concern was Gamekin's condition. He looked back immediately. At this point, several split dogs had sunk their sharp teeth into Gamekin, leaving him badly injured, blood flowing freely from his wounds. "I really am useless, aren't I?" With great effort, Gamekin managed to get the words out, his eyes closing as his massive body crashed to the ground. "Gamekin!" Jiraiya slowly made his way to stand atop Gamekin's head and finally unclasped his pressed-together hands. So, even Gamekin has been rendered immobile. There's no way to summon the two great Toad Sages now. I might just have to raise my hands and surrender. Gamabunta, what kind of creature dares to bully my brother like this? I'm taking my blade and slicing it up right now. Gamahiro, exactly. They dare touch my brother? Haven't they heard of the legendary trio from Mount Myaboku? Gamekin, there's really no need to worry about me. Truth is, I really am rather pathetic. Fukasaku, to think a child of Mount Myaboku would be tormented like this, it's infuriating. I just can't take it. Don't you agree, my dear? Sage Fukasaku, you're right about that, Ma. It really is infuriating. But, Jiraiya boy, it seems your training still isn't quite enough. Even after all this time, you can't summon us properly. Looks like it's high time you head back to Mount Myaboku for some more serious training. Jiraiya, maybe that's not such a good idea. I still have to fulfill the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. Tsunade, Jiraiya, are you actually giving up? No way. Has something happened to change you? Orochimaru, see, Jiraiya, I told you. People are never truly the same forever. Jiraiya, trust me, everyone in this world can change. Everyone except me, Jiraiya. I'll never change, not ever. But to think he could split himself into so many. Jiraiya looked around at the dense pack of split dogs, genuinely impressed. Still, his expression suddenly shifted. For the Toads of Mount Myaboku, this isn't enough to fill even a single cup. Jiraiya placed his hand atop Gamekin's head, activating the summoning technique. In the next instant, space distorted. Jiraiya, Gamekin, and the mass of split dogs all vanished together. When they reappeared, all the clone dogs were being crushed by an enormous wall of flesh. They struggled and howled desperately, but no matter how hard they fought, their fate was the same. They dissipated in smoke and disappeared. Gone, vanished along with the dogs. Did they escape already? Hidden in the shadows, the animal path witnessed the entire scene. They wouldn't run. Jiraiya's figure suddenly appeared above, standing atop Gamekin, who, despite the earlier beating, now seemed completely unharmed. Not a single scratch on him. Nagato, you're still too green. You let me catch a gap, right behind you. Even as he spoke, Gamekin swung his iron trident in attack. With just one blow, the chameleon used for stealth by the animal path was pierced, bursting into smoke and vanishing. Another shadow clone? Jiraiya immediately sensed something was off. That's right, and not just that, summoning technique. Still cloaked in invisibility, the animal path cast another summoning technique. A giant bird appeared above Gamekin, its sharp beak slicing through the air, aimed straight for Jiraiya. This is bad. Jiraiya was alarmed, sweat gathering on his brow. Is this it for me? Do I really have to give up? Tsunade, Jiraiya, here you go again. How many times have you said things like that? Honestly, that's not like you at all. Jiraiya, who would have thought you'd pay so much attention to me, Tsunade? Jiraiya's hands, still pressed together in preparation, were about to part. At the crucial moment, Gamekin stepped forward, drawing the shield strapped to his back. He shielded Jiraiya from the blow, but the tremendous force of the giant bird still sent Gamekin hurtling through the air. He crashed down with a violent impact, rolling across the ground several times, leaving a 10-meter-long trench and strewn debris in his wake. Author's estimate of the distance, don't doubt it. Gamekin, Jiraiya, deeply worried about Gamekin's condition, started to approach him, but before he could get any closer, the giant bird launched its attack once more. Left with no choice, and unable to use his hands, Jiraiya could only sprint forward as fast as his feet would carry him. Hashirama Senju, this sage art, hasn't it finished charging yet? Fukusaku, I can't help but feel strangely embarrassed. Shima, don't say it, Pa. I feel the same way. Fukusaku, it seems little Jiraiya really does need to retrain his sage techniques. The giant bird soared overhead, showering down a multitude of objects resembling eggs. They blanketed the ground, sealing off any path for Jiraiya to advance or retreat. What is this? Jiraiya came to a halt, an ominous foreboding tightening in his chest. Sure enough, the egg-like spheres began to gleam with a blinding light. A heartbeat later, a violent explosion erupted, blossoming with force. Took a glance at the comments. It seems a lot of readers found the dialogue unclear, so let's make some adjustments. Character dialogue will now be in brackets like this, while the narrative remains, as is, aligning with most works of this type. Deidara, art, this is true art. Sasori, silence. Eternal beauty is the essence of art. Deidara, nonsense. Art is explosion. Haiden, you'd be better off just believing in Lord Jashin like I do. Kisame Hashigaki, those two never change. Every time art comes up, they start arguing again. Honestly, partnering with Itachi is much more peaceful. Kakuzu, money is the only absolute truth in this world. The scene continued. Jiraiya darted left and right with nimble footwork, slipping through every tiny gap and, against all odds, managed to evade the first wave of explosions unscathed. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the shadow of the giant bird loomed close behind. Exploding spheres continued to rain down relentlessly. Just in time, up ahead, a narrow cave entrance finally appeared. Jiraiya didn't hesitate. He dashed straight inside. With a body so massive, the giant bird simply couldn't follow him in. But the bird was no fool. Rather than waiting idly, it beat its colossal wings, circled with blinding speed, and in the blink of an eye, appeared at the other side of the cave, blocking Jiraiya's escape. Your role ends here. As soon as those words fell, the fleeing Jiraiya evaporated into a wisp of smoke. It was only a shadow clone. The real Jiraiya emerged behind the giant bird, taking a deep breath and unleashing a searing fire-style attack. Under the scorching assault, the giant bird shrieked in agony, but could not escape its fate. As the smoke slowly cleared, the giant bird vanished with it. It's finished. Minato Namikaze. Sensei's tactical intelligence is truly impressive. One move perfectly connected to the next. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I've always known, Jiraiya, that you're an outstanding ninja. But seeing this, I feel you've completely surpassed me as your teacher. Tobarama Senju, not bad at all, monkey. Your student is quite something. Hashirama Senju, but his sage art still hasn't been activated. Jiraiya, it's twice as hard to enter sage mode in the heat of battle, Lord First. Minato Namikaze, Naruto, you have to learn well from Master Jiraiya. Naruto Uzumaki, got it, Dad. Minato Namikaze, thank you for this, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya, it's no trouble, Minato. I've actually planned to do this for a while. Kakashi, do you mind? Kakashi, of course not. Master Jiraiya. Naruto is only my subordinate. Having your personal instruction makes me truly happy. Jiraiya was openly pleased with himself. But the animal path's summoning jutsu continued to manifest behind him. Sensing the danger, Jiraiya instantly leapt forward to evade. Just as expected, A rhinoceros was summoned by the animal path, crashing through the wall and stopping right where Jiraiya had just stood. Relentless, aren't they? Crouching behind the scattered rubble, Jiraiya glanced back. But I'm just a step away, and that's no reason to give up now. It's coming. The rhino paused, its eyes fixed with deadly intent on Jiraiya. It scraped its hoof, horn lowered, charging straight at him. With no time to spare, Jiraiya dodged hastily. Fast. Despite its massive size, the rhino's speed was astonishing. When its attack missed, the rhino wasted no time. It swung around and charged at Jiraiya once more. It was so quick, there was hardly a moment to react. Sorry I'm late. Just then, Gamaken's voice rang out as he landed from the sky, bringing his foot down hard on the rhino. With a mighty effort, he crushed it into a puff of smoke. And then, another Jiraiya appeared. The two Jiraiyas locked eyes and exchanged a knowing smile. Thanks for your help, one said. He vanished into smoke. Tobarama Senju, very good. The monkey's disciple has mastered my shadow clone technique quite skillfully. Uchiha Izuna. What a vexing ninjutsu. Neither the Sharingan nor the Rinnegan can see through it, it seems. Having finished his task, Gamaken finally exhausted his last bit of strength, letting his steel trident fall from his grasp. He collapsed onto his back, utterly spent. The summoning jutsu was deployed once again, this time producing a massive bull. Gamaken struggled to his feet, trying to continue the fight. Gamaken, that's enough. You've done well. Jiraiya gazed at Gamatake, who was exhausted and covered in wounds, a look of regret flickering in his eyes. I'll take it from here. You go back and rest. Understood. I am sorry. With those final words, Gamatake vanished in a swirl of smoke. Jiraiya was left alone to face the raging charge of the bull. Gamatake, I'm sorry. I feel like I wasn't much help in the end. Jiraiya, don't say that, Gamatake. You did a great job. If not for you, I might not have lasted this long. Gamabunta, Jiraiya, why did you choose to summon Gamatake and not me? Jiraiya, well, I couldn't predict the future, you know. Gamaken, if you ask me, he should have just summoned all three of us, the brothers of Mount Myaboku, right away. Back then, when I watched this for the first time, the number of summoned beasts seemed overwhelming and hard to keep track of. Now that I'm writing them all out one by one, it really is a huge cast, appearing one after another. Jiraiya didn't dodge. He let the bull crash right into him. With the bull ramming Jiraiya, they smashed through building after building relentlessly. By the end, a tunnel stretched 10 meters long, its depths swallowed by pitch darkness. For a moment, there was a pause amid the rumbling chaos. Then, a surge of brilliant fire erupted from the dark mouth of the tunnel, mingled with billowing smoke and flying rubble. The bull that had slammed into Jiraiya was blasted out, tumbling through the air. It let out a mournful cry before vanishing in a burst of smoke. Why is it, kid, that you only ever summon us to these noisy, chaotic battlefields? Of course Bunta would get angry about that. Don't say it like that, dear. Little Jiraiya must have his reasons, right? Don't defend him, dear. He needs to take responsibility for his actions, honestly. I'm really sorry to trouble you both the moment we meet again. Boss, cease. Their conversation, along with the sound of Jiraiya's footsteps, rang out clear and sharp from within the tunnel. But kid, didn't you always say that girls wouldn't like you if you transformed your body like this? Isn't that why you always refused? Now's not the time to worry about appearances. With this opponent, anything goes. He has the Rinnegan, after all. The six paths, huh? So it really exists. No wonder you're going all out. Their voices faded. 3 pairs of gleaming eyes emerged from the darkness. Jiraiya's eyes took on a frog-like shape, the shadow on his eyelids deepening, and his nose adopted an amphibian look. Most striking of all, the sage Great Lord and Lady Fukasaku now stood on each of his shoulders. Compared to before, Jiraiya's presence was on an entirely different level, fierce and commanding. Shima, at last, you've summoned us, little Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I'll be relying on you and the boss. Lord Fukasaku, you should just about be able to enter sage mode on your own now. Little Jiraiya. Jiraiya, all right, I got it. As soon as I finish writing this book, I'll start learning right away. Tsunade, Jiraiya, you might actually be right for once. Acting like that really doesn't make you very popular with women? Huh, Shizun, that's true, Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Even Shizun's saying it now. Well then, here I go. Having entered sage mode successfully, Jiraiya wasted no more time. To his left, Lord Fukasaku's tongue flicked out, the tip sniffing the air before lashing forward and binding the invisible chameleon tightly. In seconds, the creature was forced out of camouflage. It began to thrash violently. Honey now, Lady Shima's cheeks puffed up as she drew a quick breath, then spat a jet of water with slicing force. Effortlessly, The water blade cut the struggling chameleon clean in two. For a moment, the only thing that could be heard was a harrowing scream, joined by the spray of blood across the battlefield. With the chameleon defeated, the animal path was exposed once more to Jiraiya's sight. Those ominous eyes. Despite being forced out of hiding, the animal path showed no fear. He brought his hands together before his chest and initiated another summoning technique. But this time, what appeared were not beasts, but two people. Both with orange hair, both shrouded in Akatsuki's black cloaks speckled with red clouds. The two slowly raised their heads to look at Jiraiya, and, chillingly, both pairs of eyes flashed with the Rinnegan. Inoki, what? More Rinnegan? How many pairs are there going to be? Hiruzen Sarutobi. It seems a great upheaval is about to sweep the shinobi world. Tobarama Senju. Compared to the previous wielder Nagato, the number and variety of summoning techniques demonstrated by these Rinnegan are truly dazzling. No wonder it's called the Eye of the Six Paths. Izuna Uchiha. TCH, so it's just a tiny bit stronger than the Sharingan, right, big brother? Madara Uchiha. Maybe, or probably. Though, it hardly matters now. Jiraiya. It seems the great Toad Sage's prophecy was right. My future self, what will you do? Orochimaru. Jiraiya, facing 3 pairs of Rinnegan. I doubt even you could make it out alive. Tsunade. Jiraiya, I really hope you'll be alright. Well then, I suppose it's time for me to take center stage. Jiraiya, step forward. From now on, I'll use sage techniques, not mere ninjutsu. With my bare back to the heavens, I, Jiraiya the Gallant, will... Before he could finish his dramatic recitation, 2 fists crashed down hard on either side of his face. Would you quit shouting in our ears? Shima and Fukasaku scolded him in perfect unison. At the same time, the human path was the first to launch an attack. With Sage Mode activated, Jiraiya's senses were greatly heightened. He immediately detected the threat and, without hesitation, lashed out with a whip kick at the approaching human path. The force behind his kick sent the enemy flying several meters, crashing to the ground and struggling, unable to get up for a long time. Kid, get the oil ready. I'll use wind release, he called. The 2 Toad Sages and Jiraiya put their hands together and puffed up their cheeks in unison. Sage Art Gomen. Enormous waves of energy burst forth as fire release, wind release, and oil blended together, creating a vast sea of fire. Waves of flame surged, threatening to engulf the human, Preta, and animal paths. The animal path took a step back, granting the Preta path the chance to confront the attack head-on. The latter calmly raised both hands, making no move to dodge, and pressed them toward the wall of flame. A surge of turbulent air followed, shrouding the battlefield in a massive blind spot. When the smoke and chaos faded, Sage Art Gomen was gone, leaving only 3 figures standing on the scorched earth. Even the oils disappeared. They should have been swallowed up completely by that attack. Looks like this guy has tricks up his sleeve, too. Jiraiya stood sideways on the wall, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The 2 great Toad Sages were just as astonished. After a moment's shock, Jiraiya kicked off his wooden clogs, dropped to all 4s, palms morphing to resemble those of a frog. He dropped down low, coiled a spring. Let's test them with close combat. Decision made. He channeled power into his hands and feet, bursting off the wall with explosive speed, like an arrow loose from the bow, darting straight toward the Preta path. A glowing sphere formed at his palm. Ultra-big ball Rasengan. A Rasengan many times larger than a person materialized in his grasp. Minato Namikaze. That's Jiraiya for you. Astounding power. Jiraiya. This technique's your handiwork, Minato. I suppose I have you to thank for it. Naruto Uzumaki. I can do Dad's jutsu too. Yet even this devastating attack didn't force the Preta path to evade. He simply pressed both hands to the colossal Rasengan. A faint white barrier shimmered over his body. To Jiraiya's shock, the Preta path absorbed the entire attack in an instant. The jutsu spent, Jiraiya was just landing when the human path materialized behind him, launching a sneak attack. Behind you, Fukasaku's urgent warning rang out, and, seemingly from nowhere, a smoke bomb appeared. He hurled it fiercely to the ground. A thick cloud of smoke erupted, blurring all vision. But, with Sage Mode's heightened perception, Jiraiya had no reason to fear. I've caught your opening, he declared behind the veil. His speed and the element of surprise made this strike nearly impossible to avoid. The human path didn't dodge. He simply turned with deliberate poise and caught Jiraiya's incoming fist with disconcerting ease. What's happening? Once again, Jiraiya was left in utter disbelief. He didn't even look, yet he blocked my Sage Mode attack. Jiraiya's confident strike was stopped, leaving him stunned for only a fleeting moment. But quickly, he regained his composure. He summoned an orange toad, letting it leap out through the smoke, drawing the animal path's gaze for a brief instant. At the same time, Jiraiya swiftly moved to the other side, flattening himself against the ground. Sage Art, Needle Jizo. The white hair at the back of his head shot out like needles, targeting the animal path from behind. Even without seeing, the animal path seemed to sense Jiraiya's attack before it happened. Forming hand signs in advance, he called forth summoning jutsu once more. This time, a massive panda appeared. Every strike Jiraiya unleashed was blocked by the panda. Though the power of his sage arts was formidable, the panda, after withstanding the attack, could do no more. At last, it vanished in a puff of smoke. There's not a single wasted movement. If they so much as try to dodge, I'll catch them. After the series of attacks, Jiraiya felt something was off. He leapt back, creating distance between himself and his foe. What's going on? This isn't the first time this has happened. Senju Tobarama. Something's unusual here. None of them even look, yet they can precisely block attacks coming from their blind spots. And all three of them are the same. Nara Shikaku. I think I might have an idea. Ah, those eyes. As Jiraiya puzzled over the situation, Fukasaku, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. All three of them share the same pair of eyes, if they're able to share their field of vision with one another. Nara Shikaku. So it's true. Senju Tobarama, the clever boy from the Nara clan, as expected. But if this is the case, things have gotten troublesome. So, they're all sharing the view from all three pairs of eyes. Is that it? With this, Jiraiya understood immediately. This isn't good. In a situation where ninjutsu is ineffective, taking on three opponents at once is extremely difficult. If I keep fighting at this pace, even Sage Mode will get me killed. I never expected them to be this strong. Fukasaku offered his advice once more. We should retreat for now, Jiraiya boy. All right, Jiraiya replied, and in the next instant, vanished in a swirl of smoke. Orochimaru, oh? Jiraiya, such a decisive retreat. That's unexpected. It's not like you at all. Tsunade, did he get away? That's good. At least you're still alive, Jiraiya. Senju Tobarama, it's enough for now. We've gathered plenty of intel. Next time we face opponents like this, we won't be left so desperate. Unknown Tavern. Tsunade, sitting silently in a booth, nursing her drink, found herself unable to look away from the images of Jiraiya that played before her. Seeing Jiraiya facing such a formidable opponent, Tsunade couldn't help but worry for him. Her heart remained on edge until Jiraiya finally retreated. Only then did she feel her worries ease at last. She withdrew her gaze, tilted her head back, and finished the remaining sake in the bottle in one swift motion. Her eyes grew slightly hazy, a flush colored her cheeks, and her lips parted as she murmured so softly it was almost imperceptible. Jiraiya, you stubborn fool. You better not die on me. Minato Namikaze. I understand Jiraiya. He's not someone who would leave so easily. So he escaped through the pipes, did he? The animal path hadn't expected this turn of events, and for a moment looked genuinely stunned. True to those words, Jiraiya was swiftly dashing through the tunnel. Why are we running away? Fukasaku asked, perplexed. We need to analyze the 6 paths and come up with a plan. That's going to take some time, Jiraiya replied. Even that brief exchange had already yielded a wealth of valuable information. Ninjutsu was useless, and if it came down to taijutsu, being outnumbered 3-1 would put him in grave danger. If neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu would work, that left only jinjutsu. I have a proposal. It's a bit of a gamble, though, Jiraiya said, his face set in deep concentration. Silence hung in the air for a heartbeat. Let's hear it, Ma asked after a pause. After some hurried discussion among the three, they finally settled on a plan. Meanwhile, the human path, animal path, and Preta path trailed relentlessly behind, giving Jiraiya no chance to rest. All right, I'm counting on you too, Jiraiya said determinedly. On the other side, as his words faded, Fukasaku and Shima both opened their mouths. In the cramped tunnel, the deep, resonant croaks of frogs echoed all around. Such a commotion couldn't help but draw the attention of their pursuers. Jinjutsu, is it? The animal path remarked, coming to a halt and pressing to the wall to get his bearings. All three pains dashed toward the origin of the sound. At the far end of the tunnel, Jiraiya stood waiting, unmoving. Halfway down the passage, just as Jiraiya was about to enter the trio's attack range, something strange drew the Preta path's attention. A shadow clone. Back at a spot they just passed, a new Jiraiya materialized out of thin air, clinging to the wall. Fire style, giant flame bomb. A massive ball of fire erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, radiating blistering heat. Preta path stopped in his tracks, spun around, and raised both hands. With a surge of power, the enormous fireball was completely absorbed. A certain Jonin. Didn't they say ninjutsu was useless? Then why use such a powerful jutsu? Doesn't that just waste chakra for nothing? Perfect. The gamble paid off. That big brute really did rush in to absorb the jutsu. Jiraiya's mind spun rapidly. As for the connections between these different pains, he had come very close to deciphering the truth. As expected, each of them only possesses a single, distinctive ability, leaving the Predator path to deal with the powerful Great Fireball. The human path and animal path press forward, charging at Jiraiya without hesitation. One of them has its eye fixed on the fireball, while the other keeps its eyes shut, so that means only one eye is actually watching me. A faint smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. His cheeks puffed out, and he unleashed another blazing fireball from his mouth. To dodge the attack, the human path leapt first, executing a nimble somersault mid-air, landing upside down, clinging to the ceiling like a gecko. The animal path followed closely, grabbing onto the human path's body. Just as I hoped, the movements of the two pain bodies played out exactly as Jiraiya had anticipated. I can't move. Suddenly, the human path sensed something wrong. The wall they were pressed against had grown strangely soft under their hands and feet. Gravity should have held them secure, but their bodies began sinking steadily into the very wall itself. This is the Toad Oil Swamp, Jiraiya explained calmly. Realizing the danger, the animal path quickly released its grip on the human path. It advanced towards Jiraiya alone. Now it's just one-on-one. With a cold snort, Jiraiya strode up to meet him, delivering a powerful whip kick that sent the animal path flying. Don't even think about using summoning jutsu. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, that old fool. Unexpected, yet somehow just like him, not choosing to run away. Tsunade, Jiraiya's no weakling. He'll win. He absolutely will. Tobirama Senju, beautiful move. Izuna Uchiha, not bad at all. Ayo, so this is what makes them the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. Shikaka Nara. I'd expect nothing less from Master Jiraiya. Brilliant strategy. Just then, the Jinjutsu cast by Fukasaku and Shima descended. All three bodies, animal path, human path, and Predator path, fell under its spell at once. Their pupils darted uncontrollably within their sockets. Their consciousness wavered, vision fading into darkness. When the light returned, animal path, Predator path, and human path were confined within a cube of shimmering water. For enormous toads had gathered around them. Each bore a symbol: immovable, spirit, underworld, king. In the Book of the Living, the demonic illusion, Toad confrontation chant is praised as the strongest Jinjutsu. Within the closed-off barrier, the three pains found themselves completely immobilized. So we've been caught. The animal path assessed their surroundings. We're inside the binding art, Jinjutsu of the imprisoned spirit. This technique shackles both your mind and your true bodies. You're utterly powerless now. Jiraiya approached them with slow, steady steps. Well now, Jiraiya boy, I never expected you to have such an illusion up your sleeve. Despite the turn of events, the animal path showed no worry. Instead, there was genuine curiosity in its voice as it struck up a conversation with Jiraiya. I should have taught you this. Never let your guard down, no matter who your opponent is. Nagamoto, he called out. Jiraiya's expression grew complicated. After a brief pause, he closed his eyes, struggling with emotion before continuing. You have misunderstood your true mission. Memories of the days spent together with Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan surfaced once more. Instead of leading the world through pain, I truly hoped you would use your strength that transcends suffering, to fulfill your destiny. Jiraiya opened his eyes again, his fists clenched tight. Determination blazed within his gaze, blended with a hint of regret and pain too subtle to be easily seen. It seemed in that brief moment of closed eyes, he had made an agonizing decision. Though our time together was short, he murmured, I am certain you are still the person I once knew. The atmosphere suddenly grew oppressively silent, filled with a solemn finality. Farewell, forever. With his last words of goodbye spoken, the grand chorus of the Toad song reached its climax, the illusionary technique now in full effect. Within the barrier, the eyes of the three animal path bodies widened in shock as deep agony twisted across their faces. Outside, in the real world, Jiraiya gripped a long blade in his hand. The blade hung low, its tip driven deep into the body of the animal path. Eyes wide and lips stained with blood, the body collapsed limply to the ground. The hungry ghost path and human path suffered the same fate. It's finally over, Jiraiya whispered, letting go of the sword's hilt and stepping back, a bittersweet look crossing his face. On his shoulders, the two great Toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima, coughed harshly, the exhaustion showing on their faces. This illusionary song puts an incredible strain on the throat, Fukasaku croaked between coughs. Standing in place for a long moment, Jiraiya made his choice and turned to walk away. In the end, this was the path I chose. Fukasaku, didn't expect this, ma. Forced into using such a move, Only the wielder of the Rinnegan could push us this far. At least we managed to bring down the Rinnegan in the end. Shima. Indeed, pa. I can't even remember how many years it's been since we last used that technique. Tobarama Senju. What a formidable jutsu. An attack that directly restrains the mind. I could sense it clearly. Even if you get caught in it once, your chances of survival are almost 0. Konoha is filled with dangerous individuals. Kakashi, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto, Uzumaki, Might Guy, and now Jiraiya. One after another, always shattering my preconceptions about ordinary ninja. Inoki. I can't disagree with the Reikage on that. So, system, when will you allow a Wagakura's ninja some screen time? Madarumi. Kirigakure would like a chance too. Raza. Suna. The same, please. Hashirama Senju. Watching Konoha thrive like this, I sincerely feel proud and joyful. Orochimaru. To think you had such a hidden trump card, Jiraiya. Impressive. Tsunade. I always knew you would win, Jiraiya. In the silent corridor, only Jiraiya's footsteps echoed clearly. But after taking a few dozen steps, Jiraiya's expression suddenly tensed, his movement halting, and at that same moment, the grim voice of the Azura Path sounded right by his ear. Staying vigilant was your teaching, wasn't it, Jiraiya? Because the Azura Path was pressed and so close, Jiraiya had no chance to dodge in any meaningful way. A violente explosion érupted. Jiraiya was blasted straight through the wall by a shell from the Azura Path. Outside stretched a boundless sea, endless and desolate. Barely able to gather chakra under his feet, Jiraiya skidded a great distance across the water before he could come to a stop, carried by the immense force. Kid, your right hand. Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya with deep concern. Blood streamed steadily down his sleeve, falling one drop after another and staining the sea with a wide, blooming scarlet. Jiraiya struggled to one knee, his right side now bereft. Only the empty sleeve of his garment fluttered in the breeze. Indeed, under the Azura Path's ambush, Jiraiya had lost his right hand. That wasn't the same face as before, he said, forcing himself to look up at the gaping hole he'd just crashed through in the building. It's likely this face was also summoned here earlier, using summoning jutsu. The next instant, 6 shadows sailed from the opening, landing before Jiraiya. They struck a formation, like a dramatic entrance by a popular boy band. Tendo, Ninjendo, Gakido, Shirado, Jigakudo, and Chikashodo. The 6 paths of pain at your service. Both the 2 frogs and Jiraiya were visibly stunned, shock written plainly across their faces. 6 of them. There are actually 6. A bead of cold sweat traced down Fukasaku's toad face. Hey, look closely. The 3 we just defeated are there too. Shima was particularly shaken. They must have been revived somehow by these newly summoned ones, Fukasaku speculated. A jutsu that brings back those who were truly dead. Could such a technique even exist? Are these even human? Jiraiya stared blankly at the 6 figures before him. Pain, just what are you? Unknown Jonin, what? Did I see that right? 6 people, 6 pairs of Rinnegan eyes. Unknown A and BU elite. You're not mistaken. I saw them too. The appearance of the 6 paths of pain utterly shocked the entire ninja world. For a time, everyone was at a complete loss for words. Inoki, just 1 pair of Rinnegan is already daunting. Now, there are 6. Can anyone in the ninja world possibly defeat them? Narashiko. No, esteemed elders, I have a theory. What if these 6 pairs of Rinnegan are actually one and the same pair? 6 or 1? What's with all the riddles, Konoha's ninja? Can you just speak plainly for once? Kakashi. Among the 6 people that Lord Jiraiya faced, both the Azura Path and the Deva Path appeared in my video. Tobarama Senju. Judging from the previous battles, it's not hard to tell that each pain possesses only one specific ability. Apart from sharing their vision, all other powers are distinct and separate. Shikakinara. Kakashi and Second Hokage are right. The Animal Path's ability is summoning jutsu. The Preta Path can absorb ninjutsu. The Deva Path can control gravity and force. The Azura Path fights with various mechanical armors. The Human Path's power remains unknown, but it died under Lord Jiraiya's attack. So, the last pain must have a power similar to resurrection. Shikaku Nara. Indeed, each individual ability is remarkable on its own, but they still seem to fall short of the legendary Rinnegan. But if all 6 abilities were combined into a single pair of eyes, like Nagato's in the previous video, could that be what the true Rinnegan really is? Ayo. So what you mean is the 6 paths of pain are in fact manifestations of the Rinnegan's 6 abilities. Pain is the united name for all 6 of us. As the Deva Path spoke, he slowly stood tall. But how come all 6 of you have the Rinnegan? Emerging from his shock, Jiraiya finally managed to get a clear look at each of their faces. In that single glance, astonishment washed over Jiraiya's face once more, so much so that even his voice faltered. "You're that face. Is it really Yahiko?" As he checked again and again, unable to believe his eyes, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Wasn't Yahiko already dead?" "Yahiko, Nagato, just what did you do after I died? It's bad enough that my body ended up like this, but you even went so far as to attack Master Jiraiya?" "That's Master Jiraiya, the one who protected us during the war, who taught us ninjutsu." "Conan, Yahiko, that's enough. Nagato only did this to carry on your will." "Yahiko, my will? And what exactly is my will? Is it really how things are turning out in these videos?" Conan fell silent, saying nothing more. "Yahiko or Nagato? Which one of you is it really? What on earth is going on here?" Frustrated and at a loss, Jiraiya's questioning burst out once more. "We are Pain," the Deva Path replied coolly, unwilling to give anything more away. "We are gods." With that pronouncement, all six Pain advanced on Jiraiya, launching a coordinated assault. "Jiraiya boy, retreat, now." Fukasaku's urgent warning rang out, but it was already too late. They dare to call themselves gods. After struggling to fend off the attacks with his only remaining left hand, Jiraiya dragged his heavy body in front of Tendo. He threw a punch. Tendo remained unruffled, calmly raising his hand to effortlessly catch Jiraiya's fist. "Yahiko, why do you have Nagato's eyes?" Even in such a dire situation, Jiraiya couldn't dispel the memory of that ever-confident, warm-hearted Yahiko. "Even if you know, you still can't defeat us." Tendo's expression was frigid. His grip shifted, seizing Jiraiya's wrist, and with a powerful swing, flung him away. At the very same moment, the Shura Path unleashed another attack. Several shells launched from its wrist, hurtling straight after Jiraiya's tumbling form. Clutching his right arm, blood still seeping between his fingers, Jiraiya struggled to dodge again and again. "Kid, give it up," Sage Shima finally urged him, unable to hold back. "We have to find a weakness, even if it means going down together." Jiraiya refused to surrender. As he'd said before, this was a battle that concerned the entire future of the ninja world. With difficulty, he managed to evade Shura Path's artillery. Tendo made a gesture. Universal Pool Activatif. A towering wall overhead came crashing down with thunderous force, plummeting straight toward Jiraiya. The spray of water from the impact shot dozens of meters into the air, a testament to the sheer weight behind it. When the tumult finally fell silent, Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. The six paths of pain regrouped, standing quietly upon the water's surface. "Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you're still as naive as ever. Even now, you're not planning to retreat. Still, I never imagined the leader of Akatsuki would turn out to be six such creatures." "Deidara, leader, you actually have six brothers?" "Kakuzu, not bad at all. Ninjas of the world, see the strength of our Akatsuki? We take jobs with integrity, and our prices are always negotiable." "Sasori, there's something strangely familiar about all this." "Uchiha Itachi, six of them, huh?" "Tsunade, Jiraiya, you fool, stop trying to act tough. Get out of there now." Two tongues slipped silently from beneath the water, stealthily winding around Animal Path's ankle and yanking it under in an instant. A faint ripple spread and faded away. The other Pains barely had time to react. The presence has vanished. Tendo turned his head, but found no trace at all. On the other side, Animal Path was dragged beneath the surface, ultimately landing in a space lined with red, fleshy walls. Fortunately, the tongue that had bound its feet now released. Animal Path steadied itself in midair and landed safely. "This is a barrier?" Surveying the surroundings, Animal Path arrived at a conclusion. A vast quantity of liquid occupied most of the space, constantly bubbling and sending up coiling steam. The platform beneath the Animal Path suddenly gave way and collapsed, sinking downward. Gastric acid. Left with no other choice, the Animal Path leapt into the air, desperately seeking a safe place to land. Rasengan. Jiraiya, now missing his right hand and relying on Sage Shima's tongue to perform the jutsu, appeared out of nowhere. His timing was impeccable. The Animal Path, still hurtling upward and with nothing to brace itself on, could only watch helplessly as the Rasengan struck. Blood gushed forth in a scarlet spray. It crashed, powerless, into the corrosive stomach acid below. Already at the end of his strength, Jiraiya dropped to his knees, gasping heavily for breath. "Well done, little Jiraiya." Fukasaku's voice was thick with worry and affection. Jiraiya managed a strained smile. Before he could reply, the Animal Path, who had just fallen into the gastric acid, suddenly sprang back up with one final burst of energy. Breaking through the acid, it formed a black rod in its palm. Without hesitation, it thrust the rod straight at Jiraiya. He wanted to dodge, but his body was utterly spent, unable to muster even a sliver of strength. Raising his left hand in front of him was the only defense he could manage. The sharp rod pierced flesh with a sickening sound, slicing through skin and into muscle. After driving through Jiraiya's left wrist, the momentum carried the rod clear through his shoulder as well. Blood welled up and dripped onto the ground, forming a crimson pool. This was the animal path's dying blow, throwing everything it had left into this final strike. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, it fell silent for good. Jiraiya's battered body could endure no more. The wound made everything worse. His legs gave out, and he slumped to the ground, utterly spent and in a miserable state. Is it dead? So we finally managed to take one out after dragging them into the barrier. Fukasaku's face was grim, deeply worried about Jiraiya's condition. Jiraiya let out a painful cough, another thin trail of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Are you all right, kid? I can hold on for now. He barely gathered enough strength to snap the black rod, piercing his wrist in two. As he did, a wave of sickening discomfort swept over him. My body, my chakra, is in chaos. The agony doubled him over. He simply couldn't control it. Because of this thing, Fukasaku immediately realized the black rod was the culprit. He straightened, then yanked the rod out of Jiraiya's left shoulder with a sharp pull. From Tsunade, Jiraiya, why do you have to push yourself so far? This was already enough. Run, please. I can't bear to lose you. From Orochimaru, Jiraiya, as a comrade from long ago, it pains me to see you like this. From Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya. From Minato Namikaze, Sensei. From Yahiko, Nagato, what on earth are you doing? I genuinely wonder, if Yahiko knew that Nagato and Konan killed Jiraiya, how would he react? Jiraiya closed his eyes for a moment, tilting his head back as he tried to piece together the relationship between the 6 paths of pain. Then, a soft sound was heard. The forehead protector worn by the animal path fell to the ground, revealing a scar about as long as a middle finger, a mark that instantly caught Jiraiya's attention. That's it. I remember now. That scar had no doubt unlocked a memory deep within Jiraiya's mind. This guy isn't Nagato at all. The man standing before me now. I've fought him before. When I first set out on my journey, following the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, I encountered a man from the Fuma clan. This scar on his forehead is my handiwork. With those words, the entire situation surrounding pain seemed to grow even more bewildering for all three, Jiraiya and the 2 Toad Sages. If the prophecy is to be believed, the Great Toad Sage's words, as clear as the first time he heard them, echoed once again in Jiraiya's mind. He pondered for no more than 3 seconds before he made a crucial decision. I need to face those people again. There's something important I must confirm. You two should head back. What? No way. If you go again, you'll definitely be killed. They've got even more eyes now. Besides, our barrier trap won't work a second time. Right now, they haven't noticed us. If we're going to escape, this is our only chance. Fukasaku and Shima spoke up almost in unison, their voices urgent as they tried to convince him not to go. Going out there might mean my death, but might also be the only way to uncover Pain's true identity. Jiraiya's resolve only hardened, and his gaze was even more determined than before. This moment is exactly the crossroads the Great Toad Sage foretold. Big brother, big sister, please take all the intel and bodies we've collected about Pain back with you. And tell Tsunade. Before he could finish, Fukasaku interrupted him. Standing beside him, Shima smiled as well. We'll leave all that business to the kids back home. But just be sure you're back in time for dinner, all right? When it's all over, I'll come home and eat with you, Jiraiya-chan. Jiraiya bowed his head in silence for a long moment, and when he finally spoke again, his voice trembled gently. I can't thank you enough. This passage might not be filled with action, but it's incredibly moving. After much consideration, I decided to include it. If you're interested, brothers, you can check it out around episode 353, 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. Great Toad Sage, I made a prophecy, yes, but I didn't say it'd be right now. You know that guy? Fukasaku. You mean Jiraiya. Great Toad Sage. All right, that guy. Shima. It's Jiraiya, old man. Great Toad Sage, now think about it. I gave you the prophecy, but if you die, who will guide the one destined to transform the world? Still, for what I see of the future, perhaps you will succeed. Tobarama Senju. Is this the resolve of someone who knows he faces certain death? Orochimaru. I can't tell if it's foolishness or naivete. Jiraiya, you truly never change. Minato Namikaze. Master Jiraiya. Even when things have come to this, you still hold fast to your way of the ninja. I think I finally understand the conviction you had when you wrote the tale of unyielding wolf. Tsunade, idiot. Jiraiya, you really are a hopeless idiot. I was going to say baka, but the more I think about it, it's hard to put into words. Jiraiya, after leaving the barrier, conceals his presence. He slips soundlessly into the water, creeping up behind the Azura path. Summoning a giant shuriken, he hurls it from a blind spot outside a normal person's field of vision. Just as it's about to hit, the Azura path, back still facing Jiraiya, suddenly grins, bends low, narrowly evading the weapon, yet somehow as if he'd been expecting it all along. He dodges the giant shuriken. The next instant, all 5 of the pains close in, surrounding Jiraiya from every direction. Rising up from the water, Jiraiya straightens, his gaze sweeping over each of their faces. After a moment's thought, a weighty realization dawns upon him. So, it really is like this. Familiar faces flash through his mind. All of these opponents were once ninja I met, if only for a moment. So that's it. I finally know Pain's true identity. But before he can speak, for Pain's leap into the air, Azura path erupts from beneath the water at Jiraiya's feet. With icy precision, a hand closes around Jiraiya's throat and squeezes, unyielding. My throat! Jiraiya's eyes spring wide in shock as he coughs out blood, thick and crimson. Jiraiya boy. Beside him, Fukasaku Sage shouts in alarm. You're just a little too late in figuring it out. Tendo says coolly. All 5 Pains, grasping their black rods, bring them down in unison. A wave of force ripples outward from their center, churning the sea and sending great sheets of water flying. Then the Pains break apart, revealing Jiraiya at the center, skewered by 5 black rods, his body draining of strength. Blood pours endlessly from the wounds. The stone beneath him stains deep red. I have to let my brother know Pain's true identity. Anyone else, facing such overwhelming injury and pain, would long since have breathed their last. But Jiraiya, clinging to life by the sheer force of his will, refuses to die just yet. His heartbeat slows, breath becoming labored, blood still flowing as his vision dims and the world slips away. Fukasaku's anxious and urgent cries echoed around his ears. Jiraiya tried to move his lips, struggling to speak, but not a single sound came out. It's no use. Has my throat been crushed? Damn it, at this rate, how can I even... My consciousness is starting to fade. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, a relentless tide of drowsiness crashing again and again upon his mind. Is this the end for me? Did I fail? Perhaps it was because he couldn't accept this fate. Maybe he thought of someone important, or maybe it was just the final flicker before the darkness. In these final moments, Jiraiya's thoughts drifted far, far away. He sank into the surge of memories. I'm going to become the greatest ninja and make Tsunade change her mind about me. And not just Tsunade, those beautiful women, I want each and every one of them for myself. If you want me to just give up, you'd better give up on that idea. So I'll be the one to break this curse. If there is still peace left in this world, I swear I'll seize it. I will never, ever give up. A ninja's world isn't about how you survive. It's about how you meet your end. The true worth of a ninja's life isn't measured by just staying alive, but by their deeds before death. Looking back, my life has been full of failures. I was always rejected by Tsunade. I couldn't stop my friend. I failed to protect my students, even my teacher. How a story ends is what gives it its meaning. Even failure can be a kind of joy. A true ninja is someone who can endure pain that ordinary people could never bear. Let me tell you something. What matters most in a ninja isn't how many jutsu they possess. It's the will to never give up that matters. Scenes from his entire life flashed before his eyes. The faces of friends, students, teachers, all of them appeared, one after another. Finally, his mind lingered on a woman with the word bet emblazoned on her clothing. It was dusk. The lazy evening sun bathed the 2 of them as they sat together on a bench. Well, it's about time for me to go. Jiraiya stood up, about to leave, when Tsunade's voice suddenly called out to him. You better come back alive. If even you old pervert, die, what am I supposed to do? Her words carried a faint trace of worry and helplessness. Would you cry for me? That would actually make me happy, you know. Jiraiya grinned, half jokingly. He turned back to face Tsunade, his tone sounding light, almost carefree. Then let's settle this with your favorite gamble. So tell you what, bet that I'll die. Tsunade's expression shifted, and Jiraiya hurried to add, well, it's not like you've ever won anyway. When I come back alive. He didn't finish the sentence, though the online version would have him say, then you'll marry me. Jiraiya never actually said it, but the atmosphere was just right for it. Jiraiya suddenly became very serious, staring straight at Tsunade, as if he was about to reveal something important. But in the end, he hesitated, afraid of angering her, and the words caught in his throat. There was a deliberate pause of several seconds in his flow of speech, before he returned to a lighter tone. Kidding. I'm just kidding. I really am grateful to you. In the waning light of dusk, the 2 of them stood there, each deep in their own thoughts. One departed, The other watched in silence. As Jiraiya walked away, giving a thumbs up from afar, Tsunade's tears fell. Tsunade, this time, you've won your bet. If not for the news of my death, you'd probably be happy for quite a while. At the very end of it all, that blonde-haired, never-give-up Naruto appeared vividly in Jiraiya's mind. Naruto, looking back, you really are just like the hero from my novel, carrying Minato and Kushina's dreams and beliefs. Honest and straightforward, never breaking your own word, and no matter what happens, never speaking of surrender or giving up. If that's your ninja way. Naruto, as your teacher, how could I ever consider giving up so easily? If you want to know why. A student's ninja way is always a reflection of his teachers, after all. A lifetime of memories supported Jiraiya's final breath, holding him on the edge of death. His faith and his ninja path squeezed out the last dregs of his strength. Isn't that right, Naruto? Strangely, Jiraiya managed to struggle to his feet once more. Slowly, but with iron resolve. Of course, this movement immediately drew the attention of the 5 Pains who had been turning to leave. His heart should have stopped already. He's tough. End him. Fukasaku, the sage toad, understood instantly. He tore off his cloak and leapt in front of Jiraiya. With his very last ounce of strength, Jiraiya focused chakra into his fingers and, upon Fukasaku's back, left behind his final message. A dying message, encrypted. Tendo watched everything with keen, cold eyes. Shirato detached its wrist, turning it into a missile. With a shriek, the shell was launched straight at Fukasaku, determined to leave no chance for survival. Naruto, make no mistake. You are the child of prophecy, for sure. Everything after this, I entrust to you. The shell exploded. Sea waves roared and sprayed. The legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage, the gallant Jiraiya, slipped beneath the sea forever. Video playback ends. Only when the system's chime rang out again did the entire ninja world seem to wake from a dream. One by one, everyone fell silent. The vast ninja realm was wrapped in a heavy hush. The silence held until the system's voice once more broke the stillness. Jiraiya graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 6, became a Chunin at 11, and reached Jonin at 14. He completed 158 D-rank missions, 425 C-rank missions, 485 B-rank missions, 614 A-rank missions, and 231 S-rank missions. Jiraiya's life was, in truth, a lonely one. He had no family. His students perished, his teacher fell, his comrade Orochimaru betrayed him, and for years he wandered the world. Yet Jiraiya never gave in to despair. Unlike Tsunade, he never drowned his sorrows in drink, nor lost himself in grief. With courage and a smile, he brought back the 5th Hokage to Konoha. Driven by a sense of responsibility, he guarded the village until the very end. It was also a life full of regrets. He almost stopped Orochimaru, almost saved his disciple, almost became Hokage, almost found happiness with Tsunade, almost finished his novel, and was just one step shy of seeing Naruto's wedding. As the dragon returns to the sea does not welcome me. Jiraiya, as the fallen leaf returns to its roots, the roots do not welcome me. The sage of the 3, as the cloud crane returns to the heavens, the sky does not welcome me. The sage of Mount Myaboku, as the fierce tiger returns to the mountain does not welcome me. The gallant hero, and yet, the tiger must descend from the mountain. The mountain does not welcome me. The gallant hero. The mountain will always remain, even if it does not welcome me. And so, I am Jiraiya. And there's just one more thing. He almost made it to the end of the series, November 10th. And the day after would have been his birthday. In a nameless tavern, Tsunade was already in tears. The last time her heart ached so much was when Dan passed away. Perhaps she had never truly imagined that Jiraiya, who always wore a smile for her, would ever die. In a secret underground base, Orochimaru watched Jiraiya's death on the screen, his face tangled with complex emotion. A sadness he hadn't felt in years rose within him, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen Tsurutobi said nothing. Only the hand gripping his pipe trembled endlessly. In the Pure Land, Minato Namake's face was clouded with sorrow. At Mount Myaboku, the 2 great sages and a host of toads watched the footage of Jiraiya's final moments. Their moods sank, especially that of Gamabunta. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato's expression kept shifting, flickering rapidly between grief and icy detachment. Hashirama Senju, Jiraiya, a truly great ninja. I'll always remember you. Tobarama Senju. I can only say this. Konoha is truly blessed to have had a ninja like Jiraiya. Anoki, I wholeheartedly agree. Likewise. Mei Terumi. It's a shame such a charming man wasn't born in the Mist Village. Raza. Our Sand Village could really use a ninja of his caliber. Yahiko, Nagato, look at what you've done. You killed our master. Even if I were to die, I would have no face to meet Jiraiya-sensei in the afterlife. Was the choice I made back then really the right one? Answer me, Nagato. Jiraiya, calm down. Yahiko, sensei is alive and well at the moment. Yahiko, but Jiraiya-sensei, Nagato. Jiraiya, no need to worry. Now that we know what could happen, that future won't come to pass again. Tsunade, Jiraiya, why did you have to act so tough? Why didn't you pull back? Why didn't you trust me? We're supposed to be comrades. Why did you take on something so dangerous alone? Why did you have to die? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Do you even understand, you idiot Jiraiya? Jiraiya, Tsunade, you always asked me why I kept searching for the child of prophecy. Now, I think I can finally give you an answer. I wanted you to live in a world without war and suffering. I wanted you to be happy, always. But the reality was far from it. You were in pain. That's why I kept searching for the child of prophecy, because finding them meant we could achieve peace in a ninja world. Then, you wouldn't have to suffer anymore, and you could truly live happily. I love you, Tsunade. A tribute to a loyal reader who supported me from the very beginning, as I once promised. Though I wonder if you're still out there. Dan Kato, Tsunade, let it go. I'm already gone. You don't need to keep holding yourself back because of me. From the bottom of my heart, I wish you happiness. Tsunade, Dan, Nawaki, sis, you have to be happy. Promise me you'll be happy. Tsunade, Nawaki, you're here too? Dan Kato, that's right, Tsunade. Don't make things so hard on yourself. Jiraiya, thank you, both of you. Come back, Tsunade. I'd like to see you again. Tsunade, all right. As the sun set, Tsunade left the tavern with Shizune and set out for Konoha. To finally see again, the big kid she hadn't seen in ages. Reward, Jiraiya's perfect sage mode unlocked. With the system's reward, a streak of brilliant blue light cut across the sky and merged into Jiraiya's body. Jiraiya, suddenly, I feel like my life's not bad at all. I've mastered perfect sage mode. Maybe, just maybe, Tsunade won't keep turning me down. Orochimaru is bound to come home to Konoha someday. And as for the child of prophecy, there's no more searching. That's Naruto. Now I can really focus on my writing. Is this what a successful life feels like? Hiruzen, Sarutobi. Anoki, Mai Terumi. Kai. Nameless nobody. The shinobi world. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Don't project your naive ideals onto me. Tsunade. What do you mean by won't refuse you again? What did I ever say that? Jiraiya. All right, I know you're all so attached to this system. But look, the sky's getting dark. It's almost time for bed. The system's lazy voice drifted out. Deidara. Seriously? Who said anything about being so obsessed with the system? Whoever started this rumor, step forward and clear things up. The system let out a haughty sniff. I'm not going to stoop to the level of someone who likes to blow things up. Lucky for you, I'm in a good mood today. Since you're all feeling so touched, I'll just casually give you a sneak preview. Let you see what's coming next. As the system's words faded, the extinguished black screen flickered back to life. A new scene appeared. Kisame, a preview? What's that supposed to be? Uchiha Itachi. I think it means we're about to get a glimpse of what's coming up next. The scene formed clearly. It was the back of a figure clad in the fourth Hokage's cloak. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looks like it's about Minato. Hey, the yellow flash, huh? Jiraiya. Minato truly was an exceptional shinobi. Namikaze's Minato, is that me? Just as everyone was speculating, the figure in the scene turned around. But the face revealed wasn't Minato Namikaze. It was Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Isn't the fourth Hokage Minato? I personally recommended him. How did Naruto end up in this role? Tobarama Senju. The future is really complicated. Did Naruto inherit the position of fourth Hokage from his father before becoming the seventh? Is this how things work in later generations? Hashirama Senju. This all sounds a bit too wild. Namikaze Minato. Naruto as the fourth Hokage? I'm not sure what this means, but I'm happy for him all the same. Kushina Uzumaki. What's the big deal? Minato was the fourth Hokage. As his direct heir, Naruto can try on his dad's cloak if he wants. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, actually, that does make a bit of sense. The picture shifted once again. Naruto, wearing the fourth Hokage's cloak, stood atop the water surface. Behind him stood all the members of the Akatsuki, cloaked in their signature red clouds. Every last one present and accounted for. We'll have your back against the masked man. Meeting Naruto's eyes, Deidara was the first to speak up, stating their intention. With that, the preview ended, and the screen faded once more into darkness. Deidara, what's going on here? Why does it look like we're the ones helping the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in this video? Sasori, be more confident. Turn that question into a statement. We are in fact helping the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Deidara, leader, aren't we supposed to be capturing the tail beasts? Unless the future leader has turned over a new leaf and become kind-hearted. Kakuzu, with the whole organization mobilized and such overwhelming strength on display. The mission fee can't be less than 50 million. Kisame Hashigaki. Mr. Itachi, what's your take on this? Itachi Uchiha. You should use your eyes to see for yourself. Kisame Hashigaki. Mr. Itachi, you're developing quite the sense of humor. Anoki. Unbelievable. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha has actually joined forces with Akatsuki. Hey, Hokage, you'd better keep a close watch. Hiruzen Sarutobi, it doesn't matter. After all, Naruto is the future 7th Hokage, and now he even holds the title of 4th Hokage's son. I'm not worried in the least. Mai Terumi. Alright, let's wrap up the chatter. Stream's over. Time for bed. With a sudden halt, the system's cheerful voice vanished into thin air. The night passed in silence. On this night, both Konoha and the Akatsuki members found it hard to rest easily. A short and simple teaser from a system had already unleashed a whirlwind of mysteries. Ding, wake up. Deidara, get up, everyone. Get up. The sun's halfway up the sky already. There, I made your announcement for you. System, now hurry and start the video. You? The system's usually lively voice faltered and fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, the screen went black. And then, without warning, the footage began. On a massive tree, Kisame, Hiden, Deidara, Sasori, Konan, Itachi Uchiha, and Pain stood quietly together. The full might of Akatsuki had assembled. Deidara, well, look at that. Our entire organization in action right away. The great shinobi world, ready to experience the masterpiece that is my art. Itachi Uchiha, this is rare indeed. We're almost always in teams of 2, yet we've all gathered at a moment like this. Something serious must be going on. It matches the report exactly. There's no mistake. It's Akatsuki. Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi was analyzing and confirming the intelligence. Except for Sasuke, the entire group of Konoha's young elite had assembled, led by Kakashi and Might Guy, lying in ambush for Akatsuki. Kakuzu, doesn't look like there are any heads worth a hefty bounty in this lot. Deidara, what fools. Konoha sending these snot-nosed kids against the full force of Akatsuki. They probably won't even know what hit them. While everyone in the foreshadows was still discussing tactics. Rasengan, Naruto, without waiting for anyone, charged in alone and landed a direct hit on Kakuzu. I won't run, nor will I hide. Come at me with all you've got, you bastards. And then, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm a ninja. Pain strikes first, deftly swinging his weapon in a sweeping arc, forcing Naruto to leap back to avoid the attack. Naruto had no choice but to dodge. Little did he know, Kakuzu was already waiting above. With a swift kick, he sent Naruto crashing heavily to the ground. 1 against 8. The battlefield spiraled into chaos. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, teamwork is truly important. You must work together with your comrades. Charging in alone recklessly just won't do. Naruto Uzumaki, got it, Dad. Kakashi. Sensei. Naruto really is outstanding. Sometimes unexpected things just happen with him. Deidara. So the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from the Leaf? Is this arrogant? Trying to take all 8 of us by himself? If you ask me, he'll be a corpse on the ground in no time. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, all our classmates are here, but why aren't you up there? Instead, there are strangers I don't recognize. Naruto's sudden move startled everyone lurking in the shadows. Geez, don't make extra trouble for the rest of us. You really are thick-headed sometimes. A swarm of insects bursts forth, followed by a massive hand that yanks Naruto backward, depositing him next to Ino and Choji. There may not be much time, but I'm starting now. Choji rises to his feet and mutters quietly, multi-size technique. In an instant, his body expands several times over as he performs the signature Akimichi secret art. Human boulder. I won't give you any breathing room. I say this because your jutsu is troublesome. Shino stands calmly to the side, watching Pain struggle with the insect swarm. No sooner do the words leave his lips. Fawn over fawn. Clouds of dust explode across the battlefield. Pain, struck with tremendous force, is sent flying uncontrollably, tumbling several times before crashing hard into the ground. As the dust settles, Kiba and Akamaru emerge side by side. Did you see that? That's what true teamwork looks like. Hinata is currently engaged in battle with Konan. Thanks to a sudden cheer from Naruto, a blush spreads across her cheeks. Twin tracking mark competition. Might Guy, shouting his trademark slogan, plummets from above with Lee, landing a crushing kick on Kisame and Itachi. Before, I may have struggled, but now things are different. No one works harder than me, Lee says with unshakable confidence, and Guy immediately echoes him. Well said, Lee. Let's show them the shining power of our youth, right now. Tenten and Niji face off against Hidden. Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, and Sai. The new Team 7 stands together, ready to face Gaara and Kakuzu. All right, let me join in as well. Just as Naruto was about to act, a hand burst out from the earth, grabbing his ankle and tripping him. What is this hand, this hand? Naruto glanced back, his face clearly flustered. It's an Earth-style jutsu. That's the enemy's hand, Sai said, approaching Naruto calmly. He drew his short sword and severed the hand with a clean swipe. After a bout of fierce fighting, the Akatsuki were successfully repelled. They fled in utter disarray. Gaara? System, are you telling me the entire Akatsuki mobilized, only to be driven back by a bunch of rookies from Konoha who don't even look like they're above Chunin? Sasori, the more I see, the more outrageous this gets. Truly absurd. Kakuzu, are you kidding me? We're supposed to be top-tier mercenaries. Hiden, you're just making a mockery of Jashin-sama's devotee. Kisame, Itachi, what's your take on this? Uchiha Itachi, that's probably not us. Look closely. In the video, the hand Kakuzu loses isn't made of flesh and blood. Tendo Pain, was that White Zetsu's disguise then? But why? What's the goal? White Zetsu? Boss, I have no clue either. After all, these are events from the future. There must be some plan at play. The scene shifts. Bathed in the sunset's glow, the elders from the 12's various clans take turns praising their children. Speaking of Akatsuki, they're a gathering of formidable shinobi. And to think you managed to drive them off. Your performance was truly on par with Jonin. Gaara, I can't believe it really was just a bunch of kids barely qualified as Jonin. That's right. So after discussing it, we've decided to request the Hokage to promote all of you to Jonin. Tobarama Senju, good, very good. Konoha's next generation is excellent indeed. The scene buzzes with energy as the adults trade comments back and forth, their chatter lively and warm. All except for him. Naruto, standing alone, unmoving, with not a single person by his side to show concern for him. Could I maybe? Naruto tried to step into that spirited circle, took 2 hesitant steps forward, but then stopped, his words catching in his throat, left unsaid. Different from the others. Sakura's parents, rather than laud her, began a tirade, listing all her faults at home. It looked like Sakura was about to argue with her parents when Naruto rushed over, anxious to help. But just as he opened his mouth, Sakura cut him off. Shut up and don't butt into other people's family matters, she snapped, dismissing Naruto with a harsh tone. Kushina, even though I was prepared for it, even though I thought I knew what my Naruto would go through, seeing it still hurts so much. As his mother, I never got to be there for him. Naruto, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Minato Namikaze said, Kushina, don't cry. Naruto is a strong child. As parents, we can't allow ourselves to be outshone by our own son. Besides, Naruto told us himself that he's proud of us too. Naruto responded, that's right, Dad, Mom. Even though you couldn't be there as I grew up, I still became a worthy ninja. I even became Hokage, carrying on your spirit and will. Kushina whispered, Naruto. Naruto continued gently. It's all right, really. There was Irika-sensei and Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and Sasuke, and Grandpa Third. Even everyone in the village was there for me. I was never truly alone. Everyone. It seems like most people are chosen by their parents. So what about you? After the gathering dispersed, Sai, who was also alone in the world, walked side by side with Naruto. I'm originally from the Foundation. The system for promotions was always different for us, Sai replied, unconcerned by the question. Having explained, they reached an intersection. Naruto and Sai exchanged farewells and went their separate ways. Naruto wandered the streets by himself. His gaze fell upon something. Little by little, his steps slowed until he came to a stop. At the end of his line of sight was a shop sign. Painted on it was an image of a family of 3, a moment where the parents celebrated their child's birthday. Just then, an actual family passed by, carrying a birthday cake, chatting and laughing together. Both the parents and the child wore bright, happy smiles. Hands in his pockets, Naruto suddenly felt an inexplicable heaviness in his chest. He quickened his pace. Aimless once more, he wandered the bustling streets. Time passed swiftly, and dusk gradually fell over the village. Walking past a park, laughter caught Naruto's attention. He turned to look. It was another group of parents, happily playing with their children. Their faces were illuminated by that same joy, that same happiness. But that warm, familial atmosphere felt distant, like a circle Naruto was kept outside of. In that moment, Naruto's longing for his parents reached its peak. He couldn't help but recall their gentle smiles in his mind. His gaze drifted to the Hokage rock and settled on the visage of the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was Naruto's own father. Lost in thought, Naruto stared for a long time. Not until some adults, cradling their sleeping child, walked past him, did he snap out of it? He lowered his head without a word, only speeding up his pace once more. A powerful yearning surged inside him, a longing to go home. The sun dipped below the horizon as twilight deepened. At last, just before the final rays of sunset faded, Naruto returned to his home. He stood at the door and slowly wrapped his hand around the doorknob. He hesitated, as if caught between hope and fear, quietly yearning for something, quietly dreading it. In the end, Naruto made up his mind. He put on a bright, cheerful smile, and, trying to sound upbeat, turned the doorknob and opened the door to his house. "I'm home," he called out, but there were no steaming meals or warm greetings waiting for him behind that door. All that met him was a messy room, cold air, and an oppressive atmosphere. In that instant, the expression on Naruto's face froze completely. It took him a long time to recover himself, but even then, his spirits had only sunk lower. As if he couldn't bear to stay in such a place any longer, Naruto slipped out of the house under the starlit sky. He went to find Irika-sensei, someone he could always rely on, and together they ended up at a ramen shop, one of the few warm places around. "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Irika asked as he accepted a glass of water from old man Ichiraku, sipping as he spoke. Irika-sensei, well, actually, even though Naruto had grown a lot, he still got nervous around Irika, just like he had when he was a kid. "Could you maybe write me a recommendation for Jonin? It seems like most of my friends are getting their parents to do it for them. So I was thinking, maybe you could—" He trailed off, scratching his head in embarrassment. "No, I refuse." Irika turned him down flatly. But why?" "Irika, is this really me in the future?" I turned Naruto down without even a second thought. "Naruto Uzumaki. Irika-sensei, that's pretty cold. I'm going to be Hokage one day. Getting to Jonin should be a piece of cake for me." Then, Irika explained his reasoning. "You'll have to wait until you become a Chunin before thinking about that sort of thing. Even if you save the village from pain and everyone calls you the hero of the leaf, there are no special exceptions." At this point, Irika paused, as if recalling something, and then added, "Your father, the fourth Hokage, also had to go through being a Genin, then Chunin, and Jonin before he could stand watch over the village and eventually become the hero, and then, finally, have his face carved on the mountain. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, you really are an outstanding ninja. It seems my wishes for you truly came true. Sasuke, Naruto, and here you were, still just a Genin at that point. Guess you really were the bottom of the class. Naruto, Sasuke, say that again and see what happens. Shikamaru Nara. But if the Irika-sensei in the video said Naruto defeated pain and saved the village, someone even Kakashi-sensei and Lord Jiraiya struggled against, then Naruto must have surpassed even them, and yet he was still a Genin. That's unbelievable. Tobirama Senju, which means Naruto's power had already grown beyond the likes of those two, and yet he was still just a Genin? How peculiar. AI said, people from Hidden Leaf are really so old-fashioned. If someone with such talent appeared in my Hidden Cloud village, they would have been promoted straight to Jonin by now. Hashirama Senju replied, what a pity, but Naruto belongs to the Leaf. Madara Uchiha grunted, that kid just can't stay out of trouble for a second, can he? Jiraiya chimed in. He truly is the child of prophecy. Well done, Naruto. As they talked, Irika began to notice something wrong with Naruto's mood. He turned and saw Naruto propping his cheek with one hand, gazing off sideways in silence. An air of gloom seemed to surround him. He pouted and spoke with a hint of defiance. But a stone will never say, welcome home. Sometimes I wish he wasn't just a stone hero. I'd rather he was a real person who could look at me and say, welcome home. Naruto slumped forward onto the table, burying his head in the crook of his arm, as if trying to hide from the world. Aren't your parents like that too? Irika-sensei? Kushina's voice trembled. Naruto, oh Naruto. Irika was stunned that Naruto would say something like this. In his eyes, Naruto had always been confident, cheerful, and never one to give up. What's the matter with you today? It's nothing. Naruto's head drooped, his reply weary and weak. It was the first time Irika had faced a Naruto like this, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. A silence fell between them. Ramen's here. The gentle voice of Tucci, the owner, rang out. Moments later, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them. Old man, there's no fish cake in here, Naruto remarked as he sat up and glanced into the bowl, a touch of dissatisfaction in his voice. Oh, we ran out of that, so I gave you extra pickled bamboo shoots instead, Tucci explained, turning with an easy smile, responding to Naruto's question. But even after hearing the explanation, Naruto didn't immediately dig into his favorite ramen as usual. His gaze wandered aimlessly, finally landing on a sign in the shop. In small, clear writing it read, fish cakes sold out today. Without warning, Naruto's frustration suddenly boiled over. I hate pickled bamboo shoots. Anyway, how do they even make this stuff? It's way too tough to chew. Tucci just laughed good-naturedly, patiently explaining, well, pickled bamboo shoots are made by fermenting bamboo shoots until... It's basically rotten bamboo shoots, isn't it? Naruto cut him off before he could finish, spreading his hands and making a face. No, the only thing that's rotten right now is you, Irika interjected, unable to stand Naruto's attitude any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, abruptly grabbing Naruto's shoulder. Hey, don't start a fight in my shop. Tucci quickly tried to calm him down. Ramen without fish cake isn't real ramen at all. A wave of negative emotions piled up inside Naruto. He pulled some money from his pocket and slapped it heavily onto the table before dashing out of the shop. Hey, Naruto, it's not enough. I'll pay for it. Sasuke, Naruto, you idiot. Fine, I'll reluctantly acknowledge you this time. Sakura, Sasuke, Ino Yamanaka, Sasuke, Naruto. Sasuke, what's with you? How could those words actually come out of your mouth? Irika, Naruto, what on earth have you experienced in your future to leave you looking so downcast? No, actually, given everything, he's still just a child. Feelings like that are a perfectly normal reaction. Choji Akimichi, Naruto actually didn't eat his favorite ramen. It must be something very serious. Hashirama Senju, damn it, Tobarama, didn't we create this village so kids wouldn't be left wandering and could grow up happy? Now look at this. Even though there's much less war, there's still a child like Naruto. Madara Uchiha. I told you, Hashirama, true peace hasn't been realized yet. Your vision is just too narrow. Tobarama Senju, brother, for things to turn out like this, the village really let Naruto down. But in the face of outside enemies, protecting the village always comes with sacrifices. All I can say is, anyone who becomes Hokage deserves our respect. Minato Namikaze, protecting the village is my duty as Hokage. I don't regret that. My only regret is not being there to watch Naruto grow up. System, don't worry. The system is all-powerful. Perhaps your wish is something I can make come true. After leaving the ramen shop, Naruto wandered aimlessly through the streets once more. The bustling city felt foreign and distant, as if it had nothing to do with him. Gentle streetlights stretched his lonely silhouette further and further into the night. Mind your own business. Stop right there, Sakura. Having just argued with her mother, Sakura ignored all persuasion and stormed out of the house. And just like that, two kids, each upset in their own way, happened to cross paths. Let's go. Sakura grabbed Naruto's hand. I'll go on a date with you. Follow me. Well, I was hoping for a fun, cheerful date. Though being dragged along, Naruto voiced his thoughts. You talk too much. Hey, Sakura. Are you betraying Sasuke? You really are fickle. Unlike me, utterly devoted. Sakura, no way. How could I go on a date with Naruto? I absolutely love Sasuke. The scene shifts. Naruto and Sakura went to the park and sat down on the swings. Sakura, are you sure this is okay? Your mother was calling for you. Naruto spoke, concern woven into his voice. Just ignore her. She's always like that. No matter what anyone does, she has to interfere and act all superior, bossing everyone around. And my dad isn't any better. You'd think he could help me out once in a while, but in the end, he just does whatever my mom says. He never got the chance to become a jonin, so he's pretty much a useless ninja. The least he could do is be of some use to me. I just want to be like everyone else. To have parents who are worthy of respect. Sometimes, having parents like them is worse than having none at all. Irritation and impatience filled Sakura's voice as she poured out her frustrations to Naruto. Listening to Sakura vent, Naruto's grip on the swing tightened, his voice lowering with unease. Maybe you're going too far. Haruno-ja. Sakura, so that's what you really think of your father. I had no idea you saw me like that. Haruno Yabuki. I can't believe it. We always thought our daughter was our pride, but to hear you say such things, Sakura, it breaks my heart. Haruno Sakura. No, that's not it. It wasn't me. I would never say something like that. Dad, Mom, you have to believe me. Yamanaka Ino. Sakura, you've really crossed the line. Nara Shikamaru. Unbelievable. Looks like this is turning into a troublesome situation. Sasuke. As I thought, you really are an annoying girl, and foolish too. I can't even understand why I ended up with someone like you. Naruto. Sakura. How could you say that about your own parents? Yamanaka Inoichi. That's definitely out of line. Nara Shikaku. I can't agree with what 3 just said. Hashirama Senju. I'm really disappointed to hear that. Tobarama Senju. Monkey, as the current Hokage, you need to set things right. How we raise our children is absolutely crucial. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yes, you're right, Senju. Anoki. Honestly, hearing that doesn't surprise me, but for it to come from one of Konoha's young people is unexpected. Sakura's words in the video made most of the shinobi world instinctively frown, clear disapproval in their eyes. Why is it you in front of me now? Sakura looked at Naruto, but in her mind's eye, someone else's figure appeared before her. If it was Sasuke, he'd definitely understand me. Sasuke, don't drag me into this. I want nothing to do with a foolish woman like you. A strange seal suddenly glimmered around Naruto's right ankle, its light flickering softly. It's been a long time, Naruto Uzumaki. In the shadows on the other side of the park, a man draped in a cloak patterned with red clouds over black and wearing an orange, spiral-patterned mask sat there with casual ease. Naruto turned around, his face filled with utter shock. You're Madara. Without hesitation, Naruto formed hand seals, summoned his shadow clone, and charged at Madara, Rasengan in hand. Senju Tobarama, still denying it. You wicked Madara? Who else could slip so easily into Konoha's depths and pass undetected by the barrier unit? Madara remained calm and unconcerned, watching Naruto's attack with the barest interest, not even bothering to dodge. Then, something strange happened. Naruto's Rasengan, powered up and aimed right at Madara, struck dead on. Yet it passed straight through as though he were attacking empty air. Having unleashed his full strength only for his attack to miss, Naruto, keenly aware of Madara's might, couldn't stop his momentum. He crashed into the park's railing, bending it with a force, and tumbled to the ground. You're just as reckless as ever. Madara seemed to have anticipated all of this and wasn't at all surprised by Naruto's actions. You bastard. A fierce curse rang out. Sakura appeared above Madara in a flash, showing no mercy as she brought her leg down in a powerful strike. In an instant, water and smoke burst upward, and the sheer force of her blow sent tremors rippling across the ground. When the smoke cleared, there was a deep crater at the spot where Sakura now stood. But standing ahead of both Naruto and Sakura, Madara remained utterly unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura is this violent in the future. Lady Tsunade, oh, that's quite interesting. Though this wasn't entirely expected, it hardly matters. Madara spoke again in his level, unsettling calm. He reached into his cloak and produced a glass orb, tossing it high into the air. Slowly, it drifted upward, shedding a faint red glow. Gradually, the orb drifted in front of the moon, blocking it from view. At the same time, the red light became ever more intense. At last, within the glass orb, an ominous Sharingan, a 7-tomo mangekyo, emerged. A brief pause, and then the orb flashed, illuminating the night like it was midday. What the hell are you doing? The light was so blinding that Naruto and Sakura had to shield their eyes, afraid to look directly. When the glare faded, Madara had vanished with it. Achi Madara, what was that? Senja Hashirama. Madara, what did you just do? Achi Madara. Hashirama. For the 1,000th time, that's not me. Stop confusing me with that imposter. Senja Hashirama. Oh, I see, Madara. What just happened? Naruto looked all around, searching for a trace of Madara. Where did that bastard go? He might still be lurking nearby. We need to alert everyone right away. Sakura shared his wariness. Naruto nodded his agreement to her plan. The two of them were just about to leave the park when, by chance, they ran into Team 8 out on a walk. Shino, Kiba, and Hinata. Hey, what are you two up to? Kiba was the first to greet them. Perfect timing, all of you. It's serious. Madara was just here. Seeing familiar faces, Naruto and Sakura each hurriedly explained the current predicament. Hearing this, the three members of Team 8 looked utterly bewildered. Wait, what's a Madara supposed to be? A pattern, maybe? Kiba asked in confusion. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp yelp escaped him. It turned out Akamaru had just sunk his teeth into Kiba's behind. Knock it off, you troublemaker. Attacking me when I'm distracted. How could you? What are you after anyway? I'm not in the mood to see your dog face right now. Kiba all but spat out these words, gritting his teeth. Akamaru let out a fierce pair of barks, then decisively chose to stalk off on his own. Did something happen between you and Akamaru? Now, it was Naruto's turn to look baffled, but Kiba's reply left Naruto utterly gobsmacked. What do you mean? This is just how we always act. Seriously, sometimes I wish I'd been born a cat ninja instead. Shino, standing off to the side, decided to chime in. You know why he says that? Kiba's a bona fide katlue. Kiba what? Akamaru woof. 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 Hana Inuzuka. Kiba, is this how you really feel deep down inside? Some Inuzuka. Kiba, looks like I was wrong about you. Since you don't like cute dogs, I'll just take Akamaru with me. Kiba, no way, not a chance. Who said I like cats? Akamaru is my absolute favorite. That's not me up there at all. Sakura, that's right. That's not us either. So what were you two doing here anyway? Don't tell me you're out on a date? Hinata turned her head, casting a suspicious glance at Naruto and Sakura. Niji, is that Lady Hinata? Hanabi, so this is what you look like with long hair, big sister. It's beautiful. Hinata, is that really me? Sakura first stared in disbelief, then laughed and waved her hands in denial. Come on, Hinata, what kind of idea is that? Before Sakura could finish, Hinata was already striding toward her face anything but friendly. Leaning in close, so only Sakura could hear, Hinata hissed a menacing threat in her ear. If you dare make a move on him, I'll make you pay. Her Byakugan flared to life, a wave of unyielding, commanding energy radiating from her. Spill it now. With that, Hinata stepped back, assuming an attack stance and radiating hostility. Sakura's hands, pressed anxiously to her chest, trembled even harder. She tried her best to deny it all. Hinata, however, was not about to let things go, her eyes fixed intently on Sakura as she waited for a satisfactory explanation. The tension in the air grew more and more intense, practically crackling between them. Hey, let's all calm down a little. Sensing things starting to get out of hand, Naruto hurried to try and intervene. But the moment Naruto spoke up, things went from bad to worse. Hinata appeared even angrier. She raised her hand and grabbed Naruto by the collar in one swift motion. You, why are you taking her side? Hinata's forceful presence was overwhelming at this close distance, and Naruto couldn't help but start to sweat in big, nervous drops. Sakura, maybe we should just... Naruto struggled to turn his head, glancing over at Sakura. Why yeah, maybe that's best. Sakura mumbled, clearly not wanting to stir the pot any further, as she discreetly edged away toward the opposite side. As if on cue, the Naruto and Hinata's grip suddenly vanished in a cloud of smoke. At the same moment, Sakura, having stepped outside the reach of the others, made her move. Together with Naruto, she broke into a sprint and made their escape. They ran away, so it really was a date after all. Realizing what had happened, Hinata stamped her foot furiously in frustration. With a loud shout, she bolted off in hot pursuit. Stop, you jerks! Naruto and Sakura dashed frantically into a narrow alleyway, scrambling over piles of junk and discarded clutter. Finally, they managed to lose Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto, was that really Hinata? She was terrifying just now. Hyuga Hanabi. Whoa, so that's what my big sister will be like in the future? Wow, she's so cool. I've decided I want to be that confident when I grow up too. Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata. I didn't expect her to change so much in the future. Maybe I need to reconsider my decisions. Niji, I don't even know what to say. Seeing Hinata-sama like that, it's complicated. Sakura, Hinata, don't be so scary. I have no interest in Naruto. Yamanaka, whoa, who would have thought Hinata had this side to her? This is truly eye-opening. Meanwhile, our heroine Hinata, upon seeing her future self boldly grabbing Naruto by the collar on the screen, instantly blushed from ear to ear. Heat seemed to rise off the top of her head, and just like that, she fainted dead away. The hazy night receded, giving way to a dazzling sea of lights that stretched out before the two of them. What was that all about just now? Those guys, is that how things are between them? No, it's not like that. Naruto and Sakura, breathless after their mad dash, glanced at each other in confusion, voicing the same sort of questions. Hey, Choji, let's go get some barbecue. It's only 1,500 Ryo for an all-you-can-eat table. For 3 people, that comes out to, let me see, how much was it again? At the sound of a familiar voice, Naruto and Sakura looked up to see Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino from Team 10 walking by. 500 Ryo each, came the reply. The slender Choji looked at Shikamaru with a face full of helplessness. In any case, I dislike buffets. My appetite is too small, so spending 500 Ryo isn't worth it. Akimichi Choza, is that really my son? Putting aside how slim he's gotten, not liking buffets? A small appetite? Can he really say things like that? Choji, I could never say that, but that Shikamaru is interesting. He looks like he's the gluttonous one here. Shikamaru, as if I'd ever bother with something that troublesome. As they spoke, Shikamaru and Choji started arguing. Neither was willing to back down, and their quarrel only grew fiercer. Unable to watch any longer, Ino, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward. Hey now, easy. Shikamaru, Choji, you two shouldn't fight. She gently pushed herself between them, separating the two as she tried to reason with them. Did she just say easy? Naruto and Sakura stood watching the scene, both with looks of disbelief on their faces. It was at that moment that Ino noticed Naruto and Sakura. Sakura-chan, if you're free, would you like to join us? She trotted over to them, her voice soft and inviting. Chan. Naruto felt chills run all over his body, unconsciously leaning backward. As I thought, ever since Madara disappeared, everyone's been acting weird. Sakura whispered quietly in Naruto's ear. Sakura. Ha 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 ha. You really look so creepy like this, don't you think, Sasuke? Sasuke, leave me out of this. In no way, that's not me. I could never act like that. Tobirama Senju. Don't be upset, little ones of Konoha. What we're seeing in the video is likely an effect of Madara's jutsu, not your true selves. Shikakinara. After watching for this long, you almost have noticed, aside from Naruto and Sakura, everyone's personality is reversed in this video. It should have something to do with the glass sphere that Madara threw out. Tobirama Senju. As expected of the Nara clan, your deduction is quite sharp. Inoki, is this Jinjutsu? Itachi Uchiha. It seems similar, but there's something more to it. Minato Namikaze. To me, it looks more like Naruto and Sakura have been pulled into another world, just like the system described. A parallel world. Tobirama Senju. I agree with the fourth Hokage. Rather than standard Jinjutsu, it feels like a blend of illusion and space-time ninjutsu. Madara, it definitely up to something beyond the ordinary. To drag people into another world, such a jutsu is simply terrifying. At least so far, I've never seen anything like it. Countless people across the ninja world fell silent once more. With each new revelation from the system, the events destined for the future had completely surpassed a normal ninja's understanding of what ninjutsu could achieve. Listen, everyone, just a moment ago, Madara launched an attack. Naruto, already sensing that something was seriously wrong, was still unwilling to give up. He tried once more to describe what had just happened. What? Madara. As expected, just like Team 8 earlier, Ino and her teammates showed not the slightest hint of recognition when they heard the name Madara. What's going on with you two today? You've been acting really odd. Ino's concerned gaze settled on Naruto and Sakura. It's not us. The strange thing is, Sakura, a little worked up, started to say more, but Naruto gently stopped her. For a moment, none of the five spoke. The group was wrapped in a hush, the air heavy with confusion. After what felt like ages, Choji took a step forward and, with worry etched into his voice, patted Sakura gently on the shoulder. Sakura, you're the child of a hero. You have to stay strong. Hearing her teammates' concern, Sakura was touched. She lowered her head, feeling a rush of emotion. But then, all at once, she jerked her head up, her small face clouded by deep confusion. Child of a hero? See for yourself. Choji raised his arm and pointed toward Konoha's most iconic landmark, the Hokage Rock. Sakura and Naruto followed the direction of his finger. Where Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, should have been carved in stone, his face had vanished. In its place now stood the visage of Sakura's own father, Haruno Akira. Hiruzen Sarutobi. In that world, Minato isn't the fourth Hokage? That can't be right. With Minato's abilities, he should absolutely qualify. Haruno Megumi. Darling, you actually became the fourth Hokage? Even if it's just hypothetical, could it be that you were secretly a genius all along? Was your hidden talent finally discovered? Otherwise, this makes no sense. Haruno Akira, wait, don't get carried away. I'm just an ordinary guy, nothing special. Kushina Uzumaki. If Minato isn't the Hokage in that world, does that mean we never died? Then, Minato Namikaze, Kushina, calm down. This is the enemy's jutsu at work. Naruto is still in danger. What does all this mean? Of all of them, Naruto was the most shocked. His jaw dropped as he stared, frozen in place. Hey, what are you all making such a racket about? A voice, deeply familiar, rang out. Almost in unison, Sakura and Naruto jolted, turning around on instinct. Across the street, Sasuke strolled toward them at a relaxed pace, hands thrust casually in his pockets. Sasuke? Sakura was the first to recover, her voice laced with disbelief. Why are you in this village? Naruto was visibly more shocked, his pupils contracting sharply as he stared hard at Sasuke. His voice unconsciously rose a notch, reflecting his agitation. In contrast to Naruto's intense reaction, Sasuke seemed far more composed. He stopped in front of the group, spread his hands nonchalantly, and said something that both Naruto and Sakura found utterly absurd. What's wrong with staying in the village I love? No, that's not what I meant. Even now, Naruto couldn't control his emotions. Beads of cold sweat clung to his face, his shock lingering, refusing to fade. Your expression, you look as if you've just seen a ghost. Sakura, Minma. Minma sounds just like the word for bamboo shoot pickles in Chinese, and Naruto sounds like surimi cake. I think you all know what I mean. Noticing the stunned looks on both Naruto's and Sakura's faces, Sasuke called out their names, a bit exasperated. Minma is Uzumaki Naruto. Minma? Who's that? I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am who I am, no one else. Mei Terumi. I suppose it must be Naruto from another world. The scene shifts. In the bathhouse, Ino, Sakura, Hinata, and Tenten were soaking in the bath. A mysterious white glow shimmered across the screen. Knowing that fans aren't interested in scenes like these, the system censored everything except the girls' faces. Even if I made it myself, I can't help but feel so blissful. Tenten, can you please stop messing around with your ninja tools? That's really dangerous in here. Ugh. That chon honorific. No matter how many times I hear it, I can't stand it. Ugh, come relax in the bath. Everyone said they were coming, so I tagged along to see what it was all about. The girls continued to chat, each taking a turn. Still as flat as ever, I see. Hinata leaned casually against the edge of the bath, glaring at Sakura with hostility. First she mocked, and then staked her claim. Mima is my man. Don't forget it, flat chest. Stung by that pointed remark, Sakura's cheeks flushed scarlet. She crossed her arms and sank into the water until only her head was visible. Flat chest. I think this might be the first time I've ever resented Hinata. Meanwhile, the men's bathhouse was packed as well. So, only bushy brows didn't show up, huh? Naruto's gaze swept across the room. That happens all the time. The reason's simple. He's obsessed with his training. Shino, sitting beside Naruto, offered an explanation. Rock Lee, Guy-sensei, did you see that? Even in another world, I'm burning with the fire of youth and sticking to my training. My guy, as expected of my student Lee. Well done. Kiba, look. Got yas. Using soap bubbles, Kiba fashioned a pair of cat ears on his head, showing off loudly. Meow meow. Akamaru woof. Woof woof. Beside him, Shikamaru's excited shouts caught Naruto's attention. Shikamaru was sliding around on the soapy floor, heading straight toward the stack of little stools he'd piled up himself. Strike! With a triumphant cry, Shikamaru crashed into the stools, sending them scattering in all directions. But the momentum was too much. He had no way to stop himself, and tumbled headfirst into Choji's bath. Water splashed everywhere. Choji, caught by surprise, tried to dodge but still ended up soaked. Shikamaru, get a rest, would you? We're not little kids anymore, and now there's barely any bathwater left. With hands on his hips and brows furrowed, Choji scolded him sternly. Saw thee. Shikamaru scratched his head in embarrassment. Shikamaru, Choji, you two are hilarious. It's rare to see the fun-loving, gluttonous Shikamaru and the calm, mature Choji switched up like this. Chozo Akimichi, Choji, even though that wasn't really you, sometimes I wish you could let loose every now and then. Shikaka Nara. I have to admit, Shikamaru, you're unexpectedly pretty cute like this. Shikamaru Nara, what a drag. But I guess it might be fun to try it out. Choji Akimichi. Shikamaru acting like that is rare. Munch munch. So tasty. Kiba's into cats now. Shikamaru's acting like a fool. Just watching you guys is aggravating. Naruto tugged at his hair, unable to resist his complaints. You're the one who overreacts to everything. Such a pain. Sasuke, nearby, shot back with his own snark. Ugh, you never change, huh? Naruto grumbled, at a loss for words. Wait, over here. Look this way. Neji suddenly called out to the others who were busy scrubbing themselves. Byakugan was already activated. No one saw when he'd done it. Having shouted, Neji turned away. Even with a wall between them, his gaze was fixed straight at the women's bath next door. Neji, I've got a really bad feeling about this. Inside the women's bath, Hinata and Sakura were still arguing about Kawaki. Suddenly, this presence. Could it be? Hinata's senses sharpened. Something felt wrong. Oh no, this is bad. Hiding on the boy's side, his Byakugan peering through the wall, Neji instantly realized Hinata had caught onto him. Panic took hold. Seething with unspent anger, Hinata clenched her fists. A murderous aura radiated from her. That jerk Neji, I'm going to make him pay. With 3 quick steps that nearly became one, she burst out of the bath, dead set on putting her clothes back on and hunting Neji down. Shino, even through the screen, one can feel murderous intent pouring out. The reason I say this is because Hinata finds it deeply offensive for Neji to use his Byakugan for peeping. Hinata and Neji. Brother Neji. Tenten. Neji, you always put on an aloof face, but could it be you've got some special hidden hobby in private? Ha ha heck. Neji, the elders have said it before, what we see in the video could be another world altogether. So that's not really me. Besides, I would never do something like that. Hayashi Hyuga. That does make sense, yet that Neji does look like you. Just a version from another world. Although the act is disgraceful, seeing you like this is certainly a rare sight. Neji. Father, not you too. Rock Lee Neji, this won't do. If you slack off, I'll surpass you before you know it. Hinata and Sakura casually grab towels from beside the bath. After draping towels over their glowing figures, they're about to leave the bathing area when, from the changing room, Ino lets out a piercing cry that shakes the air. The sound rings loud and clear into the men's side next door. Alarmed by the outcry, Sakura and Hinata's footsteps turn into a dash as they rush toward the changing area. Ow, that hurts. There, sprawled out on the floor of the women's changing room, where he absolutely should not be, lies Rock Lee. His face contorts in pain, groaning softly. Just above him, a gaping hole glares from the ceiling, impossible to ignore. Clearly, Lee had been hiding in the ceiling space above the girls' changing room. Lee, what are you doing here? Sakura demands, her voice cracking with disbelief. Hinata, on the other hand, has lost all patience. Still seething from Niji's earlier peeping, she now finds herself faced with Lee's blatant misbehavior. Brimming with fury and a dangerous air, Hinata seizes Lee by the collar and yells at him. You idiot, Rock Lee. Said you were off to train, but here you are, trying to peek at us. No, it's not that. I was just training when something tugged me down here. It was all just a terrible accident. Lee protests, feeling the waves of Hinata's very real and palpable wrath. Sweat beads up and pours down his face as he waves his hands frantically, panic in his eyes. So you just happened to end up on the bathhouse roof? Tintin, now dressed, steps in mercilessly, her words sharp as ever. Niji, Lee, do you really think anyone's going to buy such a clumsy excuse? Your so-called hard training does seem remarkably creative. I have to admit, in this regard, you've far surpassed me. Lee, impossible. No, that's not me. The hard-working, dedicated Lee wouldn't stoop to something so base, right, Guy-sensei? My guy, Lee, don't lose heart. I believe in you. Before I take care of Niji, I'll deal with you first. Hinata's fury, which was already on the verge of erupting, could no longer be contained. Her grip tightened on Lee's collar, and with one fierce motion, she hoisted him right off the ground. Just as it seemed violence was about to break out, a sudden commotion echoed from the bathhouse entrance. Hey, what's going on in here? Naruto was the first to push aside the half-drawn curtain and burst in, a tone of worry coloring his question. Startled, Ino hastily straightened out her somewhat disheveled clothing and slipped behind Sakura for cover. Lee tried to peep. Tintin accused him, pointing a sharp finger in his direction. What did you say? That's unforgivable. Niji, unable to rein in his righteous wrath, blurted out despite the mounting tension. With that, Hinata's attention instantly shifted from Lee to Niji. You're in no place to judge him. She let go of Lee and turned her fury on Niji, lashing out physically. Sensing a window of escape, Lee didn't hesitate. He darted off like his life depended on it. Darn it, he got away. Everyone after him, except for Naruto and Sakura, the group quickly gave chase. Honestly, what even is all this? Sakura muttered, exasperation thick in her voice. It seems like all the traits we know about everyone have been flipped upside down. After observing the group for a while, Naruto came to his conclusion. Does that include Sasuke-kun too? As expected, Sakura's chief concern was still Sasuke. No, that guy hasn't changed at all. He's still got that face that makes you grit your teeth in frustration. Uchiha Sasuke. What do you mean by that, Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto. It's true. Sasuke, you always have that expressionless face and a personality that could kill with a single word. It drives people mad. Uchiha Makoto. Oh no, Sasuke's personality seems a bit worrying. Uchiha Itachi. Don't worry, Mom. After a brief assessment of the situation, Naruto and Sakura quickly got dressed and joined the main group pursuing Lee. You might not use ninjutsu, but did you really think you could get away from us? It wasn't long before Lee was cornered by the group, surrounded on all sides. I thought I knew you, Lee. Niji, still undeterred by danger, was the first to voice his disapproval again. I said it before. Why do you act like you're the right person to lecture him? Sure enough, Hinata zeroed in on Niji once again, stepping forward and grabbing his collar menacingly. And no, that's not how it happened. A nervous sweat rolling down his face, Lee tried to defend himself. I was just training, practicing rooftop jumps, when I got caught on something. As he spoke, Lee made a point of showing the ripped fabric at his right shoulder. And then I just happened to fall into the women's bath. No more excuses. Hinata clearly didn't believe his story, clenching her fists so tightly her knuckles whitened. Wait a minute. Naruto and Sakura arrived, just in time, their voices ringing out to stop Hinata, who was about to take action. It might just be a coincidence, after all. Sakura squeezed through the crowd with a quick jog, reached out to help Rock Lee up, and sheltered him behind her. Enough talk. If there's suspicion, it's better to give him a beating first and sort things out later. Hinata was clearly unwilling to let Lee off the hook so easily. Whatever excuses there might be, the fact remained. Lee had appeared in the women's changing room. There was no denying that. Wait, Lee isn't that kind of person. Sakura still tried to defend him. But just then, her hand brushed against the tear in Lee's right shoulder as she gripped his torn outfit. With the gentlest pull, Lee's green bodysuit slipped completely off through the rip. The very next moment, the entire scene froze in utter shock. Every face seemed to lose control as eyes widened in perfect unison, all painted with disbelief. The set of white and pink women's lingerie that Rock Lee wore underneath was so conspicuous. It shone like a brilliant light on a dark street, dazzling them all. That's actually my underwear. Tenen's face was stricken with panic, her voice shaking. You stole it from the dressing room, didn't you? Now, with both the culprit and the evidence in plain sight, there was no escape. A piercing scream erupted, slicing through the air. Anoki. In the end, it's clear our generation has grown old. We just can't keep up with the wild antics of the youth. Kiba. No, I must speak up for our generation. No one, not even the young ones, have gone this far. Madarumi, my eyes. Chojuro, cover your eyes this instant. You mustn't become corrupted. Chojuro, don't worry, Lady Mizukage, I have no peculiar taste whatsoever. Hey, absolutely disgraceful. A man should show some dignity and backbone. Killer Bee, my big bro speaks the truth. Gotta have some style, not act all meek and mild. Face life with pride. Don't get tired. Bakayero Kuruyero. Niji, that's a whole new level of 6. Oh, Rokli, that's impossible. Guy-sensei, you have to believe me. My guy, Lee, don't worry, I gags. Of course, I believe you, I really do. It's just that your outfit is a little, gags again, a little too much. Rock Lee, Guy-sensei, not you too. The scene shifted. Naruto and Sakura had climbed to an observation platform beside the Hokage rock. It was quiet here, almost deserted. The two of them took turns voicing their gripes. Madara's technique must have transported us to another world. That's the only explanation. Sakura spoke after a moment's thought, making a bold guess. What do you mean, another world? I don't know either. After exhausting all their ideas, the two could only decide to temporarily adapt to this unfamiliar place while gathering useful information and looking for ways to break through Madara's jutsu. In that case, you're forbidden from saying your real name in front of everyone for now. What? Come on, what kind of rule is that? Because here you're called Menma, right? To gather intel smoothly, just go along with it for now. Sakura hopped down the steps, turning back to flash Naruto a mischievous grin. Got it, Menma? Her request was met with a helpless sigh from Naruto. Even Sakura is doing this too. After they parted ways, Sakura relied on what little she knew and made her way home. She switched on the lights. The house echoed with emptiness. At the corner of the entranceway, a photograph of herself winning an award hung on the wall. In her hand was a present, tucked into her arms insistently by the shopkeeper's wife as Sakura passed by her store. There was no noisy welcome from her parents. Sakura stood in place, stunned, momentarily unable to react. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, as awareness snapped back, Sakura broke into a fit of joy. She slipped off her shoes haphazardly and dashed into her room, humming with excitement, forgetting entirely about the warnings her parents had given her. Haruno Sprout. Looks like Sakura really can't stand us, darling. Haruno Akira. Sigh. It really does seem that way. Haruno Sakura. That's not true, Mom, Dad. Meanwhile, Naruto was making his own way home, muttering to himself as he walked. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. That's the truth. Wait a second. A sudden thought flashed through Naruto's mind, and he slowed down. Sakura's parents are heroes now, which means the realization that his own parents might still be alive made Naruto quicken his pace without a second thought. Before long, impatient with walking, he broke into a run. Excitement bubbled in his chest as the night breeze whipped past him. At last, Naruto halted outside the house he remembered as his own. Dad, Mom. Without hesitation, he twisted the doorknob and stepped inside his home. Kushina, so we aren't dead. In this world, Naruto can see both me and Minato. Minato, I know how you feel, Kushina, but we're still caught in the enemy's jutsu. Naruto's safety is what matters most. The house was filled with bright, welcoming light, a scene straight out of a happy memory. Yet, there was no sign of the parents he remembered. Instead, he was met by a woman just out of the bath, wrapped in a towel. Their eyes met. A sudden, heavy silence fell. It was nothing short of mortifying. How dare you? What do you think you're doing? The lady's initial shock disappeared behind a mask of anger, and she glared fiercely at Naruto, who was standing frozen. No, this is supposed to be my house. Naruto fumbled for an explanation, panic making his voice catch. This is my house. The woman's expression only grew more hostile. Get out. I'm calling someone right now. Combs, mirrors, makeup boxes, and finally even the television. All of them were hurled by the landlady, landing hard on Naruto's head. The door then slammed shut with force, cutting off all warmth and light, leaving Naruto, standing in the shadows. Is there nowhere left for me to stay? Naruto slumped to the ground, clutching his aching head. Unable to hold it back, he let out a cry from the depths of his soul. Seriously, this world, stop joking around already. Hey! His loud shouting naturally provoked the landlady's fury once again. The door flew open. A sofa came flying out, sending Naruto sprawling as he was struck and flung outside. And so, with nowhere else to go, Naruto spent the night huddled on a park bench. Kushina, so infuriating. How could that woman do this? Even if you're going to make trouble for my Naruto, can't you at least be fair? Sakura gets to enjoy a comfortable night at home, and my poor Naruto has to rough it in a park. Madara, Uchiha. If I had to deal with that brat, I'd just squeeze him flat in a second. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Calm down, Kushina. If you and Minato hadn't passed away, Naruto would never have been forced to live in such an isolated place. For his safety, I safeguarded your old home after you died, planning to return it to Naruto once he was strong enough to protect himself. Minato Namikaze. Is that true, Lord Third? Kushina. All that for house? Was it really necessary? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Absolutely. At the time, every hidden village was operating under a better safe than sorry mentality, even if it meant killing thousands instead of missing one enemy. Anoki, you can't just say things like that, Hokage. Magtirumi, oh. So your plan, Hokage, is to elevate yourself by disparaging the rest of us. Hey, seriously, you have no shame, but even that has a limit. Rasa, ridiculous. Sarutobi Hiruzen, say what you will. When war breaks out, no village is truly innocent or merciful. Even after hostilities end, just because the Kage doesn't give the order doesn't mean no one will act. I was just taking precautions. The Pure Land, inside the Shinigami's stomach. Minato and Kushina furrowed their brows almost at the exact same moment, sensing something wasn't quite right, though they couldn't pinpoint what. After all, Hiruzen was an elder and had been the third Hokage, while Minato and Kushina had died too early to truly know the state of the shinobi world at the time. After several moments of consideration, Minato and Kushina managed to accept Hiruzen's explanation, but a sense of unease had already taken root. On the other side, Sakura, who'd slept soundly at home, had just woken up. As she glanced around absent-mindedly, she suddenly saw someone standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window. Sasuke. Sakura recognized him immediately. Her cheeks grew hot, her heart quickened, and after hurriedly slipping on a presentable outfit, she carefully slid open the window. Is something the matter? You're up early this morning. With a bright, gentle smile, Sasuke looked at Sakura, letting slip a note of concern. I was a bit worried about you after how you seemed yesterday. The moment those words left his lips, Sakura grew visibly excited. She couldn't help but take a step closer, narrowing the gap between them. If there's anything troubling you, just let me know. I'll always be here to support you. Producing a rose from behind his back, Sasuke's gaze filled with tenderness and his voice softened to an impossibly gentle warmth, leaving Sakura utterly smitten. Sasuke, huh? Would I really act that way toward that silly girl? Mikoto Uchiha. Even though Sasuke from that other world doesn't exactly seem well-behaved, there's something inexplicably endearing about him. Fugaku Uchiha. Could it be that Sasuke actually has this kind of potential? It's my fault. I completely overlooked that. Mikoto Uchiha. Fugaku, what are you saying? Our Sasuke could never turn out like that. He'll grow up to be a tall, handsome young man. Itachi Uchiha. After parting ways with Sasuke, Sakura found Naruto looking more disheveled than ever, slumped on a park bench. Imagine that, me, spending the night on the street in our own village. It's almost unbelievable. Naruto hung his head, his voice hollow, surrounded by heaps of trash piled up on the bench. Oh wow, you really had it tough. What's with that? You say it like none of this concerns you. Aren't you in the same boat, Sakura? Hearing Naruto's comment, Sakura propped her chin on one hand and remembered last night's carefree, untroubled freedom. The smile tugging at her lips just wouldn't fade. After a moment, she replied, If I had to say, I'm quite comfortable right now. Comfortable? I'm the only one down on my luck then. Naruto looked even more crestfallen, the blow evidently hitting hard. But this was Naruto, after all. Within seconds, he regained his composure, quickly grasping the situation at hand. Squaring his shoulders, he and Sakura turned their attention to finding a way to break Madara's jutsu. What a beautiful scene, came a familiar voice. Naruto and Sakura turned to see. It was Sai, painting quietly, though his artwork left a lot to be desired. Danzom, Sasuke huh? Root Organization's secret base. Sai watched himself on the screen, bathed in sunlight, face aglow as he painted. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Almost reflexively, he drew a small sketchbook from his pocket, his finger tracing the slightly rough cover. He turned to a fresh page. For a long while, a quiet murmur broke the silence. So is that really me? Pure Land. A smile never left Uchiha Madara's face. The manifestation of the infinite Tsukuyami was the ultimate validation of his plans. Its existence confirmed everything. Madara's strategy ran marvelously true. Obito did a pretty good job, didn't he? Hashirama, true peace will be achieved by my own hands. Elsewhere, Shino held a can of insecticide and unleashed a flawless 360-degree sweep at the insects surrounding him. Shino, I would never do such a thing. I said that because these insects are my battle partners. But the way Sakura is being treated is what's really different. Naruto smiled as he watched Sakura, encircled by a group of children, and it was clear he truly felt happy for her. Along the way, people cast Sakura warm, kind glances. Sasuke, Naruto, what are you grinning at over there? Naruto, of course I'm happy for Sakura. Minato Namikaze, ahem. Kushina, ahem. Hayashi Hyuga, ahem. Hanabi Hyuga. Sasuke, Naruto, get this straight. How Sakura is treated in the video is exactly how you should be treated. You got it. After discussing things, the two decided to go straight to the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, for information. The two of them, well-versed in the way, arrive at the entrance to the Hokage's office. Naruto placed his hand on the door handle, ready to push the door open. No way. Is the tailed beast from the land of lightning really gone? Tsunade's voice, filled with surprise, carried right through the door, falling clearly on Naruto and Sakura's ears. Both of them tensed, then, without hesitation, pushed open the door and stepped into the Hokage's office. What's going on? What did you just say? Even before they entered, Naruto's anxious voice rang out. Did something happen to Uncle B? Killer B. Looks like the Nine-Tails kid gets along really well with the Eight-Tails. Oh yeah, Victory Ant. Calm down. Though Tsunade was startled by Naruto and Sakura's sudden appearance, she quickly composed herself and began to explain. I heard the person who was captured is a female Jinchuriki. Hey, could it be Yujito ni? Damn it. Yujito ni, I'm still here. After Tsunade's explanation, Naruto and Sakura roughly grasped the situation. A masked man with a rare bloodline, in recent years, had been indiscriminately collecting rare jutsu. And just recently, he set his sights on the tailed beasts. A masked man? Naruto was startled. He's an internationally wanted S-class criminal, Shizune added from the side. Tailed beasts in a mask. Sakura, could that guy possibly be? Yeah, it's true there's no Madara in this world, but just like Minma, Madara might have changed his name and identity to reappear here. Naruto and Sakura exchanged a knowing look, silently coming to the conclusion that the masked man could only be Madara. Defeating Madara should be enough to break this inexplicable jutsu and return us to our original world. With that thought blazing in his heart, Naruto hurriedly asked Tsunade, so where exactly is that guy now? Senju Tobarama. In that case, perhaps Madara really is the so-called masked man. Narashimru. Based on all the intel we have, this might be the quickest way to unravel Madara's jutsu. But I feel like we're missing something. Jiraiya. Why? Why has my Tsunade ended up like this, flat as a board? I can't accept this, cough cough, but it looks like Shizune has gotten much stronger. Shizune. L-Lord Jiraiya. Tsunade, Jiraiya. Are you asking for trouble? It's no use. He's not someone you can handle. All the hidden villages, ourselves included, have tried countless times to defeat him. At this, Shizune paused, her expression falling into quiet sorrow. But even Lord Jiraiya went after him, and never came back. Jiraiya? Did I die again? The pervy. Sage. Hearing this, Naruto's heart ached once again. Jiraiya said, back when he was alive, there's only one way to defeat the masked man. Tsunade let out a small sigh. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't hide the pain between her brows, yet she forced herself to stay strong in the face of all the Hokage's responsibilities. We must use the sealing scroll, the Book of Crimson Moon. That is the only way. Just then, an ordinary man's voice echoed through the room. Naruto, whose spirits had sunk, suddenly jerked his head up, his pupils tightening. It was a voice he'd heard only a few times, but one he could never forget. Slowly, bit by bit, Naruto turned his head and saw two people standing in the doorway, each wearing a gentle smile. A blonde young man and a red-haired young woman. Actually, the intention was to write mature woman, but it felt a bit off. Welcome back. We're home. Sakura quickly noticed the scene as well, her eyes instinctively turning to Naruto. Dad, Mom, they're alive. Naruto stared at his parents, faces he both knew better than anyone and could hardly believe he was seeing again. His voice trembled slightly. The words had barely left Naruto's lips when, in the very next instant, the sound of quick, decisive footsteps echoed across the Hokage's office, and a wave of red hair fluttered by. With a single, well-aimed punch, Kushina struck Naruto cleanly on the head. "Ow, that hurts." Naruto clutched his head, stumbling back 2 steps before plopping down hard on the floor. "Is that any way to greet your parents after they return from mission?" Kushina's red hair seemed to bristle with energy, her eyes fixed sternly on Naruto, a clear and unrestrained anger written across her face. "Minato Namikaze, Kushina, your temper is still as frightening as ever. That's our child we're talking about. What if you hurt him by accident?" Kushina, "Oh? Do you have a problem with that?" Minato Namikaze, No, I don't. Not at all." Kushina, Still, at least in that other world, we did get to watch Naruto grow up together." Minato Namikaze, "Yes, and maybe this enemy attack isn't all bad after all. As a father, I trust Naruto unconditionally. I believe he'll come through this ordeal just like before." "That's right, in this world." Sakura was the first to react, turning to Minato with a request. "Please, could you tell us more about what happened?" Minato had actually planned to report this incident already. Seeing Sakura's earnestness, he naturally took up the story. Jiraiya, before he passed away, seemed to have received a prophecy at Mount Myaboku. The prophecy claimed that the masked man would be defeated by the Scarlet Moon book he brought back. Since the Great Toad Sage's predictions never miss, Jiraiya staked his life to obtain the Scarlet Moon book. There was a faint sorrow in Minato's voice. But because of that, he was gravely injured and never made it back to the village. He lost his life. Jiraiya. So, even this time, my death meant something. No regrets. No regrets at all. Ha ha ha. Anonymous. Dying because of a prophecy again? I don't see why that's anything to celebrate. If the future can be predicted, is it really the future? Life is only colorful because it's full of uncertainty. After Minato finished sharing all the information, Tsunade spent a moment in thought before giving out the next order. "Minato, Kushina, after Kakashi and Guy return from their missions, you'll go and retrieve the Scarlet Moon book." At this critical moment, Naruto finally snapped out of his daze and turned to Tsunade with a request. "Let me go on that mission too, Granny." Tsunade slouched comfortably into her chair, crossed her arms, and refused with a hint of leisure. "There's no need for you to take part in this mission. Please, I'm asking you." Just as Naruto was about to protest, Minato's calm voice interjected. "Don't worry. I promise I'll bring back the Scarlet Moon book." "All right then." With Minato's reassurance, Tsunade could only nod in agreement. "Thank you very much." With the task decided, everyone gradually left the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, "Minato, you're as understanding as ever. So gentle." Hiruzen, Sir Toby. "I've always felt at ease with Minato watching over the village. If only." Minato Namikaze, "Third Lord, Master Jiraiya, you flatter me." Somewhere in a narrow alleyway, Naruto and Sakura continued walking together, side by side. But the looks on both their faces were far from normal, each carrying their own weight. Sakura's face was filled with worry, while Naruto's was twisted with rage. "I was really taken aback. I mean, I never imagined your parents would actually..." Sakura tried to steer the conversation, hoping to dissolve the tense, awkward air between them. But the words had barely left her mouth when Naruto's pent-up anger surged to the surface. He punched the nearest wall with a bang, speaking through gritted teeth. "You gotta be kidding me. That bastard Madara. Why do you have to play such a filthy trick and send him fakes like this? Senju Tobarama. That's just like the wicked Uchiha Madara, always resorting to such underhanded methods." "Uchiha Madara. Tobarama, you sure seem eager to die again, aren't you?" "Senju Tobarama. I'm already dead, Madara. You can't threaten me with that anymore." "Orochimaru. Hey, if you need a hand, perhaps I could be of assistance." Night gradually descended. Bathing in the deepening gloom, Naruto returned home. Returned to the house he always felt should have been his. "Come on out, Minma. I told you, dinner's ready." Kushina's warm voice echoed through the cozy home. "All right, already. I told you to leave me alone." Naruto was holed up in his room, the door locked tight. He'd piled all the furniture against it, stubbornly refusing to budge no matter how much Kushina called. "I'm not going to sit down and play happy family with a couple of imposters like you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door, furniture and all, was shattered into splinters in an instant. Amid the haze of settling dust, Kushina stepped out slowly. Her long red hair seemed to move on its own, a fierce aura swirling around her. Her face was dark with fury, and her eyes flashed with a light as intense as the 8 gates, blazing with incandescent white. "You think you can defy me? You've got 100 years to go before you can pull that off." Her terrifying presence made Naruto's features contort in fear. He backed uselessly against the wall, desperately looking for a way out. Let's let it go, Minma." Knowing all too well Kushina's legendary temper, Minato hurried in to play peacemaker. Yet the unease in his eyes betrayed how much he feared her in moments like this. "Mom's got a nickname, the Crimson Pepper." With her terrifying aura still about her, Kushina turned to Naruto again. So, are you ready to eat now? Well, yes. Naruto quivered with fright, answering so quickly this time there was not a shadow of hesitation. Kushina, Naruto, your mom isn't usually like this. That's the Kushina from another world, you understand? Uzumaki Naruto, I get it. I get it. Mom, you're not scary at all. Kushina, if you don't believe me, just ask your dad. Isn't that right, Minato? Minato Namikaze, probably. Right. Kushina. Minato Namikaze. She's not fierce. She's not fierce at all. Naruto, your mother is truly a gentlewoman. After all the commotion was over, Naruto finally sat obediently at the table and finished his meal. But deep down, he refused to acknowledge the Minato and Kushina before him as his real parents. I'm done eating. Leaving behind these simple words, Naruto stood up, ready to retreat once more to his room. Even as Minato tried to show his concern, Naruto remained distant, barely willing to respond. Yet as he walked, something seemed to draw his attention. Almost as if guided by some invisible force, Naruto's gaze landed on a small table not far away. There stood a potted plant and a neatly arranged stack of books. At the very center, the largest album caught Naruto's eye right away. A strange, indescribable feeling began to ripple through his heart. Almost unconsciously, he reached out, pulled the album free, and opened it. Inside, the photo album chronicled countless moments from Minma's childhood, capturing the family's daily life through the years. Yes, from the earliest days, all the way up to now, Minato's gentle eyes, Kushina's doting smile, and Minma, who looked so young and adorable. Every expression lovingly recorded. Page after page, Naruto continued flipping through the album, slowly and silently. Minato and Kushina by Minma's side on his first day of school. Kushina pushing Minma on the swing. One scene after another. Each warm moment seemed to sting Naruto's eyes just a little. It's rare to see you looking at the family album. Minato's voice came from the kitchen, calm and warm as he washed the dishes. It doesn't hurt to take a look, I suppose. Lost in memories, Naruto was startled by Minato's words, snapping the album shut in a hurry, a look of panic on his face. It took him a moment to calm down before he finally voiced the question that had been weighing on him all day. Back when I was explaining things earlier, why did you help me ask Grandma for a favor? Because you must have had a reason for what you did, didn't you? Minato offered a quiet smile, his tone as gentle as ever. My son wouldn't throw a tantrum for no reason. Am I right? Just that simple sentence made Naruto freeze for a moment. The guarded look in his eyes unconsciously softened. It's nothing special. After all, we're father and son. Minato finished speaking, turned, and went back to washing dishes. Left alone, Naruto picked up the album once more. This time, the photo that greeted him was one of Kushina and Minato, celebrating Minma's birthday with him. Cake, candles, streamers, laughter, and celebration. In the photo, the three of them looked truly happy. Naruto stared at that picture in silence for a long, long time, until his eyes grew damp with unshed tears. Kushina, Minato, if only we hadn't left Naruto, scenes like this could have been real in our world. Minato, Kushina, under those circumstances, I had no choice. Kushina, Minato, I don't blame you. It's just that it's been hard on Naruto. Naruto, I'll always be proud that my mom and dad were heroes of the village. The night passed in silence. Soon, morning arrived again. At the gates of Konoha. All right, everyone, let's fire ourselves up. Kakashi raised his thumb, face full of energy and enthusiasm. How am I supposed to fire up? Running on missions back-to-back without rest is exhausting. Might Guy slumped to the ground, his weariness plain in both tone and posture. My youth has already faded away. Might Guy what? Has my youthful spirit in another world already withered and fallen? Don't talk like that. Come on, let's do our best together. Kakashi's eye sparkled as he threw an arm around Guy's shoulder. Have our roles reversed? This strange scene left Sakura utterly stunned. Instinctively, she turned, wanting to catch a glimpse of Naruto's reaction. Naruto stood alone at a distance, lost in thought, unwilling to join the group. What's with that look on your face? Kushina, ever attentive, noticed Naruto's mood instantly. She walked over, her voice teasing. Could it be that you want to impress the hero's daughter? But to Kushina's approach, Naruto reacted with open resistance, knocking her hand away in frustration. Don't touch me. He spat out the words angrily, then turned and ran off. Kushina was left standing there, bewildered and at a loss. You? What's wrong with you? Acting out, huh? Minato witnessed the entire exchange from the side, a hint of contemplation in his eyes, though he said nothing. Kushina, even if this isn't real, seeing my precious son treat me like that still hurts. After a long journey, the group finally reached the place where Jiraiya had hidden the Book of the Scarlet Moon. It was a vast, endless grassland. I'm sure Jiraiya set up some kind of traps here. Kakashi, you lead the way and scout the area with your Sharingan. Minato instructed as he paused to survey their surroundings, careful not to charge him recklessly. Understood. Well, I like to say so. Kakashi suddenly crouched down, drained of all energy. But I've been using my Sharingan nonstop. I'm exhausted. You never fail to fall short when it matters, do you? Minato sighed, a note of helplessness in his voice. I wouldn't mind a rest either. Guy jumped in hopefully. Guess that's what getting old feels like. My guy, the me in the video is so lazy, I can't bear to watch it. Can't he sweat it out with youthful passion like I do? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looks like in another world Kakashi is just as hopeless. Kakashi, honestly, what can I do with you two? Seeing them like this, Minato couldn't help but feel a little troubled. In the end, he could only relent. All right, let's take a short break. Where's Minma? Kushina was counting everyone, and as she finished, she was surprised to find that Naruto was missing. This isn't the time to relax. Out on the grassy field, Naruto had left the others, who were hoping for a break, and was preparing to retrieve the Book of Red Moon on his own. Shikamaru, what a hassle. Naruto really hasn't changed one bit. He always acts so impulsively. Kakashi, that's our ninja world's #1 unpredictability champion. Uzumaki Naruto, is it that way? At the edge of his vision, a bamboo grove appeared, looking completely out of place amid the grass. Focused only on moving forward, Naruto didn't notice where he was stepping. As he passed by, he triggered a talisman hidden in the grass. A blinding light burst forth along with a thick, heavy smoke that abruptly filled the field. The wind flattened the grass, and as the smoke cleared, 3 giant toads came into view. Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro. The legendary trio from Mount Myaboku made a dazzling entrance. Are we too late? Naruto, you really are something. Minato hurried over with the remaining 4, stepping protectively in front of Naruto. Kushina looked at Naruto, a hint of reproach in her eyes. Sakura stayed quiet, while Kakashi supported my guy. Since the trap's been triggered, we really have no choice. Minato stepped forward, attempting to reason with them. We're ninja from the Hidden Leaf. We came to retrieve the scroll left behind by Jiraiya-sensei. Gamabunta, with a cigarette clenched in his mouth, took a deep drag, let out a few lazy puffs, and responded flatly. I don't know about that. I'm just here to make sure no one gets close. Chief Toad, please hear me out. Naruto stepped forward, still trying to say something. Enough. You're noisy. Gamabunta, clearly impatient, shook his massive head, then spat out the giant cigarette straight toward where Naruto and the others were standing. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and managed to dodge. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the cigarette struck the ground, blasting a huge crater into the earth. Chunks of rock flew everywhere. Can we try talking this out? No choice. Looks like we'll have to force our way through. Minato got to his feet and charged at the 3 toads, with Kushina and the others close behind. Suddenly, countless toads sprang up all around. Male, female, old, young. A swarm of toads rushed at Naruto, Minato, and the rest. In seconds, Minato, Kushina, Naruto, Sakura, Might Guy, and Kakashi were all trapped together in a tight sphere surrounded by frogs. For now, they were stuck. There really are a lot of them. We can't move at all like this. The situation for Kushina and Sakura, the 2 women in the group, was particularly dire. Let's break out. Burst attack. Blue chakra surged in Guy's hand, just as he was about to strike. A hand pressed down to stop him. At the critical moment, someone intercepted Guy's attack. It was Minato. Try not to hurt them. These toads have a contract with Master Jiraiya from Mount Myaboku. After Minato's gentle persuasion, Guy gave up the idea of attacking. After a brief commotion, it was Naruto who broke free first. Without hesitation, he strode toward the bamboo grove where the Book of Crimson Moon was kept, shouting as he ran. Let me through, Chief Toad. Out of my way, you brat, always acting like you belong. Naruto blatantly ignored the warning, only serving to rile up Gamabunta even more. Gamabunta raised his huge fist, swinging it through the air with a mighty gust aimed straight at Naruto. But Naruto was no pushover. With a nimble leap, he deftly dodged the attack, slipping right out of Gamabunta's line of sight. So, even the Grand Chief of Toads is different in this world. In that case, maybe I'll have to use Frog Kumite. With a plan forming in his mind, Naruto quietly landed atop Gamabunta's head, sitting cross-legged and beginning to draw in nature energy, ready to slip into Sage mode. Where did that brat run off to? Gamabunta rumbled, looking confused. Naruto concentrated, and in no time, pale orange markings appeared around his eyes, the telltale sign that Sage Chakra was already building inside him. Fukusiku, Looks like this kid's learned Mount Myaboku's Sage Jutsu, Shima. And from the looks of it, he's even faster than that little Jiraiya was. I bet he's even more powerful. Jiraiya. I'd be glad if that's true. And besides, boss, big sis, my Sage mode isn't exactly slow nowadays. Shima, you're just getting outside help, that's all. Love whip. Gamakichi, spotting Naruto meditating, lashed out without thinking, his tongue shooting forward to strike. With things moving so fast, Naruto didn't dare stand his ground. He had to stop gathering Sage chakra and leap away to avoid the attack. So close, just a little bit more. Take this. Gamabunta, now having locked onto Naruto's position, launched his own attack. A burst of violet poison shot from his mouth. Up in the air, Naruto had nothing to use as leverage. Dodging was almost impossible. With no other choice, Naruto decided to risk it all. He sat cross-legged once more, hoping the couple of seconds to midair would be enough to reach Sage mode. Ikura, he shouted. Naruto might be ready to risk it, but Kushina certainly wasn't. The sight of the poisonous spit about to hit her precious son snapped her into action. With one great bound, she reached Naruto just in time to shove him out of the way. But she herself was struck across the foot by the venom, gasping in pain as she lost control and crashed heavily to the ground. Kushina! Minato's panicked shout rang out. Seeing Kushina hurt was something he could never accept. The Flying Thunder God technique activated. At that critical moment, Minato appeared beneath Kushina, catching her in his arms with the grace of a prince and saving her from danger. Naruto landed at the same time, his eyes wide with shock as he saw Kushina wounded from rescuing him. A look of despair spread across his face. His eyes were round and disbelieving as he murmured, almost to himself, "Why? Why did it come to this? Jiraiya, Gamabunta? Gamabunta, that's not me, nor is it the same world. Besides, the way that one acts, he clearly doesn't recognize Minato. So at that time, Minato probably hadn't made contact with Mount Myaboku yet. Not my problem, Jiraiya. That's on you for not introducing Minato to Mount Myaboku earlier. Jiraiya. Somehow, that sounds so reasonable, I don't even know how to argue with you. Gamakin, Lord Jiraiya, just look, she's still as beautiful as ever. Minato tries to speak, but words fail him. Kushina feels the same, silent, with too much left unspoken. Tobarama Senju. Madada, this really is an intriguing jutsu. Now I'm getting a little interested. Perhaps I could study it and see if I could develop something similar. Madara Uchiha. Delusional. Hashirama Senju. Better let it go, Tobarama. Your jutsu are always so dangerous. I've already had to ban quite a few. Tobarama Senju. Big brother, don't bring that up. I might lose my composure. Time was running out. Any delay would render Kushina's wounds meaningless. Step back, Minma, Minato said. He didn't blame Naruto at all. Instead, he gently lowered Kushina onto the ground and turned to Naruto, instructing him. But Naruto tried to protest. That's enough. Stay with Kushina. Leave the rest to me. This time, Minato's voice had lost its usual gentle warmth. Though calm, there was an unmistakable authority that brooked no argument. With those words, Minato ignored Naruto and took several special kunai, each engraved with unique seals, from his pouch. He scattered them in all directions. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, only to reappear right in front of Gamabunta. What's going on here? Minato's maneuver left Gamabunta completely at a loss. A giant toad's palm slammed down, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. But Minato's figure disappeared again, re-emerging behind the trio of giant toads. The three toads barely caught a glimpse of him before Minato vanished once more. Not good, Gamabunta blurted out in alarm. Meanwhile, Minato had already arrived at the place where Jiraiya kept the Scarlet Moon Scroll. This is a sealing technique, a fusion of space-time ninjutsu and barrier formulas. Drawing closer, Minato's sharp eyes uncovered the trick behind the setup. He sat cross-legged, fingers moving rapidly into a string of hand seals. Only Jiraiya and I are capable of breaking this seal. With a unique sequence of hand signs, Minato pointed his finger through the air. In a heartbeat, hundreds of sealing talismans scattered in the bamboo forest burst in a blue fire, curling away and slowly vanishing without a trace. Outside, the many toads that had been summoned transformed into puffs of smoke, dissolving back into nothingness. Tobarama Senju, fourth, your mastery of the Flying Thunder God is impressive. You're every bit my equal now. Minato Namikaze, thank you for your praise, Lord Second. After safely retrieving the Book of Crimson Moon, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, instantly returning to Kushina's side. The open field was far too exposed. Though worried about Kushina's injuries, Minato decided, for everyone's safety, to take shelter in the bamboo forest to rest and recover. As the squad's only medical ninja, Sakura naturally took on the task of treating Kushina. Kushina just has some minor burns, but I'm sure you know what I want to say. Minato pulled Naruto aside to another part of the bamboo grove. Leave me alone. Naruto's emotions were turbulent, his reaction sharp and agitated. I told you before, you're always meddling. Can't you just stop? You rushed in on your own and got hurt for no reason. Even if it's just me, I could have dodged that attack without a scratch. A loud, resounding slap cut through the air, echoing amid the bamboo. It was Minato's hand. We will not let you get hurt. Minato looked calmly at Naruto, whose left cheek was now swollen red. No matter the situation, we just want to protect you. Not because of any reason. Our bodies move before we can think. That's what it means to be a parent. Minato's words melted away the resistance in Naruto's heart. The armor he'd struggled to piece together, the thorns of defiance, crumbled and vanished like snow in sunlight. Why would you say something like that? Head bowed, his voice trembled, whether from tears or stammering. It was hard to tell. Jiraiya, I've never seen Minato so angry before. This is a first. Chibi Aburame. Minato's always been gentle by nature. Chozora Kimichi. What he said truly captured what it means to be a parent. Inoichi Yamanaka. Absolutely right. I agree. Unknown wandering ninja. Now I miss my parents. They left early, trying to protect me, too. Orphan of the war. Me too. I miss them dearly. Minato's words in the video stirred memories of parents for everyone watching. And for those involved directly. Kushina Uzumaki. Even though Naruto said those things, and it hurt me deeply, Minato, how could you slap our precious son like that? Minato. Kushina, that wasn't me. Kushina, I don't care. You hit my precious boy, I saw it. Minato. Did I say something strange? Minato looked puzzled by Naruto's question. Resting his chin on one hand, he earnestly pondered whether what he just said really sounded odd. That's not what I meant. Why is it? Naruto still hung his head, but this time his words came much softer, with a trace of hope in his tone. Minato placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, bending down slightly, so their eyes met at the same level, his gaze full of warmth. Don't go acting recklessly like that again. When we set off, I told Kushina that after this mission is over, I'll help you write your Jonin recommendation letter. The moment Naruto heard this, his whole body trembled. Before he could respond, Kushina's voice rang out. Naruto. Both Minato and Naruto turned their heads. Kushina had appeared behind them without anyone noticing, bracing herself against a rock as she struggled to stand. Oh, Kushina, I've already scolded him. Minato, well aware of Kushina's fiery temper, hastened to explain on Naruto's behalf. You child, honestly. Kushina didn't listen, a hint of anger on her face. She pushed Minato aside in a wobbly, determined way. Naruto shut his eyes, steeling himself for a hit. After all, this time it really was his fault. But the pain he expected never came. Instead, he found himself wrapped in a warm embrace. I'm just glad you're not hurt. Kushina's gentle voice sounded by his ear, so kind and caring, a feeling Naruto had never known before. It was as if a long-closed dam had finally burst open. The last shreds of resistance in Naruto's eyes crumbled away. Slowly, he lifted his arms and returned Kushina's hug. Minato stood off to the side, smiling quietly, content to watch the tender exchange between mother and son and not daring to interrupt. What a touching family moment. Guy and Kakashi, watching on, couldn't help but remark in awe. Only Sakura stood silently off to one side, lost in her own thoughts. Tobirama Senju. Looks like that kid Naruto is going to get lost in this dream world. Hiruzen Sarutobi. All the defenses and distrust in his eyes have melted away. Inoki. Isn't this the most natural reaction, though? A Jinchuriki who's spent his whole life alone, now embraced by parents willing to risk everything for him. Even if it's just a fleeting illusion, it's a rare and precious thing. A. B. Did you get through it like this too? Killer B. Maybe a little when I was a kid, but with my big brother by my side, and having made peace with Eight Tails, I'm not the same person I used to be. I've changed, believe it, brother. Minato. Kushina. You don't seem worried at all. Kushina. Neither do you. Minato. Ha ha ha. As parents, we have unwavering faith in our child. No matter what trials come his way, Naruto will break through them. I'm sure of it. Naruto Uzumaki. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I promise I'll become a ninja as extraordinary as you both were. The scene shifts. Minato and his group, having completed their mission, return to the Hidden Leaf Village at dusk. With this, Jiraiya can finally rest easy, Minato says. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade takes the sealed box containing the Book of Scarlet Moon from Minato's hands. Let's send out the strike force immediately. That way we can get rid of that masked scoundrel once and for all, Kakashi suggests, excitement brewing in his voice. Rin, when Kakashi gets like this, I can't help but want to laugh. Might guy. But my youth is withering away in here. If I can't pour my hard-working sweat into the mission, I can't accept it. No, the timing isn't right just yet, Tsunade refuses. After a pause, she continues. There's more to the prophecy. The book of prophecy can only be opened when the moon in the sky turns scarlet red. Until then, this book must be guarded with utmost secrecy. Once the Book of Scarlet Moon is safely locked away in the Hokage's special vault, Tsunade dismisses everyone. Mission complete. At last, they can rest for a while. As night falls, Naruto and Sakura walk through a quiet alley like they always do, sharing information with each other. This time, though, Naruto seems distracted, his mind elsewhere. I'm still not sure what Tsunade meant about the moon turning scarlet. I'll ask her about it tomorrow, he murmurs. Sakura, sorry, but I think I'll call a night. Naruto interrupts Sakura before she can finish, quickly says goodbye, then turns and walks away. Sakura is left standing there, not sure what to do. After parting ways with Sakura, Naruto makes his way alone through the bustling, lively streets, just like he did before. Only now, he moves with purpose, his steps quicken, and a genuine smile lights up his face. At last, he breaks into a run, laughter spilling out as he sprints forward. At the end of the road awaits the warm, welcoming home, parents waiting for him. Stepping inside, Naruto's hand rests on the doorknob. He takes a deep breath, pushes the door open. No more cluttered room, no cold air, no heavy, stifling atmosphere. Instead, bright lights bathe Naruto's face in warmth. In the living room, Minato is reading a book while Kushina cooks dinner. You're home early, Minato says. Seeing Naruto return, Minato set down his book and greeted him warmly, while Kushina paused what she was doing and smiled gently. Dad, Mom. At this moment, Naruto's heart was in a very different place, and his voice trembled with emotion. Welcome home, Inma. I'm home. With that, Naruto stepped into a brightly lit, cozy little home. The aroma of hot meals in the air, his parents' kind greetings filling the room, everything bathed in warmth. Gaara, eating dinner with your parents. Do things like this really happen? Karura, of course it's possible, Gaara. Isn't this just the way things should be? Gaara, didn't you hate me? Why are you willing to be here with me now? Karura, how could that be? How could a mother ever hate the child she loves most? Raza, what kind of things have you been telling Gaara? Raza, everything I've done was for the sake of the village, Karura. Surely you can understand that. Karura, even so, that doesn't justify the way you treated our child. Gaara is your own son, too. Take a look at what he's saying now. How can you call yourself his father? Did you ever, even once, share a meal with Gaara when he was a child? Raza, Gaara, the child you love most? Mom, do you really not hate me? Karura, of course not, Gaara. You will always be my most beloved child. Tsunade, I don't know why, but seeing this my eyes are stinging a little. Jiraiya, as a ninja, it's hard to remember the last time I saw such a warm scene. Somewhere, within a palatial hall, a figure wrapped tightly in robes, his face hidden by a mask, sat on a throne. By his side stood the spectral form of another, donning an orange, spiral-patterned mask and a cloak patterned with scarlet clouds on black. The Book of Crimson Moon seems to have fallen into Konoha's hands. Well then, let's begin. The masked man stepped down from the throne, his movements slow and deliberate. Tobirama Senju, Madara, since when did you get so timid that you need to cover your face with a mask? Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, are you sure that's Madara? Tobirama Senju, no idea, but that's definitely Madara's ninjutsu. Besides, neither of these guys look trustworthy, both wearing masks. One of them has got to be Madara. Obito Uchiha, you got me. Meanwhile, Sakura stared at the empty, silent house, feeling a vague, inexplicable sense of frustration welling up inside her. She got dressed and headed out into the street, searching for something that might lift her spirits. The street bustled with life. Crowds moved endlessly in both directions. But without exception, everyone walked together in groups. Parents played happily with their children. A few friends gathered to chat. In the midst of the crowd, Sakura's solitary figure seemed out of place, her loneliness standing in stark contrast to the cheerful buzz around her. Weaving through layers of people, Sakura's gaze found Sasuke, who was charming another girl. The sight was almost blinding. Sakura lowered her head, her heart heavy with disappointment. She didn't try to get closer. Quietly, she turned and walked away. Sasuke, this is unbearable. Can we please stop showing scenes about me? I'm nothing like that carefree, flirtatious guy in the videos. Only now did Sakura truly understand how hard it must have been for Naruto to always be alone, struggling in such isolation. At last, she realized just how precious family truly is. These thoughts racing in her mind, Sakura broke into a run, just as Naruto had earlier. "I am sorry, Naruto. This was my fault. Let's hurry back to our own world." At last, Sakura came to a stop in front of Naruto's home in this world. She stood outside, taking a moment to steady her emotions. A faint smile appeared on Sakura's face as she tried to compose herself, to look as normal as possible. "I am sorry, Naruto. We'll be together." But just as she reached the window, her voice cut off suddenly. Inside, Naruto was laughing, pure happiness lighting up his face. On the table sat steaming dishes and a large, beautiful cake. "I'll blow out the candles now." Kushina glanced at Naruto and Minato on either side of her, and without hesitation, took a deep breath and blew. The candles went out, and the cake wobbled precariously before tumbling off the table. Seeing his mother so clumsy and endearing sent Naruto into fits of laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. He didn't notice Sakura's wistful eyes watching from the shadows outside. "Kushina, this is wonderful, so wonderful, Minato, Naruto." "Reikage, just one look, and it's clear. The yellow flash has a truly happy family." The wind was especially strong tonight, the kind that easily swept sand into your eyes. Sakura found herself alone atop the Hokage rock, lost in thought. After a long pause, she finally decided it was time to talk to Naruto. At a quiet corner, Sakura stood waiting, holding a black bundle in her arms, anticipating Naruto's arrival. "You suddenly wanted to talk to me?" "I've been a little busy today," Naruto said, his hands tucked into his pockets, strolling over with no particular haste. "I suppose that's true. Well, honestly, what else can we do but wait until that moment comes, right? So I thought I'd try to pass the time somehow. For you, Naruto, this world must really be happier, right?" "Ah, Sakura." Naruto's voice trailed off, growing softer. "What are you saying?" Sakura knew Naruto understood her meaning. Clutching the black bundle tighter, she found herself at a loss for words. At the same time, Naruto fell silent too. "Everything I want, everything I dream of, it's all here. Dad is here, Mom is here. I've always wished things could stay this way." Conflicting emotions tangled inside Naruto as he mulled things over silently, not voicing his stance for quite some time. Sakura, too, came to understand what was on Naruto's mind. As if by silent agreement, the two of them turned and walked away at the same moment, each carrying a heart weighed down by complicated thoughts. "This has always been my dream. But this place, I know it's not real, and yet As these thoughts ran through his mind, suddenly a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Smoke billowed, rising in black waves toward the sky. In the center of the village, the Hokage's office was reduced to rubble once the explosion subsided. "Who are you?" Tsunade clutched a box tightly to her chest, quickly backing away. From within the smoke, the masked man emerged. Behind him, 9 strange, formidable beasts radiated an overwhelming sense of menace, making a dazzling entrance. "Thank you for retrieving that from the barrier," the masked man said offhandedly, stretching out his hand in Tsunade's direction. "Now, hand over the book of the Vermilion Moon. Tobarama sends you." As expected, the suspicious masked figure is none other than Madara. There's no way, not even in another world, that Konoha's barrier team would let outsiders into the village so easily. Hashirama Senju, the entire Hokage residence gone in an instant. "I'll never hand over the book of the Vermilion Moon." Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, and Might Guy rushed to the scene at the very first moment. Positioning themselves at 4 corners, they formed a tight circle around Tsunade to protect her. "I have no time for small talk with lackeys like you." Against Konoha's strongest fighters, the masked man's voice remained languid and unconcerned. With a single order, the 9 beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Golden Serpent, Southern Star Sage, Northern Star Sage, Shinigami, and Celestial Maiden, launched their assault, holding nothing back. Massive bodies rampaged through Konoha's battered streets. The villagers fought back with all their might. AMBU operatives, elite Jonin. Everyone was mobilized. But the tide was turning against them. The Golden Serpent set its sights squarely on Tsunade. To avoid its many-meter-long body, Tsunade had no choice but to leap high into the air. But that was exactly the moment the Celestial Maiden had been waiting for. Several flowing ribbons cracked through the air and lashed mercilessly against Tsunade. "Ah!" A cry of pain escaped her lips. And as Tsunade reeled, the Golden Serpent swiftly took advantage, curling its tail around her and locking her in a crushing grip. Blood spurted from Tsunade's lips. Her glasses slipped off, crashed to the ground, and shattered into pieces. "Jiraiya, damn it! How dare they hurt my Tsunade? If you have any guts, fight me instead." "Tsunade, Jiraiya." What nonsense are you spouting? A dunkat. Hokage-sama. Even in the midst of battle, Minato kept a close watch on the shifting situation. Seeing Tsunade injured, Minato naturally noticed immediately and hurried over to help. He swept his leg in a powerful, forceful kick aimed straight at the golden snake. The golden snake hissed in pain, its tail instinctively loosening, so Tsunade fell from its grasp. Minato hurried forward and caught her, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and carried Tsunade to a comparatively safe spot. The masked man seemed to know Minato well. The instant Minato appeared, both the Southern Star Sage and Northern Star Sage began chanting in unison. A strange, purple formation emerged beneath the feet of Konoha's elite out of thin air, trapping everyone in place, including Minato, who had just arrived. Do it! The masked man watched coldly and issued a frigid command. In the very next moment, the Grim Reaper surged forth. With a faint tremor of the wrist, the scythe traced a graceful arc through the air. Several crescent-shaped, transparent attacks slashed mercilessly through the immobilized figures. There was not so much as a scream. Everyone struck had their chakra drained away in an instant, collapsing limply to the ground, their fate uncertain. Perhaps out of concern for the Book of the Scarlet Moon, the masked man didn't finish off Tsunade and Minato right away. Next, it's your turn to die. Hand over the Book of the Scarlet Moon quietly. After eliminating the troublesome small fry around him, the masked man threatened again, his tone as cold as before. 5 icy flashes sliced through the night, sharp and deadly. But in the end, they too faltered and fell powerless beneath the masked man's robe. Don't come any closer, Minma. He's the masked man. Minato shouted anxiously to Sakura, who had arrived to help Naruto. So this guy is... No way. He's not Madara. Now, it was Naruto and Sakura's turn to be shocked. Madara? I see. So you know that man. Hearing Sakura speak, the masked man's tone took on a curious, intrigued note. You know Madara? Though she knew the man before her was an enemy, Sakura couldn't help but probe further. He's quite a useful man. Tell me where he is. I have no obligation to do that. Judging by your tone, you don't seem to be allies, do you? With the conversation going nowhere, there was nothing left but battle. If that's the case, I'll force the answer out of you if I have to. Sakura's face grew determined. She leapt high, launching the first attack against the masked man. Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura's even more reckless than me. Kankuro. I really do wonder, can that ninja girl Sakura really stand up to the masked man who stormed solo into Konoha? Yellow Earth, don't count on it. She's a bit out of her league. Zabuza, pretty weak. I doubt she could take even a single swing from me. Tobirama Senju, still, her courage is admirable. Sakura threw a punch, aiming straight for the masked man's head. Before she could even get close, she was slammed aside by the white tiger and sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. Stand down. You are not my opponent, the masked man said coldly, his eyes falling on Sakura, who was already gravely injured. Ino Yamanaka. Hey, isn't this way over the top? Sakura just got taken down with one move. Even though her body was covered in wounds, Sakura forced herself to stand up once more. Even so, if I am to leave this world, it will only be by defeating Madara, she declared. I will never abandon the world and the village that everyone fought to protect, even at the cost of their lives. With those words, Sakura silently moved her hand to her pouch, eyes locking onto the masked man with a newfound, unyielding resolve. Elsewhere, Naruto was held back by Jinbu, unable to rush to Sakura's aid. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Well said, Sakura. Where the leaves dance, the fire will never die. Tobirama Senju. As the second Hokage of Konoha, I can stand behind such conviction. Hashirama Senju. If even Tobirama agrees, then so do I. Anyone who strives to protect the peace of our village is family to me. But if anyone, even my own brother, friends, or child, threatens the village's safety, I'll show no mercy. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama, your words are as irritating as ever. Sakura bent her knees slightly, gathering her strength secretly. Her heel dug into the ground with a sharp imprint as she sprang forward. In a flash, her fist shot toward the masked man's head. Her speed had improved, but the masked man remained completely unfazed. No matter, the celestial maiden would act. A white ribbon floated out from behind. At the instant it touched Sakura, it snapped forward and extended violently. All that remained was a large, white cocoon, tossed carelessly to the ground. Ino Yamanaka. I really thought Sakura had some hidden trump card after that speech, but in the end, she's knocked out in just one move again. Sakura. All right then. If you think it's so easy, come here and take my place. Minma, run. Kushina's frantic voice rang out from within a glowing purple seal. I will not allow you to die before us, she cried desperately. Mom, Naruto hesitated for a moment, fazed by the worry etched on Kushina's face, not even realizing the masked man was now behind him. "There's a darkness about you that I find repugnant," the masked man said, his touch light, but his palms smacking down with force like a thunderclap. Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees, helpless. But the masked man had no intention of letting Naruto go. With an upward flick of his hand, he gestured sharply, an unspoken command. Immediately, the vermilion bird, golden serpent, azure dragon, and white tiger all closed in at once, launching their attacks against Naruto. In the next instant, their onslaught came crashing down on him. Naruto vanished at the critical moment. The yellow flash, is it? One had to admit, the masked man knew Minato all too well. Sure enough, it was Minato who had whisked Naruto away to safety. When I retrieved it, I inscribed my jutsu formula on that scroll. If need be, I could follow the kunai I left outside the village and teleport the scroll away myself in an emergency, Minato explained, pulling out a specially crafted kunai to show Naruto. However, after the fierce battle just now and casting the flying Raijin technique twice in quick succession, Minato looked visibly exhausted. "I will never hand over my sensei's legacy to you," Minato resolved inwardly, gripping the kunai tighter. "Jiraiya, Minato, you are as meticulous as ever, always leaving yourself a fallback, never letting confidence cloud your judgment. Kushina, well, of course, he is my husband after all. Excellence is only to be expected. Minato, hey, you're right, dear. Jiraiya, Kushina, Minato, the two of you. Tsunade, get lost. Jiraiya, all right, ahem, wait, Tsunade, aren't you supposed to stop rejecting me now? Tsunade, says who? I never agreed to that. Shizune, I can vouch for Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya, suddenly life feels a little less complete again. Well then, I'll just have you deliver it yourselves, said the masked man, who made no move to fight further. Instead, he thrust the tightly bound Sakura in front of them, her life, in exchange for the scroll. Leaving behind this stark threat, the masked man vanished along with the monstrous Ninetales at his back. When he reappeared, he was high above Konoha. "This is my parting gift." In his palm, he condensed a massive, swirling sphere of compressed, jet-black chakra. The Grand Rasengan Wheel. What's he doing? Naruto stared at the masked man's actions, a deeply uneasy feeling churning inside him. This is bad. That chakra orb. Minato, too, sensed that something was terribly wrong. But the masked man wasn't about to stop just because of their alarm. Tobarama Senju, I have a very bad feeling about this. Izuna Uchiha. For once, Tobarama, I have to agree. I feel it too. System. Warning, potential for extreme danger ahead. To match the moment, we're queuing up a modern hit for the background, Mirage. The Grand Rasengan wheel slipped from the masked man's hand. It plummeted like a brilliant star, eerily beautiful in its descent. At the heart of Konoha village, a gigantic mushroom cloud billowed skyward. A blinding white light erupted amid a thunderous explosion. It was as if the very world itself had burst into a strange, resonant hum. Everyone who still retained consciousness instinctively shielded their eyes and covered their ears, but in their panic, they forgot to find something to hold on to. In the very next moment, the raging storm swept them off their feet and flung them away. Under the onslaught of the blazing heat generated by the explosion, everything, buildings, plants, even the very surface of the earth, melted away in an instant. What's more, the blast area continued to expand as time dragged on. And so it went on, for who knows how long. Mima. Naruto, who had fainted from the shock, was roused by Kushina's anxious voice. Struggling to open his eyes, the first thing he saw was Kushina, her eyes brimming with tears, and Minato's face, drawn with worry. Mima. The moment she saw Naruto wake, Kushina was overcome with both delight and relief. She bent down and held him in a tight, desperate embrace. After a brief rest, Naruto's muddled mind finally began to clear. He looked around in confusion. The once thriving Konoha now lay in utter ruin. Everywhere, charred remnants of walls and columns jutted from the devastation, black smoke billowing into the air. Even the great stone faces of past Hokage, symbols of Konoha's strength, had vanished without a trace. In their place, a gaping crater now marked the village's former heart. Tobarama Senju, Madara, you just don't know when to give up, do you? Not destroying Konoha back then must have become a lingering regret for you. And now that you couldn't do it yourself, you've run off to another world to stir up trouble. This whole plot of borrowing another's hand to kill. Impressive, I'll give you that. Madara Uchiha. Tobarama, mind what you say. You can eat your meals carelessly, but don't throw out baseless accusations. Tobarama Senju. Madara. Hashirama Senju. Tobarama. enough. Madara, I just have one question. Were you involved in this in any way? Madara Uchiha. Absolutely not. I, Madara, have no need for such despicable tactics. Hashirama Senju. Madara, I believe you. Tobarama Senju. Brother, you can't just. Hashirama Senju. Enough, Tobarama. If Madara says no, then it's no. I trust his character. Tobarama Senju. Hiruzen, investigate this thoroughly. If that masked man really exists in our world, don't hesitate. Destroy him as soon as possible. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood Momo. In the Pure Land. Since Hiruzen Sarutobi is still alive, you all know what I mean. Hashirama's expression was grave, his face considerably dark. He hadn't looked so angry in a long time. Even if, as the system claimed, this was another world altogether, he had been the first Hokage, the co-founder of Konoha with Madara. Now, seeing the village he'd poured his heart and soul into utterly annihilated, even someone as gentle-natured as Hashirama couldn't hold back his outrage. Where's Sakura? Naruto thought of Sakura being held hostage by the masked man, and with a jolt, jumped to his feet and asked anxiously. Faced with Naruto's question, Kushina suddenly found herself unable to respond. The scroll is still in our hands. We need to regroup and wait for the right moment to strike back. Minato, however, chose to avoid the question. What are you talking about? Naruto could hardly believe his ears. The father he'd always admired as a hero had actually said something like this. We don't have time to hesitate. We have to save her right now. It's impossible, Naruto. We're not that exceptional. We can't risk our lives for someone else. Seeing he could not escape any longer, Minato's expression twisted with pain, but he gave a blunt and ruthless answer. Even though we're ninjas, we're still ordinary people at heart. But Naruto still wanted to argue. What if something happens to you? We worry about you, Naruto. Minato held firm to his beliefs. Beside him, Kushina stood silent, her eyes brimming with tears, as if agreeing with him. Listening to these words from his parents, Naruto was left stunned. That fourth Hokage, the Minato who gave everything to protect the village, the gentle voice of his true father, echoed faintly in his mind. I believe in you. Naruto, I'm entrusting the Leaf Village to you. In that moment, Naruto realized at last, the Kushina and Minato standing before him were not truly his parents. Minato, looking at myself like this, it feels a little odd, doesn't it? Kushina, TCH, that's not you at all. The man I love is a true hero, strong as a mountain. Naruto, wow, dad is amazing. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The two Minatos from different worlds have nearly equal abilities, but the other world Minato never became Hokage. Maybe this is why. System. Emergency announcement. To enhance your viewing experience, we'll now play an intense, thrilling video as a callback. With that system message, the big screen went dark. A few seconds later, it lit up again. Just as the system had hinted, the image was of the fourth Hokage figure draped in his iconic cloak, seen from behind. But this time, Naruto was not the focus. It was Konohagakure's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. If I don't end this here and now, he'll become even more dangerous than the Nine Tails in the future. Brandishing a kunai across his chest, Minato's gaze locked unwaveringly ahead. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Is this the night of the Nine Tails rampage? Tobarama Senju. Judging by that outfit, could it be Madara again? Minato, you actually fought against Madara? Minato Namikaze. Lord Second, I did fight against that masked man, but whether he's really the legendary Madara, I can't say for certain. A man dressed in a black cloak, his face hidden behind a tiger-striped mask, and two chains slipping from his sleeves, stood not far from Minato. You have no hope left. His words dripped with taunting mockery. With that, he lunged forward. Minato would not be outdone. He dashed straight at the masked man as well. He thrust the kunai in his hand. What happened next was bizarre. Minato's attack, and even his body, passed right through the masked figure, as if slicing through empty air. The masked man made no attempt to counterattack. Instead, with a sudden twist of his wrist, he directed the chains behind him to coil toward Minato, who was now between the two of them. Recognizing the danger, Minato instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, escaping the masked man's grasp at the last possible moment. That guy's physical form. My attacks don't work. His body only becomes solid when he's launching his own attacks. In other words, I have to aim for the exact instant when we both strike each other. It'll all come down to whose speed is faster in that decisive moment. Appearing on the other side, Minato rapidly analyzed the masked man's ability, quietly deducing the conditions necessary to defeat him. Tobarama Senju, that technique. Kakashi, it seems to be a power of your Sharingan eye. Kakashi, it certainly looks that way, Lord Second. But back when Sensei was alive, I couldn't use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobarama Senju, oh? In that case, it must be your old friend Uchiha Obito's other eye. Yet according to what you've told me, Obito died fighting for the leaf. He's hailed as a hero. Could it be that someone with ulterior motives secretly stole his eye? Kakashi, Lord Second, I don't know. Tobarama Senju. Hiruzen, look into this matter. I know I might have been overly cautious regarding the Uchiha, but they're still part of the leaf. We can't let the sacrifice of a hero be in vain. Hiruzen Saratobi. Yes, Lord Tobarama. Ayo, I have a Byakugan too, by the way. How about that? Pretty jealous, huh? Hayashi Hyuga. In Kamui's dimension. Obito silently watched the video, refraining from speaking. Now was not the time to reveal his true identity. Thinking back on that fateful battle with Minato, he felt both guilty and deeply reflective. He'd been far too young then. After strategizing, Minato spun around quickly, launching another assault. The masked man mirrored his movement. A specially crafted kunai was thrown first, and Minato followed close behind, his right hand glowing as he gathered the Rasengan. Predictably, the kunai passed straight through the tiger-striped masked man's head, leaving him completely unharmed. The masked man wore an expression of utter confidence, as if victory was already his. After dodging the kunai, his outstretched arm was mere inches from catching Minato, so close the naked eye could hardly discern the gap. I've won, he declared. But right at that moment, the unexpected happened, shattering his certainty. In a masked man's eyes, Minato's form suddenly vanished, and the reaching hand grasped only empty air. Rasengan. Minato reappeared, seizing the kunai that had already flown through the masked man, and brought down the swirling orb of chakra in his palm with force. This was his signature, the capping Rasengan. The Rasengan's radiant glow cut through the darkness, dazzling and fierce. It all happened in a flash. The masked man had no time to react as Minato drove him brutally into the ground. A wild, immense surge of chakra exploded outward. In an instant, dust and clumps of earth erupted together, and stirring music underscored the dramatic clash. This is the second step of the Flying Thunder God. This move forcefully tore off one of the masked man's arms, leaving a permanent Flying Thunder God mark, Minato's unique seal, where the hand met the skin. System. This video clip ends here. Let's return to the main storyline. Tobarama Senju. Fourth, impressive. To launch an attack at the very instant of teleportation, truly strong. Minato Namikaze. Haha, but Lord Second's jutsu is what's truly amazing. Tobarama Senju. No, I know the jutsu I created best. Fourth, the fact that you can master it is proof enough of your excellence. Even if my big brother tried to learn Flying Thunder God, I doubt he'd grasp it so easily. Hashirama Senju. Tobarama, do you think I need to learn it? Izuna Uchiha. There's always one bad penny that lingers on. I have to go. Sensing something, Naruto bent down and picked up Minato's special Flying Thunder God kunai, his determination even more resolute. It doesn't matter if I go. There's no need to play the hero. Minato grew anxious and worried, unable to hide his agitation as Naruto ignored his pleas to stop. To be honest, I don't really belong here, and my name isn't Minma either. I'm sorry for lying to you all. Naruto cut Minato off, half explaining, half talking to himself. My real dad is the fourth Hokage, and my mom is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In my original world, both of them, to protect everyone, to protect the village, to protect me, they sacrificed themselves. Kushina wanted to stop him, but after a brief goodbye, Naruto turned and walked away. He pulled on the fourth Hokage's cloak, the one Sakura had packed in her bag. Because I'm the son of two heroes. At that moment, Naruto's silhouette was strikingly similar to Minato's. Kushina, Sobi, Naruto, Sobi. Minato, don't cry, Kushina. And Naruto, hearing you acknowledge us yourself makes your dad and mom truly happy. Naruto Uzumaki, if it makes you happy, mom and dad, I'd say it 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Kushina, Naruto, are you silly or something? Even if you were willing, I wouldn't let you. What if my precious son tires himself out? Naruto Uzumaki, heh. After bidding farewell to Minato and Kushina, Naruto set off on his own with unwavering resolve, determined to rescue Sakura. At this moment, Sakura had just regained consciousness. She found her arms bound, trapped at the head of a bridge, unable to move freely. Where is this? Behind her, a familiar voice patiently answered. This is an alternate reality crafted by the power of the limited Tsukuyumi. In the original world, this place is known as the Training Cavern. It was once a place where Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage trained. But here, it seems someone decided to use it as their own stronghold. Sakura turned around in disbelief. Draped in a cloak with crimson clouds, and behind the swirling orange mask, stood the very Madara she and Naruto had been desperately searching for. What is it that you're planning? You'll soon understand. Consider yourself lucky. Something like this isn't something you'll ever see again. Madara didn't answer Sakura directly. There you are at last, Madara. Naruto rushed in, making Sakura's heart leap with hope. I'll defeat you and return us all to our world. Drawing a kunai, Naruto locked eyes with Madara, his gaze unwavering. Unfortunately, I am not your opponent. Madara's reply to Naruto's challenge had an air of indifference. Naruto hesitated for an instant, thrown by those words. Before he could fully grasp what Madara meant, a cold flash of steel burst from behind, aiming straight at him. But as a ninja, Naruto's instincts were sharp. He twisted his body just in time, barely avoiding the masked man's sneak attack. A few agile backflips later, he landed lightly on the surface of the lake. Hand me the book of the Crimson Moon. The masked man planted a foot imperiously on the bridge's railing, his tone menacing. I refuse. You'll have to release Sakura first. Naruto didn't even hesitate with his answer. In that case, I'll just have to kill you and take it by force. No matter what, I have to destroy you. Because there's an unbearable malice within you. I can't let you live. The masked man's voice was chillingly indifferent, his tone dripping with condescension, as if he were handing Naruto a death sentence. What did you say? Naruto couldn't make sense of the masked man's words, but in the next instant, a turbulent sensation suddenly erupted in his lower abdomen. What's going on? This feeling is unbearable. At this point, the masked man wasted no more words. With a sudden move, he dashed straight toward Naruto. Naruto tried to fight back, vaulting into the air, but before he could act, that same restless sensation in his abdomen surged again. But the masked man had no intention of showing any mercy. With a swift kick, he sent Naruto flying through the air. Tumbling awkwardly over the surface of the lake, Naruto finally managed to come to a halt after several rough rolls. Let's finish this quickly, the masked man declared, his murderous intent unmistakable. He formed a series of hand seals. 9-faced Subaha. Azure, white, vermilion, black, void, south, north, 3 jade. 9-faced beasts. A bizarrely sinister, summoning formation materialized in the air above. As each of the 9 ancient characters on the summoning array lit up in sequence, the 9 colossal beasts that had once attacked the Hidden Leaf Village appeared new. Not even their bones should remain. Grind them into dust. The masked man gave his cruel order. Following his command, the 9-faced beasts lunged at Naruto with savage ferocity, launching a fearsome, coordinated assault. With this many enemies, things have just gotten far worse. As Naruto frantically considered how he could possibly respond, several chakra threads suddenly shot out, wrapping around his body. With a forceful tug, he was whisked away to safety. Naruto's eyes darted to where the chakra threads had drawn him. When he saw, his face instantly changed. Kisame Hashigaki, Kakashi, Deidara, Hiden, Konan, Pain's Deva Path, and Itachi Uchiha. All 8 Akatsuki members had assembled in this spot. Even more reinforcements for the enemy. Naruto's immediate reaction was a sinking sense of dread. Deidara, look at that. I'm standing right at the center, the true star of the show. No wonder. My art really does steal the spotlight. Hiden, my Jashin is the only one worthy of devotion. Come, join the faith of Jashin with me. Sasori, I can't believe I'd actually step in to save a brat like this. Still, imagine making a Jinchuriki into a puppet. Now that would be the pinnacle of eternal art. On, try tasting my iron fist then. Rashi you wish. Kisameo? Strange, in another world, it seems Mr. Itachi is the boss of this group. Itachi, Kisame, don't spread wild rumors. Konan, we must follow the will of God. Kakuzu, Ninja World, take note. Our organization's strength is about to be fully displayed. If you want to hire us for a mission, better act quickly, or soon our prices will reach 100 million. Stop. We're here because the Hokage asked for our help. Itachi noticed Naruto's wary gaze and offered a brief explanation. Naruto was momentarily stunned. In other words, we're here to lend you a hand. To defeat the masked man. As Deidara's words fell, the members of the Akatsuki leapt into action. Are you saying Akatsuki has been hired? Even the masked man was visibly startled by the sudden appearance of Akatsuki. Sasori summoned his puppets to face Genbu. Hiden brandished his scythe, charging straight at Byako. Kakuzu engaged the Celestial Maiden in combat. Kisame sought out the Grim Reaper. Pain's Deva Path faced both the Southern Dipper Sage and the Northern Dipper Sage alone. Deidara and Suzaku spiraled around each other in an explosive chase. Konan's fluttering paper jutsu flowed through the battlefield, offering agile support to every corner. Uchiha Itachi, meanwhile, rushed to rescue Sakura, who was trapped. This was a rare occasion, Akatsuki fighting as a united front. Incredible. Akatsuki are actually our allies. At the sight, even Naruto couldn't help but get excited. Deidara, looks like our organization's reputation is quite something. To be considered allies, even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki kid looks thrilled. Kakuzu, special offer for just 80 million. We're available for hire. Jiraiya, I have to admit, even if Akatsuki doesn't look like the kind of group that does good deeds, every single one of their members is a force to be reckoned with. So that's how it is. Is this another twisted irony of this world? That the Hokage would seek help from Akatsuki. Madara was also taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Judging by her form, it looks like physical attacks don't work on you. Itachi had no interest in Madara's words. In this world, Akatsuki was a mercenary group. They take your money and solve your problems. Still, that doesn't mean you're untouchable. As he spoke, the Sharingan pattern gleamed in Itachi's eyes. If I wish, even flames could devour you whole. As obstinate as ever, Madara muttered, choosing not to fight head-on. With decisive swiftness, he began to withdraw. A swirling vortex erupted from Madara's eye, spinning rapidly. The next instant, the vortex was gone, and so was Madara's silhouette. Tobirama Senju. This technique, Madara, tell me you didn't shamelessly steal your descendant's eyes. Uchiha Madara, Tobirama, you've really managed to get on my nerves. One day, I'll make sure you experience something worse than death, even after you're gone. With Akatsuki holding back the enemies outside, Naruto chased the masked man into the training cavern. Inside, it was pitch black, with training dummies and gears littered everywhere. So this is a training ground. Naruto's voice echoed as he surveyed his surroundings, searching for any sign of the masked man. Naruto, unfamiliar with this place, cautiously took a few steps forward. Unlike Naruto, the masked man used his knowledge of the terrain to launch a sudden attack from a blind spot. Caught off guard, Naruto was sent flying by a powerful kick. But that kind of attack wasn't enough to put Naruto out of commission. Shadow Clone Jutsu, multiple clones. For shadow clones appeared. One slipped quietly behind a pillar and sat cross-legged in hiding. The remaining 3 joined Naruto in launching an assault against the masked man. Tobirama Senju, not bad. Creating 4 shadow clones at once. Remind me of my prime. But the masked man was no pushover. With a flurry of punches and kicks, the 3 shadow clones were quickly dispatched, disappearing in wisps of smoke. If you think numbers will win the day, you're being naive, the masked man sneered. Oh, really? The clone hiding behind the pillar vanished. This is where it ends. An orange eyeshadow appeared around Naruto's eyes, while his pupils narrowed into the straight slits of a toad's eye. Sage mode activated. Great Sage Fukusaku. Little Naruto's got some real talent, gathering Sage chakra through shadow clones and then transferring it back to his main body. That's a bold and ingenious method, truly unprecedented. Though who knows, maybe someone will follow in his footsteps one day. Great Sage Shima, and the speed at which he gathers Sage chakra. Much faster than young Jiraiya ever was. Jiraiya, haha, it's only natural for the student to surpass the master. Naruto, I'm so proud of you. Naruto, wow. Future me looks seriously awesome. Sasuke, are you seeing this? Sasuke, humph. Naruto, trust me. One day I'll leave you in the dust. Here I come. With Sage mode active, Naruto's strength surged. His punches became faster, his blows mightier. Yet even in the face of Naruto's enhanced attacks, the masked man remained calm and composed. This is the end for you. A faint violet aura shimmered into view, enveloping the masked man. With a casual lift of his arm, he caught Naruto's fist and, in a voice as cold as steel, issued a chilling threat. Twisting his wrist, he slammed Naruto downward with great force. Naruto's body plummeted straight down, weaving through the giant gears. At the very bottom, an ominous array of spikes glinted menacingly in the darkness. If he fell onto those, he'd be skewered through and through. Death was certain. But Naruto reacted in the nick of time, using one of the falling training posts to steady himself midair, landing precariously atop the deadly spikes. Who are you really? Naruto knew all too well the power Sage mode held. It was strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with pain and hold his own. Yet this masked man had not only withstood his Sage mode assault, but seemed completely unfazed by it. What a troublesome opponent. The masked man also landed steadily atop a spike, raising his hand as he gathered chakra into a massive Rasengan. Realizing that communication was hopeless, Naruto summoned 2 shadow clones and unleashed his wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Minato. So he's combined chakra nature transformation with the Rasengan. He's truly my son, after all. Exceptional. Jiraiya. I'd wager Naruto figured this out on his own. Even now, I haven't managed to add nature transformation to my Rasengan. Kakashi, I can manage a basic Rasengan, but as for nature transformation, I think I'll leave that to someone else. Two powerful jutsu crashed into each other. In an instant, a violent surge of energy swept outward, bursting into a blaze of fire. The entire training cavern was obliterated in a heartbeat. Outside, the Akatsuki had just dispatched all the nine-faced beasts, watching in silent awe as the furious clash unfolded before them. This guy, even the Raisin Shuriken, bathed in dazzling arcs of energy, Naruto's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Suddenly, the restless agitation in his gut returned with a vengeance. Restless again? Your stomach really is slow to catch on. Ever since just now, the thing inside you's been itching to come out, hasn't it? The masked man's voice rang out at just the right moment. You mean inside my... How do you know about that? Naruto's shock deepened, filling his gaze. Maybe this is what they call resonance. Minato, the thing inside his stomach? Could he mean the Nine Tails? Kurama, what a joke. As if I'd squirm because of some pitiful human. Maybe I'd get excited if I were about to kill this brat. That's as far as it goes. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shikaku, have you noticed anything? Shikakanara. Lord Third, I have. I wonder if you noticed, the masked man's voice sounds a bit like Naruto's, doesn't it? Anoki, are you suggesting? Shikakanara. Shikamaru, I'm sure you've caught on. Why don't you explain? Shikamaru Nara, what a drag. All it takes is paying attention to a few small details. The masked man's voice is an intentionally deepened version of Naruto's. Plus, both the big Rasengan and the wind style, Raisin Shuriken, they're pretty similar, aren't they? Shikamaru Nara. But, most importantly, listen to these clues. Resonance, the stomach, something inside, itching to break free, still alive. Naruto's a Jinchuriki, so obviously what's inside is the Nine Tails. In short, my guess is the masked man is another world's Naruto, only twisted into darkness. Tobarama Senju. That's a sound deduction. I expect that's exactly what's going on. Honestly, I never imagined I'd meet someone just like me in this world. And that's precisely why I can't bear it. Under the immense surge of energy, the mask and black robe on the masked man started to dissolve, bit by bit. In the end, a face was revealed, one so familiar that it could not be more familiar. It was a face exactly the same as Naruto's. The only difference between them was in their hair color, one black, one blonde. I'm going to erase you completely. No longer the masked man. He should now be called Menma. He bared his teeth in a twisted snarl at Naruto. Naruto was stunned by the scene unfolding before him. The nine-faced beast, once thought dead, was summoned back by Menma and forcibly drawn into his body once more. After absorbing the beast's power, Menma let out a sinister grin as a dense, crushing aura spread outward. When he looked at Naruto again, his eyes had turned into a pair of wild, beastly pupils. A terrifying force shot straight into the sky. With a deafening shout, a faintly shadowed, black Nine Tails appeared beneath Menma, its presence menacing. The dark Nine Tails, its eyes sparkling with bloodlust, charged at Naruto with overwhelming ferocity. Things had escalated so quickly that Naruto's shock only deepened. Faced with the sheer force of the dark Nine Tails attack, Naruto dared not take it head-on. He leapt high, dodging in nick of time. This spectacle left not only Naruto, but also the Akatsuki onlookers and Sakura at the perimeter utterly speechless. The Nine Tails is the tailed beast that wields the purest, most powerful hatred. If two Nine Tails were ever to meet, it would be a battle to the death. So what will the outcome be? Madara, always one to relish the chaos, commented with a mix of mischief and curiosity. Perhaps this was the very scene he longed to witness. He's after me. Everyone, get out of here. While dodging the dark Nine Tails attacks, Naruto shouted desperately to Sakura and the Akatsuki just beyond the fray. Deidara, is this kid out his mind? He's barely able to protect himself against the Nine Tails, yet he's telling us to fall back. Shouldn't he be calling for backup instead? Kushina, that damn Nine Tails. If you so much as hurt my precious son, you'll have to answer to me. And don't forget, half of you still resides with my husband. Kurama, that defective beast is nothing like me. If it were up to me, I'd crush him with a single blow. Minato, back in my day, I faced the Nine Tails, and now, so does Naruto. Truly, he is my son, but I have no worries for him. I've always believed in Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I don't think we'll see a real Nine Tails versus Nine Tails fight, since the true one is sealed inside Naruto. As long as that seal remains, there's nothing to fear. Naruto, Sakura stepped forward in worry, only to be pulled back by Itachi. It's true. If we intervene any further, we'd be breaking our contract. And we weren't paid nearly enough for that, Itachi said, scooping Sakura up as he and the rest of the Akatsuki boarded her giant C2 dragon and took to the skies. Sakura, Sasuke's brother. Sasuke, Stupid woman. Call me that one more time and never show your face before me again. Sekure, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Suzuki. I didn't know. Sasuke, shut up. Kakuzu, Itachi, I appreciate your spirit when it comes to making money. Uchiha Itachi, since you're so enormous. Even as he was scrambling out of the way, Naruto seemed to hatch a plan. He deliberately led the Dark Nine Tails to a narrow, enclosed lakeside area. The entrance was too small for the beast. The Dark Nine Tails had no choice but to smash through with brute strength. Little did it know, Naruto was already waiting for it inside the cavern. The moment the Nine Tails crashed onto the lake's surface, Naruto's attack began. Multirasengan Barrage. All at once, the sky filled with Narutos as far as the eye could see, each one wielding a swirling Rasengan in hand. Together, they converged upon the Dark Nine Tails. Tobirama Senju, that many shadow clones. Could this be real? Kakashi, scenes like this bring tears to my eyes. Kushina, perfectly normal. As an Uzumaki, Naruto's chakra reserves are far from ordinary, and with a Nine Tails power, something like this is well within his reach. Kurenai Yuhi, I get the logic, but it still feels so unbelievable to watch. But after all, this was the Dark Nine Tails. Their strength was indomitable. Not only did Naruto's attack have no effect, it was repelled outright, sending him hurtling through the air before he crashed hard into the water. He was seriously hurt. What's with you? To think you'd lose to such a cheap imitation. A deep, sneering voice echoed in Naruto's ear. Save it. Now the real counterattack begins. Time to go full-tailed beast mode. Unaware, Naruto's consciousness slipped into the Nine-Tails seal space. Confronted with the beast's mocking laughter, all he felt was a flurry of irritation and anxiety. Have you gone dumb? Even though it's a fake, that one is still a Nine Tails just like me. You can only use the chakra that's been dragged away from me. How do you plan to fight? The Nine Tails' disdain was all too clear as it taunted Naruto. Then, the beast offered a solution. Switch with me, Naruto. Let me handle the rest. Its enormous claw grasped the iron gate, sealing it in. The screech of metal on metal scraped the air, leaving 3 long, deep gashes on the barrier. Huh, you can forget that. I know exactly what you're after. There's no way I'm handing my body over to you. Naruto stood firm against the fox's temptation, unmoved. Minato, that's my boy Naruto. Refuse it, no matter what. Until you fully master its power. Opening that seal puts you at constant risk of being overtaken. Still the same infuriating little brat, as ever. But there's always someone stronger out there. And if I'm honest, right now, no one grates on me more than Uchiha Madara. If you die, I'll probably end up trapped in this false world. If that's what that guy wants, I have no intention of playing along. For this one time, I'll lend you my power as an exception. To Naruto's surprise, the Nine Tails actually gave in. So, the enemy of my enemy is my ally, huh? Upon hearing this, Naruto sprang to his feet. Understood. Just this once, let's fight together. He placed his right hand over his abdomen and, with a twist, flung open the iron gate, sealing the Nine Tails. In a sense, this was the very first time man and beast stood side by side as comrades. At this moment, Myanmar was still searching for any sign of Naruto. Suddenly, the calm surface of a lake erupted in violent waves. Just like Myanmar, Naruto shot up from the depths, standing atop the Nine Tails' head, and landed a heavy blow on the Dark Nine Tails, sending it hurtling several meters away. Of course, such an attack wasn't nearly enough to defeat the enemy. Regaining its composure under Myanmar's control, the Dark Nine Tails immediately righted itself and charged straight at the Nine Tails under Naruto's command. Above the lake, the clash of the two Nine Tails grew ever more fierce. Inoki, a Nine Tails versus another Nine Tails. What a rare sight. It's far more overwhelming than I ever imagined. Minato, set the Nine Tails loose this soon? I just hope Naruto isn't in danger. Shikaku, haha, I can't take it. Stupid fox, I saw it coming, but I didn't expect you to join forces with a human so soon. And didn't you always claim to be the embodiment of hatred? Don't you ever call yourself that again. You're making us tailed beasts look bad. Gyuki, easy there, Shikaku. Weren't you also? Shikaku, Gyuki, I'm talking to the fox. Don't cut in. Kurama, you, with the fewest tails, which make you the weakest, lousy tanuki. What right do you have to judge me? Shikaku, rotten fox, you're just spouting nonsense. Kurama, then why do you have the fewest tails? After fierce close combat, the battle escalated with a clash of tailed beast bombs. Relentless explosions tore through the air. Under such ferocity, the entire training cavern was utterly destroyed. Even Deidara, watching from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is pure art." The two Nine Tails battled from beneath the lake, soaring into the sky, and crashing back down to earth. I'm the one who will survive. Myanmar screamed, his voice ragged with desperation. Damn it! To think that the Nine Tails, supposed to be nothing but chakra-made flesh, could be pushed this far. Naruto's emotions surged, indignation burning on his face. Myanmar roared. There's no way I'll let you have your way. Naruto shouted back. The two Nine Tails collided, while Naruto and Myanmar leapt skyward together, fists raised, exchanging blows mid-air. In the end, the dark Nine Tails dissolved into smoke and vanished. With one swift punch, Naruto defeated Myanmar, whose strength finally gave out. The fierce battle left both of them utterly exhausted, and they fell helplessly from the sky. In the very end, it was Naruto who emerged victorious. Dragging his weary body, Naruto managed to stand up with great effort. Meanwhile, Myanmar had crashed onto the bridge, lying still and silent, his fate uncertain. Ino Yamanaka, Naruto, is amazing, and riding the Nine Tails like that, he looks so cool. Choji Akimichi, maybe Naruto really will become Hokage someday. Actually, hasn't he already? Munch delicious. As expected, the winner is you. When the fight between Naruto and Myanmar finally ended, Madara's figure appeared at just the right moment. However, this battle has gone far beyond what I'd imagined. I didn't expect your bond with the Nine Tails to be this formidable. Madara glanced over the surrounding ruins, his tone carrying a hint of both surprise and admiration. Tobarama Senju. Madara, choosing this moment to show up. Could it be he's here to reap the rewards while others are weakened? Deidara, what a master at swooping in for scraps. All that remains now is to defeat you. Though covered in wounds, Naruto's eyes were resolute as he looked at Madara. It seems you still don't understand the seriousness of your situation. Madara sneered, and then his ghostly figure flipped gracefully through the air. A flash of violet light. Madara merged into Myanmar's body. The resonance between the two Nine Tails and, after such a fierce battle, right at this very instant, your seal is more fragile than ever before. Yes, exactly as it was back then. Under Naruto's gaze, Myanmar, who had been unconscious, stood back up. His expression twisted, the pupil of his right eye transformed into a Sharingan. Minato, this is what truly worries me. Once the seal is undone, even if it's quickly closed again, there's a period of weakness. Tobarama Senju, so that was Madara's plan all along. Kushina, Naruto, please be safe. Don't let anything happen to you. Taking advantage of someone's weakness, such shameful tactics. Seems the legendary Uchiha Madara really is no different from the rumors. This is bad. Run, Naruto. The Nine Tails suddenly warned him. What's going on? Naruto asked, puzzled. I got careless because he didn't have a physical body. I didn't expect this trick. That's ocular power at work, Naruto. If this continues, it'll be just like what happened to Kushina. I'll be forcibly extracted from you. The Nine Tails' voice was heavy with concern. Kushina, that masked man. Minato speculated about him before, but was never sure if he was really Madara. Back then, he already brought disaster upon me, and now he comes after my precious son. He'd better pray I never see his true face beneath that mask. If he ever ends up in the Pure Land, I swear I'll make him pay. Minato, if I were in the Pure Land, I'd feel the same way as Kushina. I'll take the Nine Tails, Naruto declared. As Naruto conversed with Kurama, Madara was far from idle. He sprang forward and struck first. A razor-sharp kunai flashed with a chilling, ghostly light as it sliced toward Naruto's face. Naruto twisted just in time, barely dodging the attack. Hey, if you so much as look into that guy's eyes, it's all over, Kurama's grave voice warned again. With that, Naruto could only keep his gaze locked on the area below Madara's neck. Asuma, fighting this way, it's really not easy. My guy, can't do it? I can teach you. Naruto should learn too. You never know when it'll come in handy. But Madara paid no mind to Naruto's struggle. Grinning wickedly, he unleashed a brutal barrage of close-range attacks. Naruto's vision restricted. He found himself at a severe disadvantage. All he could do was dodge, desperately fending off wave after wave of relentless strikes and kunai blows. Having only just survived an intense battle, Naruto's stamina and condition left much to be desired. In a moment's misstep, Madara seized an opening and kicked Naruto, sending him flying. He tumbled across the ground, rolling several times before finally regaining his balance. Damn it, at this rate. Naruto gasped, struggling to his knees. Suddenly, crimson moonlight poured down on him. As if remembering something, Naruto reached inside his cloak and pulled out a scroll, the Book of Vermilion Moon, and tried to open it. This is my last gamble. Maybe this is the moment from the prophecy. But Madara allowed no opportunity. Just as Naruto began to open the Book of Vermilion Moon, a kunai whistled through the air, slicing the scroll clean in half. At the same moment, Madara's right eye met Naruto's through the gap. Forget everything. The nine-tailed demon fox belongs to me. In the next instant, Naruto was struck as if by a thunderbolt. He collapsed heavily like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The color faded from his eyes. His pupils lost their focus, turning blank and empty. From Naruto's abdomen, Kurama's chakra was rapidly being drawn out. Sarah, he did so much, came so close, and still failed. What a heartbreaking turn. Kushina, don't you dare, you bastard. If you lay a hand on Naruto, know this. There will be hell to pay once you're dead. Obito, all right. Kushina, and what are you to Obito anyway? The grown-ups are talking. Kiddo, go play somewhere else. Obito. Minato. Obito. Now isn't the time to upset Kushina. And frankly, your teacher is furious as well. Daring to hurt my son. One day, if I get the chance, I'll finish that masked man myself with my Rasengan Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl 3 technique. Just then, Sakura came plunging down from above. She landed protectively in front of Naruto, temporarily cutting off Madara's attempt to extract the tailed beast. I won't let you hurt Naruto. Sakura raised her kunai, facing Madara head-on. Naruto, Sakura, you showed up just in time. Sakura, of course I did. After all, we're teammates. What am I even doing right now? Naruto, after his memories have been wiped, lay on the ground, his eyes dull and spiritless. Now that you mention it, who am I? He gazed vacantly around, and his empty eyes fell by chance on the Shuzuki Moon book, now broken in half. Faintly, the book began to glow. The light grew brighter and brighter, until it gradually gathered into the shape of a Rasengan. This technique was created by the 4th Hokage. In that case, let me handle this. As if in resonance, scenes of training with Jiraiya and learning Rasengan began to replay in Naruto's mind. Here, take this. Jiraiya handed Naruto a popsicle. Watch out. So many nights spent training, refusing to give up. Finally, the image of Minato shaping a Rasengan merges with Naruto, forming his own Rasengan, overlapping perfectly. In that instant, Naruto remembered. Everything came rushing back to him. Meanwhile, Sakura was struggling against Madara, slowly beginning to falter under pressure. Eventually, she was sent flying with a savage kick. Luckily, Naruto, his mind now clear, caught her just in time. I didn't expect you'd still be able to stand back up, Madara said, shock and annoyance mixed in his voice. How could I forget? I inherited this from my master, the Rasengan, and my own name, which matters more than you'll ever know. My master wrote a book called Legend of Grit and Perseverance. And from that book, 2 heroes chose the very characters that make up my name. At this moment, Naruto's face shone with pride. Jiraiya, I never thought I'd live to see this day. I'm so moved, Naruto, I nearly burst into tears. Naruto, well, we're actually not that close yet. Tsunade, nearly? So you didn't actually cry, did you? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you? In tears? You always look so happy, grinning wider than anyone. I can't make sense of you. Jiraiya, you guys just can't let me have my moment. Can you? Always have to mess things up. At the same time, with the help of his 2 shadow clones, Naruto finished forming the Rasengan in his hand. Then, he pulled out a kunai and gripped it tightly. With the Rasengan in his right hand and the kunai in his left, he sprang forward, charging straight at Madara. Release the tailed beasts and vanish from this world in ashes. Madara remained composed, not showing the slightest fear, and confidently stepped forward to meet Naruto, as if he could easily handle him. I'm not Menma. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto hurled the kunai. Madara tilted his head to dodge it. But Naruto's speed was astonishing. In the brief moment it took Madara to avoid the kunai, Naruto was already above him. I am Naruto! His words crashed down alongside the Rasengan he wielded. A thunderous blast echoed out. Madara was smashed hard into the ground, a deep crater opening beneath him. A violent surge of chakra sent rocks and dust flying everywhere. It's been 16 years since I was last struck by this jutsu. With that attack, Madara was instantly forced out of the state where he'd possessed Menma. Anoki 6. Hiruzen Sarutobi 6. Maitirumi, Jes. Arasa, Anum. A6. Obito, 6. All the ninja world, 6. In that moment, everyone in the ninja world wore a look of mixed emotions. They all typed 6 in unison, not for any other reason, but because this scene was so familiar. They just witnessed it not long ago. Deidara, I have to say this Madara guy is really down on his luck. First, the father smacks him down, and now the son does it too. And both times, it's the exact same move. I can't take it. I gotta laugh for a bit. Kushina, Naruto, you were amazing. Mom is so proud of you. Minato Namikaze, like father, like son. We both use the same move to defeat our enemies. Naruto, that's not the Flying Thunder God. So let me think. I'll come up with a cool name for it. Naruto, all right. Hey, what are you doing, pervy sage? Jiraiya, maybe Minato shouldn't be naming things right now. Time is short. Naruto, you and I still have more training to do. Next time, next time. But this time, although Madara's possession had been broken, from the look in his eyes, it was clear he wasn't going to let things end so easily. Chains shot out from his sleeves as he prepared to strike again. At this point, Naruto was completely spent. He could barely stand, and had to lean on Sakura for support. He had no strength left to face Madara. Sakura immediately realized Naruto's condition. Without hesitation, she pulled out a kunai and faced the diving Madara head-on. Clang! The kunai clashed against the tightening chains, sparks flying. Uncle Minato, Aunt Kushina. Looking at the two figures standing protectively in front of her, Sakura cried out their names joyfully. At the crucial moment, Minato and Kushina arrived just in time. With that, Madara lost his chance at victory. As Naruto threw the kunai from his pocket, it shattered the glass, orb adorned with 7 Kama-like tomo. Everything came to an end. In this world, Minato and Kushina found their true child, Minma. Sakura finally understood the importance of parents. Back in the real world, when Naruto once again opened the door, he was no longer greeted by a chill and endless loneliness. Instead, he was welcomed by bright lights and Irika's caring voice. There was even a big cake set out on the table. Seeing this scene, Naruto was overwhelmed with an indescribable warmth and emotion, and tears welled up, rolling freely down his cheeks. Welcome home, Naruto. I'm home. End of video playback. Minato. Irika, Naruto was truly lucky to have met you. Let me extend my heartfelt thanks for all you've done for him. Kushina, I'm deeply grateful to you as well. Irika, don't mention it. 4th Hokage, Lady Kushina. It was fate that brought Naruto and me together. Honestly, I feel grateful for knowing him too. Naruto, Irika-sensei, Kuratsuchi, I'm tearing up. Scenes like this are impossible to watch without crying. Sobs? Many sensitive girls quietly wiped away tears, deeply moved. Even the toughest men fell silent, apparently touched as well. The rewards are now being distributed. Reward, Sakura's chakra reserves doubled. Reward, Madara receives a fully restored body, with all his former strength intact. Reward, Naruto can choose to revive either Kushina or Minato. Uchiha Madara what? Resurrection. Uchiha Itachi. Is such a jutsu really possible? Inoki. I've lived most of my life, but this turns my understanding upside down. In Konoha, Kakashi approached the stunned Naruto quietly and let out a gentle sigh. Naruto, you can choose. The system isn't tricking you. Really? Kakashi-sensei, if I choose, either dad or mom will come back, right? He was still just a child. Such a surprise was overwhelming, making Naruto's expression look fragile. He was happy, but afraid it might only be a cruel joke. It's true. Don't worry. Your teacher will be right here with you. Minato, Naruto, maybe choose your mom. She really, truly loves you. Kushina, Naruto, choose your dad. Only your father can protect you the way I would. Danzo, Naruto, pick Kushina. Haven't you heard? There's no one in the world quite like a mother. AI, a hero like the Yellow Flash deserves to be immortalized in everyone's memories. There's no need for Kushina to suffer for this. Hashirama Senju, enough talking. Let Naruto decide for himself. The god of shinobi's words carried immense weight. As soon as Hashirama spoke, all arguments ceased. System, no need to worry. There will be more opportunities. This brief comment from the system revealed a great deal, and Naruto's eyes lit up. No longer hesitating, he made his decision. Naruto, Dad, I'll bring you back next time. For now, with the pervy sage guiding me, you don't need to worry. Minato, well done, Naruto. Kushina, but, Naruto, system, I choose to bring my mother back. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, the earth at his feet began to tremble. Moments later, a coffin rose up from the ground. The lid fell open, white smoke billowed out in thick waves. A striking figure with flowing red hair stepped forward. It was none other than Kushina. Mom, Naruto. Tears glistened in both Naruto and Kushina's eyes as, in the very next moment, they threw themselves into a tight embrace. Here's a little hint. The next video's keyword is a father who almost lost his child in middle age. Guess right and win a prize. With these words from the system, nearly every man of middle age throughout the ninja world furrowed his brow in unison and instinctively glanced over at his son. Only after confirming their son's safety did they let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness, my son is still alive. Chozo Akimichi. This probably has nothing to do with me. When Naruto got married, Choji even sent a gift. Shikakanara. Now that you mention it, Choza, you're right. As far as I know, our children are still around in the future. Niji Hyuga. It can't be right? Orochimaru. As long as one can become an undying, immortal ninja, losing a child is hardly an issue. Ding. The video is ready. Preparing to play. Datara. Hold on. After you show a video, shouldn't you go offline? Take a break or something. System. I just felt like putting in some extra hours. Any complaints? No, you don't. The screen went black as the system's voice faded. Once again, a new scene came into view. To me, the Akatsuki are objects of faith, as close to divinity as one can imagine. That's why I struggle so deeply with what I must do. As a living sacrifice to bring forth the divine tree, my only option is to feed you to the 10 tails. A figure cloaked in a hooded robe stood motionless, head shrouded in shadow. A few strands of red hair slipped from beneath the hood. Lips moved ever so slightly. Madarumi, if nothing goes wrong, this is probably some handsome young man. Oh, is that so? Boruto let out a dry, mocking laugh. I don't think there's anything more to discuss. I refuse to be anyone's sacrifice. Can you just drop this idea and get lost already? Kushina, it's Boruto? Then, that must be my grandson. Naruto, Tobirama Senju. Human sacrifice, Akatsuki, those are such dangerous words. The last Akatsuki, Ishiki, was outrageous enough. Boruto, you need to run now. Kawaki, standing nearby, tried desperately to intervene. He seems like a lunatic who won't listen to reason. Let's deal with him properly before Dad gets here. With that, Boruto launched the first attack. His whip-like kick was easily blocked by Code, who caught it with a raised hand. When his initial strike failed, Boruto wasted no time. His left hand quickly gathered chakra into a Rasengan. Inoki, one Rasengan passed down 3 generations. Actually, including Jiraiya, that makes 4. Killer Bee, 4 generations spinning the sphere. Every generation outdoes the last. Oh yeah, victory and. Seeing Boruto's move, Code didn't try to meet it head-on. Instead, 3 immense claw marks materialized at his feet. Code made a grasping gesture toward the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Boruto's Rasengan struck nothing but empty air. So that's the ability they mentioned earlier? A black mark crept up Boruto's left cheek, spreading across his entire eye socket. Shock filled his gaze. He's behind you. Kawaki shouted a warning. Behind Boruto, a fresh claw mark appeared. Emerging from the mark, Code lunged, his vicious claws slashing toward Boruto in a fierce attack. Boruto reacted instantly, dodging forward while flinging 2 shuriken back at Code, trying to disrupt his rhythm. Such a basic attack hardly fazed Code. With a single sweep of his claw, he knocked both shuriken aside. But that was only the opening act. Boruto's moves were never that simple. In a flash, one of the discarded shuriken behind Code transformed. Boruto himself appeared where the shuriken had fallen. Naruto, Sasuke, look, isn't that the exact move we used against Zabuza back in the day? Sasuke, humph. Naruto, at least your son isn't as reckless as you were. Tobirama Senju, now that's some commendable battle sense. Lightning style, thunder, arrow. Boruto moved quickly, weaving hand signs. A powerful bolt of lightning style, jutsu crashed down. An average ninja wouldn't have stood a chance against such a rapid assault. But Code, bold enough to come after Boruto alone, was no ordinary foe. As the thick smoke cleared from the impact, only 3 clear claw marks were left behind. So that's how it is. He set up a shadow clone disguised as a shuriken beforehand. Fascinating. Fighting a ninja really is exhilarating. Thanks to his ability, Code had dodged effortlessly and now appeared safely beneath a tree behind Boruto, utterly unscathed. And what's that supposed to mean? Is that guy not a ninja or something? Madarumi, that handsome young man's technique doesn't really look like ninjutsu. It seems he moves freely by using those claw marks he leaves behind. It's more like a unique ability tied to a bloodline limit. Tobirama Senju. The future of the shinobi world is truly incomprehensible. All kinds of inexplicable people keep appearing, and now we even see things that aren't ninja-like at all. But unfortunately, you're still not skilled enough to use this technique effectively. As Code spoke, a pale blue mark identical to Boruto's appeared at the corner of his right eye beneath his hood. The white comma. Boruto clearly recognized it, his face full of shock. Kawaki, standing nearby, was equally stunned. After activating the white comma, Code's entire presence changed dramatically, as if an overwhelming aura swept the space. Boruto tried to attack again, but before he could take more than a few steps, Code closed the distance in a heartbeat. With a sharp elbow, he struck Boruto right beneath the chin and sent him sprawling on the ground. Staggering from the pain, Boruto nevertheless forced himself upright, reaching into the pouch at his waist. He flung 2 shuriken in a desperate attempt to repeat his previous move. But Code's power now was on a different level from before. The moment the shuriken left Boruto's hand, Code was already in front of him, and with a swift kick, he sent Boruto flying several meters through the air. There's no way I can match him. Kawaki clenched his fists. A crushing sense of helplessness welled up inside him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, white comma. So this is a power that emerges in the future shinobi world? The man in the video, after activating it, was completely transformed. Orochimaru. It does resemble a curse mark, doesn't it? Kidamaru. Lord Orochimaru, please grant us such overwhelming power. Laid low by that kick brimming with raw strength, Boruto groaned in agony, collapsed on the ground, and retched. He couldn't get up for a long while. Do you know why activating the comma brings such a dramatic surge in power? Physical ability increases, and with it, your strength and speed. That's one reason. But the truth is, it doesn't instantly make you overwhelmingly strong. The true essence of the comma lies elsewhere. It's about the countless years of battle experience stored within the Akatsuki. All of that is transferred directly onto you, nothing held back. That's why you grow stronger. Code, in contrast, showed not a trace of hurriedness as he slowly approached Boruto, his tone almost instructional, as if explaining a lesson. Jiraiya, external power, no doubt about it. Gaining strength through something borrowed might offer a boost for a while, but it'll never truly be your own. Minato Namikaze. No wonder this person isn't considered a ninja. A real ninja's strength is forged step by step through relentless training. Endure, grow, repeat. That's the shinobi way. Hashirama Senju. Fourth, I must say, I completely agree with you. Even I gained my strength through long years of training and perseverance. After a brief explanation, Code walked over to where Boruto lay face down on the ground. He lifted his foot and kicked Boruto away once more. Naturally, Code wasn't about to let Boruto go that easily. Let me witness the power of Mamashiki Akatsuki, Code sneered. Surely, this can't be all you've got? Kurama. Following the claw marks, Code appeared in front of Boruto yet again. He raised his foot, this time aiming straight for Boruto's head. Kusina, no. Is our family's fate always so precarious? Boruto, my dear Boruto, some certain Byakugan princess, though she tried hard to stay conscious and keep her eyes on Boruto, was overwhelmed by tumultuous thoughts. In the end, she couldn't hold on and fainted, missing what happened next. As Code's words fell, so did his foot, mercilessly. The sheer impact shattered the ground, sending a web of cracks radiating out in all directions. By a stroke of luck, Boruto managed to dodge. He sprang lightly, landing in a crouch not far away. But something was clearly wrong with Boruto. An intense blue aura enveloped his whole body. When he lifted his head again, his right eye, marked in black, had transformed into a stark Byakugan. Just like with Code earlier, Boruto's entire presence shifted drastically. Minato, what's happening here? Something about Boruto's condition feels very wrong. This is not good at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi. He looks like a different person, his gaze so cold and hard. Kawaki, stay back. It's dangerous here. Boruto glanced at a bewildered Kawaki, quickly giving the warning. He no longer hesitated. With a powerful leap, he shot toward Code at blinding speed. He formed the sign for Shadow Clone Jutsu, just as he moved. So that's how it is. Impressive, Code muttered, even as a white karma user himself, caught off guard by Boruto's sudden acceleration, barely raising his claw to block Boruto's punch in time. But there were 3 shadow clones following closely behind. Code swiftly withdrew his claws to guard against the second Boruto's attack. He didn't dare linger. Every clash was brief. At this moment, Boruto's power and speed were something else entirely. Code was wary of meeting that force head-on. Tobirama Senju. See, brother? My ninjutsu has stood the test of time. Even by the 7th Hokage's era, his son is still using it. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama, are you upset? Tobirama Senju. Of course not. Why would I ever be upset with you, brother? Hashirama Senju. Good. Still, your jutsu was truly dangerous back in our day. Tobirama Senju. All right, brother. You're the Hokage, so you must be right. Boruto maneuvered his clones, launching a coordinated assault. 2 fists could never fend off 4 hands. Code, blocking one Boruto's attack, was struck by another and sent flying. Boruto pressed the advantage, relentless. Code was certainly no pushover. With a swift motion, he lashed out and left a claw mark across Boruto's collarbone. Instead of withdrawing, he pushed forward and dove straight into the fresh wound. Using the connection through the claw marks, Code popped his head out from a distant tree trunk. Moments later, Code's claws emerged from Boruto's collarbone, catching him completely off guard as he launched a sudden assault, wiping out 2 of Boruto's shadow clones in an instant. AI. This ability is just as nasty as the Sharingan possessed by the Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha. Regular Tomo might stand a chance, but once the Mangekyo is awakened, everything changes on a whole new level. Hiruzen Sarutobi, moving freely through scratch marks, with seemingly no restrictions. That's truly a troublesome power. Deidara. Is that what you call the ultimate art of escape? Code's sudden move had clearly caught Boruto off guard. Damn it. He couldn't help but curse. Quickly coming to his senses, Boruto grabbed hold of Code's hand as it reached out. The remaining shadow clone immediately reacted, coordinating with Boruto and forcefully yanking Code out from the claw mark before hurling him away with all its strength. What? Code, now airborne, was no less shocked than Boruto had been moments earlier. In the blink of an eye, as if by teleportation, Boruto appeared right in front of Code and threw a powerful punch. Code's backward flight only seemed to accelerate. But Boruto's assault wasn't over yet. His hand gathered chakra, forming a Rasengan. Once more, he closed the gap between them, the attack about to hit its mark. Code had no choice but to scrape another claw mark beneath him and beat a hasty retreat. Damn, this ability is ridiculously hard to deal with, Boruto muttered, frustration lacing his voice after his attack missed. Boruto's movements aren't like before, and he's even managed to keep his consciousness clear. When did he become? Kawaki, watching from the sidelines, was awestruck by Boruto's maneuvers. Naruto, incredible. He may be my son, but seeing him like this, almost as capable as I am right now, it's truly impressive. Jiraiya, Naruto, it's obvious your kid has drawn on some external power to become this strong. What's more, it's the same force that other dangerous types, who claim not to be shinobi, are using. I don't know what awaits in the future, but Naruto, you've certainly changed. Minato Namikaze, my son. Naruto, Tobirama Senju. Since we're talking about the future here, let's not speculate too much. Anyone who's become Hokage deserves the village's trust. Hashirama Senju. Well said, Tobirama. Inoki. So this is the will of fire from the leaf. The stone will, inherited from the first Tsuchikage, is something I'm starting to understand now. My Iwagakure needs its own will of stone. AI. So according to you, old man, doesn't that mean my hidden cloud village should also have a will of lightning? Madarumi, Hihi, and the will of water too. Raza, don't forget the will of sand. Hiruzen, Sarutobi 6. Faced with Boruto in such a state, Code lost all desire for any more pointless fighting. Claw marks appeared underfoot. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Kawaki, grabbing him by the throat with chill and resolve. Let's go, Kawaki. She's waiting for you. With that, he intended to pull Kawaki away with his claw marks. But Kawaki, unwilling to go without a fight, struggled furiously as his hands formed seals. A shadow clone appeared at Kawaki's back, who without hesitation swept a punch downward, aimed squarely at Code, the one restraining him. Tobirama Senju, big brother, see that? Another one taking after my ninjutsu. Hashirama Senju, I know, Tobirama. I'd never think you'd hold it against me. Such an attack was a mere trifle for Code, who blocked it with ease. Well done, Kawaki. Finally found your courage to strike back. Snapping to his senses, Boruto was never going to stand by and watch Code take off with Kawaki. With a single hand, he gathered chakra into a swirling Rasengan. He hurled it at Code, who had no free hand left to defend himself. Sensing danger, Code had no choice but to flee alone, tracing a claw mark out. What are you doing, Kawaki? Weren't you supposed to come with me? Reappearing somewhere else, Code couldn't help but vent his fury. Don't get me wrong. I'm only doing what I know I must, Kawaki replied, voice unyielding. I'm doing this for the seventh. At the mention of the seventh, Kawaki's gaze sharpened with unwavering determination. Fine then, let's settle this once and for all. I'll show you. Sometimes obedience is the wisest path. Their words only stoked Code's anger further. Boruto and Kawaki exchanged a glance. No more wasted breath, they launched a joint attack on Code. Unleashing the power of their karma, their combo forced Code onto the defensive. Despite his strange abilities, he faltered and took a punch straight to the gut. Ancient trees along the way were snapped in half by the sheer force of their clash. Yet in moments of greatest danger, Code's bizarre powers shone brightest. A claw mark opened, and Code attempted a sneak attack on Boruto from behind. But Boruto showed no sign of panic. As his body surged forward to dodge, he made a subtle, grasping motion with his palm. Code was quick to close in, intent on giving Boruto no room to maneuver. That's the vanishing Rasengan. A surge of immense power erupted from Code's chest without warning. Looking down in shock, Code saw that, without him even noticing, a Rasengan had already landed right on him. With the chase behind him, Boruto landed softly and calmly, flipping his wrist to conjure yet another Rasengan. Minato Namikaze, the vanishing Rasengan? That sounds incredibly powerful. As expected of my grandson, to create such a formidable Rasengan. Tobirama Senju, indeed. The technique lives up to its name. With just a slight movement, you don't even see the Rasengan, and it already hits the enemy. Seeing Naruto's child is truly a testament to his talent. Naruto Uzumaki. Haha, that's the son of a Hokage after all. Of course he's exceptional. Anoki. I wonder what kind of talents will emerge in the future of the Stone Village. I'm a bit curious, though I don't know if I'll still be around to see that day. Once again, the claw marks proved their worth. Boruto's attack missed. That was a close call just now. The vanishing Rasengan. Huh? I'll need to watch out for this one. Code muttered, resurfacing and unable to hide his lingering apprehension. Keeping up that calm act isn't easy, is it, Code? Where did all that bravado go? Boruto's voice had a hint of mockery. Kawaki, let's finish him off in one go. Kawaki responded with a nod. Just as the two were about to spring into action, something sudden and unexpected happened. A wave of immense exhaustion, accompanied by stabbing pain, crashed over Boruto. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. Although puzzled by Boruto's abrupt state, Code didn't hesitate to seize the opportunity. He lunged forward. He quickly dealt with Kawaki first, eliminating any potential surprises with a swift kick. Then, his gaze turned coldly toward the struggling Boruto. The razor-sharp claws gleamed menacingly as they descended toward Boruto's head. At the critical moment, when life and death hung in the balance, the power of Momoshiki inside Boruto erupted in full force. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. Code Clores in midair was immobilized. Kawaki, who had been kicked away and slumped painfully against a tree, was motionless. Even the drifting leaves and swirling dust hung suspended. It was as if the very flow of time had ground to a halt. Tobirama Senju, this sensation. Did he freeze space, or did he stop time itself? Anoki, even from here, I can sense how dangerous this is. Hiruzen Sarutobi, this doesn't seem like a jutsu. What's going on? What just happened? Still aching, Boruto forced his eyes open, trying to take in the bizarre scene before him. His gaze drifted upward, almost by accident. And there he saw it, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. Perched on a branch above, a white figure sat. Clad in white clothes, with snowy hair, pale eyes, and bone-white skin. That was Momoshiki, the being parasitizing Boruto's body. Trying to block the Kama decompression with those meager pills, he spoke, voice tinged with disdain. In the end, it's nothing but a temporary comfort, a futile attempt to deceive yourself. Tao gracefully flipped and leapt down, landing in front of Boruto, her tone dripping with mockery. Otsutsuki Kaguya. HM? I've been sealed away for so long. Has another Otsutsuki arrived here besides Ishiki? Otsutsuki Hagoromo, mother. You. Otsutsuki Himura, brother. And mother too. Black Zetsu, get out of my way. And Otsutsuki. Could there still be Otsutsuki members hiding in today's ninja world? Otherwise, how could you send a message? Anoki, investigate. We have to conduct a thorough investigation. I can't move. My body just won't listen to me. Under Tao's scornful gaze, Boruto struggled to fight back, but his body refused to obey. It isn't because I've exhausted my strength or chakra. This sensation, it's as if time itself has stopped. Tobirama Senju, impossible. This has completely surpassed the realm of ninjutsu. As far as I know, there's absolutely no technique in the ninja world that can freeze time. None at all. Chikashodo, ignorant mortals. That is the work of a god. Tobirama Senju a god? That's even more unbelievable. And who are you exactly? Hashirama Senju. My goodness, it seems the ninja world in the future has undergone some earth-shattering changes. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama. An enemy like this, it only makes me more eager for battle. The remnants of Kara. The seedling of the divine tree. If I recall, the one managing the 10 tails is this guy. Tao turned her head toward the motionless Code, revealing his identity with just a few casual words. Kid, let's trade places. Madara Uchiha. The 10 tails steward? Obito, the 10 tails? Otsutsuki Hagoromo. How could the 10 tails have a manager? Nagato, what does that mean? Shouldn't that be me? Tobirama Senju. Good grief. So you all clearly had some nefarious scheme going on. The 9-tailed beasts. As Taosher finished, the suspended time began to flow once again. Leaves resumed their gentle descent, and Code's claws, which had been poised in the air, resumed their fierce arc. But he still failed to strike Boruto. Clouds of dust billowed, and the ground cracked wide with impact. Boruto's aura changed entirely. His left eye shut tight as his consciousness was suppressed by Tao, sinking into slumber. Black markings on his right cheek shimmered into a brilliant azure, spreading down to his palm. Tao, catching sight of Boruto's changed appearance, Code trembled from head to toe, unable to contain his exclamation. Rasengan. Without any hand seals from Taosher in Boruto's body, energy surged and powered by the enigmatic Kama, massive Rasengans, each the size of half a basketball court, formed in her palm and crashed down relentless and close upon Code. A violent explosion ripped across the clearing in a sweeping instant. That kind of power is truly terrifying. It can't even be compared to the force of the Kama just now. This is the true strength of the Akatsuki clan. Even with the attack right up against Code's face, he still managed to escape by relying on his unique abilities. Kakashi, although the Rasengan is a markless A-rank technique young Sun created himself, to be able to muster such strength in such a short span is frankly incredible. Tobirama Senju. This level of power feels like it's already surpassed the shadow leaders of all the villages. Inoki. After time started flowing again, that child hardly seemed like Boruto anymore. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto. Does this mean you failed to protect your own child in the future as well? Boruto, my poor grandson. Minato Namikaze. Is it two types of consciousness in one person, or two personalities altogether? Either way, this looks grim. You'll soon realize you're not so different from me after all. Mamoshiki's tone was dismissive. With a casual flick, he summoned another Rasengan bursting with power, identical to the last, and hurled it at Code. Without pause, a third sphere followed. Under this barrage, Code could only dart frantically from claw mark to claw mark, narrowly evading attacks. A rare moment of disarray for him. Momoshiki, you desire the chakra fruit as well, don't you? I'd advise you not to act recklessly. Finally, Code appeared behind Kawaki, and, catching him off guard, successfully took him hostage. Facing Code's threat, the fourth Rasengan in Momoshiki's palm hovered, refusing to launch. I'm taking him with me. I have questions to ask. Seeing his bluff working, Code smirked triumphantly. A claw mark appeared beneath his feet, ready to spirit Kawaki away. Rasengan. The proud Akatsuki would never allow himself to be threatened. In Momoshiki's grip, the Rasengan shrank rapidly, then, without hesitation, shot toward Code, striking him squarely on the right shoulder. What? The pain made Code's hand instinctively loosen its grip on Kawaki, foiling his escape. Minato Namikaze. Even though this Akatsuki is our enemy, I have to say that the way he used the Rasengan truly surprised me. Naruto, maybe you should give it a try. Naruto Uzumaki. It's alright, Dad. The system's Rasengan handbook includes all of these variations. Some, though, require certain special powers to perform. Minato Namikaze. Seems my Rasengan has proved useful after all. Son can use it, I can use it, my son can use it, and now even my grandson uses it. I have to admit, that makes me just a little bit proud. Seizing the moment, Momoshiki lunged forward, caught Kawaki by the collar with one hand, and kicked Code away with a swift, powerful kick. A half-baked Kama, can't even absorb ninjutsu. Tao's tone dripped with utter disdain as she dragged Kawaki along like worthless garbage. Let go of me. Kawaki tried to resist. You'd best behave yourself, unless you want your arms and legs broken. But Tao only responded with a cold threat. Kawaki refused to yield. He ignored Tao's warning, sprang up, and his right hand flickered with the scientific ninja tool. He launched a taijutsu attack at Tao. Of course, Kawaki was no match for her. After only a few brief exchanges, Tao landed a precise kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing into the ground nearby. Can't you understand a simple command? In that case, I suppose I'll grant your wish. Tao strode calmly over to the badly wounded Kawaki, lifted her foot, and pinned his right hand to the ground, ready to make good on her earlier threat. At that critical moment, Shikamaru arrived just in time. He used his shadow imitation technique to restrain Tao, sparing Kawaki from having his limbs broken. Meanwhile, Naruto, having entered Sage Mode, seized the opportunity to rescue Kawaki. Choji Akimichi, wow. It's Shikamaru. He looks just like Uncle Shikaku. Shikamaru Nara. How did I get roped into this troublesome mess? Well, if Lord Seventh is here, it's bound to be an important mission. Tobirama Senju. I can't tell if this recording is from before or after the fight with Ishiki. Just from one look, something seems missing for Naruto here. Kurama. So, things have finally come to this. Shikaku. Stupid fox. I won't argue with you this time. I really didn't expect you'd go through with that decision. Lord Seventh. Why? Kawaki stared at the clothes by Naruto, his eyes beginning to fill with tears. Kawaki, leave the rest to me and Shikamaru. Naruto spoke softly, reassuring him. How can it possibly be all right? Why did you come here? To their surprise, Kawaki suddenly grew agitated. Please just run. If you don't, you'll definitely be killed this time. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then gave a gentle chuckle. I'm grateful for your concern, but when the enemy threatening the village is right in front of me, the Hokage can never turn his back and run. His voice was calm, but unwavering. Shikamaru began to guide his shadow along Boruto's body, forcing Tao into a state of drowsiness in hopes of bringing Boruto's consciousness back. Tao let out a cold laugh and, with just a bit of force, shattered all the shadows entwining her in an instant. Code was no rule follower either. Amid the standoff, he quietly circled behind Shikamaru and suddenly sprang forward, seizing him. He pressed his sharp claws against Shikamaru's throat. "Don't move, Hokage. Listen up. If you so much as move, I'll take his head off right here." The edge in his voice was unmistakable, a naked threat with no attempt to hide it. "You bastard." There was no doubt. This was Naruto's greatest weakness. "Listen to me, Naruto. This isn't worth worrying about. Forget about me and just take action." Shikamaru understood that suppressing Momoshiki was the top priority. Without another moment's hesitation, he shouted loudly to Naruto. "Nara Shikaku." "Shikamaru, watching this scene hurts, but if you sacrifice yourself for the village, I'll be proud of you from the bottom of my heart, son." Nara Shikamaru, "Got it. Troubles just keep piling up." Tobirama Senju. "I'm not sure what happens in the future, but from what I see, these two from the Kawaki and Nara clans clearly put the village first. That earns my approval." Kushina Uzumaki. "For Naruto, this is another impossible choice. My poor, dear son. Momoshiki, as long as I keep this guy pinned down, the Hokage can't make a move. Don't you see? This is the perfect chance for vengeance." The situation was spiraling, shifting with every heartbeat, until, strangely, Code and Momoshiki forged a tenuous alliance. "I've never forgotten the humiliation you and your son brought upon me. You may be wearing a mask, but now things are much more interesting. Imagine using the face of your own son to bury the father. Isn't this the ultimate revenge, Hokage?" A twisted grin spread across Momoshiki's face. Just picturing this plan of retribution seemed to fill him with wild excitement. Kushina Uzumaki. "Despicable. Shameless. Vile creature. Minato Namikaze. Don't let me find out who you are, Momoshiki. If I do, you'll answer to me." Itachi Uchiha. Long, steady breath. Burn the image of dying at your own son's hand into your memory. Momoshiki raised his right hand, streaked with glowing blue marks, and trained it on Naruto, whose face was full of indignation, his taunts growing even sharper. "Damn it. Hurry up, Naruto. Forget me. There's no time." Watching Naruto frozen in place, Shikamaru could barely hold back his anxiety. He shouted, desperate. But Kawaki was different. In his eyes, there was no Shikamaru, only Naruto. With a furious cry, he summoned a scientific ninja tool from his right hand and attacked Momoshiki once again, refusing to give up. But, just like before, it was to no avail. In the blink of an eye, Kawaki was sent flying backwards. "Kawaki!" Naruto's concern was palpable, his body twitching involuntarily. "I told you not to move." Code's cold threat cut through the air. Clenching his jaw, Naruto balled his fists, but last he suppressed the urge to act. Yet, the determination in Kawaki's heart to protect Naruto gave him strength. He picked himself up once more, fists raised, and charged recklessly at Momoshiki, giving everything he had. Facing Kawaki, who was now clearly losing control, Lady Momo's eyes brimmed with even greater disdain, and her movements grew increasingly effortless. She let both hands fall away with an airy detachment. Another brutal kick launched Kawaki through the air once more. He crashed to the ground in disgrace, struggling for a long moment before he could even attempt to rise. "Stop! Don't go near the 7th Hokage." Watching as Lady Momo drew ever closer to Naruto, Kawaki shouted in defiant desperation. "Abandon all hope. No matter how powerful you are, death can come in an instant." Ignoring Kawaki's anguished cry, Lady Momo raised her right hand toward Naruto. Super Giant Rasengan. A titanic rush of energy gathered, unleashing an earth-shaking, sky-rending might. All the while, Code's menacing gaze remained locked on Naruto. There was no room to escape. With no other choice, Naruto had to cross his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself, determined to weather Lady Momo's devastating attack head-on. Minato Namikaze. Without the power of the Nine Tails, Naruto, what will happen to him this time? Kushina Uzumaki. What do you mean? What will happen to Naruto? Minato, please tell me. Tobirama Senju. Let me say it. If he doesn't have a Nine Tails power and only relies on Sage Mode, Naruto, he'll die. Hashirama Senju. After fulfilling his dreams and starting a family, could he really be killed by such a vile attack from his enemies? What kind of enemies is the Naruto of the future up against? Otsutsuki Ishiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. They just keep getting stronger. The pressure on the next generation is simply incredible. Sasuke Uchiha. Damn it, just what is my future self doing? Why am I not there? Naruto, there's no way you're gonna die so easily, right? With Naruto, just moments from death. Kawaki's emotions finally burst forth. The purest karma, power dormant within his body erupted to life. In a flash, he was there, interposing himself before Naruto, blocking Lady Momo's fatal strike. Deep crimson karma marks course down his arm, stretching all the way to his face. A singular, long, and curved horn had grown from his head, arching toward the back, and in his pupils, golden patterns flickered with eerie brilliance. At this moment, Kawaki's expression was curiously serene. Or more accurately, it was one of utter indifference, a disregard for everything in this world. Kawaki, what's going on? How did the karma come back? This is truly astonishing. To reactivate a karma that had once vanished, to be honest, it should have been completely impossible. The sudden transformation left everyone on the battlefield speechless. Even Lady Momo could not help voicing her confusion. Tobarama Senju. That form. He looks exactly like Akatsuki Ishiki from those earlier videos, the one who tried to destroy the village. How would he be here now? Kurama. These Akatsuki types, they really are a pain to deal with. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What on earth is happening here? I can't make any sense of it. But from the look of things, that boy who resembles Akatsuki Ishiki seems to be siding with Naruto. Anoki. That kid is from the Leaf Village. Could Konoha be hiding members of the Akatsuki clan? Jigen what? Impossible. Kawaki stood silently, his gaze icy as he watched Momoshiki, the man who sought to kill the seventh, the one who mattered to him most. A glimmer flashed in his right eye. Countless black rods shot toward Momoshiki at incredible speed. But as another member of the Akatsuki, Momoshiki could track their trajectories clearly and dodge them with ease. Yet Kawaki's assault was far from over. His scientific ninja tool morphed into a projectile, which he hurled deftly, followed by Deikokutten. In that instant, the battlefield erupted into a barrage of relentless attacks from Kawaki, each more unyielding than the last, as if he had an infinite arsenal at his disposal. Jiraiya, there's no doubt about it. That's the power of Akatsuki Ishiki. But why does a kid so close to Naruto wield it? Logically, someone that close to Naruto shouldn't be an enemy. Deidara, I've always had this strange feeling. It's almost like watching another world entirely. But, well, when my time comes, my art will amaze the entire ninja world. Tobarama Senju. Attacks like those hardly seem like any form of ninjutsu. Kawaki. You really are Kawaki, aren't you? Naruto stared wide-eyed at the transformed Kawaki, his voice trembling, fear bubbling up. The fear he would witness the very thing he dreaded most. Seventh, it doesn't really matter to me, but can you not get in my way? I haven't settled things with him yet. At last, Kawaki spoke, but any warmth had long fled his tone. How far are you planning to go with this? I'm only doing what needs to be done, for your sake. His words cold and measured, Kawaki raised his hand and intercepted Momoshiki's sneak attack, shrouded in smoke. The Rasengan Momoshiki launched was utterly absorbed by the Kama in Kawaki's hand. Both of them, Akatsuki by blood, understood all too well that traditional ninjutsu would be largely ineffective against the other. Upon realizing this, Kawaki and Momoshiki abandoned tricks and engaged in the most primal of combat, hand-to-hand. A fist met a kick, each move ingeniously countered, and every defense seamlessly morphing into a counterattack. Their grasp of the basics was frighteningly precise. The fight was deadlocked, evenly matched, with neither side willing to give an inch. After dozens of lightning-fast exchanges, Kawaki was the first to break the impasse. Seizing an opening in the chaos, he used Momoshiki's hand to form a fire-style sign. Momoshiki sensed Kawaki's intent and swiftly broke away, putting ample distance between them to buy himself time. With his cheeks puffed out, Kawaki exhaled a roaring torrent of flames. Momoshiki, not to be outdone, raised his hand and absorbed the incoming fire with the Kama's power, snuffing it out before it reached him. Mei Terumi. This scene feels strangely familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Hiruzen Sarutobi. You're probably thinking of that fight between Kakashi and Obito, right, Mizukage? Using your opponent's hand signs to cast a jutsu. It really was an unforgettable moment. Tobarama Senju. Those two were both incredibly strong. But what I don't understand is why the members of the Akatsuki clan keep showing up in the shinobi world. They don't seem like ninjas at all. Hashirama Senju. Tobarama, don't you think it's possible that the Akatsuki are aliens? Tobarama Senju. Big brother, don't joke. Aliens. No one can even say for sure if such things exist. When a massive cloud of dust finally settled after their clash, Momoshiki stood atop the Deikokutten. Kawaki wasted no time and immediately followed, leaping up to face Momoshiki on the looming structure. As their eyes met, invisible sparks seemed to ignite between them. In the next instant, as if in perfect sync, Kawaki and Momoshiki charged at each other again, their taijutsu duel reigniting. Once more, they plunged into a drawn-out and intense struggle. Attack after attack, neither was willing to yield an inch. After several intense exchanges, they broke apart again. The Rasengan clashed with the scientific ninja tools. Still, the the fight remained at a stalemate. A golden light flashed across Kawaki's right eye. This time, instead of summoning the Daikokutten, colossal stone pillars erupted and came crashing down toward Momoshiki. Momoshiki hurriedly dodged. Suddenly, Boruto's left eye fluttered open just a crack, causing Momoshiki's movements to freeze for an instant. Damn it! In that very moment, Kawaki seized control. His black rod stabbed straight through Boruto's body. With Boruto injured and slowly regaining consciousness, Momoshiki could keenly feel his control over Boruto weakening. Powerless, he tumbled from the Daikokutten. It ends here. The golden light in Kawaki's eyes blazed, and the colossal Daikokutten, terrifying in both size and weight, came crashing down toward Boruto with tremendous force. Both Momoshiki, now unable to move, and Boruto watched helplessly as Kawaki's attack threatened to end their lives. But Boruto is Naruto's son. No matter what, Naruto could never stand by and watch his child die before his very eyes. In the nick of time, Naruto hurled himself forward and rescued Boruto. The Daikokutten crashed down with a deafening, resounding impact, a force that seemed to strike Naruto's heart just as hard, shaking him to the core. That's enough, Kawaki. Were you really trying to kill him? Naruto looked at Kawaki, disbelief written all over his face. I'm only doing what's necessary. Like I said, if I don't kill him, he'll kill us. Kawaki replied calmly, his tone steady but laced with an unyielding, almost crazed determination. Don't talk such nonsense. Boruto is my son. Seeing the raw intent to kill in Kawaki's eyes, Naruto's emotions surged out of control. Yes, and at the same time, he's also the demon who wants to take your life. Hashirama Senju. I take back what I said earlier. This kid actually intends to kill the Hokage's son right in front of him. He's completely out of his mind. Might Dewey, exactly. Even a regular genin like me would never allow someone to kill my son right before my eyes. My guy. Dad, you did it. I'll never forget how reliable your back looked that day. I owe everything I've achieved to you. Might Dewey. Son, hearing you say that makes me so happy. The spirit of youth should never be buried. Guy, keep pushing forward. My guy, yes, sir. Rock Lee, yes, sir. Hiruzen, Saru, Tobi, Shikaka Nara, Shikamaru Nara. Based on what we know so far, it seems that Momoshiki used to be Naruto's enemy, or rather, an invader of the Hidden Leaf. After Naruto defeated him, he somehow managed to possess Boruto. If I have to guess, those strange marks on Boruto and Kawaki are some kind of possession medium. Orochimaru. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. If only I had a living Otsutsuki as a test subject. Unkoi Kashin, pathetic clown. This is the problem, isn't it? That's why you can't bring yourself to do it. Then let me handle it. Please, 7th Hokage, step aside. Kawaki stepped forward, readying himself to attack again after he finished speaking. Stop joking. Calm down, Kawaki. Naruto stood his ground, shielding Boruto in his arms and refusing to back away. You're the one who needs to face reality. What other choice do we have? Kawaki spoke with unwavering resolve. For the sake of Naruto's safety, Boruto had to die by his hand that day. You don't make decisions for everyone. Deidara, idiot. Juzo Biwa, what a peculiar thought process. Danzo, if you're going to kill him, do it already. Enough with the stalling. Karatsuchi Raiga, expecting a father to just step aside and watch you kill his son. How is that any less absurd than asking someone to eat a pile of manure? If it were up to me, I'd just kill them both and be done with it. All of their conversation reached Boruto's ears as he slowly regained consciousness. Struggling to his feet, Boruto abruptly pushed Naruto away. Minato Namikaze, I have a really bad feeling about this. Stronger than ever, in fact. Boruto, are you awake? Naruto, stunned by the forceful shove, stood frozen for a moment before hurrying to check on him. You little brat. Just lay down and stop making trouble. Momoshiki's furious voice echoed out. You're the one who needs to sleep. Stop getting in my way. Boruto raised a hand to cover his right eye, glancing sideways at Kawaki. The medicine did work, but only temporarily. It didn't solve anything at the root, and now things are rebounding, which is why I look like this. At that moment, Boruto clenched his fists tightly. I was just one step away from killing my own father with my own hands. Naruto, listening from the side, felt a sudden wave of unease rise within him. Boruto, do you remember what I told you before? Kawaki's tone softened, no longer as cold as it had been a moment ago. I remember. And today, I truly understood what you meant. I suppose we have no choice but to take the final step. It seems that way. Boruto and Kawaki gazed at each other in heavy silence. Wait, what are you two talking about? Naruto's sense of dread grew stronger, his voice trembling with unbearable anxiety. He had the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Every word from the two boys hinted at impending disaster. Dad, I'm sorry. Please tell Mom and Himawari for me. As Boruto spoke, he began forming hand signs. Wait, what are you trying to do? Don't do anything reckless. Naruto stepped forward, reaching out to grab Boruto, vulnerability across his features, terrified that if he let go now, he might never see his son again. After all, what Boruto was saying, it sounded just like a final farewell. Dad. Boruto directed his hand at Naruto. Wind-style Gale Palm. The jutsu flared to life, and Naruto was sent hurtling back for the moment. It seems you've made up your mind, Boruto. This is something only you can do, while I can still suppress Momoshiki's will before I lose control. Do it, brother. Meanwhile, Naruto scrambled up, realizing what was about to happen. In a panic, he rushed toward Boruto as fast as he could. But he was still a moment too late. Kawaki's fist rose high, and, in the instant Naruto's terrified gaze met his, came crashing down. A mist village, Kunoichi. I can't watch this. I'm too scared to go on. Across that battlefield, the sounds of flesh tearing and blood spattering rang out, horrifyingly clear. Faced with a scene too cruel to accept, Naruto's desperate run ground to a halt. Pain and disbelief mingled in his eyes, spilling out in trembling, shattered glances. He stood rooted to the spot, first whispering under his breath like a man in a nightmare, then letting out a heart-rending scream that tore at the sky. Boruto! Boruto! Kawaki withdrew his hand. There, with a gaping wound through his chest, Boruto's life slipped away as he crumpled helplessly to the earth. Deidara! What an explosive spectacle! Minato Namikaze, Boruto! Naruto! System, hush. Don't say a word just now. Watch carefully. Naruto's entire body trembled. The resolve that once shone in his eyes shattered in an instant, his face crumpling with childlike fragility. Slowly, as if in a daze, he made his way, step by agonizing step, to where Boruto lay. Boruto, I'm calling you. Naruto grasped Boruto's hand, still able to feel the faint warmth lingering in the boy's skin. Then, his hand moved of its own accord, slowly covering Boruto's face, gently caressing him. Words tumbled from Naruto's lips, trembling with panic and desperate pleading. Please, Boruto, wake up. Boruto, this can't be real. Long moments passed with no response. At last, the last fragile strand of hope inside him shattered. A glistening veil of tears clouded his vision. In Naruto's blurred gaze was Boruto, a gaping wound torn through his chest, a son whose breath was forever stilled. His son, gone, dead, right before his very eyes. Boruto. Never once had Naruto given up. He had always been so strong. But now, unable to hold back the tide of emotion, he broke down, his anguished cry echoing between heaven and earth, reverberating long without fading. With trembling arms, he gathered Boruto's cooling body to his chest. In this moment, Naruto's world was nothing but darkness. Suffocating, oppressive, absolute darkness that strangled hope. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I can't stand this. Isn't the very first thing a father should do now to avenge his son? Is a Nine-Tails boy just going to give in to despair like this? Minato Namikaze, Naruto might not take action. Kushina Uzumaki, Minato, what are you saying? Are you telling me we should just let our grandson's death go unavenged? Minato Namikaze, no. Kushina, listen to me. Judging by how Naruto reacted in this video, Kawaki might be someone very close to him, too. If I were to speculate a little, Kushina Uzumaki, you're not suggesting? Minato Namikaze, Kawaki could be Naruto's child as well. Fugaku Uchiha, brothers destroying each other? That's more than any parent should have to bear. Sasuke, Naruto, don't let this break you. Naruto, Sasuke, quit talking nonsense. Now that I know how things will end, I swear I won't let this tragedy repeat itself. When I make a promise, I see it through. This is my way of the ninja. At that moment, the scene froze on the lonely silhouette of Naruto's back. Seconds later, a burst of light and shadow erupted, the space itself seeming to shatter and piece itself together again. A deep, weathered voice resounded. Naruto, you and I are very much alike. The moment Kawaki struck Boruto replayed, but this time it transformed into Kakashi's hand piercing Rin's heart. Naruto's lifeless gaze overlapped with the look of utter despair Obito once wore as a boy. Yes, the only difference is you're still young. The world blurred, colors crashing hard against each other, assailing Naruto with a jarring, overwhelming contrast. On one side, Naruto cradled the lifeless Boruto in his arms. On the other, Obito held Rin's still body. The two gaping holes in their chests were particularly striking. Two scenes, two people, sharing the same agony. The interplay of light and shadow caused the different images to merge seamlessly together, constantly alternating until they finally settled into a quiet calm. Kakashi Rin, Kakashi, don't blame yourself. Back then, this was my own decision. It really wasn't your fault. Obito, Rin, don't worry. I swear I'll tear to pieces the true mastermind who planned all this and made you sacrifice your life. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, Obito, so you both have lived through such pain. And to think I was called the Yellow Flash. In the end, it seems I failed to protect anything at all. Kushina. Minato, please don't blame yourself. I think you did as much as you could. Now that Naruto knows the future, I believe he will change what's coming, so that it won't end in tragedy. Inoki, to outlive one's child in middle age. There's no pain deeper than that. Meitarumi, the most heartbreaking thing is to watch your child die before your very eyes, powerless to do anything. It's that helplessness that hurts the most. I don't know much about that Obito situation, but if the system puts him in the same place as the rest, he must be deeply tormented too. Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Both of them are from Konoha, aren't they? Meanwhile, Kawaki chose to pay no heed to the grieving Naruto. Having dealt with Momoshiki, his gaze turned to Code, who had Shikamaru captive. Take one more step and I'll kill him, Code threatened as soon as he sensed Kawaki's murderous intent, lifting Shikamaru up to make his point. Go ahead and do it. It doesn't matter to me, Kawaki replied without a hint of emotion, continuing his slow, deliberate approach. Shikamaru Nara. Even if I'm a hostage, I have to say, this guy really doesn't value human life at all. Shikaka Nara. Shikamaru, you can sacrifice yourself for the village or for the Hokage, but you must never die because of someone like him. That wouldn't mean anything. It would just be a waste. Kawaki, don't get cocky. Even if you've regained your power, you'll never have true freedom in this life. You're destined to be manipulated by others, no matter what you do. I'm leaving now, until we meet again. With a mocking sneer, Code released his hold on Shikamaru, his claws raking deep gashes in the ground as he made to escape at lightning speed. But Kawaki, now awakened to Ishiki's power, wasn't about to let him go so easily. A flash of golden light shone from his right eye. The claw marks Code used for teleportation suddenly shrank, collapsing to a size too small to use, sending Code crashing heavily to the ground. Is that Sukuna Hikona? To think, you shrank the marks so much that no one could travel through them anymore. Code's face was ashen. He tried once more to slash with his claws, but Kawaki shrank him down again without effort. It seems you really don't understand. At this point, you have no right whatsoever to stand above others and pass judgment. Code, as long as anything threatens the life of the seventh, even if it's my brother, I'll eliminate it. Let alone you. Kawaki stared coldly at Code, his voice utterly devoid of warmth, chilling to the bone. Black soil? TSK, TSK, TSK. Isn't this the classic Yandere trait? Terrifying. Orochimaru, interesting, but that's about it. Koyuki Kazuhana. Killing one's own kin while saying it's for their sake. Just the thought gives me chills. I much prefer Boruto. At least he sacrificed himself courageously for his father's sake. There's no way I'm letting you leave. With that, Kawaki's right eye flashed gold again. Countless black rods appeared, all thrust at Code in unison. With no time to find a way out, Code had no choice but to face Kawaki head-on. But he was entirely outmatched. In the blink of an eye, he'd been struck hard several times in quick succession by Kawaki. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, who'd finally managed to break free, hurried over to Naruto, checking on him anxiously. Boruto, open your eyes, please. All he could hear was Naruto's frail, powerless whisper, the voice of someone utterly spent. You need to hold on. Shikamaru knelt down and patted Naruto gently on the shoulder. Is this some kind of nightmare? Naruto was reluctant to face the truth, choosing instead the comfort of self-deception. I know things look grim, but the fight isn't over yet. Shikamaru's words came out with a touch of hesitation. This can't be real. Tell me this isn't real. Shutting out all the sounds of the world, Naruto only clung even tighter to Boruto in his arms. Naruto, Sakura. I've never once seen Naruto look like this before, so unfamiliar, and it breaks my heart. Hinata, Naruto, Boruto. Why? Why'd it have to come to this? Amaru, this is so heartbreaking. Viola, this isn't the way I saw his death go. Shizuka Nadeshiko, to see such a strong man so fragile at this moment. Sarah, I just hope he can pull himself together soon. I'm silently praying for him. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, what should I do? I feel this strange, simmering urge to kill. Kushina Uzumaki, you don't even have to say it, Minato. I feel it too. Meanwhile, Kawaki and Code's battle had reached a fever pitch. Now that Kawaki's powers had fully awakened, Code was utterly outclassed. He stood no chance, pounded mercilessly without hope of turning the tide. Look, Kawaki has cornered Code. Let's go back him up and finish this in one go. Shikamaru wanted to use the village's current crisis to reignite Naruto's fighting spirit. But Naruto remained unmoved. completely absorbed in his world of grief and unable to pull himself out. Pull yourself together. You are the Hokage. This was Boruto's own decision. As his father, you can't just fall apart now. Shikamaru raised his voice, almost shouting. But Naruto was still the same, showing no reaction at all. Hashirama-senu. Right now, Naruto seems less like the Hokage burdened with great responsibility, and more like an ordinary father who's lost his child and been swallowed by sorrow. Haku. Exactly. How could Naruto possibly bounce back so soon after losing his child? No matter how often he wears that cheerful smile, deep down, he's still a flesh-and-blood human being with real feelings. The fierce battle continued to rage. At last, Kawaki seized an opening, driving several black rods straight into Code's body. Code grunted in pain, and his face twisted in agony, dropped to a crouch, gasping for air. This relentless battle had nearly drained every ounce of strength Code had, leaving him temporarily unable to move. If this keeps up, I'm going to be killed here. To think, I might lose to someone like Kawaki. Rage and humiliation contorted Code's features. Even as he thought this, Kawaki silently approached, raising his left hand, marked with the Karma seal, without a moment's hesitation, aiming straight for Code's head. In the next instant, a vast surge of red chakra gathered wildly in Kawaki's palm. At last, a sphere pulsing with violent, surging energy took shape. Boom! A colossal explosion ripped through the air, unleashing a hurricane of energy. Everything in its path was instantly dissolved and vanished. Fortunately, Shikamaru in Naruto's position was out of range, and they were unharmed. When the dust finally settled, Shikamaru stared in disbelief as Kawaki, knocked unconscious, went flying through the air before crashing hard into the ground. What just happened? Why was Kawaki? Elsewhere, a perfectly unharmed Code now had a green-haired child perched on his head. Sorry to wake you, demon. Your reflexes just saved my life, Code said gratefully. Shikamaru's eyes widened. It was obvious that Code's miraculous escape had everything to do with this mysterious child who appeared out of nowhere. In the end, completely exhausted after the fierce fight with Kawaki and confronted by Shikamaru's bluff, Code chose to withdraw for now. With the threat gone, Shikamaru finally let out a sigh of relief and returned to Naruto's side. We need to seriously consider how to deal with Kawaki from now on. When Kawaki's name came up, Naruto finally showed a hint of a reaction. He turned his head slightly to look at Shikamaru. What do you mean by consider? Isn't it obvious? He killed his own comrade with his own hands. Sure, the circumstances were unusual, but he didn't hesitate at all. There was a clear edge of agitation in Shikamaru's tone. Kawaki's actions weren't solely his own responsibility. Maybe so, but the real problem is the kind of person he is. He'll do anything to achieve his goals. What happened this time proves that. So what do you want to do? Just because Konoha can't handle it, are we simply going to throw him out? I'm not about to walk away from this unilaterally. But considering how this looks to the other villages, we have to impose an official sanction. We can't give him special treatment. Back and forth, Naruto and Shikamaru continued their debate. Hearing this, Naruto fell silent for a moment before finally speaking again. To Boruto, he's a brother, just like family is to us. No matter what he does, no matter what anyone else says, it makes no difference. At times like these, if even your own family won't stand by you, then who else could possibly be there for you? Shikamaru fell silent as well, reflecting on Naruto's words. Do you really mean that from the bottom of your heart, Naruto? Can you honestly still think of Kawaki as one of your own at this point? Princess Koyuki, I admit what you said sounds good, but don't forget, he killed your own son. Look, Boruto in your arms hasn't even fully stiffened yet. Suijitsu, Hozuki, TSK, TSK, TSK. If I were Boruto and heard my dad say that, I'd probably leap straight out of the Pure Land. No way I'd rest in peace. Hiruzen Sarutobi, don't say that. Boruto obviously sacrificed himself for the village, for the will of fire. Inoki, thank goodness the stone will of my hidden stone isn't so extreme. I'm just glad. Enough. Faced with this line of questioning, Naruto chose to avoid the topic. Your son was killed by him. Shikamaru nearly shouted the words. I told you to stop. Just then, a hand quietly reached for Naruto. Oh, who did you say was killed? A frail voice broke the tension, and to Naruto's astonished gaze, Boruto, despite his pain, slowly forced himself to sit up. If you could, quit declaring me dead, would you? Minato Namikaze. Kushina Uzumaki. Thank goodness Boruto's alive. My grandson is alive. Tobarama Senju, what's going on here? By all rights, with his whole upper body and internal organs pierced clean through, survival should have been impossible.